It turned out that the situation at the outpost was indeed as when you had imagined. It was about to become a massive battlefield. At this moment, the outpost, under military renovation and reinforcement, had transformed into a colossal steel fortress. Towering city walls were lined with powerful, demon-enhanced heavy weapons, and in the center of the city, countless missile vehicles were continuously launching missiles. A steady stream of soldiers and weapons was being transported to the outpost, ensuring its firepower. Moreover, several hundred clones from the Clone Armor Legion had been delivered to the outpost, and under Wei Tian's command, were rapidly charging forward. On top of the city walls, beside Fang Wenhai, 3 more professionals had joined them. One of them was the leader of the Magic Energy Mage Special Operations Team, Shen Yi, who had arrived first to provide support. The military controlled various treasure lands, among which were some that produced a large quantity of hidden job change scrolls. The Magic Energy Mage was a special profession produced in one of the large treasure lands controlled by the military. The military not only had firearms, they reacted the fastest to the apocalypse and adapted quickly. While vigorously developing firearms, they also never ceased exploring and applying professions and the exchange stone pillar. Next to Shen, he stood a sturdy man over 2 meters tall, resembling a giant, holding a shield in one hand and a short axe in the other. As a person of East Asian descent, it was indeed rare for someone to be so tall and strong. This man was Cao Ling, the captain of the Heavy Shield Guardian Special Operations Team, known for its defensive and melee capabilities among the military's 3 special profession teams. At this moment, Cao Ling was communicating with Fang Wenhai about the battle plan on the front lines, occasionally offering some of his own suggestions. Beside them, Shen Yi couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth and mutter softly. This guy Cao Ling really knows how to act tough, as if he understands everything. Who doesn't know who? It was no wonder Shen Yi said this. After all, Cao Ling was someone specifically recruited by the military after the apocalypse, and he used to be just a butcher. Claiming to have any military capability would indeed be a joke. Although his voice was low, it was loud enough for Cao Ling to catch a glimpse and turn his head to glare fiercely at Shen Yi, only to receive a middle finger in return. Seeing this scene, Fang Wenhai couldn't help but cough a couple of times. Although the two didn't appear to be on good terms, Fang Wenhai knew that these two, as the first generation of military super soldiers, had a good relationship. Their behavior was merely a jest between friends. At this moment, a serious-looking middle-aged man spoke up. "Is there anything we need to do?" Hearing this, Fang Wenhai nodded. "According to our intelligence, there may be controllers among those bipedal lizards. Once combat breaks out, you may need to assassinate their leader." At this point, Fang Wenhai hesitated briefly but said nothing more, just looking at the middle-aged man who had spoken. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said slowly, "It's our duty." As the military's smallest special operations team, the Shadow Blade team consisted of only a few dozen members. However, their assassination capabilities were among the best, so Fang Wenhai felt assured to leave this task to them. Taking another look at the military personnel gathered, Fang Wenhai asked the communications soldier beside him, "When can Quang Liu and Wen Yu return?" "It might take a few hours. The return route isn't easy." Fang Wenhai nodded in understanding and asked again, "When will the treasure land entrance be reopened?" "It may take over an hour. Caldo is currently working on it, and Commander Lin has already made arrangements with other countries." After hearing this news, Fang Wenhai calculated silently and then addressed everyone. "All right, starting now, our task is to defend the outpost for over an hour. Even if the outpost can't hold, we must not allow these demonic creatures to breach the central castle. Don't worry, with us here it's a piece of cake." The voice came from Shen Yi, but judging by his serious expression, it was evident that his thoughts were not as relaxed as they appeared. Cao Ling also nodded slightly. "Defense is our specialty." Hearing these words, Fang Wenhai remained silent as he gazed at the approaching bipedal lizards in the distance, murmuring to himself, "It's starting." The rain of missiles did not inflict significant damage on the bipedal lizards that had scattered. After all, level 5 individuals were largely immune to the power of firearms. While missiles had strong killing power, unless they landed precisely on the heads of the bipedal lizards, mere shockwaves and flames would not be enough to take them down. Moreover, due to the terrifying reproductive capability of the bipedal lizards, the dead level 5 lizards quickly transformed into level 4 lizards, and the missile attacks instead increased their numbers. Amidst the bombardment and smoke, the bipedal lizards swiftly closed in on the military's first line of defense. The first line was comprised of landmines. Boom! 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 The explosions rang out rapidly in front of the outpost, with countless fireballs and shrapnel shooting into the sky, leaving terrifying wounds on the first wave of attacking bipedal lizards. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. These landmines, although improved by researchers from the Academy of Sciences, lacked the destructive power to deal a fatal blow to level 5 creatures. Thus, the first wave of demonic creatures completely breached the military's minefield. Seeing this scene, Fang Wenhai's eyelids twitched, and even the 3 special operations team leaders, who had only seen these bipedal lizards in video footage, lost their casual expressions. Level 5 creatures, Cao Ling said seriously. Can we hold them off? Shenyu's voice came through, but it only caused Cao Ling to shake his head slightly. Cao Ling understood that Shenyu's question wasn't about the landmines but the Heavy Shield Guardian Special Operations team as a whole. It'll be quite difficult. Our entire Special Operations team only has a few Level 4 professionals, and they're just newly promoted. It's tough for us to face the charge of Level 5 creatures. We have to hold on no matter what. Fang Wenhai's tone was serious in response to Cao Ling. Cao Ling remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. In this short span of time, the bipedal lizard swarm had already breached the military's second line of defense. The so-called second line of defense was essentially a human bomb, self-destruct team formed by the Clone Armor Legion. Of course, this bomb was somewhat different from a regular bomb. As the Clone Armor Legion was about to make contact with the bipedal lizards, Wei Tian wore an inscrutable smile, simultaneously taking out a control device and making a couple of adjustments. Then Fang Wenhai and the others finally witnessed the power of the Academy of Sciences. When Wei Tian finished his operations, the exoskeleton armor on all the clone warriors suddenly flickered with red light. The bipedal lizards, who were quite close, naturally did not understand what this meant. Following their instincts, these lizards extended their tongues to swallow the clone warriors whole. Then, with a loud bang, it didn't sound like an explosion. It was more akin to a bottle shattering. The bipedal lizard that had ingested a clone warrior trembled all over, and then a large volume of black liquid surged out of its mouth. This unfortunate lizard, having mistakenly consumed the bomb, immediately collapsed on the ground, losing its life in an instant. At the same time, the exoskeleton armor on the remaining clone warriors shattered instantly, and large amounts of black liquid sprayed out under the bomb's impact, splattering onto the surrounding bipedal lizards. The bipedal lizards hit by the black liquid had huge holes corroded into their bodies. Then, the black liquid infiltrated their systems, entering their bodily fluids. Like poison, the bipedal lizards splattered with black liquid fell to the ground one by one, losing their life essence in no time. Seeing this scene, Fang Wenhai and the others on the city wall swallowed hard, while Wei Tian's voice gradually began to resonate. Our Academy of Sciences research on this group of bipedal lizards, how should I put it, cannot be said to be very thorough, but we have a general understanding and developed a poison targeted at this species. It's not too difficult. Moreover, the real show is yet to come. As Wei Tian said this, he stared seriously at the bipedal lizards below as if he was studying some rare treasure. Bipedal lizards have a characteristic. They will consume the corpses of their deceased kin. The bipedal lizards that were poisoned, naturally, could not escape the fate of being eaten by their own kind. Then, the bipedal lizards that consumed their poisoned kin exhibited symptoms of poisoning and were subsequently devoured by others of their kind. Since they have this habit, we should take advantage of it, shouldn't we? Unfortunately, the method of producing this toxin is quite complicated. Mass production is impossible. Otherwise, these bipedal lizards wouldn't be that terrifying. Wei Tian's words brimmed with confidence. This was a testament to his professional knowledge and faith in science. Unfortunately, the next sentence immediately revealed Wei Tian's true thoughts. They have a leader, so this toxin transmitted through consumption won't have a significant effect. Next, it's up to you all. After Wei Tian finished speaking, he turned and walked down the city wall, heading towards the entrance of the treasure land in the distance. Clearly, this guy did not belong to the combat sequence and chose to retreat first under such circumstances. Fang Wenhai and the others had no objections to this, and soon, Wei Tian's words became a reality. In the distance, a wave of mental energy suddenly transmitted outward. Upon hearing the command originating from the demonic entity, the bipedal lizards still mindlessly consuming the poison immediately halted their actions. Of course, those that had already eaten could not escape the fate of death, but the bipedal lizards that had not consumed the corpses on the ground quickly abandoned the contaminated bodies and surged towards the forward outpost once more. Under the leadership of the demonic entity, these mindless bipedal lizards essentially acquired an extra brain, making it impossible for them to fall into such a crude trap. Seeing this scene, Fang Wenhai on the city wall drew his longbow and solemnly spoke. Next, it's our turn. This was the military's third line of defense, an iron fortress made up of various defensive facilities and heavy weaponry, most critically countless military warriors. When the first bipedal lizard, over 50 meters long, crawled into the firing range of the artillery and machine guns positioned atop the city walls, as well as the attacks from a few professionals, the first large-scale war between humans and demonic creatures officially erupted. The first to launch an attack was the modified heavy machine guns placed on the city wall. Accompanied by intense roaring sounds, countless bullet casings clinked as they fell to the ground, while the projectiles, charged with tremendous kinetic energy, rapidly flew towards the incoming fifth-tier bipedal lizards. Unfortunately, if the military's mass-produced firearms could deal lethal damage to fifth-tier demonic creatures, Lin Haifeng wouldn't need to treat the demonic clan with such caution. The bullets hit the bipedal lizard's body, instantly ricocheting off its slick skin, having no effect whatsoever. Only under concentrated fire could the bipedal lizards experience even slight delays in their movements. Heavy machine guns are ineffective. Seeing this scene, even though he had anticipated it beforehand, Fang Wenhai couldn't help but let out a sigh. This also meant that in combat at this distance, human firearms could hardly achieve substantial results. Well then, thinking of this, Fang Wenhai steadied his mind and shouted, "All professionals prepare!" Upon hearing Fang Wenhai's order, Hanyue, standing beside him, quickly gestured to the Magic Energy Mage Special Operations team behind him. Then all the members of the Magic Energy Mage Special Operations team closed their eyes. A strange energy fluctuation enveloped the city wall. Profession, Magic Energy Mage. Skill 1, Magic Energy Field E-Level Passive Ability. The Magic Energy Mage is surrounded by a mysterious energy field that reduces stamina consumption by 1% and decreases skill cooldown time if applicable by 1% when releasing skills. Multiple magic energy fields can stack, but only take effect for the Magic Energy Mage profession. A single magic energy field is unremarkable, even negligible. This is the fundamental reason this ability is rated as E-level. However, the fact that it can stack means this ability has tremendous potential. For a single magic energy mage, one magic energy field can reduce 1% of stamina consumption and cooldown time, but what if there are 100 magic energy mages? It turns out that the military's decision to establish a special operations team exclusively for magic energy mages was not without reason. One fireball after another slowly gathered in the hands of these magic energy mages. Then at Shenyu's command, over 1,000 massive fireballs were hurled towards the approaching group of bipedal lizards outside the city. Skill 2, Fireball Technique F-Level Active Ability, Condense a Fireball. Those who have played online games know well. Skill level, only F level. Moreover, unlike the Magic Energy Field E level, which is a skill automatically acquired by magic energy mages during their job change, the Fireball Technique is a low-level skill that can be provided by the Exchange Stone Pillar. It's the kind of skill no one would want even if it were thrown in the street. But this also means one thing: it's easy to obtain. And skills like the Fireball Technique, which can be equipped on a large scale, are absolutely essential for magic energy mages. As over 1,000 fireballs were released, Hanyue and his team simultaneously activated their third skill, a skill exclusive to magic energy mages. Magic Energy Fusion C-Level Active Ability. The skills of magic energy mages can merge with each other. The objects of fusion can be the same type of magical skills from a single magic energy mage, or the same skills from different magic energy mages. From the magic energy field and magic energy fusion alone, it's clear that the profession of magic energy mage was actually created for warfare. The individual power is relatively weak. For a single magic energy mage, the magic energy field is completely a useless skill. And while magic energy fusion isn't particularly powerful, once a large number of magic energy mages gather, the resulting amplification effect is absolutely terrifying. This is also the fundamental reason why the military wanted the original super soldiers and special professionals, Hanyue, to change their profession. As the over 1,000 fireballs flew through the air with the activation of the magic energy fusion skill, their original flight paths suddenly changed. Countless fireballs quickly gathered around Hanyue's fireball, merging together at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 fireballs transformed into a super fireball approximately 20 meters in diameter, radiating blinding white light and terrifying heat. Then this super fireball crashed down onto the closest bipedal lizard group charging from afar. Hanyue was a level 4 professional and had just changed his job. In the Magic Energy Mage Special Operations team, there weren't many level 4 professionals, only a few dozen, while the rest were all level 3. With such low levels, they really didn't stand a chance against the level 5 bipedal lizards. However, what if over 1,000 fireballs launched by these professionals merged into one? How great would the power of that fireball be? The answer given by the Magic Energy Mage Special Operations team was quite terrifying. The super fireball directly smashed into the head of the leading bipedal lizard. The horrifying heat instantly melted the bipedal lizard's head, and the one hit by the skill couldn't even let out a scream before dropping dead on the ground. Then, the super fireball struck the ground. Boom! A violent explosion accompanied by immense heat waves swept over, and centered on the super fireball that had landed, a massive fire ring erupted. Flames rolled, crazily sweeping towards the distant bipedal lizards. The level 5 bipedal lizards that were the first to contact the wave of fire instantly turned into charred corpses, while the ones further back were thrown into the air by the tremendous shockwave, twitching uncontrollably on the ground. When everything dissipated, only a nearly 100-meter-wide crater remained at the spot. The fiery shockwave continued for nearly 1,000 meters before finally stopping. Then, the second super fireball followed closely. The magic energy field not only negated the skill consumption of these magic energy mages, but more terrifyingly, accelerated the cooldown time of the skills. The fireball technique itself had a slight cooldown time, represented by a brief physical exhaustion reaction after casting the skill. However, under the enhancement of the magic energy field, this portion of the reaction was completely cancelled out. Therefore, in the astonished expressions of the observing professionals, the super fireball was launched at a speed of 3 to 5 per second. And despite the seemingly small killing range of the super fireball, its destructive intensity was frighteningly high. Any bipedal lizard within the skill's striking range could not escape the fate of death. The solid defensive line constructed by the Magic Energy Mage team became an unavoidable nightmare for the bipedal lizard group attacking the front line. Seeing the blockade of super fireballs created by the Magic Energy Mage Special Operations team, Fang Wenhai smacked his lips and remarked, "If there were 3 more teams like yours, defending the outpost wouldn't be anything to fear." Before Shen Yi could respond to Fang Wenhai's words, Cao Ling, who was beside him, sighed slightly and said, "Don't be fooled by how glorious this profession seems now. The cost is not small." Before Cao Ling could continue, Shen Yi, who was firing fireballs, began to explain. After changing to the Magic Energy Mage profession, it's akin to severing the path for further advancement. Furthermore, job change scrolls are produced very rarely. From the discovery of Treasure Land until now, we have only gathered this few job change scrolls. Hearing Shen Yi's words, Fang Wenhai immediately understood. Although the Magic Energy Mage profession appears quite powerful in group battles, its individual strength is not strong. The skills of Magic Energy Field and Magic Energy Fusion offer no help to individual combat power, which means that if a level 3 Magic Energy Mage wants to advance, they must fight a mutated beast with fireball technique while having the same physical attributes and 4 skills. The casualty rate will definitely be terrifyingly high. In this situation, the military leaders would certainly not allow Magic Energy Mages to advance. They could only convert higher-level professionals who had already reached certain levels through job change scrolls. And when low-level Magic Energy Mages become unsuitable to face higher-level demonic creatures in the army, they would face elimination. With a level deemed obsolete by the world, they would then be eliminated by the Magic Energy Mage Special Operations team. These currently level 3 or 4 higher-level professionals might still be at level 3 or 4 a few years later, eventually being retired or killed in battle by the military. Fang Wenhai fell silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "You've worked hard." Upon hearing this, Shen Yi, who was shooting fireballs, let out a hearty laugh. "Brothers, let them hear our slogan." Behind him, a synchronized voice rang out. "Invisible frontline, unsung heroes, selfless dedication, supreme glory. These are true soldiers, true warriors." The deterrent power of the Magic Energy Mage Special Operations team is quite terrifying. But the overwhelming Tier 5 two-legged lizards are definitely not something that a 1,000-member team of Magic Energy Mages can hold back. After all, relying solely on a super fireball, no matter how fast the firing speed, it simply cannot defend against the defenses of a small city, even if it's just one wall. Therefore, it has become inevitable that the Tier 5 lizard army will break through the heavy fire coverage and the blockade of super fireballs. Seeing this scene, Fang Wenhai decisively gave the order. Magic Energy Mage Special Operations Team, continue the attack. Fireballs are to be launched at the areas where the two-legged lizards are clustered. Heavy Shield Guardian Special Operations Team, prepare the first line of defense. Shadow Blade Team, stand by at all times and the remaining personnel retreat to other city walls or outposts to set up defenses. Be ready for urban warfare. Upon hearing Fang Wenhai's order, the professionals led by military super soldiers began to withdraw, leaving only the Magic Energy Mage Special Operations Team and the Heavy Shield Guardian Special Operations Team on the city wall, along with Commander Fang Wenhai. Beside Fang Wenhai, Cao Ling looked at the approaching two-legged lizards and shouted loudly, "Brothers, get ready, let them see our might." As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Ling directly raised his shield, simultaneously drawing a slightly short battle axe and quickly moved to the city's battlements. Raise shields. In an instant, a yellowish light shone. Shield Wall C-Grade Active Ability. Upon activation, this skill enhances the defense of the shield and strengthens the host's ability to resist being knocked down and enhances stability. This skill can connect with other shield walls. This is yet another Legion Warfare skill. However, there is a difference between Heavy Shield Guardians and Magic Energy Mages. Heavy Shield Guardians are not difficult to train because their Legion Warfare skills provide considerable assistance to individual combat power. The Tier 5 two-legged lizards charged forward rapidly. Their massive bodies, even when crouched, were already as high as half the city wall. As the terrifying form of the two-legged lizards drew closer, Cao Ling shouted, "Activate second skill!" With Cao Ling's command, the thousands of Heavy Shield Guardians immediately bent their knees, one hand holding the heavy shield and the other tightly gripping the short-handled battle axe, launching the skill together. Immovable C-Grade Active Ability. Upon activation, this skill continuously consumes stamina while making the host's body seem as if rooted to the ground, making it difficult for external forces to shake the host's body. The military had naturally detected the difficulty mentioned in the skill description. Once the Tier 3 Heavy Shield Guardians activated Immovable, it remained very hard for Tier 5 attacks to move these Heavy Shield Guardians. As Immovable took effect, the group of two-legged lizards was already within striking distance. The Tier 5 two-legged lizards are 50 meters long and nearly 20 meters tall. Moreover, their thick legs provide exceptional jumping ability. The height of the city wall is only 30 meters. This means that a Tier 5 two-legged lizard can jump onto the city wall with just one leap. The first two-legged lizard to charge forward bent its legs with great force, and then its massive body shot up like a cannonball towards the wall, simultaneously extending its long, thick tongue towards a Heavy Shield Guardian on the ground. What awaited it was the formidable battle axe from above. The Heavy Shield Guardian, who was the first to be caught by the lizard's long tongue, felt the immense force transmitted from the tongue. But under the power of the shield wall and Immovable, he merely stumbled a couple of steps before regaining his balance. Then he raised his short-handled battle axe and chopped at the slimy, foul-tasting tongue. The axe shimmered with light. Rending Strike D-Grade Active Ability. After activation, this skill adds a tearing effect to the attack and enhances the attack power of this strike. This is a very ordinary skill, and this third skill does not belong to the inherent skills of the profession, but is instead something added or comprehended through advancement later. This means that every Heavy Shield Guardian's third skill is different. The battle axe struck the tongue of the Tier 5 two-legged lizard, causing a bit of damage. However, the damage was not high enough to directly sever the tongue of the Tier 5 creature. Instead, the shield wall and Immovable played a huge role. Just as the two-legged lizard attempted to pull the captured Heavy Shield Guardian into its mouth to bite and consume him, it suddenly found that it couldn't pull him in. Instead, it was its own body that was knocked down by the reaction force, and it crashed heavily against the city wall. Then, what awaited this two-legged lizard was a continuous series of axe strikes. Professionals at Tier 3 Peak or Tier 4 Initial Stage would not normally be able to inflict damage on Tier 5 creatures. But the greatest advantage of professionals, or rather of humans, comes from their use of tools. The shields and battle axes uniformly distributed to Heavy Shield Guardians have been modified by researchers from the Academy of Sciences, using materials extracted and developed from higher-level equipment. In this context, the Heavy Shield Guardians wielding their sharp axes can inflict wounds on the bodies of the two-legged lizards. Moreover, the wounds are not small. The gleaming axes rapidly struck the bodies of the two-legged lizards, and each flash of light represented an attacking skill. In an instant, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The attack speed of the professionals is not slow, and with the support of the shield wall and Immovable, the damage that the two-legged lizards could inflict wasn't much. In just a few short seconds, this two-legged lizard had already met its end at the hands of a group of low-tier professionals. Then, the shield wall quickly morphed, restoring to the shape of the intact flesh wall. The second two-legged lizard continued to pounce. Boom! The massive body of the two-legged lizard crashed against the raised shield that was more than 1 meter high, producing a loud explosion. In the eyes of Tier 5 two-legged lizards, a shield over 1 meter high is just like a small pebble, but enhanced by the skill, the shield forcefully intercepted the charge of the Tier 5 two-legged lizard. The heavy shield guardian who was struck head-on did not retreat a single step, enduring the violent impact against his body. Although he exerted strength with his feet, transferring most of the force into the wall beneath him, the difference in strength between Tier 5 and Tier 3 creatures is simply too great. The heavy shield guardian who was struck immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and before he could even take out the healing potion hanging from him, he collapsed weakly to the ground. With a Tier 3 peak strength, directly confronting a mid-tier Tier 5 two-legged lizard comes at a price. Moreover, this scene is not an isolated incident. One lizard after another charged towards the outpost, either climbing directly up the city walls or leaping into the air with powerful legs, clashing with the heavy shield guardians stationed on the wall. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. Ultimately, 3rd and 4th tier professionals appeared somewhat weak when facing 5th tier lizards. Not to mention, the number of lizards was tens or even hundreds of times that of these professionals. However, the heavy shield guardians, who had been rigorously trained by the military, seemed to be rooted on top of the walls, using their shield walls and immobility to hold firm against the terrifying impacts, effectively intercepting the attacks at the city wall like a dam. At the same time, the Magic Energy Mage Special Operations team continuously launched super fireballs, reducing swathes of lizard groups to ashes. Hold on! Cao Ling wielded his heavy shield, forcefully pushing down a lizard in front of him off the city wall, then swiftly swung his axe, slicing the slippery tongue wrapped around him in half, and turned to shout loudly at Fang Wenhai. No way, we can't stop them. The difference in physical quality is just too great. Old Fang, decide quickly, do we run or fight? Hearing Cao Ling's words, Fang Wenhai quickly surveyed the battlefield. Although the heavy shield guardians had managed to hold the lizard horde at the outer side of the wall, these lizards had a commander. This meant that the lizards wouldn't just focus on one side of the wall and cluelessly keep charging against the heavy shield guardians' defenses. Currently, a large number of lizards had already flanked around to the sides and were climbing onto other walls. And it was predictable that the professionals on the other walls absolutely lacked the capability of the heavy shield guardians to intercept these 5th-tier demonic clan invaders. Realizing this, Fang Wenhai decisively issued a command. Heavy shield guardians, hold the rear. Magic energy mages, retreat first, directly exit the treasure land. The Magic Energy Mage Special Operations team was naturally far more precious than the heavy shield guardians, and since a retreat had been decided, sacrifices had to be made. Clearly, the mages were worth much more than these rough fighters. Upon receiving Fang Wenhai's order, Hanyue waved his hand and jumped down from the wall with the Magic Energy Mages stationed behind the heavy shield guardians, then sprinted towards the entrance of the treasure land at full speed. Hanyue didn't retreat first. Instead, he condensed a massive fireball and smashed the lizard in front of Cao Ling away, then asked Fang Wenhai, "What's next?" "Get off the city wall. We can't hold them anymore. Retreat quickly and engage in urban warfare with these guys." This decision was quite wise, because within just 5 minutes of contact with the lizards, the casualties of the Heavy Shield Guardian Special Operations team had already reached 1/5. It could be anticipated that in another 5 minutes, none of the Heavy Shield Guardians standing on the wall would be left alive. Hearing Fang Wenhai's command, Cao Ling quickly nodded and shouted aloud. Team 1 and Team 2, change formation and establish a defense line. The rest, descend from the city wall and prepare for urban warfare. As Cao Ling's voice echoed out, the heavy shield guardians on the wall swiftly changed their formation. Nearly 100 soldiers pressed to the front, activating all their skills to firmly block the lizards trying to climb the wall, while the remaining heavy shield guardians quickly deactivated their skills, turned, and jumped down from the wall, running into the complex alleys of the outpost. In just the time it took to cover the retreat, nearly half of the front line heavy shield guardians had already perished. This proved that Fang Wenhai's decision had some issues. He had underestimated the lizard's strength and overestimated the damage that 3rd and 4th tier professionals could inflict on the lizards. Given the current defensive situation, perhaps starting urban warfare from the beginning would have been much better. But the current situation obviously did not allow Fang Wenhai any feelings of regret. Just before the battle began, Lin Heifeng had already issued orders requiring Fang Wenhai to hold back the lizard assault with the existing personnel, so Fang Wenhai could only stand firm here. Fang Wenhai and Cao Ling were the last to jump down from the wall, watching as the last heavy shield guardian covering the rear was crushed underfoot by a massive lizard, causing Fang Wenhai's sense of unease to grow stronger. How long until the foreign reinforcements arrive? A voice came through the communicator. Still needs several dozen minutes. Faster, tell Commander Lin to hurry. We need reinforcements. We need top-tier strong fighters. The outpost is barely holding on. Quickly conveying the current situation of the outpost battle, Fang Wenhai followed closely behind Cao Ling and Shenyi as they headed towards the central castle. The rules of the outpost state that the side that destroys the central castle first wins. Under such battlefield rules, the city walls have no real symbolic significance. Due to their height, they simply couldn't serve their intended purpose. As for the large lizards, the walls were merely a small dirt slope. Under Fang Wenhai's command, the professionals on all sides of the walls had already abandoned the walls that were useless and turned to engage in urban combat with the lizards inside the complex city. The urban environment was not friendly for the lizards. Most of the city was built from high-intensity metal that was difficult for the lizards to destroy, and their large size made it hard for them to maneuver freely, while military professionals could scale walls and enter buildings to attack the lizards from various directions. Fang Wenhai, who arrived first at the central castle, looked down at the city through the window. Lizards were rapidly climbing into the city walls, and the Magic Energy Mage Special Operations team had already left in front of the Treasure Land entrance. A massive number of professionals were using the central castle as a base to continuously hunt down the lizards throughout the city's alleys. Although the lizards possessed the physical qualities of fifth-tier beings, their actual strength did not reach the fifth-tier level, as these creatures only had a splitting reproduction skill. Coupled with the urban battlefield environment being unfriendly to them, at this moment the battle was slightly tilting in favor of the military. Just a slight tilt, as more and more lizards climbed the walls and entered the outpost. While the lizards inside the outpost continued to split and reproduce, it was predictable that as time went on, the number of lizards would increase until they completely occupied the entire outpost. Connect me to Wen Yu. Connect to Wen Yu's communication. The communications soldier beside Fang Wenhai, who had just been responsible for issuing combat orders in the central castle, immediately linked to the channel of the communicator in Wen Yu's hand upon hearing Fang Wenhai's words. The crackling sound of static quickly passed, and then fierce sounds of battle along with Wen Yu's voice came through the communicator. What's going on? Wen Yu's team was not moving quickly, because the total assault of the bipedal lizards was definitely premeditated. Wen Yu did not know the exact number of bipedal lizards, but just by observing those that kept crawling out from underground, he realized that the number of level 4 bipedal lizards underground had surpassed all expectations. Wen Yu even felt that these creatures had completely hollowed out the land beneath the entire demonic city. After casually blasting a level 4 bipedal lizard, Wen Yu picked up the communicator that was vibrating incessantly. What's wrong? This is Fang Wenhai. How long until you reach the outpost? Estimated to need nearly 3 more hours. Our speed is too slow, and there are simply too many bipedal lizards. While Wen Yu spoke to Fang Wenhai, his movements did not stop. His weapon, Pulse, fired bullets rapidly. With Wen Yu's combat state having a physique score of 965, the power of Pulse was terrifying, and as his physical condition improved, the power of his soul attack also reached a horrifying level. Coupled with the enhancement effect of Pulse, these level 4 bipedal lizards, as long as they were grazed by Pulse's bullets, could hardly escape the fate of death. The outpost needs support. We can't hold on any longer. Hearing this, Wen Yu fell silent. Once the outpost falls, it would mean that the soldiers waiting outside the outpost would be trapped in the treasure land. After all, the exit to this treasure land was at the outpost. To get out, they would have to fight their way through a large group of level 5 bipedal lizards, and undoubtedly the difficulty of this act goes without saying. The outpost cannot fall. I'm heading back now, but I have hundreds of soldiers who have retreated from the front line behind me. What will happen to them? I will inform you of the position of the torrent. You first rendezvous with the torrent, let them take these people back to the outpost, and then you set off alone to quickly return to defend. Understood. Wen Yu simply responded and directly hung up the communicator. He looked at the location of the torrent team currently reported by the outpost on his tablet and quickly formulated a route. After a while, as Wen Yu changed direction at the forefront, the entire team of soldiers quickly advanced towards the location of the torrent. Watching more and more bipedal lizards crawling into the outpost from the walls, Fang Wenhai paced back and forth in the large conference room, but had no solution. At the same time, the situation in the outpost continued to be relayed to the conference room. East District 6 has fallen, and the remaining soldiers have retreated to East 5th District. The death toll is incalculable, and many soldiers are trapped in East District 6. West District 13 has fallen, and number 10 is missing. He must be dead. Northern District 10, due to the reinforcement of the heavy shield warriors, has currently stabilized the northern front, but the casualties are significant. One piece of news after another gathered in Fang Wenhai's hands, only adding to his sense of oppression. From the looks of it, perhaps in 20 minutes, all the soldiers in the outpost will be killed, and then the central castle will be breached, preventing any outside reinforcements from entering. Hearing the words of the staff officer beside him, Fang Wenhai sighed heavily. I have no other options. Without firearms, the strengths of both sides are simply not comparable. Fang Wenhai rubbed his temples and quickly organized his mindset before turning to the messenger beside him. Notify all fronts to hold their positions. We must at least hold on for another half an hour, and notify the Suicide Squad to mobilize. The Suicide Squad is a special combat unit established by the military in the outpost. Powerful, but if they make a major mistake, they would be assigned to the Suicide Squad specifically to respond to the most dangerous situations. Originally, this Suicide Squad had other uses, but the situation has reached a critical point. After issuing the order to deploy the Suicide Squad, Fang Wenhai continued, notify them to be ready to detonate nuclear weapons at any time. After giving this command, Fang Wenhai seemed to be drained, collapsing into a chair, gasping for breath. As soon as the pyramid of bipedal lizards burst out of the demonic city, the military had already prepared countermeasures. According to the calculations of the Tactical Command Department, even if the remaining force at the outpost could not defeat these bipedal lizards, holding out for an hour should not be a problem. It was precisely because of this estimation that Lin Heifeng had mobilized a large number of professionals and special operations teams into the treasure land of the outpost. However, the military did not estimate the lethality of these level 5 bipedal lizards and the ineffectiveness of firearms against demonic creatures. The current battlefield situation had exceeded the expectations of the Tactical Command Department, and self-detonating nuclear bombs was absolutely a last resort. Hearing Fang Wenhai's command, the expression of the communications soldier flickered with conflict, but then he decisively saluted and conveyed the orders below. Fang Wenhai stared blankly at the explosions heard outside the window, his mind replaying scenes of Hanyue and the torrent in battle. If one of you were here, it shouldn't be this bad, right? Before Fang Wenhai could finish his lament, the communications soldier returned once more, reporting an important piece of intelligence observed earlier. Sir, the demonic creature leading this group of bipedal lizards has crossed the city wall. Upon hearing this news, Fang Wenhai's eyes suddenly lit up. What direction? The eastern city wall. Hearing the location of the demonic entity, Fang Wenhai quickly began to think. In no time, he spoke to the communicator. What about the missiles? The missile troops have already evacuated the outpost. Fang Wenhai nodded in understanding. After the apocalypse, the difficulty of cultivating these technical troops was not small, so they naturally had to be preserved first, but it was a pity that missiles could not be used to blow that bipedal lizard's controller to smithereens. What Fang Wenhai did not know was that it was precisely because of the military's deterrent capability of long-range strikes that the demonic entity chose to enter the outpost, instead of wandering outside and becoming a target for the military's missiles or even nuclear bombs. After all, according to the demon species estimation, the military would never bomb themselves, right? Notify the Suicide Squad to change their combat objectives. Immediately break through the bipedal lizards in the eastern direction. Notify the Shadow Sting team to consider killing the bipedal lizard's controller and inform Number 8 to act according to circumstances. Issue them micro-nuclear bombs. Quickly issuing orders and watching the communicator hastily leave the conference room, Fang Wenhai felt hope rising in his eyes. If we can kill that demonic creature controlling the bipedal lizards, perhaps the bipedal lizard swarm will directly collapse. It's difficult, but it should create some chaos. The tactical commander beside him said calmly. Hearing this, Fang Wenhai nodded. What if? It is hard to say whether this decision is good or bad, or whether Fang Wenhai and the tactical commander's thoughts are correct. However, from the current situation, this decision indeed represents the hope of the remaining warriors in the outpost, and it is essentially the last lifeline for the entire outpost. At this moment, Fang Wenhai's communicator rang once again. I am Quang Liu. I have spotted Hanyue and the others' location. It is estimated that Hanyue will be able to return to the outpost in 5 minutes. Understood. Tell Hanyue to hurry up. Upon hearing this news, Fang Wenhai clenched his fist tightly. He briefly explained the current situation and directly ended the communication. Since the start of the battle, Fang Wenhai had received nothing but bad news, so receiving 2 pieces of good news all of a sudden made him extremely excited. After hanging up with Quang Liu, Fang Wenhai looked directly to the east. There, a nearly 60-meter-long peak-level fifth-tier bipedal lizard was slowly moving its body, occasionally devouring a professional warrior. On its head, two demonic creatures that looked like small black dots were faintly visible. Fang Wenhai's orders were relayed layer by layer, and in less than a minute, they reached a room not far from the central castle. In the small room, almost 30 people were crowded together. These were the suicide squad formed by the military in the treasure land of the outpost. After receiving Fang Wenhai's orders and equipment, the leading professional gestured to the surrounding team members, and then these professionals with various ranks quickly took out their weapons and charged out of the room. Outside the door, a newly born fourth-tier bipedal lizard was voraciously devouring the corpse of a military soldier. In a short period of time, the bipedal lizards had already reached this place. Seeing the bulging mass on the body of the fourth-tier lizard, the leading soldier took out a huge hand cannon from the spatial ring. Boom! A flash of fire flickered at the mouth of the cannon, and the head of the fourth-tier bipedal lizard shattered in response. After casually eliminating a fourth-tier demonic creature, the leading soldier showed no expression on his face, and even neglected to dig out the magic crystal from the lizard's corpse. He quickly advanced toward the east. Behind him, nearly 30 professionals quickly followed. In this small team, everyone was a fourth-tier professional. It must be said that if they were not strong, the military would never tolerate these troublemakers, even criminals, continuing to hold their ranks. The mission objective is to break through the blockade of the bipedal lizards to the east and directly kill that largest bipedal lizard. Everyone, it's time to make up for our mistakes. Upon hearing the captain's words, all members of the suicide squad immediately quickened their movements. About 30 fourth-tier professionals surged forward like a sharp dagger, forcefully piercing into the massive herd of bipedal lizards. These people had either committed unforgivable mistakes or violated military law, and being in this situation without being eliminated by the military, and instead entering the suicide squad, meant that none of them were weaklings. Additionally, due to the size difference between the human race and the bipedal lizards, this allowed these people to advance rapidly while being attacked by only a few lizards, and their attack strength was sufficient to take down a fifth-tier bipedal lizard in a short time when attacking simultaneously. Without spending much time, the suicide squad had already covered a distance of several kilometers, and they had not encountered any significant obstacles. This scene, of course, was also observed by the demonic entity. The demonic entity had a clear understanding of its own combat capabilities. Its race's combat power was not strong, and even when its demonic identity was taken into account, its individual combat ability could not compare to that of a normal fifth-tier creature. This also meant that the suicide squad, capable of taking down fifth-tier bipedal lizards, could likewise eliminate the demonic entity. After a brief contemplation, the demonic entity immediately emitted a mental wave. Sensing this mental wave, the nearby bipedal lizards suddenly moved. All the bipedal lizards in the eastern part of the outpost simultaneously dropped their combat targets in front of them, disregarding the attacks, and quickly crawled toward the direction of the suicide squad. Boom! A massive bullet struck the head of a fifth-tier bipedal lizard. Accompanied by flames and explosions, dozens of attack skills hit the bipedal lizard, instantly taking its life. However, there were simply too many of these bipedal lizards. A slippery tongue quickly wrapped around the body of the last professional. Before this professional could react, more tongues swiftly tightened around his body, and he was directly pulled away. Like a brilliant flower, blood sprayed everywhere in midair, then it withered. War is always accompanied by sacrifice. In just a few streets, the suicide squad lost more than a dozen lives and fought their way hard to the vicinity of the demonic entity. What they saw next was the demonic entity surrounded by layers of bipedal lizards. High above on the head of a peak-level fifth-tier bipedal lizard, the demonic entity gazed down at the humans like a king, surrounded by countless loyal troops. Looking at the ants before it, a cold smile curved at the corners of the demonic entity's mouth. Kill them! Perhaps to instill a deeper despair in the humans ahead, or perhaps to represent its own determination and irresistible will. Therefore, the demonic entity's voice was loud and spoken in Mandarin. With the strength of the demonic entity, learning a foreign language was not a difficult task. Of course, the bipedal lizards naturally did not understand Mandarin, but that did not prevent them from receiving the mental fluctuations contained in the words, so the bipedal lizards surrounding the demonic entity began to move. The number of attacking bipedal lizards was not large, as their massive size occupied a large area, but there were at least nearly 100, not to mention the reinforcements, continuously pouring in from the back. Seeing this scene, the remaining dozen members of the suicide squad fell silent for a moment, and the leading captain calmly said, Because of my poor decision, I have caused an entire regiment's strength to fall to the mutated beasts, and every day and night, the souls of those who have died because of me torment me. Now it is time for self-redemption. What about you?" As soon as the captain finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. "Indeed, it is time for redemption, but I prefer the term atonement. So witness me." Before the words could finish, a strong figure charged straight towards the incoming bipedal lizards, and along with the words, "Witness me," this man pulled the trigger on the miniature nuclear bomb in his hand. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed as the miniature nuclear bomb, after being demon-enhanced by the Academy of Sciences, erupted in blinding white light. Then flames surged, and the surrounding bipedal lizards were blasted away. Amidst the blazing fire, a white light barrier surged out from the smoke and airwaves, racing towards the position of the demonic entity. Unstoppable. Seeing this scene, the demonic entity instantly squinted its eyes. It was obvious that facing the suicide attacks from these creatures, the demonic entity was under considerable pressure. After a moment of thought, the demonic entity gave up the idea of releasing a war fog. Although the war fog was quite useful, it consumed a significant amount of stamina. After the demonic entity had released many other enhancement skills, it had little stamina left, and the remaining stamina needed to be reserved for its life-saving skills. This was also the demonic entity's trump card after losing the protection of the demonic energy array when it dared to charge into the outpost. Fall back! The spiritual wave of the demonic entity was transmitted into the minds of the two-legged lizards beneath it. Unfortunately, amidst the overwhelming swarm of two-legged lizards, the large mount of the demonic entity moved very slowly. However, this scene stimulated the distant Suicide Squad. Without needing the Suicide Squad captain to say anything further, two figures rushed forward quickly, one on the left and one on the right. Amidst two earth-shattering explosions, the two-legged lizards blocking the front were once again blasted open, creating a massive gap. "Speed up," the voice of the Suicide Squad captain was steady and resolute. While the protective device approved by the military had already consumed more than half of its energy. Hearing the captain's command, the Suicide Squad quickened their pace once again, and then two figures swiftly charged forward. "Damn it, you idiot, hurry up!" Rude words were spat from the demonic entity's mouth as the two-legged lizard beneath it swung its huge tail, directly sweeping away the nearby two-legged lizards. Then its thick thighs picked up speed, trying to distance itself from the increasingly close Suicide Squad. However, the two-legged lizards continued to pour in from the front, inevitably slowing down the demonic entity's speed. Those idiots! Although it was clear that there was enough time and the chance of the Suicide Squad killing it was low, the demonic entity still felt a bit irritated. An angry roar emerged from the demonic entity, and then it suddenly issued a command. With the transmission of its spiritual wave, the two-legged lizards surrounding it scattered, clearing a path ahead for the demonic entity. Seeing this, the demonic entity finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at the increasingly loud explosions, cursing angrily. "Hurry up, hurry up!" It was evident that this demonic entity was a bit timid and reluctant to sacrifice itself. Without the protection of the demonic energy array, a Suicide Squad's suicidal attack could make the demonic entity dart around like a rabbit. The mount that received the demonic entity's command accelerated to peak level 5 speed. Without the interference of surrounding two-legged lizards, the mount's movement speed soared, at least much faster than the heavily obstructed Suicide Squad. It wasn't until the demonic entity reached the base of the city wall that the mount finally slowed down. The demonic entity adjusted its direction, silently watching the Suicide Squad making its last struggle in the distance, unable to help but grin a sinister smile. "I'm not that easy to kill," as if sensing the mocking tone of the demonic entity from afar. The last remaining member of the Suicide Squad, holding the dimming protective device, calmly pulled out 2 micro-nuclear bombs from the spatial ring, and with a strange smile directed at the position of the demonic entity, he remarked, "Mission accomplished. Now it's time for you demonic spawns to witness my moment." Boom! A massive explosion erupted, the flames soaring into the sky, and the shockwave blasted away the two-legged lizards that had just surrounded the white light barrier. The enormous noise and the incoming dust made the demonic entity furrow its brows, then it turned its head away to avoid the dust and blinding flames. At that moment, a black shadow abruptly flashed out from the shadows at the base of the wall, and the figure became clearer, with a short sword glinting with cold light in hand. All of this happened in an instant, and it was behind the demonic entity and its mount. A silent assassination. Profession: Shadow Sting Skill 1, Shadow Veil B rank active ability, Concealed in the shadows, it does not reveal its size, sound, smell, or any other information that could expose its location, while allowing slow movement through continuous shadows. However, once an attack is launched, it will immediately reveal its figure, and for the next 10 minutes it cannot enter the shadow veil state again. This is the military's Shadow Blade team, a specialized assassination unit hidden like a snake in the shadows. And it is evident that when the members of the Shadow Blade team reveal themselves, the 10-minute cooldown for Shadow Veil is enough to ensure this assassin is as good as dead. They are one-time consumables. Long before the demonic creatures breached the city wall, Fang Wenhai had arranged for the Shadow Blade team to hide in the shadows at the base of the wall, aimed at assassinating the demonic entity. Of course, at that time, Fang Wenhai was not certain whether the demonic entity would enter the outpost, but that did not hinder the application of the Shadow Blade team. Even if the demonic entity did not come, the Shadow Blade team, with their ability to veil in shadows, could easily return from the encirclement. And when the demonic entity had just appeared, the Shadow Blade team had quietly moved in the shadows at the base of the wall, advancing to the location of the demonic entity. And at the moment the demonic entity thought it was safe, they launched a violent attack. The cold glint at its neck made the demonic entity gasp in shock. The demonic entity was at level 5, and as a demonic entity, its racial advantage should inherently be quite strong. Under equal physical qualities, the demonic entity's physical quality should at least far exceed that of an ancient demon, not to mention that of a human. However, this race developed by the demonic clan, specifically used to control the Baru demon beasts, was so weak that weak was an understatement. Even with its identity as a demonic entity, its racial advantage was hardly better than that of a human. This meant that the physical quality of this demonic entity was comparable to that of a level 5 practitioner with the same physical quality, adding to the fact that its skill combination was utterly useless in a one-on-one confrontation. At this moment, the demonic entity seemed incredibly vulnerable against the assassination of the Shadow Blade team. "Help me!" A cry filled with intense fear erupted from the demonic entity, and at the same time, a wave of spiritual energy abruptly spread out, enveloping the entire surrounding area of the outpost. All the two-legged lizards nearby immediately turned and advanced toward the direction of the demonic entity, even at the cost of enduring attacks from military practitioners. It was clear that under the pressure of life and death, the demonic entity's decision-making had gone awry, completely disregarding its original strategic goal, destroying the outpost. Unfortunately, the recent combat effectiveness of the Suicide Squad had taken effect at this moment. Around the demonic entity, apart from its mount, there were no two-legged lizards left. As the sharp short sword approached rapidly, the demonic entity felt a surge of panic. The assassination came too suddenly. In a flash, it activated its 5th skill, Damage Transfer A rank active ability. Consumes a large amount of stamina to transfer the damage it receives to a designated target. This designated target was the Baru demon beast beneath it. However, this skill had little effect, because the Baru demon beast had a powerful combat instinct. Its thick, slippery tongue quickly wrapped around the flying assassin, and with a whoosh, the assassin was swallowed whole by the two-legged lizard. The sound of crunching echoed from the two-legged lizard's mouth, accompanied by a torrent of fresh blood gushing out, as the demonic entity exhaled a long breath of foul air. Unfortunately, just as the demonic entity was about to finish exhaling, a loud explosion interrupted it. A burst of fire suddenly erupted from the mouth of the two-legged lizard, followed by a cloud of smoke and thick black blood spraying out of its mouth. The gurgling cries of pain reached the ears of the demonic entity, which looked down in panic at its mount. The only other combat unit beside it, that had collapsed to the ground, fear increasingly etched in its eyes. The target for damage transfer was killed. Its ability to transfer damage was temporarily invalidated. It could now be harmed. All these thoughts made the demonic entity grow more and more fearful. This fear even clouded its mind, severing its thoughts of releasing skills. Then the demonic entity could no longer unleash its skills. A shadow appeared suddenly from behind, wrapping around the demonic entity in an instant. Shadow Sealing S-Rank active ability consumes half of its stamina to seal all S-Rank and below skills of the opponent for 5 minutes. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. The glimmering short sword darted toward the demonic entity, and this time there was no two-legged lizard to rescue it. Fortunately, the recent shadow sealing had reminded the demonic entity. This new figure's attack was not an assassination, but a full-on assault, so the demonic entity was somewhat mentally prepared. Sadly, mental preparation was one thing, but having the capability to cope was another. As the demonic entity watched the approaching short sword, its hands waved frantically, and it mumbled something incomprehensible. A level 5 demonic entity. Facing a level 4 human assassin, it acted like a small girl about to be shot by a tough man. Fortunately, there was still a demonic creature beside it. The black-skinned demon creature had been behaving like a coward since the demonic entity appeared. The demonic entity had intended to bring the black-skinned demon creature along to better understand human affairs and intelligence, though the black-skinned demon creature didn't know much. The black-skinned demon creature, usually safe when following the demonic entity, had to step up at this moment. Seeing the demonic entity's panicked state facing the assassination, the black-skinned demon creature understood that if it did nothing, both it and the demonic entity would surely meet a gruesome fate. The black-skinned demon creature had decent physical qualities, at least better than a level 4 shadow sting, but its innate weakness meant it had no advantage against the assassin. Moreover, the black-skinned demon creature had only a blood beast skill and nothing else. However, the black-skinned demon creature's brave resistance against the strong assault brought the demonic entity back to its senses. Although my stamina is low and my skills are sealed, I'm a freaking level 5 demonic entity. A simple thought flashed through the demonic entity's mind, and it suddenly realized. It seemed that, in terms of individual combat power, it wasn't actually weak, and the Baru demon beast was quickly returning to assist, as long as it could hold on for a few more seconds. So the demonic entity stood up strongly, its gaze towards the assassin growing colder and colder. But the next moment the demonic entity's newfound strength was shattered. Dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the shadows on the walls, their uniformly styled short swords glinting with the light of death, and these shadow stings leapt onto the fallen Baru demon beast, directly pouncing toward the demonic entity. Seeing this scene, the despair in the eyes of the black-skinned demon creature deepened, its movements slowed, and in a moment of carelessness it was directly stabbed by the short sword of the opposite assassin. The despair in the demonic entity's eyes grew even more profound, knowing that facing a dozen level 3 and 4 professionals, it had no chance of survival, which ignited its ferocity. As for surrendering to the human race, its identity as a demonic entity and the black crystal on its head had already cut off that possibility. In its mind, it issued its final command to all the Baru demon beasts, "Come here. Kill these sneaky bastards." The demonic entity charged forward while shouting in demon realm language, "For the demonic clan!" Its 4 little legs scurried quickly, but unfortunately it was really slow, while its 2 short arms attempted to attack the approaching humans, only to be brutally stabbed in the head by a short sword. "So weak," the Shadow Sting leader, who had just slain the demonic entity with a single sword, said in disbelief. Initially, the Shadow Sting leader thought that although the demonic entity's strength was not too strong, it was still a level 5, so it couldn't be this useless. Thus, the original plan was for the first Shadow Sting to self-destruct and kill the mount. Then the second, with sealing ability, would seal the demonic entity's skills, followed by the remaining Shadow Stings attacking together to eliminate the demonic entity. Once these assassins made their move, their shadow concealment ability would be ineffective, and they would be met with a mass assault from the 2-legged lizards. They had even prepared for death, but unexpectedly. The demonic entity was too weak. From another perspective, most of these Shadow Stings died for nothing. There's nothing to be done, but at least the mission was accomplished. A figure suddenly appeared beside the Shadow Sting captain and raised the miniature nuclear bomb in its hand. "Well then, I won't stay here any longer. I'll leave this thing with you." After saying this, Number 8 handed the miniature nuclear bomb to the Shadow Sting captain. This assassination required numerous conditions and coincidences. To address all possible issues, Number 8 was the military's last resort for assassinating demonic entities. If an unexpected situation arose, Number 8 would launch a suicidal attack against the demonic entity with its terrifying assassination skills. But now it seemed Number 8 was unnecessary. The captain nodded, his expression complex as he looked at the approaching group of bipedal lizards and slowly spoke. "You go ahead. I didn't expect this guy to be so weak. It's really frustrating to bury this weakling with him." No. 8 didn't say anything further, just walked to the side of the demonic entity, preparing to handle its corpse. He raised his short sword and aimed it at the black crystal on the demonic entity's forehead to dig it out. Then, no. 8 frowned. After the crystal was removed, the black light on it suddenly flickered, and then the crystal shrank at a visible speed, quickly turning into a black smoke that slowly vanished. This is inconsistent with the information from the Academy of Sciences. What specific information the Academy had given Number 8, the others naturally did not know. Looking at the already disappeared black crystal, no. 8 hesitated for a moment and quickly put the entire body of the demonic entity into the spatial ring, then turned to glance at the Shadow Sting team before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the bipedal lizards in the distance were getting closer. Watching the grotesque bipedal lizards charging towards them, the Shadow Sting team captain let out a deep breath. Due to his misjudgment leading to the death of his teammates, the captain felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. As for now, the surrounding Shadow Stings all drew their short swords, trying to make a final struggle. "Brothers, today?" Before the Shadow Sting captain could finish his sentence, a huge sonic boom swept in from behind, interrupting his thoughts. In the next second, what the Shadow Stings saw was a large, dark shadow plummeting from the sky, crashing hard into the oncoming bipedal lizard group. In midair, Hanyue, dressed in a black windbreaker, was free-falling from a height of 100 meters before crashing heavily in front of the Shadow Sting team. He lightly brushed off the dust on his body, then a voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Did anyone tell me why these bipedal lizards are rushing towards here?" The roar of a wild song resonated, reverberating with a thunderous boom. Hanyue easily dispatched a level 5 bipedal lizard, leading the Shadow Sting team as they fought and retreated, successfully luring most of the encroaching bipedal lizards away from the outpost. Strictly speaking, the command issued by the demonic entity before its death played a great role. These bipedal lizards were strictly following the demonic entity's command, trailing behind the Shadow Sting team without stopping, and the crisis at the outpost was surprisingly resolved so simply. Of course, this was not a long-term solution. The mental fluctuations of the demonic entity before its death could not last forever. Combined with the frustrating intelligence of the bipedal lizards, it wouldn't be long before these creatures would break free from the command issued before the demonic entity's death and go out of control. They would consume any life that was not of their kind. "Big Boss, save me!" Up ahead, Xing and the Cyclops were loudly calling out to Hanyue, their bodies ensnared by the bipedal lizards and unable to move. Xing was all right. The demon dragon armor greatly enhanced his defensive capabilities, making it difficult for even level 5 bipedal lizards to injure him easily. But the Cyclops had it worse. His body was covered in bites, bloodied and mangled. The effects of his Destiny Fight ability and the Flesh and Blood chapter had significantly improved his physical condition. According to the Cyclops, he felt like he could take on 10 of them now. Unfortunately, there were far more than 10 bipedal lizards on site. Breaking out of combat mode and recalling both spirit pets, Hanyue led the Shadow Sting team in a mad dash outward. "By the way, does that mean you killed the demonic entity?" The Shadow Sting team captain nodded, having certainly heard of Hanyue's name. "What about the corpse?" It was taken by number 8, and the black crystal on the demonic entity's head disappeared the moment it was dug out. The black crystal symbolizing the identity of the demonic entity was undoubtedly significant. In many respects, that black crystal was even more precious than the magic crystal inside the demonic entity's head. Upon hearing this news, Hanyue's brow furrowed. The only demonic entity Hanyue had killed, the ancient demon entity, had been consumed by Xing, so that crystal was naturally unattainable. However, he hadn't expected that this type of crystal would directly vanish upon falling off. These thoughts flashed through Hanyue's mind, and then he decided to put them aside. Moreover, this issue was not something he intended to understand. "Then, do you have any bodily tissues from the fallen demonic entity? Even a drop of blood would be fine." The Shadow Sting captain nodded, waving the short sword in his hand. On it, the black blood had already begun to dry. While attracting the bipedal lizards in the outpost as far away as possible, Hanyue activated the 4th soul realm and summoned Faceless. Faceless had originally been working hard near the outpost, but as the pyramid of bipedal lizards advanced towards the outpost, Hanyue immediately summoned Faceless back. After devouring a large amount of flesh and blood, Faceless's body became more elastic. According to Hanyue and the Academy's estimates, Faceless was close to leveling up. Receiving the short sword handed to him by the Shadow Sting captain, Hanyue carefully scraped off the black bloodstains and directly placed them on Faceless's body. Then, Faceless's body suddenly fluctuated. After the black bloodstains entered Faceless's body, it vibrated violently for a moment. After a while, everything returned to peace, and Faceless remained unchanged. I don't know if it's because the bloodline of the demonic entity is not replicable or because of insufficient level, but in any case, the plan to use Faceless to replicate the demonic entity and control the bipedal lizards has failed. Hanyue himself was unaware of the demonic entity's level. In fact, even these Shadow Sting team members did not know the demonic entity's level, because the performance of the demonic entity was simply too weak. Furthermore, the 5th skill of the demonic entity hadn't played any role at all. In the military's information, the demonic entity only had 4 skills. Directly reporting this information to Fang Wenhai, when you put away Faceless and quickly turned to shoot. The number of bipedal lizards behind was too overwhelming, but their quality was lacking. Even level 5 bipedal lizards didn't measure up in Wen Yu's eyes. This strategy of fighting while running was sufficient for Wen Yu to rack up a considerable number of points. As for the corpses of the fallen bipedal lizards, aside from Xing and the Cyclops occasionally tearing off a piece of flesh, Wen Yu couldn't attend to anything else, not even having time to dig up any magic crystals. Upon hearing that Wen Yu had returned, especially since the group of bipedal lizards had been lured out of the city by the Shadow Sting team, Fang Wenhai couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. What a stroke of luck. The death of the demonic entity meant that the crisis at the outpost had been temporarily lifted. At least, they could now wait for reinforcements from other countries to arrive at the outpost. The chaos caused by the bipedal lizard swarm had briefly alleviated the crisis at the outpost, but this method was merely a stopgap measure. To completely clear out all the bipedal lizards at the outpost, relying solely on the military would likely be quite dangerous. Fang Wenhai pondered for a moment and took out his communication device once again to inquire about the battle losses on various fronts, as well as for updates on Wen Yu's information. At this time, Wen Yu was leading the entire Shadow Sting team, riding on the star and continuously circling in the sky. From time to time, a few slick tongues shot toward them quickly, but they couldn't reach the star, which was hovering hundreds of meters above the ground. This demonstrated the importance of air superiority. The star occasionally spewed out dragon flame downwards, while Wen Yu stood atop the star, continuously firing down, with both him and his companion actively racking up points. Meanwhile, the captain of the Shadow Sting team was communicating with Fang Wenhai about the situation, while constantly observing the movements of the bipedal lizards from the air. In the distance, a large number of bipedal lizards were surging forward, intent on carrying out the last command issued by the demonic entity before its death: eliminate the Shadow Sting team. Unfortunately, they could not fly and could only trail behind the star, being pulled farther away from the outpost by Wen Yu. Wen Yu kept picking off the 5th-level bipedal lizards below, and these dead lizards were quickly devoured by their kin, producing a large number of lower-level bipedal lizards. Thus, even though Wen Yu's killing speed was not slow, the number of bipedal lizards on the ground continued to increase. Moreover, the most troublesome aspect was that these newly spawned bipedal lizards did not follow closely behind the star. Instead, they headed straight for the outpost, where the smell of blood was the strongest. According to Wen Yu's estimation, it seemed these bipedal lizards had not received the commands before the demonic entity's death. After a brief communication with Fang Wenhai, the two quickly reached a consensus. Wen Yu continued to kill the bipedal lizards, but not at too fast a pace, allowing these newly spawned lizards to race toward the outpost. After all, these newborn lizards were not 5th level, and their numbers were sparse and uncoordinated. For the remaining professionals at the outpost, dealing with these creatures would be relatively easy, and Wen Yu was happy to do the military a favor. The crisis at the outpost was temporarily lifted, but this temporary reprieve clearly came sooner than everyone expected. After Wen Yu had led the massive swarm of bipedal lizards for about 30 minutes, the group of bipedal lizards below suddenly erupted into chaos. Countless bipedal lizards were making a ruckus, their sounds chaotic and disordered. Meanwhile, those bipedal lizards further away suddenly turned around, rapidly crawling toward the outpost where the smell of blood was strongest. Only a few bipedal lizards remained, still chasing after the delicacy that was within reach. Seeing this scene, Wen Yu immediately took out his communicator and connected to Fang Wenhai's channel. The original plan has failed. The bipedal lizards are heading back to the outpost. Fang Wenhai on the other end fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. It doesn't matter anymore. Reinforcements are on the way. Okay, then I'll do my own thing, Wen Yu replied before hanging up. His so-called own thing now consisted of only one task: killing as many bipedal lizards as possible below. Turning around, Wen Yu looked at the Shadow Sting team. Now, everyone, it's time to reap the rewards. Then the star charged down towards the ground like a shooting star. After ending the communication with Wen Yu, Fang Wenhai gazed solemnly at the images transmitted from the drone. Countless bipedal lizards of varying levels were rapidly advancing toward the outpost, their dense numbers on the screen causing Fang Wenhai to frown. How long until the foreign reinforcements arrive? According to Akado, they will need about 10 more minutes. Fang Wenhai estimated briefly and nodded lightly. 10 minutes wasn't a long time, and the bipedal lizards at the outpost had already been lured away by Wen Yu. 10 minutes would not be enough for these creatures to return to the outpost. This meant that Fang Wenhai's mission to hold the outpost had been successful. With this thought, Fang Wenhai couldn't help but let out a long sigh and turned to walk outside. At the entrance to the treasure land of the outpost, the ground was covered in blood, with red and black blood splattered everywhere, slowly seeping into the ground. These were the traces left from the recent defense effort. With the last command from the demonic entity dead, the once heavily guarded entrance to the treasure land had returned under military control. At this moment, a large number of soldiers and weapons had been redeployed to the outpost, and the recently departed Magic Energy Mage Special Operations team had returned to the treasure land. This also meant that the second round of battle was about to commence. However, this time, the scale of the battle would surely undergo some slight changes. Fang Wenhai stood at the entrance to the treasure land, frequently checking the movements of the bipedal lizards on his tablet, while the countdown for Akado to open the treasure land had already begun. Behind Fang Wenhai, the blood-soaked Cao Ling spoke out angrily. "I say there's no need to let people from other countries in. We can hold the fort ourselves. Why should we let other countries benefit from this?" Beside him, Hanyue joked, "Oh, I didn't expect you, the butcher, to be such a hothead. Cut it out. Have you ever heard the saying, 'Those outside my race will have different hearts'? I can't stand those foreign devils." All right, enough of that. It's very necessary to allow troops and forces from other countries into the treasure land. The death toll has already exceeded expectations. In the last defense battle, our military suffered significant losses, and if we have to do it again, the military's gains and expenses in this treasure land won't be proportional. It's good for others to share some of the pressure for us. Upon hearing Fang Wenhai's words, Cao Ling fell silent. During the brief battle just now, at least 1/3 of the Heavy Shield Guardian Special Operations team under his command had been killed, and if they had to face another round, it was likely that the entire Heavy Shield Guardian unit would perish in this treasure land, let alone other professionals. Such losses would undoubtedly be unbearable for the military. Amid this somewhat oppressive and silent atmosphere, the exit to the treasure land suddenly expanded from nearly 30 meters high to over 200 meters. Then a slender figure with blonde hair and blue eyes emerged from the entrance to the treasure land. Inside the gathering place in Beijing, Lin Heifeng hung up the satellite communication with overseas and looked at the battle report that had just been sent to him, unable to help but rub his forehead. The casualties are more severe than expected. In fact, the ferocity of the bipedal lizard group completely exceeded Lin Heifeng's expectations. He downed the tea in front of him, frowning as he pondered something. After a while, there was a knock at the office door, and Lin Heifeng's new assistant walked in. "Commander Lin, Caldo will open the entrance to the treasure land in 1 minute." Hearing this news, Lin Heifeng nodded. "Inform Fang Wenhai that the forces from the United States, Russia, Europe, and Japan will head to the outpost. I've also moved Sequence 5 to the outpost. Let Fang Wenhai coordinate to prevent any mishaps." "Understood, sir." The assistant saluted Lin Heifeng and then continued, "Sir, there's one more thing. The Information Department has made some progress on the cult of the demon worshippers investigation. It may involve Peng Jun." Upon hearing this news, Lin Heifeng nodded, waved his hand to signal the assistant to leave, then took out a communication device resembling a mobile phone with caution, hesitating for a long time before dialing a number. Beep, beep, the busy tone rang continuously, but Lin Heifeng showed no signs of impatience. After a while, a calm voice came from the other end of the line. "Commander Lin, is there something you need?" Accompanying this sentence were intense explosion sounds and the sound of bones breaking. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Heifeng finally spoke. "The matters regarding the cult of the demon worshippers have yielded results. Their headquarters may be in the gathering place of Demon City." Upon hearing this news, the voice on the other end fell silent for a brief moment before responding. "Understood. Please continue the investigation, Commander Lin. Once the intelligence is confirmed, I will take action immediately. By the way, I heard that your outpost treasure land is facing some issues. Do you really not need my assistance?" "No need." "That's good. Also, don't contact me in the near future. I'm very busy on my end. If I have time, I will return to Huaxia to resolve the issue with the cult of the demon worshippers." After saying this, the call on the other end was hung up, leaving Lin Heifeng sitting in the office, his expression fluctuating, deep in thought. In the outpost, as the golden-haired, blue-eyed figure was transported into the treasure land, Fang Wenhai also caught a glimpse of the foreigner's full appearance. Standing at least 1.8 meters tall, the pure black tight combat suit accentuated her graceful figure perfectly. Indeed, this was a stunning beauty. Her long golden hair draped over her shoulders, seemingly radiating a metallic sheen, and her fair skin and alluring red lips exuded deadly charm. However, the large metal box on her back slightly diminished her overall beauty. Seeing Fang Wenhai and others sizing her up, the golden-haired woman immediately flashed a charming smile at Fang Wenhai, puffed out her chest, and shook her two large assets slightly. Then with her red lips slightly parted, she said, "Hey guys, good-looking? Ahem." Fang Wenhai understood English, and upon hearing this, he couldn't help but flush and cough twice. Beside him, Cao Ling, seeing the golden-haired beauty, couldn't help but swallow and muttered, "This stunning beauty! Those legs, that chest, that butt, that face, enough for me to enjoy for a lifetime." Cao Ling's crude remarks drew a sharp elbow from Fang Wenhai. "Lower your voice, you're too loud," Cao Ling continued mumbling. "She doesn't understand Chinese anyway." His voice dropped significantly. After handling the uncouth Cao Ling, Fang Wenhai turned back and spoke in English to the golden-haired beauty. "Welcome, foreign friend. I am Fang Wenhai, the chief commander of the outpost." After a brief self-introduction, Fang Wenhai looked at the golden-haired woman once again. At this moment, the golden-haired woman was seriously observing the practitioners coming and going in the outpost, and she glanced at the remaining corpses of the bipedal lizards. Hearing Fang Wenhai's introduction, she turned and smiled. "Hello, everyone. My name is Claire, the strongest in the United States military human race ranking 6. The greeting was spoken in English, while the latter part was in fluent Chinese with clear enunciation. Then Claire looked at Cao Ling and, covering her mouth slightly, smiled as she said, "Warrior, I like strong men like you." This scene left Fang Wenhai and others dumbfounded. After a moment, Cao Ling muttered, "Am I being flirted with?" Before anyone could say anything further, countless soldiers in U.S. military uniforms surged in from the Treasure Land entrance, along with an array of heavy firepower being delivered into the Treasure Land. Seeing this, Fang Wenhai frowned slightly but did not say anything further. Before the apocalypse, the United States, as the only superpower in the world, along with its world police status, indeed had military firepower and equipment superior to the Huaxia military. However, the quality of their practitioners was already significantly inferior compared to the current military personnel. Only Claire was a Tier 4 practitioner, while the other soldiers only reached a Tier 3 peak at most. The outpost Treasure Land had been held by the military for more than half a month, and the effect was indeed considerable. Seeing that Fang Wenhai did not say much, Claire nodded and spoke. "This is also preparation for our upcoming war, and I hope Mr. Fang won't mind." Fang Wenhai hesitated for a moment, but still waved his hand. Observing Fang Wenhai's gesture, Claire smiled slightly and stepped forward, directly in front of Fang Wenhai. Then, her rosy lips gently brushed against Fang Wenhai's ear as she whispered in a sultry voice, "Well then, Mr. Fang, would you mind taking me to see this outpost?" As soon as she finished speaking, Claire gazed into Fang Wenhai's eyes from a very intimate distance, while her fair fingers gently slid up and down his chest, and her pink tongue peeked out to lightly lick her lips. Unfortunately, for Fang Wenhai to sit in the position of chief commander at the outpost, it would be foolish to say he was easily tempted without having mid-level skills. Lin Haifeng should seriously reflect on his judgment in choosing people. Feeling an itch in his chest, Fang Wenhai frowned and said sternly, "Miss Claire, I've heard that the greeting customs abroad differ from ours, but your greeting seems a bit too enthusiastic, doesn't it?" It was obvious that Fang Wenhai meant, "You should be more respectful." However, Claire remained unmoved, continuously casting flirtatious glances at Fang Wenhai, until another figure walked out from the entrance of the Treasure Land. "Hi, bitch, see you again. Wow, your chest is big." With the not-so-fluent English spoken, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted from the entrance of the Treasure Land. The crude words and hearty laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Once the white light of the teleportation dissipated, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Treasure Land, stronger than Cao Ling. The man was in his 30s, wearing only a loose pair of beach shorts, and his half-naked body was covered in thick dark hair. His robust muscles bulged and trembled slightly with his movements, exuding a wild aura. Upon hearing the voice from behind, Claire rolled her eyes, quickly put on a charming smile, and turned to face the newly appeared muscular man. "Hi, Andrei, nice to see you again. It seems like your balls have grown back." Hearing Claire's words, Andrei's expression stiffened, clearly indicating that some wonderful events had transpired between them before. Seeing this, Fang Wenhai decisively interrupted their conversation. "Foreign friends, welcome to the outpost Treasure Land. I think your attention shouldn't be on things like balls and chests, as intelligence suggests that the two-legged lizard group is not far from the outpost. So shall I take you all to take a look?" Upon hearing Fang Wenhai's words, Andrei nodded, his expression slightly more serious, while Claire fiercely gave Andrei a middle finger. At that moment, two more figures flashed past the entrance of the Treasure Land. Seeing one of the figures, a man carrying an ancient long sword, Fang Wenhai let out a light sigh. By now he could tell that this group ranked him, their chief commander, very lowly. Under such circumstances, his role as the outpost chief commander was merely akin to that of a tour guide. Fang Wenhai faced an awkward situation where he had no strong allies by his side and lacked authority in speech. Fortunately, the newly arrived man with the long sword effectively resolved this issue. Let me introduce, this is a strong individual from our military, Yang Pengguang, also ranked Sequence 5 in the human race, currently belonging to our military Sequence 2 and Sequence 3, executing a mission in this treasure land. Sequence 2 should return when the two-legged lizards launch their attack. Sequence 5, Yang Pengguang walked expressionlessly to Fang Wenhai's side and nodded at the three people in front of him. Fang Wenhai continued, "This lady is Miss Claire, affiliated with the United States military, Sequence 6. As soon as he finished speaking, Claire immediately showed a charming smile to Yang Pengguang and said in a flirtatious tone, "Just call me Claire. I like cold and handsome guys like you, Pengguang." Hearing Claire's words, Yang Pengguang didn't show much reaction, only giving a slight nod. Meanwhile, Andrei muttered from the side, "I'm Andrei, affiliated with the Russian military, Sequence 7. Yang Pengguang examined Andrei seriously for a few moments, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Then the group turned their gaze to the figure who had entered the treasure land with Yang Pengguang. The young man, dressed in plain clothes, tall and slim, had delicate features, and his obvious Adam's apple indicated his gender. At not even 20 years old, he gave off a pleasant impression. Noticing the slightly scrutinizing gazes from the others, the young man appeared somewhat nervous, cleared his throat, and performed a 90-degree bow, speaking in a slightly androgynous voice. "I'm Suzuki Masao, 18 years old. Before the apocalypse, I was an ordinary high school student in Japan. Now, I belong to the Japan Self-Defense Forces with the rank of Colonel, Sequence 9 in the human race." His somewhat lengthy self-introduction made everyone feel a bit awkward, as they all thought, "What you did before the apocalypse has nothing to do with me." Suzuki Mas might have sensed that he somewhat dampened the originally lively self-introduction atmosphere. He lifted his head to find his face flushed red as if it were about to bleed. Seeing this, Fang Wenhai coughed twice and quickly said, "Let's head to the front line. Once we repel this wave of attacks, we can discuss the upcoming tasks." The others nodded, briefly recognizing Fang Wenhai's position as the chief commander of the outpost treasure land. A message came through the communicator from Fang Wenhai. Reinforcements from other countries at the outpost had already arrived. According to Fang Wenhai, based on the new deployment and the number of professionals compared to the incoming two-legged lizards, the task of defending the outpost was no longer difficult. Wen Yu's goal was to intercept demonic creatures and eliminate high-level two-legged lizards. In the distance, the military's missile artillery began to attack again. This time, without the command of demonic entities, the two-legged lizards appeared chaotic and disorganized. Wen Yu was also enjoying a leisurely time, constantly circling and hunting in the rear of the two-legged lizards with 3 spirit pets and the entire Shadow Sting team. The war erupted rapidly, but the power gap between the two sides was infinitely narrowed. A large number of low-level two-legged lizards rushed towards the outpost without any strategy and were continuously wiped out by the human soldiers. Under the circumstances, where the level 5 two-legged lizards were being hunted down by 4 super-strong individuals at the outpost, the two-legged lizards couldn't even scale the city walls, being directly eliminated. Their bodies were cleared, ready to welcome the next wave of two-legged lizard attacks. In this form of combat, this war was no longer a fierce assault and defense battle, but rather a tug-of-war centered around the outpost, with the military's casualty rate continuously decreasing. As the human professionals quickly leveled up, the massive two-legged lizards truly served as a training ground. Listening to the distant sounds of cannon fire, Wen Yu shrugged lightly, taking the military special food handed to him by Quang Liu and began to chew heartily. Quang Liu was also eating while talking nearby. "You say, when will this battle end? How would I know? Missing home, missing your warm bed." Hearing Wen Yu's teasing voice, Quang Liu shrugged slightly, making a helpless expression before responding. "I just feel like this fight is dragging on too long. It's been 7 days, and we've just been wandering outside, unable to even get a good sleep." After finishing his sentence, Quang Liu bit down angrily on the food in his hand, venting his frustration. After hearing Quang Liu's words, Wen Yu turned to look at his 3 spirit pets in the distance, as well as the soldiers who had been pulled back from the front lines fighting against the two-legged lizards, and muttered softly, "It's been 7 days. I want to sleep too, okay? But it's almost over." Nodding at Wen Yu's words, Quang Liu replied, "It really is almost over." Since the reinforcements entered the treasure land, 7 days had passed in the blink of an eye. The situation at the forward base was all good. 4 super-strong individuals ranked in the top 10 were each defending a section of the city wall. Additionally, with the increasingly powerful professionals from the military and a vast array of firearms, the unorganized two-legged lizards couldn't break through the defenses of the forward base at all and were merely reduced to points for humanity. Wen Yu and Quang Liu had long completed their rendezvous, continuously wandering outside the forward base while clearing out large clusters of two-legged lizards. According to drone observations, the black hole formed after the Demon Realm Gate was shattered had grown smaller. Although the number of two-legged lizards emerging from the black hole had not decreased, their quality had dropped significantly. Most were only level 3. In this situation, the forward base even intentionally controlled the pace of the battle, allowing the two-legged lizards to consume the corpses of their kin to produce more two-legged lizards. Of course, Wen Yu was not too concerned with the specifics. His focus was on the changes in his own strength. Quang Liu's strength had already reached the peak of level 4, and the points he had accumulated were now beyond counting. He was merely waiting to return to the forward base to change his class. Wen Yu, naturally, was not far behind. Dayuan and Xing had both entered the peak of level 4 long ago, and currently, the two beasts were working on their final promotion task, storing promotion energy. The promotion of mutated beasts did not require a promotion trial, but each level increase represented a significant change in their life nature, requiring an incalculable amount of energy. Right now, Dayuan and Xing were honing their physical qualities through battles while consuming the blood and flesh of two-legged lizards, as well as the fourth-tier beast attribute magic crystals provided by Wen Yu in preparation for the imminent promotion. According to Wen Yu's estimate, it wouldn't take too long. As for Faceless, it had already promoted to level 5 long ago. At that moment, Faceless had transformed into a level 5 two-legged lizard, voraciously devouring the blood and flesh on the ground beside Wen Yu, then producing level 4 two-legged lizards, which it would kill and eat. Wen Yu naturally intended to take advantage of this brutal cycle of harvesting points to benefit himself even more. Quang Liu looked enviously at Faceless and said in a teasing tone, "You're really cruel. It's like letting a mother eat her own child." Wen Yu, however, paid no mind to Quang Liu's envious tone and responded calmly, "Don't say such nonsense. You know me well enough, right? If the benefits are sufficient, I can do even the most terrifying things." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Quang Liu fell silent for a moment. "Sometimes I actually envy you. You have no ties, no burdens, and you can do whatever you want by yourself. It's great." Sighing at Quang Liu's heartfelt words, Wen Yu replied, "Yeah, I think it's pretty good now. As long as one person is full, the whole family won't go hungry. When I encounter a more powerful demonic creature, if I die, then I die. It won't cause any waves, and no one will be sad for my death. Similarly, I won't be sad for others' deaths. If you ask me, you should find a girlfriend." Quang Liu joked with a smile at Wen Yu. Wen Yu shook his head helplessly. "Having a girlfriend would be like having worries. The enemies I encounter, the battles I face, don't allow weaklings to impede me by my side," and, at this point, Wen Yu gave Quang Liu a strange look. "If I really had a wife and kids, I wouldn't feel at ease leaving them in Beijing." With just that one sentence, Quang Liu immediately fell silent. If Wen Yu were to be caught with a handle by Lin Haifeng, then Lin Haifeng would definitely not hesitate to cause trouble for Wen Yu. The battle in the distance continued without pause, but the intensity had decreased significantly compared to the beginning. Dayuan and Xing had completely been freed and were now lying beside Wen Yu, eagerly consuming the fourth-tier magic crystals and the flesh he provided. The promotion time for the two beasts was nearing its end. Logically, Xing's promotion speed should surpass that of Dayuan, but until now, Xing had not yet promoted. According to Wen Yu's estimation, it was likely due to the excessive energy required for the promotion of divine beast species. Strength comes at a cost. Meanwhile, Quang Liu, who had gone to the front line to warm up, leisurely walked over, raising the communicator in his hand and directly saying, "There's news from Fang Wenhai. The two-legged lizards at the forward base are no longer a threat. Now, Fang Wenhai wants us to return and organize personnel to seize the demonic energy shield-generating device." Upon hearing this news, Wen Yu nodded slightly. "Where is the device? Has it been located?" "It has already been moved back to the demonic city by the two-legged lizards." This command had been issued by the demonic entity when the demonic energy array was breached. Wen Yu pondered for a moment before saying, "You go back first. I'll wait here for my two spirit pets to promote." Quang Liu nodded, showed little hesitation, and directly took a portion of the team toward the forward base. Looking at Quang Liu, it seemed he could hardly wait for the promotion trial to reach level 5. In reality, the duration of Dayuan and Xing's promotion had far exceeded Wen Yu's expectations. After a day passed since Quang Liu left, Dayuan's body began to change. First, there was a crackling sound from its bones, then Dayuan's body began to swell like a balloon. The immense pain caused Dayuan to let out a pained howl. Wenyu had no good solution for this. He could only stand still, occasionally killing a few unwary two-legged lizards that crawled by, quietly waiting. Fortunately, the advancement speed of mutated beasts is quite fast, and their danger level is not considered high. In less than 3 minutes, the Cyclops had completed its advancement. The massive energy absorbed before the advancement quickly transformed into the nutrients needed by its body, promoting growth in size on one hand, and on the other, shaping the Cyclops level 5 skills. Bestial Activation A rank, Passive Ability. This skill unleashes the wild beast nature hidden deep within the host, significantly enhancing the host's close combat melee capabilities and increasing the melee attack power equivalent to the power at the moment of attack by 100%. At the same time, it adds a certain level of defense-ignoring effect to the host's attacks. Wenyu carefully read the skill description, furrowing his brow as he pondered the skill combinations of the Cyclops. The combination of Destiny Fight and Flesh and Blood chapter, both of which are S-rank skills, destined the Cyclops' combat style to be one of frenzy and fearlessness. And the Fury of the Inferno would provide the Cyclops with more attack methods. As for the Brutal Strike, it would become the Cyclops' most frequently used single-target attack skill. From this perspective, the newly emerged Bestial Activation skill is quite good for the Cyclops' ability system. Its level is decent, and its practicality is also good. At this moment, Wenyu began to consider the issue of skill combinations. Skills that can complement each other are definitely much stronger than two skills of the same rank that do not interact with each other. Silently contemplating the issue of skills, he thought, as a lone walker, if one does not engage in cooperative combat, theoretically, one should integrate skills such as attack, defense, healing, and even curse dispelling to face all situations alone. Thinking of this, Wenyu shook his head helplessly. In reality, being a lone walker is not that easy. Of course, Wenyu is an exception. The profession of Soul Master guaranteed the diversity of Wenyu's skills. Even if there are some skills Wenyu doesn't possess, he can still contract a soul pet with those capabilities. At that moment, a slight vibrating sound interrupted Wenyu's thoughts. "How do you feel, buddy?" Seeing that the Cyclops had awakened and was adapting to its suddenly increased size, Wenyu couldn't help but tease. "Woof woof, woo. Cough cough cough." Strange sounds kept coming from the mouth of the Cyclops, and then the sounds became richer until a stammering voice emerged. "Feeling awesome, big boss." The voice was somewhat deep, and the tone and timbre were very strange. It was hard to describe the feeling. Anyone who suddenly heard such a tone and timbre would definitely feel goosebumps. However, Wenyu did not feel any goosebumps. All that remained for him was surprise and shock. "You can talk now." The Cyclops lay on the ground, perhaps still adjusting to its sudden changes. Hearing Wenyu's question, its huge dog head nodded directly. Then a mental wave was transmitted from the Cyclops' mind. Changing the vocal cord structure, a level 5 mutated beast has very strong control over its body, allowing it to manipulate its vocal cords to simulate human voices, but it's quite troublesome and feels useless. Upon hearing this, Wenyu was at a loss for how to react. It seemed he was being educated by the Cyclops. Moreover, Wenyu thought of another point. With the rise in the level of mutated beasts, their intelligence continuously improves, and now high-level mutated beasts can even control their vocal cords. It's hard to imagine if one day mutated beasts could control their skeletal structures and even muscle tissues, transforming into human forms. In that case, what difference would there be between mutated beasts and humans? Even if they believe that human aesthetics differ from theirs and disdain becoming human, as the intelligence of mutated beasts significantly rises, they might form a social group suitable for their species and even establish a kingdom somewhere without knowing it. They could study technology, form their own culture, and create their social systems and forms, and they might not be willing to see Earth ruled by humans for so long. They may attempt to challenge human hegemony. In such circumstances, do they still belong to the category of beasts? How should their relationship with humans be handled? These complex questions flashed through Wenyu's mind before he quickly expelled them from his thoughts. These matters should be considered after the Earth's biological entities completely expel the demon realm. Perhaps by then, humanity may need to compete with mutated beasts for the dominant position on Earth. Moreover, it can be anticipated that this process will be exceptionally challenging. As for now, Wenyu looked at the now upright Cyclops, standing nearly 20 meters tall, like a mountain before him. Its grayish-black fur was becoming smoother and more robust. Although its physical qualities had not significantly improved, the change in size brought by its advancement had undoubtedly increased the Cyclops' combat power by a considerable margin. Mutated beasts for now do not belong to the enemy, right? A faint mumble escaped Yu's lips, but no creature heard it. The little soul beast, Xing, was eating heartily, clearly stimulated by the Cyclops' advancement. The little soul beast was jumping up and down on Yu's shoulder, commenting on the Cyclops' new appearance. The Cyclops was even more excited, its massive body shaking back and forth, causing the ground to rumble. Phew, Yu let out a light sigh, no longer bothering with those questions. What mutated beasts will become in the future is a problem for later. As long as his strength is strong enough to be unafraid of any creature, there's no need to care about how others or other beings might be. No matter what, you must listen to me. This is the path Yu intends to take, a path of ultimate strength. Slightly twisting his neck, Yu stopped the Cyclops' liveliness and instructed it to gather the blood and flesh of the two-legged lizards and their magic crystals. The flesh was for Xing, and the magic crystals were for storage. He quickly checked the fourth-tier magic crystals in his spatial ring. There were still nearly 100 beast attribute magic crystals left. These were all exchanged from the crazy flow. In 7 days, the military would naturally airlift supplies to the troops in the outer world. After organizing the existing resources, Yu glanced at Xing, whose eating speed was increasing, and the look of anticipation in his eyes grew stronger. Xing, as a divine beast species and the strongest power in Yu's hands at the moment. Yu could hardly wait to see Xing's power after advancing to level 5. Yu, how much longer do we need to wait? The frantic voice from the communicator echoed once again. Unfortunately, the answer was not with Yu. I don't know. After these 3 blunt words, Yu hung up the communicator and turned to look at Xing, who was still munching on meat and magic crystals. It turned out that the consumption for the upgrade of the divine beast species was terrifyingly high. For 3 days after Du Yan's upgrade, Xing had been eating constantly. The blood and meat were provided by Du Yan and Yu, while the military airlifted 200 pieces of beast attribute magic crystals for Yu. However, up until now, Xing had only shown a slight desire to upgrade. This is tough. If you don't upgrade soon, there won't be any blood and meat left in this treasure land for you to eat. During these 3 days, the military, no, it should be called the Human Race Alliance, had already taken control of the situation at the outpost treasure land. Currently, the remaining two-legged lizards surrounding the outpost were merely a few low-level cannon fodder. This was the result of the various countries' military discussions, using these low-level two-legged lizards to rack up points, inspired by Faceless. In this situation, the military was ready to achieve the second strategic goal, to seize the demonic energy shield device within the demonic city. Yet, Yu delayed the operation by using Xing's need to upgrade as an excuse. In the distance, Du Yan was trotting over with a level 3 two-legged lizard in its mouth. The level 3 two-legged lizard was also something Du Yan had found after running quite a distance. From this, it could be seen that the battle situation was already set. Hours passed in the blink of an eye. The pace of Xing's eating slowed down significantly, and its massive body swayed unsteadily as its consciousness became somewhat unclear. Hey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The response from Xing was a slightly weak mental fluctuation. I don't know, sleepy. As soon as Xing finished speaking, it collapsed onto the ground with a loud snore. Phew, Yu let out a heavy sigh, carefully examining Xing's body. Xing's scales were slowly losing their luster. When Yu gently touched its body, it felt as if it were a huge furnace, radiating incredible heat, and the originally hard scales were becoming increasingly soft. With a gentle pull, Yu tore off a piece of scale, which was dull and lacked shine, and its root was not connected to the skin or flesh, as if it had naturally fallen off halfway. Before Yu could take further action, Xing's scales began to clatter and drop all over the ground. Seeing this scene, Yu's heart tightened, while the little soul beast on his shoulder squawked in a frenzy. Why, Xing is going to die? Big boss, save it. Why, Xing is gone. Yu ignored the little soul beast's wails and walked directly to Xing's side, slowly observing its physical condition. After shedding the scales, Xing's body became increasingly hot, and stepping closer, one could hear the intense heartbeat from within Xing's body, along with the faint sounds of bones changing, while harder scales were slowly protruding from the skin. Seeing this, Yu finally felt a bit more at ease. Xing's scales were shedding, much like a snake molting, replacing the old with the new, and when Xing successfully upgraded, it would still possess scales as hard as armor. After soothing the little soul beast, Yu tried to explain that Xing wasn't dead, it was upgrading. The little soul beast then flew over to Xing's side, bumping against its body and pressing its ear against Xing's chest, intently listening to its heartbeat. After a while, the little soul beast seemed to understand and flew back to Yu's shoulder. Master, when can we upgrade? Hearing the little soul beast's question, Wen Yu calmly replied, "Soon, once Xing completes its upgrade, we will upgrade." Currently, Wen Yu had enough points and ample magic crystals in hand. He just needed to return to the outpost, acquire some dark attribute magic mirrors from the military to elevate the soul beast's physical traits to the peak of level 4, and then touch the exchange stone pillar to directly undertake the transfer task. The level 5 Duyan sat quietly beside Wen Yu, silently guarding Xing, occasionally emitting soft whimpering sounds, clearly a bit worried about Xing's changes. The energy required for the upgrade of the divine beast species was far greater than that of ordinary mutated beasts, and the time taken to upgrade was also significantly longer. Even the changes occurring in the body during the upgrade process were much more substantial. Wen Yu quietly took out a few low-level magic crystals to feed Duyan and the little soul beast, while he also pulled out some food and water for himself. Meanwhile, Xing's aura was becoming stronger and more terrifying behind him. "Wow, today's weather is really warm." Wen Yu, who was dozing against Xing, suddenly leaped up upon sensing a mental fluctuation coming from behind. He turned around to see Xing looking around, its eyes still hazy from just waking up. "How do you feel?" As Wen Yu walked over to Xing, he smiled and asked. "I slept really well," Xing said, expressing its feelings while stretching lazily. With a wingspan of nearly 50 meters and a body length of about 30 meters, it was even close to 20 meters in height. Its massive size made Wen Yu feel like he was facing a small mountain. The shiny black scales shimmered with a cold light, and even the weapons like teeth and claws had become longer and sharper. However, when Yu heavily patted Xing's body, the tremendous recoil made his palms tingle. "I didn't ask how you slept. I asked how it feels to upgrade to level 5. Oh. Xing slightly moved its body, nodded towards Wen Yu, and then rubbed its massive head against him. The immense strength almost made Wen Yu stagger. Seeing this, Wen Yu immediately knew that Xing felt good and began to observe Xing's 5th skill. Rupture Armor Storm S-Rank, active ability. Shatter the scales on the body. The scales will swiftly swirl around the host's body, tearing apart all living beings within the range. The attack power of the scales is determined by the host's physical attributes. Once the scales are released, new scales will quickly grow without reducing the host's defensive capabilities. After seriously pondering Xing's new skill, Wen Yu directly said to Xing, "Go try your new skill in the distance." Upon hearing Wen Yu's command, Xing immediately spread its wings and flew a kilometer away before quickly activating the skill. In an instant, countless black scales swirled around Xing, enveloping everything within a 100-meter radius like blades. The sound of scales whistling created sharp winds and piercing shrieks, while new scales rapidly grew on Xing's body. "Is this an area attack ability?" Wen Yu studied the effect of Xing's new skill seriously, nodding after a moment. Combining offense and defense, it's like having an additional layer of power within 100 meters around the body. Judging by the speed at which the scales fly, it seems to have considerable lethality. 5 minutes later, the scales continued to dance in the air. "And it seems there are no time limits." "That's enough," Wen Yu called out to Xing loudly. "Not yet finished." Suddenly, Xing's mental fluctuations transmitted back, and the scales flying around exploded, resembling a black firework dispersing powerfully in all directions. The sight before Wen Yu immediately reminded him of a capability he had seen before. Exploding Bone Technique A-Rank, active skill. A talent ability of the Bone Demon Clan, only a few elites can master this skill. Abandon everything and pursue ultimate lethality. Self-destructing the innate bone armor of the Bone Demon Clan causes lethal damage to all surrounding enemies. After the bone armor self-destructs, the host directly dies. This ability had nearly wiped out everyone in the treasure land of Shanlan Star, leaving an extremely deep impression on Wen Yu. Now it seemed that Xing's new ability bore a striking resemblance to the exploding bone technique, but it was stronger with even more terrifying lethality. As the scales finished their dance, Xing scampered back, squatting in front of Wen Yu. Wen Yu, feeling emotional, stroked Xing's body, and an uncontrollable thought surfaced in his mind. The power of the divine beast species is too strong. The strength of the one-eyed creature is undoubtedly among the top ranks among mutated beasts. Plus, Wen Yu had personally configured skills for the one-eyed, resulting in the current super fierce dog that could take on 10 opponents. Unfortunately, when compared to Xing, the one-eyed's power was really not on the same level. When a divine beast species levels up, it would gain skills of S-rank or above. This was Wen Yu's speculation based on Xing's skills, and its innate racial talents are extremely powerful. Just a bit of the physical quality of a divine beast species could rival the physical quality of 10 ordinary creatures. This kind of gap couldn't be made up by anyone. Thinking of this, Wen Yu recalled the map he had originally seen with Lin Heifeng. There are still several divine beast species in Huaxia. He climbed onto Xing's back, picked up the one-eyed creature that had reverted to its miniature form, and said loudly, "Let's go, guys, set off for the outpost." Xing's black figure soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards the outpost. At the outpost, the explosive battle continued. According to the military's thinking, these bipedal lizards could all be considered a flock of egg-laying hens. Coupled with the shrinking black vortex in the demonic city, now, all the bipedal lizards that could squeeze out of the black vortex were first-level ones, making the military pay even more attention to the remaining bipedal lizards. A third-level bipedal lizard was captured at the outpost, surrounded by hundreds of heavy shield guards who completely blocked it within the defense circle. From time to time, bloody and mangled bipedal lizard corpses would rain down from the sky, and then the cycle of eating, producing, being killed began. Next to him, Quang Liu yawned heavily and looked up at Wei Tian, who was constantly sweeping bullets with a demon-enhanced assault rifle, and sighed. This is really a celebration. Even the guys from the Academy of Sciences came here to test weapons and rack up points, but it's tough for me. I can't go and shoot points with these second- and third-level professionals. I can't afford to lose face. Hearing Quang Liu's muttering, Fang Wenhai smiled and said, "You can't let go of your face, but some people can." After saying this, Fang Wenhai pointed outside the city with his chin towards a huge figure. The figure outside the city stood at least 20 meters tall, bare-bodied, showing no sign of embarrassment. It occasionally swung its fists and smashed down heavily on the low-level bipedal lizards. Golden short hair stood upright, and the giant would burst into wild laughter from time to time. It seemed high-spirited, even shaking its enlarged lower body in proportion, performing vigorous movements for the people on the wall. When Quang Liu looked at the giant, it was just at the giant's highest moment of excitement. The giant placed its hands on its waist, and a stream of yellow liquid sprayed out from its lower body, instantly forming a small puddle outside the city. Seeing this scene, Quang Liu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Hee, the enthusiasm of this sequence 7 is quite high." Fang Wenhai rolled his eyes and muttered, "Isn't it because of you?" After Quang Liu returned, the battle at the outpost was nearing its end. Quang Liu quickly leveled up to level 5 in the shortest time and stood outside the city walls, swiftly killing a massive number of bipedal lizards. His unparalleled might quickly suppressed all sequences, including Yang Pengguang. This scene undoubtedly stimulated the other sequences. The original agreement to leave low-level bipedal lizards outside the city for training was shattered by sequences 6, 7, and 9, who began slaughtering recklessly on the walls of their respective countries, while only the Huaxia military strictly adhered to Lin Haifeng's orders on the remaining 2 city walls. Meanwhile, sequence 5, Yang Pengguang had already left the city, sniping demonic creatures outside to increase his strength. In the combat area managed by the Russian military outside the city, Andrei's slaughter continued unabated. As a mid-level human race sequence 7, his strength was beyond doubt. His massive fists rained down on the bipedal lizards, leaving behind piles of meat paste. His violent power was unleashed everywhere, occasionally shouting loudly at a blonde beauty in tight leather nearby. "Hi, baby, see if this can satisfy you." After saying this, Andrei shook his lower body vigorously, causing the Russian army to erupt into laughter. On the other side, Claire from the American military, holding a sci-fi-inspired massive firearm, shot a charming smile at Andrei, quickly reloaded, and fired a shot aimed at Andrei's lower regions. Several beams of light flowed from the gun's muzzle, and a massive grenade struck true. Andrei howled in pain, bending down and clutching his lower body, emitting a sound that was hardly human. "Fuck, my balls, they're gone again. Hurry, give me healing potions." Beside him, Claire covered her mouth and giggled, then extended her middle finger, gesturing towards Andrei with a flourish, loudly saying, "Go home and play with your mother." Quang Liu watched the commotion outside the city with Andrei and Claire, unable to resist curling the corner of his mouth, and then looked around, appearing deeply bored. After a while, as if he thought of something, Quang Liu directly took out his walkie-talkie and dialed Wenyu's communication for the nth time. "Where are you?" Quang Liu said in a tone that exuded a sense of hopelessness. "The upgrade of the star has been completed, and I am now familiarizing myself with the various functions of my body. I will be back at the outpost in 30 minutes. By the way, prepare the Dark Attribute 4th-tier magic crystals." Upon hearing this news, Quang Liu suddenly jolted with excitement, repeatedly saying "good" into the communicator before hanging up. He turned to Fang Wenhai beside him and said, "Let Yang Pengguang come back when Yu is about to return." Fang Wenhai nodded immediately. Outside the outpost, the sound of cannon fire and the battle of the professional army continued unabated, while the battle between Andrei and Claire escalated. Boom, a special missile slammed directly into Andrei's mouth, knocking out one of his front teeth and conveniently silencing his foul language. Spit, spit, spit. Andrei spat out the fragments in his mouth while giving Claire the middle finger. It was clear that the grievance between the two was not small. Around them, the soldiers from Russia and the United States laughed, occasionally pointing at Andrei, who showed no sign of anger. Instead, he downed a bottle of super healing potion, activated his verbal skill once again, and was knocked around by Claire. Stop messing around. The Huaxia military just sent word that Sequence 2 is about to return. Andrei and Claire, you two prepare yourselves. A senior officer from the U.S. military stepped up onto the city wall, addressing Andrei and Claire. Upon hearing this news, the once lively city wall fell silent. When the battle first began, the individual combat powers of Sequences 5, 6, 7, and 9 had been observed by the soldiers on the city wall. Their power was at a completely different level, leaving countless soldiers who had never seen true strength in awe. Unfortunately, when Kang Liu, possessing level 5 power, stepped onto the city wall, everyone, including the 4 sequences, immediately witnessed the true strength of a peak human race warrior. Level 5 Sequence 3 was crushingly powerful compared to anyone else. The main reason stemmed from the level. Kang Liu had spent so long in the outpost that his gains were naturally much greater than the other 4. At the same time, these foreign soldiers also learned that besides Sequence 3, Sequence 2 was also in this outpost, and its strength might even surpass Kang Liu. Now hearing that Sequence 2 was about to return, Andrei and Claire quickly set aside their antics and rushed to the front city wall defended by Huaxia, eager to see what kind of monster Sequence 2 was. Meanwhile, Kang Liu, Sequence 9, and Yang Pengguang, who had returned, were already waiting there. A small black dot appeared in Kang Liu's vision from afar, and with his level 5 power he could only barely see it, proving just how far away it was. "They're coming," Kang Liu said softly, playing with a few 4th-tier dark attribute magic crystals in his hand. Hearing Kang Liu's words, the people beside him stretched their necks, straining to see into the distance, but unfortunately nothing could be seen. "By the way, what kind of person is Sequence 2? Yang Pengguang asked Kang Liu with a smile, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. "You'll know once they arrive." Kang Liu's tone was indifferent and not particularly friendly, with a strong implication of dismissal. Yang Pengguang shrugged, not taking Kang Liu's attitude to heart, and turned his gaze back outside. In the distance, the black dot was getting closer. The massive figure of the star hovered above the outpost for a long time, causing a stir. Then the gigantic beast slowly descended onto the city wall, and seeing Kang Liu and several unfamiliar foreigners waiting on the wall, Hanyue had no desire to greet anyone. He jumped down from the back of the star and reached out his hand to Kang Liu. Not even a greeting before coming back for stuff. "You really are?" Before Kang Liu could finish his complaint, Hanyue snatched the magic crystals from his hand, feeding them to the little soul beast while saying, "What's going on with the level 5 promotion trial?" Since Kang Liu had mentioned that the level 5 promotion trial would have some changes, Hanyue naturally remembered it clearly. Now that he had a direct reference in front of him, he needed to ask in detail. Kang Liu shook his head. "There's no difficulty. Those guys who rely on others' magic crystals will probably be eliminated." Upon hearing this, Hanyue nodded in understanding. Although he was not particularly clever, he was certainly not a fool, and the meaning Kang Liu wanted to convey was very clear. "By the way, let me introduce you to this person." Hearing Kang Liu's words, Hanyue waved his hand directly. "Let's talk about anything after I level up." Having said that, Hanyue continued feeding the little soul beast magic crystals while walking towards the exchange stone pillar in the distance. Leaving behind Kang Liu, who looked somewhat helpless, and the other sequences who were filled with embarrassment, Yang Pengguang teased, "So arrogant. Isn't that right? I didn't expect to be ignored by others," Andrei said somewhat indignantly from the side. For once, Kang Liu spoke up for Hanyue. "This guy is actually not hard to get along with. It's just that he is purely self-interested. Now that he's about to level up, he naturally doesn't have the mood to greet you all. By the way, this guy doesn't seem very interested in women." The last sentence was directed at Claire, who had intentionally revealed a generous amount of her fair skin. After hearing Kang Liu's words, Claire immediately pulled up the collar of her clothing and shot a fierce glare at Hanyue, who was already walking away, cursing a string of English expletives. "What a waste of my makeup. Baby, you still have me," Andrei said beside her, deliberately showing a lewd expression only to be bent over by Claire's swift kick. "Select promotion trial." Ding, scanning. Current host's physical quality is 500 points at the peak of level 4. Ding, detected host's profession as Soul Master, scanning Soul Beast's physical quality. Scanning complete. Soul Beast's current physical quality is 500 points at the peak of level 4, meets the promotion conditions. Ding, deducting 500,000 points, promotion trial begins. Ding, welcome to the promotion challenge space. The familiar sensation of dizziness and the well-known spatial environment gave Wenyu a feeling of nostalgia. While surveying the surrounding familiar space, he listened to the prompt sounds in his ears. Ding, during the process from early level 4 to peak level 4, including soul beasts, you have killed 865 level 5 creatures and 14,589 level 4 creatures. Creatures below level 3 are not counted, starting to match the difficulty of the promotion challenge. Ding, the number of demonic creatures killed by the host during the process from early level 4 to peak level 4 far exceeds the requirements for promotion, thus the difficulty of the promotion is reduced by 99%. The promotion challenge will begin in 30 seconds. Please prepare. Tusk, tusk. Wenyu made a strange sound, looking at the entire promotion challenge space with a hint of complexity. The Sovereign even knows how many demonic creatures I have killed. The surveillance is truly all-encompassing. Perhaps the Sovereign set up some hidden doors in the exchange stone pillar, which could be seen from the battlefield of the two realms, or perhaps the Sovereign estimated based on Wenyu's points. However, these details are not important. The most important point is that Wenyu is indeed constrained by the Sovereign. Or in other words, all professionals are constrained by the Sovereign. However, from another perspective, humanity cannot do without the Sovereign's exchange system. This is the most troublesome aspect. Even though Wenyu believes the Sovereign must have some conspiracy, whether the professional system is good or bad is still uncertain, but no one can escape this vicious cycle. At least not right now. After thinking of a chaotic array of thoughts that yielded nothing useful, he casually activated the Soul Realm space, releasing Xing and the little soul beast, silently waiting for the challenge to begin. The 30 seconds quickly passed. The space in front of Wenyu shimmered, and then a skinny black-skinned demon creature crawled out from the space in front of him. Standing less than a meter tall, its aura did not resemble a level 5 creature, but rather felt like a level 3 demonic creature. As Wenyu was puzzled, the black-skinned demon creature lunged at him with claws bared, only to be slapped on the head by Wenyu. In an instant, brain matter and flesh splattered, and the black-skinned demon creature was surprisingly killed by Wenyu with a single slap. Is it really level 3? Wenyu raised an eyebrow in confusion, and it wasn't until the prompt sound announcing the end of the promotion trial came that he suddenly realized. It seems that the so-called reduction in difficulty has indeed been reduced to a very low level. In midair, a golden beam of light enveloped Wenyu and the little soul beast, while a prompt sound flashed. Ding, congratulations, challenger, challenge successful, promotion begins. Under the golden light, Wenyu felt a warm sensation wash over him, a comfortable feeling emerging. Before Wenyu could carefully experience the changes within his body, the little soul beast emitted a series of creaking sounds. Wenyu turned around abruptly. He saw the originally spherical little soul beast being squished and rolled around by an unknown force, but instead of emitting any painful mental fluctuations, it radiated a sense of comfort. After a while, the bodily transformation of Wenyu was complete, while the little soul beast continued to bask in the golden light. Wenyu silently waited for the little soul beast's promotion while listening to the prompt sounds in his mind. Ding, congratulations, challenger, challenge successful, promoted to level 5 professional. The body quality of a level 5 professional can only be enhanced through level 5 magic crystals, with a body quality cap of 2,000 points. The channel for exchanging lower-level magic crystals for higher-level ones is now closed. Additionally, the exchange stone pillar will now provide attribute magic crystals at a 10:1 ratio for exchanges with special attribute magic crystals of the same level. Ding. Due to the unique nature of the soul master profession, the challenger has not gained any skills. Ding. Congratulations, challenger, the soul beast has been promoted to level 5. With its body quality cap increased to 2,000 points, and it has gained a 5th skill. Dark Absorption S-Rank, active ability. The host can release Dark Absorption on target units within a radius of 200 meters. The Dark Absorption skill will leave a mark on the target unit's body, directly taking effect, inflicting negative effects such as slow and weakness, while continuously draining the target unit's stamina and the essence of flesh and blood to restore the host's injuries and stamina. Dark Absorption can be dispelled by skills above S-Rank or special skills, and will automatically become invalid if the target leaves the host's body range of 10,000 meters. Only one Dark Absorption can be activated at the same time. Ding, the host has unlocked the 5th Soul Realm and can sign a contract with a 5th Soul Pet. Please note that the success rate of forcibly contracting a Soul Pet depends on the strength disparity between both parties. Actively seeking a contract with a soul pet guarantees a 100% success rate, but you cannot contract with a soul pet that exceeds the host's current level. Ding, after a contract failure, the contraction ability cannot be activated again within 3 days. Ding, when a contracted soul pet dies, the host will suffer a violent soul shock, and the soul realm will fall into a state of collapse. High-quality magic crystals can be used to nourish the soul realm. After nourishment, the next soul pet can be contracted again. Ding, congratulations, host, level increased to level 5. Level 5 professionals will be the backbone in resisting the demonic clan. Please strive to improve your strength and aim for greater heights. Ding, a serious reminder. The format of the next promotion trial will change, specific promotion formats are unknown, and difficulty is also unknown. Please prepare, host. Ding, the level restraint has been opened. Level restraint. The Sovereign and the Earths will have teamed up to prevent the emergence of excessively high-level demonic creatures from the Demon Realm Gate. The protective zone covers the entire Earth battlefield. At the beginning of the first Demon Realm Gate, the level limit is set at level 5. Additionally, no biological entities above level 5 will appear within Earth. When the level restraint is broken by the demonic clan, all peak level 5 professionals will receive a promotion notification. Ding, detected host as part of the human race ranking 2. This identity will enjoy the corresponding privileges during the promotion trial, and the ranking identity's permissions within the treasure land will be enhanced, with permissions varying based on the treasure land. Please check individually. Ding, the types of items exchanged for the ranking identity in the exchange stone pillar have increased. Please check the new types of exchange items yourself. Serious reminder. Level 5 is just the beginning. Please do not forget your original intentions and fight for your home planet. Looking at the long list of prompts, when you remain silent for a long time. At this moment, the little soul beast's promotion had also been completed. On its originally round body, a pair of pure black small dots suddenly appeared, giving it a somewhat flat body that looked like a little black bun. Master, master, quickly look, how do I look? A childish voice came from beneath the little soul beast's eyes. When you turned to look and discovered that beneath the little soul beast's eyes, a barely noticeable slit had formed. The slit opened, revealing a mouth full of neatly arranged small teeth, white to the point of being eerie. At this time, when Yu was studying the promotion prompt, he casually pinched the little soul beast and wasn't surprised it could speak. If a cyclops could talk, it wasn't strange for the little soul beast to do the same. Seeing Wen Yu's indifferent attitude, the little soul beast muttered something incomprehensible and then floated up, directly biting Wen Yu's ear. Unfortunately, the little soul beast had no combat power at all. To Wen Yu, its ear seemed as hard as steel, causing the little soul beast's teeth to clatter against it. Stop it, Wen Yu pressed the little soul beast down, seriously contemplating the information provided by the promotion. First and foremost, the channel to exchange low-level magic crystals for high-level magic crystals was gone. This had little impact on Wen Yu, but it was significant for large organizations. However, this had nothing to do with Wen Yu. The newly appeared special attribute magic crystal exchanges did make things much more convenient for Wen Yu, although the prices were exorbitant. Meanwhile, the little soul beast's new skill excited Wen Yu. It had obtained an S-rank skill during its promotion, and Wen Yu could only say that this promotion had been incredibly fortunate. Now, with the addition of the S-rank Dark Attribute skill, it also meant that Wen Yu could now learn the ability of Dark Divine Light. The two most important points were the promotion challenge from level 5 to level 6, and the level restraint. The information about the promotion challenge was insufficient, preventing Wen Yu from analyzing anything useful. As for the level restraint, that was somewhat expected. In his past life, as a mere cannon fodder, Wen Yu could never have considered such questions about this world. But in this life, with his greatly improved strength and status, he naturally pondered certain matters. For instance, once the Demon Realm Gate opened, and a massive influx of high-level demonic creatures emerged from the Demon Realm, who could stop these creatures? If the Sovereign didn't intervene, no one could. And it seemed that the Sovereign had already considered these matters, which was why they had also lowered the levels of both humans and mutated beasts, leading Wen Yu to feel puzzled. There are two possibilities. One, the Sovereign truly cannot separate the level restraint of the Demon Realm Gate from that of humans and mutated beasts. Two, at this point, Wen Yu's eyes suddenly flickered. After a brief moment of thought, Wen Yu glanced at the final benefit, authority enhancement. This was something Wen Yu had heard many times from that brat Arcada at the beginning of the apocalypse. Now, with the identity of Sequence 2, not only had his authority in the treasure land increased, but even his authority at the exchange stone pillar had correspondingly risen. These were all issues Wen Yu needed to consider when leaving the treasure land. He summoned the Cyclops and Star back, and Wenyu was directly teleported out of the promotion challenge space. Outside the exchange stone pillar, due to Wenyu's promotion, the military had temporarily sealed off the area surrounding the exchange stone pillar. Only Quang Liu stood nearby, waiting for Wenyu. As the teleportation light flashed, Wenyu, who had just entered the promotion challenge space for less than 5 minutes, reappeared in front of the exchange stone pillar. "I knew the promotion trial wouldn't be difficult for you." Hearing Quang Liu's words, Wenyu nodded and directly touched the exchange stone pillar. There were many new items, including exchanges for 5th-level magic crystals, as well as armor and weapons suitable for the combat intensity of 5th-level professionals. However, none of these items were of any use to Wenyu. Even a 5th-level protective suit was ineffective against the enemies he faced. By the 4th level, Wenyu had already eliminated such protective gear. Looking at the so-called newly added item categories, some included skill scrolls below grade B, along with low-level hidden job change scrolls. Seeing these, a flicker of realization passed through Wenyu's eyes. These permissions targeting sequences were likely aimed at elevating the overall strength of humanity. However, for Wenyu, they truly held little significance. There were even some high-grade items, large spatial teleportation devices, demonic energy converters, magic energy cannons, and other assorted heavy war machinery. But none of these had anything to do with Wenyu. After a simple glance, Wenyu withdrew his gaze and directly chose to exchange for a skill-forgetting scroll. The 1,000-point skill-forgetting scroll was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the points Wenyu currently had. He tore apart the scroll and pondered for a long time between the skills Dark Step and Air Shift. Dark Step B grade, passive skill, enhances the host's speed with dark power, increasing by 20%. Air Shift C grade, active ability. Once activated, it allows the host to defy the laws of motion and change motion direction at will once. After hesitating for a long time, Wenyu ultimately decided to wash away Dark Step. The effect of Dark Step was too singular. A 20% speed increase was barely beneficial. In contrast, the ability of Air Shift made Wenyu's combat style more versatile, changing direction in the air, bullets curving. These were all effects of Air Shift. After washing away Dark Step, Wenyu directly took out the Dark Divine Light SSS rank skill from his spatial ring and tore it apart with both hands. A strange black light enveloped the little soul beast, and at the same time, the prompt sound began flashing in his mind. Ding successfully acquired the ability of Dark Divine Light, detected that the host's level is 5 and that there is an S-rank Dark Attribute skill on the host. Dark Divine Light is not fully activated. Dark Divine Light SSS rank, active ability. Merge with darkness, control darkness, and even transform into darkness, then burst forth with light in the darkness. Currently mastered Dark SSS rank, active ability. Merge with darkness, control darkness, and even transform into darkness. Darkness will bring powerful dark power to the host, allowing the simulation of all non-foundation level dark attribute skills. The host can freely exert the power of darkness according to their own thoughts. Preconditions for mastering Divine Light. The host's level must reach 7, and the host must possess at least one light attribute skill of no lower than SS level. As the black light slowly merged into the little soul beast's body and then disappeared, Wenyu instantly entered a combat state. At the same time, a surge of black light erupted from his body. The black light gradually spread throughout Wenyu's entire being, and immense power was bestowed upon him. After sensing his current state, Wenyu nodded directly. "My physical quality has probably been enhanced by more than double. Not bad at all. Let's call it Dark Enhancement." This was just a simple application of his dark power, shrouding his body in the essence of darkness to augment his physical attributes. This insight was inspired by the technique of Shadow Step. Then, with a thought, a black vortex appeared not far away, as if containing mysterious powers that sucked in the surrounding dust. These were the effects of his dark abilities. The SSS rank dark skills were infinitely variable and possessed boundless power. In the short time since gaining this skill, Wenyu had already thought of several uses for his dark abilities, all thanks to the influence of various comics and novels. And all of this did not go unnoticed by the side, where the Wild Flow observed with a hint of mockery. "Not a bad foundation, huh?" Wenyu, who had undergone a transformation in strength, was also happy to joke around with Wild Flow. "I'm from Sequence 2, one rank higher than you." Wenyu deliberately elongated the last syllable, which resulted in a burst of laughter and teasing from Wild Flow. Then, Wenyu turned once more to the exchange stone pillar and began to exchange for 5th-level attribute-less magic crystals. The 5th-level attribute-less magic crystal, provided by the exchange stone pillar, had an exchange price of 200,000 per crystal. which was 10 times more than the 4th-level attribute-less magic crystal. The exchange price for attribute crystals was 500,000, while special attribute magic crystals required 10 attribute crystals for exchange, amounting to 5 million, an incredibly hefty price. Fortunately, when you had quite a few points on hand, he quietly checked his current points, close to 300 million, but at Wen Yu's current stage, the quantity of points no longer mattered. Due to the level restraint, the speed at which his physical attributes enhanced was no longer critical. Anyway, with the speed Wen Yu earned points, he should be able to reach the pinnacle of level 5 before the level restraint was broken. For 5th-level professionals, the most crucial matter was how to improve their skill quality during this time or even switch to a more powerful profession. Those who originally pursued rapid level enhancement would inevitably shift their focus to how to become stronger within the same rank. When you directly exchanged for 1,000 5th-level attribute-less magic crystals, along with a large quantity of healing potions suitable for 5th-level professionals. Standing next to the exchange stone pillar, he absorbed the magic crystals. After a while, all 1,000 magic crystals were completely absorbed, and Wen Yu's physical attributes rose to 1,000 points in a short amount of time. Wen Yu turned his head, squinting as he looked Wild Flow up and down. The strange look in his eyes made Wild Flow's heart tense. "What are you doing?" Wild Flow asked, feigning nervousness. Wen Yu shook his head. After a simple observation, he could feel that Wild Flow's physical attributes had improved quite a bit, but he couldn't gauge the specifics. "By the way, I haven't asked what you're doing here." This time, Wild Flow seemed much more serious. "I came to see whether you succeeded in your advancement, and to notify you that we will be heading to the demonic city shortly. Shall we go to the meeting room now?" Hearing Wild Flow's words, Wen Yu shook his head. "I will find you later. For now, I have something to take care of." After saying this, Wen Yu ignored Wild Flow's reaction and quickly walked away, leaving Wild Flow standing there, squinting and pondering something. The streets of the forward base were in disarray. Numerous houses barely maintained their original simple structures, with most windows already shattered. I must say, the quality of the houses in the forward base was quite good. Dark red or pure black blood was splattered everywhere, adding a touch of warmth to the originally cold forward base. Wen Yu quickly walked to the room he had originally chosen. The door to the room was already shattered, and the simple arrangements Wen Yu had made were now in disarray. Fortunately, Wen Yu no longer had any need for that room. "Caldo, are you there?" Sitting on a chair in the room, Wen Yu softly asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure slowly appeared in midair. "Yes, Lord of Sequence 2, Caldo, dressed in a black robe, replied respectfully. Upon hearing Caldo's words, Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. "If I heard correctly just now, you called me Lord, right?" At Wen Yu's question, Caldo lowered his head further. "Yes, Lord of Sequence 2. Since you have been promoted to level 5, your corresponding authority has increased. In the Treasure Land, the status of Sequence 2 holds considerable power. For instance, you can now freely enter and exit this Treasure Land without needing to go through the entrance. You only need 5 seconds of uninterrupted time, and regardless of where you are, I can directly teleport you out of the Treasure Land. Additionally, you can set the control permissions for the Central Castle and defend the forward base Treasure Land. Every Earth Day, some magic crystals or similar supplies will appear, which can be found in the Central Castle for you to take. You can also choose to close the entrance to the Treasure Land at any time or reopen it anywhere. Moreover, when you exchange items here through hunting points, you will receive a half-price discount, and the variety of items available for exchange will increase. Due to the nature of this Treasure Land, these are the main privileges." Upon hearing Caldo's words, Wen Yu thought of Wild Flow's earlier behavior, a flash of realization crossing his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Yu asked in a peculiar tone, My privileges must be higher than those of Sequence 3, right?" Caldo nodded, but did not say anything further. Seeing Caldo's reaction, Wen Yu couldn't help but smile, then took out his communicator and called Wild Flow. "Wild Flow, I'm chatting with Caldo right now and have received quite a bit of information." Wen Yu deliberately elongated his tone. On the other end, Wild Flow responded without any hesitation. "The Academy has recently developed some new potions and equipment. Some advanced items can also help 5th-level powerhouses. When will you come to take a look?" Hearing Wild Flow's reply, Wen Yu smiled smugly. "Once I'm done with my tasks." After that, he directly ended the communication. In Huaxia, there is a saying, "If you have power but do not use it, it will expire." Wen Yu currently holds the highest authority within the entire Treasure Land, so how to utilize this authority to bring himself the greatest benefits is the first thing that came to his mind. When Yu had seen the rewards for daily defense missions, the level 2 and 3 magic crystals did not interest him at all. Therefore, squeezing some supplies and items from the military was Wen Yu's initial idea of utilizing authority. Moreover, considering the attitude of Quang Liu, both the military and Wen Yu were tacitly understanding of this matter. Sometimes, cooperation is merely a simple exchange of interests. I must say, this kind of pure exchange of interests is often more reliable than a cooperative relationship that is tied together by emotions, making someone like Wen Yu feel much more comfortable. After pondering for a moment, Wen Yu said to Caldo, "Show me the list for redeeming demon hunting points." A semi-transparent light curtain appeared before Wen Yu, clearly displaying his current demon hunting points, 32,150,000. In fact, Wen Yu didn't even know how many bipedal lizards he had killed at the outpost. With the reproductive capacity of the bipedal lizards, this time at the outpost was simply a bountiful harvest for Wen Yu. As he looked at the countless items on the redemption list, Wen Yu said to Caldo, "With so many demon hunting points, I don't know how to spend them. Why don't you give me some suggestions?" This was originally a tease and a test from Wen Yu, but surprisingly, Caldo really did offer some advice. "Lord of Sequence 2, given the enhancement of your authority within the treasure land, the variety of items you can redeem has also significantly increased. I have 3 items here that are quite suitable for you and your spirit pets. You can take a look." After Caldo finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, the redemption list before Wen Yu immediately cleared, leaving only 3 items. "This item is most suitable for your spirit pet." Caldo pointed at a mirror-like object on the redemption list and said. Wen Yu looked at the redemption list. Leghart Magic Mirror SSS rank item. Crafted by a super powerhouse named Leghart from an unknown world, it possesses the ability to glimpse the quality of skills obtained after leveling up. This item is unique. Redemption requirement, 20 million demon hunting points. Even at half price, it's still so expensive. Seeing the redemption requirement for the Leghart Magic Mirror, Wen Yu couldn't help but mumble. However, Caldo shook his head. "It's actually not expensive, my lord. The Leghart Magic Mirror can formulate the most suitable leveling up plan for your soul beast and spirit pet. This item is rare. What's crucial is that it does not limit the number of users or the number of uses." Hearing Caldo's explanation, Wen Yu immediately understood. The Leghart Magic Mirror should theoretically be an item serving a large organization. Using it solo would indeed be a bit wasteful. But Wen Yu didn't care about that. As long as it was useful to him, it was a good item. The Leghart Magic Mirror could ensure that his spirit pets and soul beasts received the most perfect skills during their leveling up. Under the restrictions of the level restraint, the utility of this item was self-evident. After hesitating for a long time, Wen Yu finally said to Caldo, "Next one." "This item is perfect for your second spirit pet." Caldo smiled and pointed to a skill scroll on the redemption list. High-frequency blade A-level active ability. Adds a high-frequency vibration wave to the host's attacks, greatly enhancing the strength of the host's attacks. Redemption requirement, 200,000 demon hunting points. "You also have a level skills here?" Seeing the high-frequency blade skill, Wen Yu asked, surprised. Just now, when Wen Yu looked at the redemption list, only skills below sea level appeared, and he didn't expect Caldo to still have A-level skills. "I only have a few A-level skills here, and they are only available for redemption to the sequence. Each person is limited to redeeming 1 A-level skill. I wonder if the Lord of Sequence 2 is satisfied with this ability." "Very satisfied." Without hesitation, Wen Yu immediately spent 200,000 demon hunting points to redeem this ability. The one-eyed brutal strike sea level active ability was indeed dragging him down a bit. Then, Wen Yu looked at the last item on the list. Undead Sacrifice SS level special item. Sacrifice a massive amount of flesh and blood to resurrect 1 unit. The soul of that unit will be preserved, but the body will be transformed into an undead, and its skills will be cleared. Reborn from death, challenging the power of the gods will inevitably incur their punishment. Please use with caution. Redemption price, 500,000 demon hunting points. Seeing this item, Wen Yu's brow suddenly furrowed. Noticing Wen Yu's expression, Caldo smiled and said, "My lord, this item is very suitable for the profession of soul master. The spiritual link between soul pets and soul masters is quite close. Based on past experiences, when a soul pet dies in battle, it can have a tremendous impact on the soul master. In the past, there have even been cases where the soul pet died and the soul master completely collapsed mentally. So a backup means of resurrection is quite necessary. What do you think?" Seeing the mysterious smile on Caldo's face, Wen Yu suddenly felt dazed, as if he was witnessing a scene where he was holding the corpse of One-Eyed or Star amidst a sea of corpses, crying in grief. Wen Yu had never felt that he had something more than others, nor had he ever believed that death would never find him so. "I'll take it, and the Leghart Magic Mirror." The three items together consumed 20,700,000 demon hunting points, leaving Hanyue with 11,450,000 demon hunting points. Hanyue directly redeemed the Book of Darkness Summoning Volume from Caldo. Book of Darkness Summoning Volume absorbs souls and unleashes dark power. The Book of Darkness Summoning Volume possesses the terrifying ability to summon the dead. Redemption requirement: 1,500,000 demon hunting points. Carefully stroking the tattered scroll in his hands, the detailed attributes of the Book of Darkness Summoning Volume appeared in Hanyue's mind. Book of Darkness Summoning Volume absorbs souls, which will automatically generate soul puppets inside the Book of Darkness with unlimited quantity. Soul puppets feed on souls and level up based on souls. When the user activates the Book of Darkness, the soul puppets will directly appear around the user, occupying the souls of nearby living creatures or more intact corpses to control the target unit. The level of the controlled unit depends on the level of the soul puppet. Seeing the attributes of the Book of Darkness Summoning Volume, Hanyue nodded in satisfaction. As a soul master, every time he levels up, a new soul realm space is opened, and each soul realm space can only contract one spirit pet. This means that soul masters can only pursue a high-end route, while the existence of the Book of Darkness Summoning Volume will provide Hanyue with a vast amount of cannon fodder. After checking the remaining demon hunting points, 9,950,000, Hanyue put the redeemed items into the spatial ring and continued to speak to Caldo. "Do you have any other items suitable for me?" Caldo smiled and shook his head, reopening the redemption list. The dazzling array of items made Hanyue's head spin. After pondering for a while, Hanyue gave up on the inefficient action of checking each item one by one and directly spoke to Caldo. "I need a skill, the higher the level the better, one that can enhance physical capabilities." Upon hearing Hanyue's words, Caldo waved his hand again, and only two items remained on the list. Enhanced Acceleration B rank, passive ability, increases the host's speed by 20%. Exchange price, 50,000 demon hunting points. This ability was quite similar to the Shadow Step. Amplification B rank, passive ability, overall increases the host's physical attributes by 10%. Exchange price, 80,000 demon hunting points. Both skills were quite average. After deliberating, Hanyue chose the Amplification ability. He tore open the skill scroll and placed the Amplification skill on Faceless, granting it a skill that specifically provides a boost to Hanyue's combat state. Then Hanyue looked at Caldo. "Do you have any items that can grant immunity to fatal damage?" Caldo nodded. Half an hour later, after Hanyue finished his conversation with Caldo, he had acquired a bunch of potions, scrolls, and other items. The potion and scrolls were mostly common goods, such as rage potions, short-distance space teleportation scrolls, and basic protective items. Of course, these items were all suitable for level 5, so there was no need to worry about being outdated in a short time. In addition, Hanyue's spatial ring also held an item that he had previously encountered. Substitute Death Doll S-rank item. When a fatal blow is received, this item activates, fully restoring all injuries of the host. This item was used by Hanyue as a trump card for survival, and he spent all his demon hunting points on it. Before leaving, Hanyue asked again about information regarding the Sovereign and the demonic clan, but unfortunately, Caldo's answers were all things like, "The Demon Realm Gate will open in how long?" and "Your authority is temporarily insufficient to obtain information about the Sovereign." In one word, useless. Returning to the Exchange Stone Pillar, Hanyue equipped One-Eyed with the High-Frequency Blade, a rank active ability skill. He examined the skills of the Little Soul Beast and the Three-Headed Spirit Pet again, nodded in satisfaction, and then directly sat on the Exchange Stone Pillar, pulling out the biggest expense of this time, the Leghart Magic Mirror. Leghart Magic Mirror SSS rank item. Originating from an unknown world, crafted by a super powerhouse named Leghart, possesses the ability to peek into the skill quality obtained after leveling up. This item is unique. Usage method: touch the body to the Leghart Magic Mirror, and the Magic Mirror will automatically match the most suitable leveling method for the contacting creature. Seeing the introduction of the Leghart Magic Mirror, Hanyue immediately pointed his finger at the mirror. After a while, a wave resembling ripples appeared from the mirror, followed by a mental wave. Target profession is special. Leveling up cannot obtain skills. It is recommended to use an attribute-less level 5 magic crystal for leveling up. Oh, not bad. Seeing the performance of the Leghart Magic Mirror, Hanyue couldn't help but smile and directly pressed the Little Soul Beast against the mirror. Then another mental wave was sent out. Target current attributes: dark, space, and soul. Do you wish to choose a bias? As for what attributes meant, according to Hanyue's understanding, it should refer to the attributes of his own skills. As for bias, When you hesitated for a moment and sent a complex mental wave to the Leghart magic mirror. If leveling up, how can I obtain an SS rank light attribute skill? Then, the Leghart magic mirror remained silent for a while. Seeing this scene, a flash of disappointment crossed Wenyu's eyes. Is it really just a lifeless object? However, before Wenyu could finish his thought, the Leghart magic mirror immediately provided an answer. Target's qualifications do not meet the standards. Attribute conflict. Leveling up cannot obtain an SS rank light attribute skill, but can choose to first obtain a rank light attribute skill, after which you have a chance to obtain an SS rank light attribute skill. Note, the probability of obtaining an SS rank light attribute skill through leveling up does not exceed 20%. The Leghart magic mirror's response unexpectedly brightened Wenyu's outlook. Although the probability was low, at least there was some hope. However, optimized skill pairing do not choose a bias. After receiving Wenyu's instruction, the Leghart magic crystal suddenly shone with a dazzling light, flashing for nearly 10 seconds before slowly calming down, followed by a mental wave. Based on the existing skills and attributes, it is recommended that the target use 3 level 5 ancient demon magic crystals, 25 level 5 dark attribute magic crystals, 25 level 5 light attribute magic crystals, 100 level 5 beast attribute magic crystals, and the rest all use spatial attribute magic crystals. After leveling up, there will be a 40% chance of obtaining an SS rank space skill and a 60% chance of obtaining an S rank space skill. Professional, this is what I call professional. This money is well spent. At this moment, Wenyu was filled with thoughts of striking it rich. The answer provided by the Leghart magic mirror proved that Wenyu's previous life experience was somewhat incorrect. Although a single attribute could increase the probability of obtaining high-quality skills, using a combination of various attribute magic crystals in an unknown ratio could more effectively enhance the chances of leveling up to obtain high-quality skills. Moreover, the Leghart magic mirror could automatically match the most suitable skills based on existing abilities. This was evident, as the magic mirror did not suggest a dark attribute skill, meaning that with the little soul beast having dark divine light SSS rank, it indeed no longer needed dark attribute skills. Wenyu directly summoned One-Eyed and Star, trying each combination. Recommended to use level 5 Flesh Massive, level 5 Ancient Demon Flesh Small Amount, level 5 Demonic Entity Flesh Tiny Amount, 6 level 5 Ancient Demon Magic Crystals, 50 level 5 Fire Attribute Magic Crystals, 50 level 5 Earth Attribute Magic Crystals, 50 level 5 Wind Attribute Magic Crystals, 10 level 5 Dark Attribute Magic Mirrors, 10 level 5 Spatial Attribute Magic Crystals, the rest for level 5 Beast Attribute Magic Crystals. After leveling up, there is a 20% chance of obtaining SS rank Beast Attribute abilities and an 80% chance of obtaining S rank Beast Attribute abilities. This was for One-Eyed. As for Star, it was even more complicated. Recommended to use level 5 Flesh Massive, level 5 Ancient Demon Flesh Large Amount, level 5 Demonic Entity Flesh Small Amount, 3 level 5 Demonic Entity Magic Crystals, 100 level 5 Ancient Demon Magic Crystals, 100 level 5 Spatial Attribute Magic Crystals, 100 level 5 Time Attribute Magic Crystals. The rest split equally between Fire Attribute and Beast Attribute Magic Crystals. After leveling up, there is a 3% chance of obtaining Foundation Level Abilities Unknown Attribute, 57% chance of obtaining SS rank skills, Fire Attribute or Beast Attribute, and 40% chance of obtaining SS rank Beast Attribute skills. Seeing this scene, Wenyu sighed and shook his head, regretting the delay in meeting. By the way, how much is that small amount of money and large amount? The Leghart magic mirror quickly provided an answer. The quantity of flesh and blood doesn't greatly affect the quality of the skills obtained after leveling up, but it must be present. The specific quantity needs to be judged by the target itself. Hearing the Leghart magic mirror's response, Wenyu pondered for a moment and then directly put the magic mirror away. For the advancement of the One-Eyed and Star creatures, Wenyu decided to cultivate them entirely according to the ratio provided by the mirror, but the focus would be on the little soul beast. After a while, Wenyu made up his mind. An SS-level light attribute skill, I should use a skill scroll. If that doesn't work, then I'll just steal it. Currently, Wenyu hadn't used the soul-shattering mirror even once. After spending a crazy amount of points and demon-hunting credits, Wenyu emptied his small money and then checked all his items and skills, nodding in satisfaction. Every time a professional levels up, it represents a transformation in strength. And for someone like Wenyu who has dependence, the transformation brought about by leveling up is even greater. Feeling the surge in his physical qualities, he played with the little soul beast for a moment before striding towards the central castle. When Yu entered the large conference room, he saw 5 bored, powerful individuals. Liu sat at the head of the table, propping his head with one hand, yawning in boredom. An Asian man with a Gu family sword on his back was sitting with his arms crossed, eyes closed, recuperating his energy. Another Asian man kept flipping through a book compiled by the military titled Introduction to Mutated Beasts. Meanwhile, 2 blonde foreigners were sitting at opposite sides of the round table staring at each other. Upon seeing Yu walk in, Liu immediately broke into a smile and greeted him. "Let me introduce you. These are the top 10 super strong individuals in our ranks." As Liu introduced them, the others quickly stood up and nodded towards Yu. Yu naturally took the opportunity to carefully assess these individuals. Listening to their heartbeat and blood flow speed, they should be around mid-level 4. Of course, this judgment wasn't accurate, and Yu would never directly ask others about their level of strength. Such things were offensive, and he rarely engaged in that. After making a simple judgment in his mind, Yu greeted the group and then casually found a place to sit down. Seeing Yu sit, Liu nodded briefly, then stood up and walked to the large screen in the conference room, pointing at the demonic energy shield device towering in the demonic city. "This thing is our target this time. According to our Huaxia military's reconnaissance, the number of demonic creatures in the demonic city is not significant, and this demonic energy shield device is currently in a disabled state, so the battle will be very simple. We will walk in, have Andrei carry the demonic energy shield device onto the transport vehicle, and then come back. Any objections?" In response to Liu's proposal, there was silence from below. "That means there are no objections? Let's set off." Liu was quite straightforward. After speaking, he directly walked towards the door, and Yu and the others followed behind him without expressing any opinions. Inside the demonic city, there were no threats to the group, so as Liu said, the whole affair was simply walking in and taking the item out, very straightforward. However, no one noticed the strange light that flashed in Yang Pengguang's eyes as he walked at the back. Several military vehicles sped towards the direction of the demonic city. Yu sat in the passenger seat, playing with the little soul beast in his arms, while Liu drove, occasionally chatting casually with Yu. Once we get the demonic energy shield device, the military plans to completely occupy the demonic city and then seal the demon realm gate, making this treasure land a true training ground. "What do you think of this plan?" Yu replied perfunctorily. "It's okay." Liu was not surprised by Yu's tone and continued, "I saved a spot for you in front of a demon realm gate. The demonic creatures that come out will be divided equally, 1/4 for you and 1/4 for me. I worked hard to apply for this. How about it? Sounds fair, right?" Upon hearing this, Yu nodded directly. With only 2 remaining demon realm gates, Yu had essentially secured 1/8 of the demonic creatures that would appear in the treasure land. What was there to be dissatisfied about? By the way, how to deal with those foreigners? Inside the vehicle, there were only Yu and Liu, so there was no fear of others overhearing. "When the time comes, we will use our authority to directly teleport those foreigners out, telling them that the treasure land's outpost has been closed." In the entire treasure land, only Liu and Yu had authority as level 5 professionals, and Caldo, after the lure of food and drink, could be considered half an ally, so 2 professionals could indeed manage this. However, the nature of this matter, removing the donkey after grinding it to death, I like that, Yu gave Liu a knowing smile. Liu countered, "That's not removing the donkey after grinding it to death. That's distinguishing between close and distant relations." Yu shook his head helplessly. Each of these military high-ups had their own sets of methods. If it weren't for the massive benefits they could bring him, Yu genuinely wouldn't want to deal with these guys. If he weren't currently the one with the most power in the treasure land, who knew when they might sell him out? After a brief silence, Yu spoke up again. "I want to ask you something. I heard your dad say you recently had some friction with a divine beast species." Upon hearing Yu's words, Liu's eyes twitched twice, and after a while he helplessly said, "The ominous face Killin, right? That guy is a lunatic. Last time I went to Lhasa with the vermilion bird, I wanted to subdue it, but I ended up getting beaten back. Can't you communicate with it?" Liu shook his head. "It's not that we can't communicate. We were chatting well until I mentioned wanting it to join the military. That ominous face Killin immediately went crazy, saying it wanted to test our strength. I'll skip the rest. It chased me around like a monkey." Just as Liu finished speaking, he glanced at Yu. "Right, you don't have a spirit pet yet in your 5th soul realm, and that ominous face Killin is indeed very strong." Yu nodded and asked, "Have you seen the other divine beast species?" Liu shook his head. We first encountered the divine beast species, the ominous face Killin, but the results were not good, so we didn't pursue the other divine beast species. These guys, one after another, claim dominance in their territory, following the naked jungle law. To communicate with them, one must first fight, and then we can talk. It would be great if all the divine beast species were like the vermilion bird and the star. After saying this, Quang Liu directly reached out to touch the star on Wen Yu's head, causing the star to bare its teeth and snarl in response. Quang Liu awkwardly withdrew his hand and stammered, "I misspoke. It would be great if they were all like the vermilion bird, except for the star." Wen Yu, with a strange expression, then asked, "How did you guys get the vermilion bird?" Upon hearing Wen Yu's question, Quang Liu's hand gripping the steering wheel suddenly trembled, his voice rising several decibels. "I advise you not to have any thoughts about the vermilion bird. That's our military's high-end combat power. It's even more advanced than I am," Wen Yu shrugged. "I'm just asking. By the way, how exactly did the vermilion bird come to be? From what you said earlier, it seems you didn't capture it." "I don't know how the vermilion bird came to be. When the Yanjing gathering place was being constructed, my father left for a while, and when he returned, he brought back a vermilion bird. He didn't say much when I asked him about it." "Aha!" Wen Yu nodded, narrowing his eyes as if lost in thought. Seeing this, Quang Liu pushed Wen Yu and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, put away that expression. I know what you're thinking. Quickly hide those dirty thoughts." "Got it, no thoughts about the vermilion bird." "That's nonsense. Your expression clearly says otherwise. No way, I'll notify Commander Lin to hide the vermilion bird." "No need to hide it. I really have no thoughts about the vermilion bird." "Really not?" "Hey, why are you silent? Can I get a clear answer, please?" Amidst Wen Yu and Quang Liu's banter, the demonic city was already in sight. The demonic city looked the same as when Wen Yu last saw it, standing tall in place, but unfortunately it had long since changed beyond recognition. A large number of low-level bipedal lizards crawled back and forth inside and outside the demonic city, dense enough to make one dizzy. The unfortunate thing was, their level was too low. Since the demonic energy shield device had already been shut down, it could no longer serve to block enemies. Military drones had already flown into the demonic city, capturing the entire situation. The originally black vortex had shrunk to less than 10 meters in height, with some newly hatched low-level bipedal lizard offspring crawling out continuously. Without any command, these bipedal lizards clearly lacked intelligence, overcrowding the demonic city. More importantly, these low-level bipedal lizards had completely blocked the remaining 2 ordinary demon realm gates. Any demonic creatures that appeared inside would be killed and eaten by these bipedal lizards, which would then breed yet more bipedal lizards, none of which were even at the first level. After observing the scene on the tablet, Wen Yu furrowed his brows for a long time before finally speaking. "That red demon realm gate, any activity?" Quang Liu shook his head. "No, it's been very quiet lately." After saying that, Quang Liu waved his hand and shouted loudly, "This mission is to retrieve the demonic energy shield device. As for those bipedal lizards inside, they are just a bonus. Kill as many as you can." Upon hearing Quang Liu's words, the eyes of the others brightened. Although the demonic creatures inside the demonic city were low in level, their sheer numbers and dense distribution meant that the total score would definitely not be small. "Let's go." As soon as Quang Liu said, "Let's go," the single eye and star on Wen Yu immediately transformed into 2 blurred shadows, rushing into the demonic city. As the 2 beasts ran, their figures grew larger, and by the time they reached the outside of the demonic city, they had transformed into towering beasts comparable to the city walls. The 2 beasts jumped and soared, quickly vaulting over the city walls, and then explosions erupted within the demonic city, accompanied by the continuous cries of the bipedal lizards. Seeing this scene, the other few simply curled their lips. Yang Pengguang drew his sword, and his entire body suddenly turned into a cold, sharp flash, flying directly into the demonic city. OMG, flying with a sword. Sword immortal? Upon seeing this, Andrei's eyes nearly popped out, and even Claire beside him was wide-eyed with excitement. Although the group entered the outpost at the same time, their battle lines were not the same, and naturally, Yang Pengguang's skills were unknown to the others. Even Wen Yu looked at the flying Yang Pengguang with envy. It must be said, based on appearances alone, Yang Pengguang's move was absolutely stylish to the extreme. "Bullshit sword immortal," Quang Liu muttered under his breath, then quickly changed the subject. "Aren't you guys going? If you don't hurry, these guys will snatch all the points." After saying that, Quang Liu took off running towards the demonic city. Following Quang Liu, the others all used their abilities to charge towards the demonic city. Wen Yu stood outside the demonic city, watching the flames shooting up from inside while leisurely making his way toward the city. The single eye and star had already entered the demonic city ahead of him, so Hanyue was naturally not in a hurry. Hanyue's leisurely pace wasn't particularly slow. In no time, he had reached the edge of the demonic city. Gently stroking the city wall, a flash of emotion crossed Hanyue's eyes. The victory at the outpost not only significantly enhanced the strength of the human side's professionals, but more importantly, instilled confidence in the military. Demonic creatures are not invincible. Perhaps this belief is the fundamental purpose of opening the treasure land of the outpost. In the distance, the dense sounds of gurgling were ceaseless, occasionally mixed with sounds of explosions. After pondering for a moment, Hanyue jumped up in place, leaping over the city wall, and quickly moved toward the center of the demonic city. By the time Hanyue reached the side of the demonic energy shield device, a figure was already standing beside the demonic energy array. So fast, upon seeing Yang Pengguang's figure, a fleeting look of doubt crossed Hanyue's eyes, then he smiled and greeted him. Hearing Hanyue's voice, Yang Pengguang turned around, a faint smile on his face, lightly nodding. In his hand, a vague black light quickly dissipated, but Hanyue didn't notice at all. "Why don't you go collect some points?" Hearing Hanyue's question, Yang Pengguang smiled and said, "Ensuring the mission's objective is not compromised is the responsibility of us Huaxia soldiers." Hearing Yang Pengguang's words, Hanyue looked at him in surprise. This guy has a point, but it's rare to find someone who has reached Sequence 5 and speaks so straightforwardly. Didn't he see Quang Liu running far away, crazily harvesting points? After thinking for a long time, Hanyue couldn't figure out Yang Pengguang's thought process. He decided not to dwell on these questions and walked directly to the demonic energy shield generator, carefully examining its structure. The demonic energy shield generator stood at least 30 meters tall, with a diameter close to 10 meters, covered in complex and bizarre patterns. Aside from that, there were no switches or anything of the sort in sight. The startup method for this thing should be to input demonic energy, as Dean Feng Guansheng mentioned it to me briefly. Yang Pengguang might have noticed Hanyue's confusion and offered a slight explanation. "Oh, you know Feng Guansheng?" Hanyue had met Feng Guansheng once, during which Quang Liu had teased the bald old man. Yang Pengguang shrugged. "Dean Feng worked in Demon City before the apocalypse. I used to work in the same unit as him." Hanyue nodded in understanding. He didn't ask further questions and pushed against the demonic energy shield generator with all his strength, causing it to sway slightly. "It's pretty heavy," Hanyue murmured, then pushed harder. "The transport vehicle should be able to carry it," Hanyue confidently concluded. Meanwhile, Yang Pengguang squinted his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. In less than 30 minutes, the chaos in the demonic city gradually subsided. All the demonic creatures within the demonic city had been cleared, and a two-legged lizard appeared from the black vortex every 10 minutes. During this time, 2 demon realm gates had poured out a batch of demonic creatures, but unfortunately, they all perished at the hands of Hanyue and Yang Pengguang. Without reinforcements, the killing power of the 4 from Quang Liu was naturally quite terrifying. In the distance, a towering figure 20 meters tall approached, its terrifying size and violent strength causing the ground to rumble. Behind it, Du Yin, Xing, Quang Liu, Claire, and Suzuki Masao followed closely, arriving directly in front of the demonic energy shield generator. "This is it, let's get to work," Quang Liu said simply, and Andrei stepped forward, wrapping his giant arms around the demonic energy shield generator. "Ha ha!" A loud shout erupted from Andrei, then the ground shook as the demonic energy shield generator couldn't withstand Andrei's immense strength and was lifted up. "Ha! The weight is manageable, no problem." Andrei assessed the weight in his hands and voiced his judgment. Quang Liu nodded in understanding. "Let's move. Andrei, you sit on the transport vehicle. Claire, Yang Pengguang, and Suzuki Masao, you 3 lead the way. Hanyue and I will be in the rear." As soon as Quang Liu finished speaking, Andrei had already charged ahead toward the city exit, with some lower-level 2-legged lizards that had escaped, crazily rushing at him, only to be stomped dead by Andrei. At this point in the operation, it was basically complete. However, everyone except Yang Pengguang failed to notice that on the blood-red demon realm gate, the scarlet light was flickering rapidly, accompanied by a slight sound, as the blood-red demon realm gate slowly opened a crack. "Pengguang, you go to the treasure land at the forward base that Lin Heifeng mentioned. I have a task for you." "What task?" Peng Jun took out a black, gas-like object from his spatial ring and slowly began to speak. "Now Lin Heifeng has focused his attention on us, and we can't hide for long. The plan needs to be initiated early. After all, the first move is crucial." As Peng Jun spoke, he stood up from the large chair and paced back and forth in the office. "Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 are a big problem. Right now, apart from you and that person, we don't have anyone strong enough to hold their ground against them. and both of you have other tasks, so I need you to take out Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 in the treasure land at the forward base. With that thing, Yang Pengguang glanced back and forth at the black gas-like object in Peng Jun's hand. Peng Jun nodded. You take this object, approach the Demon Realm Gate, and then you won't need to worry about anything else. By the way, this will ensure you can safely return from the treasure land at the forward base. Bang! The loud sound interrupted Yang Pengguang's thoughts. Looking up, he saw that Andrei had placed the massive demonic energy array onto the transport vehicle. The weight of the demonic energy array caused the transport vehicle to sway back and forth until it finally stabilized. Let's start it up and give it a try. Upon hearing Quang Liu's words, the driver inside the transport vehicle immediately started the engine. Accompanied by a series of intense rumbling sounds, the transport vehicle moved forward slowly twice, then gradually picked up speed. It works. Seeing this scene, Quang Liu said with satisfaction. He then turned around, made a hand gesture, and everyone boarded the vehicle, as the entire convoy set off toward the distance in an orderly manner. Yang Pengguang sat in a military vehicle, raised his wrist to check the time, and turned his head to look at the distant demonic city with a strange expression. After a moment, he chuckled softly. Suzuki Masao, who was also in the same vehicle, glanced curiously at Yang Pengguang. Seeing him return to his usual calm demeanor, he slightly curled his lips and mumbled in Japanese, "Weird guy." Just as the entire convoy began to move slowly within the demonic city, the red light on the Demon Realm Gate grew more intense. The crack on it widened until the entire Demon Realm Gate was thrown wide open. Inside, the blood-red light swirled continuously, as if countless evil spirits were roaring madly from the other side, causing ripples to appear on the Demon Realm Gate. Then, a grotesque head poked out from the Demon Realm Gate. With orderly arranged black scales, its eyes lacked the murderous intent and brutality typical of demonic creatures, instead possessing a deep and calm sense. Its thin lips couldn't hide the sharp teeth within, and a black crystal on its forehead glimmered ominously. One after another, arms squeezed out from the Demon Realm Gate, as the demonic entity forcefully twitched its two hollow nostrils and licked its lips slightly. The aura of the Demon Lord and the scent of sequence. The breath of the Demon Lord and the scent of the sequence. Simple phrases in the Demon Realm language escaped the mouth of this ancient demon entity. Then, a thoughtful expression flashed in the eyes of the ancient demon entity. Suddenly, two wings burst forth from its back. The ancient demon entity slightly bent its legs and then pushed off with great force. A tremendous power erupted from beneath its feet, propelling its body upwards like a rocket. Then its wings suddenly spread open and swung fiercely. A massive sonic boom and shockwave rippled out, and in the blink of an eye, the ancient demon entity had vanished from sight. At the same time the ancient demon entity took flight, the entire convoy hadn't traveled far. After all, the weight of the demonic energy shield device severely slowed down the overall speed of the convoy. Fortunately, the surrounding demonic creatures had become quite sparse, with hardly a single one seen in half a day. The easy feeling of completing the mission, along with the rewards from the Huaxia military upon returning, made everyone feel somewhat invigorated. The Huaxia military was indeed quite generous. At this moment, Wen Yu was holding two spirit pets, bargaining incessantly with Quang Liu. Items and magic crystals need to be increased by 30%. This 30% is the price related to sequence permissions. While driving leisurely, Quang Liu muttered, "Wen Yu, big boss, we've been cooperating for so long, can't you ask for a bit less? Discussing magic crystals hurts feelings." Wen Yu decisively shook his head. "Don't talk about feelings, that stuff is useless and costs money. 30% is 30%. Or trade high-level skills instead? No way, at most 20%. You can forget about high-level skills. The military won't trade that kind of thing. At most, they'll give you the latest products from the Research Institute." "What good is that stuff to me?" "Don't say that. The stuff from the Research Institute is quite impressive. Once the time comes, I'll take you." Before Quang Liu could finish, the military vehicle in the front suddenly erupted with a loud explosion, and the entire vehicle was instantly disintegrated. As the flames erupted, three figures quickly burst out from inside the vehicle. The fastest to react was the Sequence 5 Yang Pengguang. He transformed into a streak of sword light, instantly darting out of the explosion range. Then a silver glow twisted and flowed like water, sliding towards the position where Wen Yu and Quang Liu were. It seemed slow, but in reality its speed was incredibly fast. Before the flames of the explosion had dissipated, this silver stream had already slid into Wen Yu and Quang Liu's vehicle, slowly solidifying into Claire's form in the back seat. Then, the third streak of light disappeared into the dust kicked up by the explosion. Only at this point did a violent sonic boom echo through the air. As the explosion echoed, Wen Yu and Quang Liu had already kicked open the car door and quickly jumped out, looking directly towards the exploded military vehicle. In a short span of time, everything had happened. When Wen Yu and Quang Liu got out of the car, Claire was already seated in the back, while Yang Pengguang had run far away. Even the heavily loaded transport vehicle had barely stopped. "Big boss, there's no scent?" Nothing detected. A mental wave pulsed from the star atop Wen Yu's head. The star's senses were extremely sharp. If even the star couldn't detect anything, it proved the attacker's concealment ability was formidable. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the attack and the speed of approach, it was clear that the incoming foe was quite troublesome. In a brief moment, the dust raised by the explosion settled, and the figure of the attacker appeared before everyone. It was a winged ancient demon. In its grasp was Sequence 9, Suzuki Masao, who was constantly twisting his body but was firmly held by the neck by the ancient demon entity. Seeing this scene, both Wen Yu and Quang Liu fell silent. The situation was clear. Without strong self-defense measures, Suzuki Masao would surely die. Noticing the few people who had stepped out of the car, the ancient demon entity revealed an inexplicable smile, then a glimmer of light flickered in its hand. An unknown power enveloped Suzuki Masao's neck, accompanied by a crackling sound. In an instant, Suzuki Masao's neck vanished. No, it shouldn't be said to have vanished. It should be said to have transformed into a piece of paper. Meridians, flesh, bones, even blood stained this paper with a bizarre, colorful pattern. Suzuki Masao's eyes widened, confusion flashing through them rapidly before he slowly lost his vitality. He was dead. Bang! The weapon in Wen Yu's hand, pulse, quickly appeared, and he fired several shots at the ancient demon entity. Since Suzuki Masao was dead, Wen Yu had no reason not to attack. Pale energy bullets were rapidly fired from the muzzle of Pulse. Only two passed straight through the ancient demon entity's body. The ancient demon entity suffered not a scratch. "Spatial ability," Wen Yu exclaimed rapidly, then the star in his arms quickly enlarged, charging toward the ancient demon entity. The skill that allowed the ancient demon entity to evade Pulse's attack was likely a kind of phasing ability. In this world, there was no such thing as an invincible ability, because all abilities required stamina to sustain. Thus, Wen Yu's strategy was quite simple: just keep attacking. Deplete the ancient demon entity's stamina completely, and it naturally wouldn't be able to use any skills. "You guys go first. I'll deal with this guy." Wen Yu had just leveled up, and his strength had undergone a transformation. Coupled with the various defensive items in his spatial ring, the ancient demon entity before him was an excellent sharpening stone. On one hand, it allowed Wen Yu to familiarize himself with and experiment with his skills. On the other hand, if he couldn't defeat it, with Wen Yu's current strength and the permissions of Sequence 2 in the Treasure Land, he could still escape. Hearing Wen Yu's voice, Quang Liu didn't hesitate at all, directly commanding the remaining convoy to detour away. Seeing the human side take action, the ancient demon entity nodded slightly, first glancing at the convoy that was about to set off again, then looking at the star beside it that was frantically attacking but had no effect, hesitating slightly before speaking clearly in Chinese. "Sequence 2, priority target for elimination. That's you." Upon hearing these words, a flash of light ignited in Wen Yu's eyes as he crazily pulled the trigger at the ancient demon entity, but it remained ineffective. Moreover, the ancient demon entity showed no signs of depleting its stamina. Seeing Xing and Wen Yu relentlessly launching ineffective attacks, the ancient demon entity's eyes were filled with a mocking smile, because Wen Yu had no idea what kind of monster he was facing. Dimensional Sanctuary SS level, active ability, consumes a large amount of stamina to create a dimensional space only visible to the host. The dimensional space only affects the host. When the host is inside the dimensional sanctuary, the outside world can only see the host's body but cannot attack the host in any form. Note: investigation abilities above SS level excluding SS level can detect the entrance to the dimensional sanctuary, and space-type attack abilities above SS level excluding SS level can attack the host within the dimensional sanctuary. Foundation-level attack skills equal to the host's level can completely destroy the dimensional sanctuary. The dimensional sanctuary can release a maximum of 3 layers. Duration: 1 Earth day. With this ability, it meant that the attacks from Wen Yu and Xing were completely ineffective. Furthermore, the demonic entity would not consume any stamina at all. This was an extremely powerful life-saving ability. The convoy led by Quang Liu was getting farther away, and Wen Yu slowly stopped his actions. Because Wen Yu also realized that after attacking for so long, he had accomplished nothing. Xing also ceased spewing dragon flame and slowly returned to Wen Yu's location. The one-eyed body was growing larger and soon entered a combat form. "What's this? Not fighting anymore?" The ancient demon entity spoke clear Mandarin with a magnetic tone and precise enunciation. When Yu shook his head slightly, "If I can't hit you, then there's no point in continuing." "Wise choice. Then it's my turn?" The ancient demon entity said playfully, and made a gesture towards Wen Yu that seemed to be a form of greeting from the demon realm. Then, the ancient demon entity suddenly disappeared without a trace. Instantaneous movement S-level, active ability, changes the position in space, allowing oneself to appear in another location, consuming stamina based on the distance. This familiar ability made Wen Yu envious. Unfortunately, this ability always appeared on the opponent, and this ancient demon entity's application of instantaneous movement was far superior to that of the former black-robed figure. Seeing the ancient demon entity vanish without a trace, Wen Yu immediately reacted, sending out a rapid mental wave. "Scatter immediately, Xing, unleash all your skills." Xing's Dragon Might domain harmed both foes and allies. Under normal circumstances, Wen Yu didn't want Xing to unleash skills at full power around him. This would dramatically lower physical quality and consequently reduce the power of all skills, which felt quite unpleasant. But now this clearly did not belong to normal circumstances. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Just as Wen Yu's mental wave finished transmitting, the body of the ancient demon entity appeared directly above Xing. Seeing the sudden appearance of the ancient demon entity, Xing immediately reacted, skipping the thought process, and directly activated both Dragon Might Domain and Dragon Blood Amplification skills. Then scales erupted all over his body, violently sweeping towards the space around the ancient demon entity. However, Rupture Armor Storm S-level did not inflict a single bit of damage on the ancient demon entity. Space Solidification SSS rank, active ability, creates a completely solidified space within a certain range around the body. Any object other than the host within it will be in an absolute solidified state. After this skill is activated, it consumes a large amount of stamina every second. Note, absolute power can break this state. As indescribable power spread through the surrounding space, the dragon scales that rushed towards the ancient demon entity came to a halt in midair, and even a part of Xing's body was rendered completely immobile under the effect of space solidification. Xing's physical quality was at the early stage of level 5. This physical quality, compared to this level 5 peak ancient demon entity, had quite a significant gap. Even considering the boost from Dragon Might Domain and Dragon Blood Amplification, Xing's current physical quality still could not reach the absolute power needed to break through the solidified space. Perhaps when Xing reached the peak of level 5, he could overcome this power's blockade, but right now it was simply impossible. Then the ancient demon raised its claw towards Xing. Dimensionality Reduction Strike SSS rank, active ability. Adds strange spatial power to the attack area, performing Dimensionality Reduction attack, 3-dimensional to 2-dimensional, transforming a 3-dimensional structure into a 2-dimensional form. Dimensionality Reduction Strike cannot break through foundation-level defense skills, but can completely ignore all defense capabilities below foundation level. The palm, emitting an eerie glow, smacked down directly on Xing's head. Then half of Xing's head caved in, resembling a painting where the organs such as eyes and nose were clearly visible. Combined with the remaining half of his intact head, Xing's entire head presented a horrifying and eerie appearance. A frantic roar erupted from Xing's mouth, and the violent dragon flame sprayed everywhere, but unfortunately it was all frozen around the ancient demon entity's body. Attacks, ineffective, defense, impossible. The confrontation between the ancient demon entity and Xing was an extraordinarily simple display of skills. This was a suppression of physical quality combined with skill coordination. If Xing reached the peak of level 5, he would definitely have a chance against this ancient demon entity, but right now, Xing was being crushed when facing the ancient demon entity. As the strongest combat force on the surface for Wen Yu, Xing's innate battle instincts and reaction speed were absolutely beyond what Wen Yu could hope to match. Moreover, everything happened too quickly. So fast that before Wen Yu even had a chance to escape the range of Xing's Dragon Might Domain, he heard a scream coming from behind. At the same time, a mental wave rapidly transmitted into Wen Yu's mind. "Big boss, hurry and save me, quick!" Wen Yu immediately turned around and caught sight of the massive and bizarre wound on top of Xing's head. The ancient demon's hand glowed once more and swiftly slashed down. Unfortunately, this strike of dimensionality reduction hit empty air. Xing had already been pulled back into the soul realm space by Wen Yu. The power of divine beast species was immense, and their vitality was terrifyingly resilient. Even with a serious wound on his head, Xing did not die on the spot, but was rescued by Wen Yu. Seeing the unknown power at the wound on Xing's head rapidly being expelled under the influence of the soul realm space, Wenyu let out a heavy breath of turbid air. Thankfully, just in time. Such a pity. The ancient demon entity sighed and shook its head, feeling regret and shock for not having killed Xing just now. Beside it, Wenyu, after seeing the ancient demon entity neatly dispose of Xing, felt a chill run down his spine. According to Wenyu's assessment of his own strength, creatures below level 6 rarely posed a deadly threat to him, including divine beast species, which was why he stayed behind to restrain the ancient demon entity. However, it seemed that the skill combination of the ancient demon entity in front of him was quite terrifying. So terrifying, in fact, that it ignited a surge of fighting spirit within Wenyu. Indeed, there was no fear or dread. What filled Wenyu's heart was a strange sense of battle intent and excitement. Ever since Wenyu advanced to level 4, he had mainly relied on Xing and the Cyclops to deal with all his opponents, but he had never forgotten. A soul master was not the same as an ordinary summoner. Before level 5, Wenyu's combat power was not as strong as Xing's, but now, after the little soul beast acquired the ability of Dark Divine Light, Wenyu's own combat power had significantly increased. More importantly, his ability system was not inferior to that of the ancient demon entity. After his promotion, Wenyu thoroughly studied the Dark Divine Light ability and suddenly realized that his combat system had undergone tremendous changes. In a nutshell, Wenyu's current strength was unlike that of an ordinary professional. It was similar to the ancient demon entity in front of him. His physical quality was merely the material for releasing skills, with a minimal impact on combat capability. He directly recalled the Cyclops and summoned Faceless from the fourth soul realm. Seeing this scene, the ancient demon entity was slightly surprised. "What's wrong? Not running away?" Wenyu shrugged. "Can I escape? Your physical quality is higher than mine, and you have a teleportation ability. No matter where I run, I can't outrun you, right?" "Correct," the ancient demon entity readily agreed. "Then that's settled. Instead of running away, why don't we have some fun together? Now, the second round officially begins." Their conversation felt like that of old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time, yet the atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense. Spirit Pet Empowerment, Second Soul Realm selecting Destiny Fight, Third Soul Realm selecting Dragon Might Domain. In a brief moment, when you had chosen the skill of Spirit Pet Empowerment and then cut his finger to extract a drop of blood, the blood entered Faceless's body, and Faceless immediately underwent intense changes. Within just a few seconds, Faceless, now looking exactly like Wenyu, stood beside him. During this time, the ancient demon entity did not take the opportunity to attack Wenyu, but instead watched him thoughtfully. Only after Faceless had fully formed did the ancient demon entity slowly start to clap. "Not bad, not bad. This thing is really good. Can you give it to me? How about I spare your life?" Wenyu slightly shook his head and directly took off the touch of greed from his hand, placing it in Faceless's grasp. Faceless expressionlessly equipped the touch of greed, and at the same time, Wenyu activated Spirit Pet Empowerment again. Second Soul Realm, selecting the chapter of Flesh and Blood. Third Soul Realm, selecting Dragon Blood Amplification. Activating Dragon Blood Amplification and feeling the burning sensation and immense power coursing through his body, Wenyu smiled at the ancient demon entity. "If you want it, come and take it yourself. And now, the second round, start!" As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous force suddenly erupted from Wenyu's body, and an endless dark aura spread out from him. A black light curtain with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters enveloped the entire battlefield, immediately obscuring Wenyu, Faceless, and the ancient demon entity. Darkness, full activation. At the same time, Faceless instantly unleashed all its power and pounced towards the ancient demon entity. When darkness suddenly enveloped the ancient demon entity, it displayed no shock or astonishment. Although dark abilities were rare, space abilities were even rarer, and with the ancient demon entity's abilities, it held a high status in the demon realm. It had seen many abilities, and a power similar to a dark light curtain did not catch its attention. However, just as Wenyu underestimated the ancient demon entity's abilities, the ancient demon entity clearly underestimated Wenyu now. As the ancient demon entity attempted to use teleportation to directly kill Wenyu, it suddenly found that Wenyu's aura had completely vanished. "What is this ability? Truly interesting." The ancient demon entity licked its lips and said loudly. What answered it were voices coming from all directions. "This ability is called Darkness." In the next moment, countless bizarre dark abilities instantly wrapped around the ancient demon entity's body. Dark Absorption activated. Dark Ability Variant, Delayed Activation. Dark Ability Variant, Blindness Activation. Dark Ability Variant. All kinds of dark attribute curse skills were frantically applied to the ancient demon entity, continuously stripping away its physical quality. Meanwhile, Faceless had already approached the ancient demon entity. Dragon Might Domain activated. This time, the ancient demon entity's expression changed dramatically. For both Hanyue and the ancient demon entity, the battle was no longer a mere contest of physical qualities. The effects of skills played a more crucial role, but it was undeniable that the higher the physical quality and stamina, the more skills one could unleash. Under the overwhelming pressure of numerous dark curses and the Dragon Might Domain, the ancient demon entity's stamina limit was instantly reduced significantly, and every second, a considerable amount of its stamina was drained by the curses. Under the darkness, the ancient demon entity's perception abilities were severely compressed, vaguely sensing Faceless's location, prompting it to activate teleportation. With a flash of silver light, the ancient demon entity instantly disappeared from its original position, only to reappear abruptly behind Faceless. Hanyue's strategy was quite simple. Faceless would release the Dragon Might Domain, responsible for closely constraining the ancient demon entity's physical quality, engaging in melee combat when necessary, while Hanyue hid in the endless darkness, wielding the Fury Song and Heartbeat, launching ranged attacks at the ancient demon entity. In this dark light curtain created by the dark divine light, Hanyue was virtually omnipresent. He was even close to being all-powerful, and although Faceless also possessed dark abilities, it lacked the enhancement of dragon blood amplification. However, to say that it could be easily killed by a slap from the ancient demon entity would be a great insult to the dark divine light skill. When the ancient demon entity swung its arm, intending to deliver a dimensionality reduction strike to Faceless, a black circle abruptly appeared at the feet of Faceless and the ancient demon entity. Before the ancient demon entity could attack Faceless, the circle beneath them suddenly emitted a violent gravitational pull. With the peak-level physical quality of the ancient demon entity, it naturally wouldn't be disturbed by mere gravity, but this black circle was not meant to disrupt the ancient demon entity's movements at all. The black circle seemed to connect to an unknown space. When Faceless sensed the gravity within the circle, it made no unnecessary movements and instead dove downward, following the pull. In an instant, Faceless vanished from sight, and then, less than 100 meters away, another circle unexpectedly appeared. Faceless's body emerged from it, expressionless as it looked at the ancient demon entity, and then its entire body exploded, unleashing boundless darkness that once again engulfed the surrounding space. Double darkness? Faceless did not have dragon blood amplification, so the darkness it released was several times weaker than Hanyue's. However, the domain of Dragon Might enveloping Faceless fully merged with the darkness. As long as the ancient demon entity was within the range of the dark light curtain created by Faceless, it would suffer the suppression of the Dragon Might domain. At the same time, a flash of black light appeared, and another dark absorption was placed on the ancient demon entity. Then, the darkness surged, strange cracking sounds echoed from all directions. The ancient demon entity quietly sensed the surrounding space and the rapid loss of its stamina. After a while, it spoke heavily. "This is really troublesome. I didn't expect it to be such a domain-like ability. What is this ability called?" After a long silence in the endless darkness, a voice like thunder reverberated from all directions. "I haven't named it yet, but since you asked, I'll improvise one. Let's call it the Dark World. What do you think?" The ancient demon entity seemed to savor the name for a moment and nodded after a while. "Not bad, very descriptive. All right, I must admit, this time I've underestimated you, so tusk. Goodbye." As soon as the ancient demon entity finished speaking, its teleportation ability activated rapidly, teleporting in one direction 3 times in quick succession. It was trying to escape. The situation was clear. Even if the ancient demon entity's skills were impeccable, in the endless darkness, it completely lost track of Hanyue's position, let alone attack. Moreover, with various curses afflicting it, every second the ancient demon entity lingered here would drain a significant portion of its stamina and life force. Running away when you can't win is the right choice. However, when the 3 teleports ended, the ancient demon entity still found itself within the darkness. "Shield perception," the ancient demon entity said grimly. In response, countless sounds echoed in a dense cacophony. At this moment, Hanyue was floating at the top of a semicircular black light curtain, while Faceless stood quietly beside him. Seeing the ancient demon entity, which had made 3 consecutive teleports without changing its position, a mocking glint flickered in Hanyue's eyes. "Shielding perception is quite common among dark abilities. Does this guy really think I wouldn't use it?" Unfortunately, there was no audience to hear Hanyue's self-absorbed mutterings. However, Hanyue didn't care about that. He was currently treating the ancient demon entity below as a little white mouse to continuously refine the Dark World ability. The principle of the ability was simple. By leveraging the powerful amplification effect from dragon blood amplification, it significantly enhanced Wenyu's physical quality and various abilities. This was how he could use divine light to create a vast domain of darkness. Here, Wenyu was akin to a creator god. Although dragon blood amplification would continuously burn his blood, Wenyu possessed the blood and flesh chapter, so even if all his blood were burned away, it wouldn't affect him at all. Moreover, with the SSS-ranked dragon blood amplification, the blood-burning speed was not fast. The first stage of the Dark World is to create a large dark domain using divine light, and then integrate completely into the darkness through the phasing ability. Due to the inclusiveness of divine light and the fact that they are all little soul beasts' abilities, it can barely achieve a dual-skill fusion. Wenyu had already tested phasing while activating the Dark World, and it indeed worked. The explosion of Faceless's body was the result of combining phasing with the start of the Dark World. The synergistic effect produced by these two abilities meant that Wenyu was omnipresent within the Dark World. The entire Dark World was Wenyu, but the consumption of stamina was immense. Fortunately, with the dark absorption under dragon blood amplification and the omnipresent absorption and corrosion effects throughout the Dark World, Wenyu's stamina remained abundant. It was evident that the more creatures in the Dark World, the more replenishment Wenyu could gain. The first stage of the Dark World was about trapping enemies and weakening them. And as for the second stage of the Dark World, Wenyu looked down at the constantly surging darkness and then glanced at the ancient demon entity standing still, pondering something, and lightly snapped his fingers. At that moment, the ancient demon entity was contemplating how to break the enemy while carefully sensing Wenyu's position. Unfortunately, it had nothing to show for it. In front of it, the dense sounds grew closer, but the ancient demon entity could see nothing, which undoubtedly heightened its anxiety. Finally, the source of the noise came into view. It was a bizarre unknown life form, only half a meter long. This half-meter-long body had an out-of-proportion large head with short limbs that made the ancient demon entity wonder if it could even move. The rounded head bore a menacing mouth, but there were no teeth or similar organs inside. Instead, there was a swirling black vortex. The strange creature slowly approached the ancient demon entity, followed by a second, third one. Continuously emerging, above in the Dark World, Wenyu was slowly explaining. The second stage of the Dark World, dark beasts, completely elemental life forms formed by divine light with a very slow movement speed, but their attack power is incredibly violent. And their numbers? Wenyu shook his head, mourning for the ancient demon entity for a few seconds. Then he commanded the dark beasts to pounce directly at the ancient demon entity. The strange dark beast was not fast and lacked explosive power. The first dark beast was easily evaded by the ancient demon entity. Then came the second, then the third. Finally, one dark beast managed to bite into the body of the ancient demon entity. In the stunned gaze of the ancient demon entity, this dark beast directly tore away the flesh at the bitten spot, while a strange mental attack surged into the ancient demon entity's mind. Soul Strike, the black hole from the dark beast's mouth swallowed the flesh of the ancient demon entity. Then it lunged at it once again. The mouth of the dark beast possesses a power similar to obliteration. Of course, it is not as strong as obliteration, but a fifth-tier dark beast from the Dark World can inflict terrifying damage on any life form below the 6th level. Now, what will you do? Wenyu was certain that the dark beast could not kill the ancient demon entity. The first and second phases of the Dark World were not intended to eliminate super-strong beings. However, as long as the ancient demon entity released its skills, the goal of the second phase would be achieved. The goal of the second phase of the Dark World was to weaken and kill cannon fodder. As expected, the ancient demon entity took action. The 4 known abilities of the ancient demon entity were Dimensional Sanctuary SS level, active ability, Instant Teleportation S rank, active ability, Spatial Solidification SSS rank, active ability, and Dimensionality Reduction Strike SSS rank, active ability. These 4 abilities encompass the 3 major combat aspects of movement, defense, and attack. With such a terrifying skill combination, the ancient demon entity was virtually unstoppable in battle. Its solo combat ability was comparable to that of divine beast species with similar physical qualities. However, the ancient demon entity encountered Wenyu, whose skills were even more fearsome and bizarre. Attack. No, the ancient demon entity could not locate Wenyu's position and could not possibly launch an attack against him. Fleeing? Very difficult. In the Dark World, the perception of the ancient demon entity was heavily compressed, causing it to be unable to discern direction. Perhaps it could escape by luck, but how many attacks would it have to endure in the process, and how long would it take? More importantly, how much stamina would it need to expend? Once its stamina was depleted, the only fate awaiting the ancient demon entity would be death. Moreover, it was even more serious that the ancient demon entity had no ability to tear open the dark world from the inside. Thus, defense became the only choice for the ancient demon entity, and also the correct choice. When the ancient demon entity activated its dimensional sanctuary SS level, active ability, when Yu in midair furrowed his brow. The stamina he had just replenished abruptly came to a halt. The dimensional sanctuary SS level, active ability, was equivalent to hiding in another space. The current dark world had no ability to break through the spatial barrier, and the curse on the ancient demon entity could not penetrate the dimensional sanctuary to provide nourishment for Wen Yu. Endless dark beasts continuously drilled in and out of the ancient demon entity's body, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Seeing this scene, the ancient demon entity sat down and shouted loudly into the boundless darkness. "Hey, it's your turn now." As soon as the words fell, the dark world instantly contracted, leaving a diameter of less than 10 meters. Within it, Wen Yu's voice came out. "This ability of yours is interesting. What do you call it? Dimensional sanctuary. If you have the ability to break the spatial barrier, I'll concede. If not, how about we call it a tie?" "Not a chance." The dark world took action for the first time, but resulted in absolutely no gains, which Wen Yu could not tolerate. As soon as he finished speaking, countless black arrows shot toward the ancient demon entity, then quickly vanished into the horizon. "Useless. Moreover, without stamina replenishment, your dark world won't last long. You can't kill me." What the ancient demon entity said was a fact. When Yu had shrunk the dark world out of concern for insufficient stamina, such a high-level combined skill consumed terrifying amounts of energy. After testing for quite a while, When Yu confirmed one thing: the ancient demon entity was not lying. Sensing the remaining stamina in his body, When Yu pondered for a long time before once again activating the dark world. Seeing this scene, the mockery in the ancient demon entity's eyes deepened, and it screeched at Wen Yu. "Still not giving up? Or are you just stubborn? I advise you, if you don't have foundation-level attack skills, you won't be able to break the dimensional sanctuary." The response to the ancient demon entity was the dark world, which was continuously surging forward. The so-called foundation-level skills are what can break the dimensional sanctuary. This statement is not entirely correct. The dimensional sanctuary released by a fifth-tier ancient demon entity indeed requires a fifth-tier foundation-level ability to completely shatter it. However, if the ancient demon entity were to face a level 10 professional, it's likely that the level 10 professional could completely destroy the dimensional sanctuary with mere punches and kicks. The defense limit of the dimensional sanctuary is not assessed based on skill level, but rather based on energy intensity. When Yu at this moment aimed to unleash the power of a fifth-tier foundation-level attack skill using the third phase of the Dark World, Dark Demon Lord state. Endless darkness swiftly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the Dark World once again enveloped the Earth. Within the Dark World, Wen Yu and the faceless body instantly exploded, directly utilizing the phasing ability to merge with the Dark World. Then, the Dark World began to slowly contract. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. The Dark World contracted to a semicircle of just 10 meters in diameter before finally stopping. Then, to the astonished expression of the ancient demon entity, the entire Dark World quickly transformed into a black shadow standing 10 meters tall, holding a gigantic war blade. The shadow's body was extremely blurry, occasionally emitting faint black light that quickly dissipated into the surrounding air. From this, it could be seen that Wen Yu's current power level was insufficient to catalyze a complete state of the Dark Demon Lord. However, even in an incomplete state, the Dark Demon Lord was enough to achieve the attack power of a fifth-tier foundation-level skill. The body of the Dark Demon Lord, constructed from the Dark World, shone with countless black lights within, releasing a frenzy of various dark attribute enhancement abilities, while the war blade in the Dark Demon Lord's hand emitted waves of eerie brilliance. That was a condensation of the faceless Dark World, with the Dragon Might domain coalescing and shining a silver light onto the war blade. The next second, the Dark Demon Lord stepped forward and swung the war blade directly at the dimensional sanctuary. The nearly 10-meter-long pitch-black war blade, carrying a violent wave of air, slashed down at the dimensional sanctuary. The raging wind pressure scattered around, and the unparalleled momentum instantly made the ancient demon entity within the dimensional sanctuary stand on end. In the eyes of the ancient demon entity, this blow seemed to occupy its entire world, with terrifying power spilling out everywhere. The next second, the war blade violently struck against the dimensional sanctuary. This time, the war blade did not pierce through the ancient demon entity's body, but was intercepted just under a meter above its head. What intercepted the Dark Demon Lord's attack was a spherical transparent light curtain. This was undoubtedly the essence of the dimensional sanctuary. Then, the Dark Demon Lord took a step forward, raising the Black War Blade high, carrying with it a momentum that could tear the sky and split the earth, and once again chop down. Boom! The Black War Blade made contact with the Dimensional Sanctuary once more. The intense explosion echoed everywhere, and at the same time, spatial rifts appeared at the point of contact between the two. It was evident that the Dark Demon Lord's power, even if it could not reach the effect of Foundation-level attack skills, was not far off. Seeing this scene, the ancient demon entity's eyes flashed with fear as it gritted its teeth, watching the war blade repeatedly strike down from the sky, lost in thought. Boom, boom, boom! The explosive sound spread far and wide, and the Dark Demon Lord seemed tireless, aiming at the Dimensional Sanctuary with blow after blow. In the face of the Dark Demon Lord's terrifying power, the Dimensional Sanctuary was on the verge of collapse. But at this moment, Hanyue, who was fused with the Dark Demon Lord, was suffering greatly. The consumption from the Dark World itself was already significant, and the Dark Demon Lord's consumption was even more terrifying. Coupled with the lack of Dark Absorption replenishment, Hanyue was now forcing himself to unleash blow after blow. On the surface, the battle seemed to be a one-sided crushing by Hanyue against the ancient demon entity. But the essence of this fight had already evolved into a war of attrition. Hanyue was betting that before he exhausted his stamina, he could use the Dark Demon Lord to slay the ancient demon entity. And the ancient demon entity was also gambling. It was betting that. Finally, on the 31st strike, the Dimensional Sanctuary made a series of unbearable sounds, and then, as if it were glass, it shattered. The sound of Kala Kala reached the ears of the ancient demon entity, and Hanyue and the exploding Dimensional Sanctuary stirred up a violent storm. At the original position of the Dimensional Sanctuary, astonishing black rifts suddenly appeared. These were all spatial rifts. This scene made Hanyue's eyes light up, and he exerted all his effort to urge the Dark Demon Lord. The Dark Demon Lord's blurred figure even became clearer, and once again the war blade was raised, ready to deliver the final judgment on the ancient demon entity. But just then, the ancient demon entity, which had been sitting in the Dimensional Sanctuary, suddenly opened its eyes. In the next second, the ancient demon entity directly activated its teleportation ability and appeared behind the Dark Demon Lord, raising its hands high, with a silver-white light ring directly enveloping the Dark Demon Lord's body. Dimensional Seal SS level, active ability, activate the power of space to seal a large area in another dimensional space. The sealed objects are in an observer state for 10 minutes. They can move slightly but cannot attack or be attacked, only able to observe the scene before them. This was the fifth ability of the ancient demon entity. One must admit that the ancient demon entity had considerable combat experience. The ancient demon entity could not gauge Hanyue's remaining stamina. If Hanyue had plenty of stamina left, then once the Dimensional Sanctuary was breached and it was pulled back into the Dark World, the situation would be quite dire. Moreover, launching a Dimensionality reduction strike against the Dark Demon Lord was even more impossible. The Dark Demon Lord's body was entirely composed of dark attribute elements, plus Hanyue within had phasing abilities. The state of the Dark Demon Lord made Hanyue effectively immune to the vast majority of attacks. The choices available to the ancient demon entity were limited. Just as the Dark Demon Lord shattered the Dimensional Sanctuary, the ancient demon entity was pondering countermeasures while also recovering its stamina. Using teleportation, it couldn't run too far. It might get caught and killed by the Dark Demon Lord halfway. Using the Dimensional Sanctuary would only lead to passive attacks. If the Dark Demon Lord shattered the Dimensional Sanctuary again, it would be like a large catfish stuck on a sticky board. After weighing the options, the ancient demon entity still leaned towards taking the initiative to attack, directly sealing away the Dark Demon Lord and then running far away, waiting until its injuries and stamina were fully restored before coming back to find trouble with Hanyue and the outpost. The brilliance of the Dimensional Seal enveloped Hanyue entirely. An unknown force directly pushed the Dark Demon Lord out of this space, as if sealed within a small box. The Dark Demon Lord, transformed by Hanyue, remained in an unknown space but could do nothing. Seeing the effect of the Dimensional Seal, the ancient demon entity immediately leaned against its knee, squatting on the ground and gasping for breath with bloodshot eyes. It glared fiercely at the sealed Dark Demon Lord, then turned to look at the distant corpse of Suzuki Masao, hesitating for a moment, seemingly making a significant decision. The ancient demon entity staggered away into the distance. In a sealed state, Hanyue waited until the ancient demon entity ran far away, and only then did the Dark Demon Lord slowly collapse, revealing Hanyue's body. Then in the next second, Hanyue directly spat out a mouthful of crushed flesh. In the state of the Dark Demon Lord, Wen Yu's consumption was terrifying. The dragon blood amplification had long burned through Wen Yu's blood, frantically squeezing every cell within him. Although his injuries were not visible from the outside, Wen Yu's body had already been drained completely. During the last few attacks from the Dark Demon Lord, Wen Yu was merely holding on. He lightly slapped his cheek and momentarily regained clarity, pulling out a large amount of potions and struggling to drink them. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and when Wen Yu reappeared at the outpost Treasure Land, the ancient demon entity had long since vanished. Cautiously releasing his combat state, the Faceless, who had copied Wen Yu, quietly protected him, preventing the ancient demon entity from seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. Directly pulling out the communication device from the spatial ring, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Wen Yu spoke up. "That guy ran away. Can't find his location." After a moment's hesitation, Wen Yu added, "I suggest we abandon the outpost Treasure Land. I suggest we abandon the Treasure Land at the outpost." Hearing Wen Yu's report, Quang Liu on the other end of the communicator fell silent for a moment before responding gravely, "Is it that strong? Peak level 5. All of them possess powerful spatial abilities with top-notch attack, defense, and mobility." Quang Liu remained silent for a long time before replying, "Come back first. We haven't reached the outpost yet. We can discuss this issue further once we get there." Upon hearing Quang Liu's response, Wen Yu ended the communication without saying a word. Quang Liu's meaning was clear. Putting aside the military higher-ups, just the fact that Quang Liu himself couldn't accept being driven away from a treasure land by a demonic clan was enough. As for Wen Yu, he wouldn't overly persuade these people. Everyone has their own considerations and will make their own decisions. Moreover, the most crucial point is that everyone needs to pay the price for their own decisions. What Wen Yu could do was merely state the facts and make his own decision. After observing the star in the third soul realm, the healing ability in the soul realm was quite powerful. However, the injuries on the star were extremely severe, and coupled with the unknown energy contained in the Dimensionality reduction strike, the healing of the star's wounds was very slow. He directly recalled Faceless back to the soul realm space. The blood absorbed by Faceless was equivalent to a foreign energy, and once Faceless entered the soul realm space, its perfect replication state was directly lifted. He then summoned the Cyclops from the soul realm space. During Wen Yu's recent battle with the ancient demon entity, aside from Faceless, the other two spirit pets hadn't played much of a role at all. This wasn't surprising. Wen Yu had always trained the Cyclops and the Star as melee fighters, and their combat styles had always leaned towards that. However, faced with the bizarre and powerful skill combination of the ancient demon entity, the contributions of the Cyclops and the Star were minimal. This could only be described as a suppression of the skill combination system. Moreover, creating a skill set like that of the ancient demon entity is undoubtedly very difficult. Additionally, Wen Yu himself didn't believe that a beast attribute ability system would be significantly inferior to a spatial ability system. Just because the star couldn't defeat the ancient demon entity now doesn't mean that a peak level 5 star couldn't contend with a peak level 5 ancient demon entity. He believed that as long as there was a super powerful SSS rank skill, either the Cyclops or the star's combat capabilities would see a tremendous leap forward. Beside him, the Cyclops also felt its recent powerlessness, its enormous head resting on the ground while it let out intermittent woo-woo sounds. Wen Yu felt a pang in his heart, gently stroking the Cyclops' head and saying seriously, "Believe me, believe in yourself. If we work hard together, I will make you comparable to a divine beast species, and it won't take long. That's my promise, old buddy." Woo-woo-woo, the Cyclops emitted incomprehensible cries while nuzzling Wen Yu's body. "I believe, brother dog, I will definitely become an unparalleled fierce dog. Tusk tusk, that's the spirit." Wen Yu smiled and patted the Cyclops' head before directly mounting it. The Cyclops was naturally optimistic. To put it bluntly, it was carefree. The feeling of powerlessness was entirely dispelled by Wen Yu's promise, and it turned around, swiftly sniffing the scents of Quang Liu and the others, before dashing towards the direction of the convoy. At that moment, Quang Liu and the convoy hung up the communication with Wen Yu, gripping the steering wheel while squinting, lost in thought. After a while, Quang Liu spoke up. "Just now, Wen Yu communicated that the ancient demon ran away, and then suggested we quickly retreat from the outpost. What do you all think?" Yang Pengguang, sitting in the passenger seat, wore a barely discernible smile and slowly but firmly replied, "I think we shouldn't abandon this outpost. The subsequent income from this treasure land is quite substantial. If we give this up, it means that within the next 3 months, as the demonic disaster approaches, our military will be unable to enhance our strength beyond hunting mutated beasts." Hearing Yang Pengguang's words, Quang Liu nodded in agreement. Claire and Andrei, sitting in the back, didn't say anything else, clearly unable to let go of the treasure land at the outpost either. The car fell into a silence immediately. After a while, Quang Liu spoke again. When Yu returns, I will ask him in detail about that demonic creature's skills, and then we can find some countermeasures. Because abandoning the outpost for just one demonic creature, I don't agree with that, and the military higher-ups won't either. After finishing, Quang Liu stepped hard on the gas, and the military vehicle roared violently as it sped forward. Behind, the transport vehicle carrying the demonic energy shield device was also accelerated by the military vehicle in front, which was pulling it with a steel cable. The speed of the Cyclops was like comparing a train to an airplane, a huge difference. However, the Cyclops was definitely not an old-fashioned green train. Rather, it was like a high-speed train moving at quite a fast pace. At least it was significantly faster than the convoy carrying the demonic energy shield device. In less than half an hour, Yu saw the sluggish convoy already in sight. Quang Liu and the convoy, seeing the Cyclops' massive figure behind, stopped the vehicle to wait for Yu's return. Yang Pengguang, sitting in the passenger seat, first glanced at the approaching Yu and Cyclops, his eyes revealing a trace of shock. When the ancient demon entity first attacked the convoy, Yang Pengguang had naturally felt its power. He initially thought that Yu's claim about chasing away the demonic creature was just a way of saving face. However, judging by Yu's current injuries and mental state, it was highly likely he had defeated the ancient demon entity head-on as a sequence too. Yang Pengguang squinted, pondering something as he opened the door and quietly took a seat in the back. Yu, not being polite, nodded at Yang Pengguang from a distance and instructed the Cyclops to transform into its mini form, directly hugging the Cyclops and quickly boarding the military vehicle. Quang Liu silently started the car, raising an eyebrow at Yu. Yu slightly organized his thoughts and addressed Quang Liu. That ancient demon has a physical quality at peak level 5, and based on my judgment, all 5 of its skills are spatial abilities above S level, perfect defense, attacks that ignore defense capabilities, and instant movement abilities. After briefly explaining the effects of the ancient demon entity's skills, Yu leaned back against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. As Quang Liu drove the car, he pondered Yu's words for a while before finally speaking up. Can the two of us together take it down? Yu immediately shook his head. If it wants to run, no one can stop it. There was something Yu hesitated to say. He had seen Quang Liu's strength, and he followed the martial combat route. When facing a powerful opponent like the ancient demon entity, who followed a more mysterious path, he would definitely be crushed to the point of not being left with anything. The size of Xing allowed it to withstand a dimensionality reduction strike from the ancient demon entity. If this were to happen to Quang Liu, he would probably be flattened like a piece of paper. Quang Liu hadn't witnessed the battle between Yu and the ancient demon entity. Right now, he had just advanced to level 5, and with the level 5 skills prepared for him by the military, he was bursting with confidence. He decisively stated, withdrawing troops is difficult, the military won't agree. How about this? Let's discuss tactics once we return to the forward base. Yu slightly nodded but sighed inwardly. He had said everything that needed to be said, but if Quang Liu didn't listen, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, based on Yu's observations and deductions, apart from himself, no one in the forward base could stop the ancient demon entity. Not to mention, the enemy was hidden while they were in the open. The threat posed by this ancient demon entity far exceeded that of the Lizardman Legion. The military vehicle, equipped with 5 sequences and a demonic energy shield device, slowly drove back to the forward base. 6 top 10 sequence experts had gone, but only 5 returned. In the vehicle, Yu had already adjusted his combat state to its peak with a massive amount of healing and stamina recovery potions. Seeing Quang Liu hurrying towards the central castle with the remaining few, Yu shook his head and decisively walked in the opposite direction. Quang Liu and the others were going to hold a meeting, while Yu had already fully informed Quang Liu about the situation with the ancient demon entity, so he naturally wouldn't attend these useless meetings. Moreover, Yu estimated that the outcome was already fixed. The military was unlikely to withdraw from the forward base. To this, Yu could only sigh and shake his head. They simply didn't understand that the skill combination system of the ancient demon entity not only allowed it to dominate on the front lines, but also greatly enhanced its assassination capabilities. Once the ancient demon entity unleashed its full firepower, the entire defensive system of the forward base would be torn apart like paper. Returning to his quarters, Yu released his one-eyed guardian. At the same time, he lay on the bed and first checked on Xing in the Soul Realm space. After several hours of travel, Xing's injuries had mostly healed and was now soundly asleep in the third soul realm. He briefly organized his thoughts about the recent battle with the ancient demon entity. The Dark World skill had immense potential, with various forms of transformation and powerful inclusivity, making its power limitless. Unfortunately, the speed of stamina consumption was a big issue. During the fight with the ancient demon entity, if it hadn't underestimated Wen Yu severely at the beginning, the outcome might have turned into Wen Yu struggling to defend himself. It's possible to add more offensive means in the Dark World or incorporate some ceiling-type dark skills. The Dark Demon Lord can also be further strengthened, and a method for stamina recovery can be found through dark skills. After the forward base is over, it seems I need to communicate with the military and find more professionals with dark abilities to observe their skills closely. Also, for the fifth soul realm, I must find a divine beast species, preferably one with special attributes. Now, as Wen Yu organized his thoughts, he realized that there were many ways for him to enhance his strength. He glanced at the dark divine light skill and nodded in satisfaction. The effects of this ability completely exceeded Wen Yu's expectations. Although the dark divine light skill was currently at SSS rank, once it reached level 7 and awakened the divine light, it would advance to foundation level. As for the dark skill itself, it should fall between foundation level and SSS rank. The effects it could unleash were already far superior to SSS rank skills. While Wen Yu was contemplating his battle today and his skill combinations, another meeting was being held in the central castle of the forward base. Wen Yu had always been unwilling to attend meetings because they dragged on for too long. Almost an hour had passed, and the meeting's content was still stuck on how much benefits the Huaxia military needed to pay to these foreign militaries. Fang Wenhai pounded the table and spat at the various military commanders from other countries. Beside him, Quang Liu yawned in boredom while mumbling quietly with Yang Pengguang, not knowing what to say. After a while, the military representatives finally reached a compromise. Only then did Quang Liu straighten his collar and seriously address everyone present. Just now, while we were carrying out our mission, we encountered some circumstances. A powerful ancient demon escaped from the demonic city at the peak of level 5, and its skill combination is quite terrifying. Sequence 9 was killed by it. Although they had long known about the death of Sequence 9, hearing Quang Liu's words still left the Japanese military representative with a face as if they had just lost their father. At this table, the military representatives from various countries were all super powerful beings. Regardless of their strength differences, at the very least, they were all top 10 sequences. The only ones lacking such powerful figures at the forward base were a few countries from Japan and Europe, which undoubtedly made these countries look inferior. Quang Liu glanced at the Japanese military representative and seriously said, "The conditions I just promised you, I will add another 30%. Consider it compensation for Sequence 9. After speaking, Quang Liu ignored the Japanese military representative's deep bow and sternly continued, "We have detailed the battle process to you. This ancient demon, which has a black crystal on its head, killed Suzuki Masao with just one move. I haven't seen its exact battle strength, but according to Sequence 2's description after engaging it, this guy's strength is incredibly terrifying. Sequence 2 suggested we withdraw from the forward base. Now I want to ask for your opinions." "Absolutely not." As soon as Quang Liu finished speaking, Fang Wenhai directly responded, "You should know how many soldiers were lost in the forward base, Quang Liu. Now that the situation seems to be set, we cannot withdraw just because of a single demonic creature." "I doubt everyone would agree to that." The representatives from the various countries all echoed their agreement. "Well then, let's decide this way. I will find a way to deal with this ancient demon." "How do you plan to resolve this?" "Just to be clear, when I faced that ancient demon, I had absolutely no ability to resist, so I think the opinion of Sequence 2 is very correct. Personally, I agree to evacuate." The one who refuted Quang Liu was Sequence 6, Claire. Seeing Claire's frightened expression, it was clear she was greatly intimidated by the previous attack from the ancient demon entity. "You women are just useless. Scared of a little thing, just go for it," Andrei shouted loudly while rudely banging on the table. "To be honest, it might be that Sequence 2 is exaggerating. It's quite normal for a peak level 5 demonic creature to take down a mid-level 4 professional, right? All this talk about extreme attack power, defense, and mobility, I think it's all nonsense. And I say we just..." Before Andrei could finish, a prompt sound resonated in the minds of all the professionals present. Ding detected that the control hub of the central castle has been breached. The human race has failed in this treasure land. This treasure land will close in 3 hours. At that time, professionals who have not evacuated will be teleported out of the treasure land. Please take note of your time and consume your demon hunting points. Everyone in the conference room was left stunned, unable to speak for a long time. In the treasure land of the outpost, whichever side first breaks the control hub of the other side in the central castle would achieve victory, and the hub was located in the basement of the central castle. This also meant the ancient demon had already entered the outpost. Before everyone present could react, a silvery light flashed, and then the menacing figure of the ancient demon appeared at the door of the conference room. With a tall body, a terrifying appearance, and an overwhelming aura of killing intent, the demon's crimson eyes scanned everyone present before calmly speaking. "Hello, I just went to handle a bit of business, so I'm late for this meeting. I hope you don't mind. Now we have 3 hours left. Let me act as the spokesperson for the demonic clan and deepen the communication between the demonic clan and the human race. What do you all think?" Silence filled the room. The ancient demon entity ignored the tense expressions of everyone present and leisurely looked around the conference room's arrangement before glancing at the crowd. Sequence 3, Sequence 5, Sequence 6, Sequence 7, Tusk, what a pleasant surprise. Then the ancient demon entity calmly sat in an empty chair, its forearms casually resting on the table, waving at Quang Liu, who had already taken a combat stance. "Don't be nervous, let's just talk for half an hour. After all, there's still enough time for me to wipe you all out in the remaining 2.5 hours. Without waiting for Quang Liu to respond, the ancient demon entity directly said, "Is Sequence 2 not here? Also don't move. You are destroying the peaceful communication between our two races. And communication." A silver light flashed from the ancient demon entity, and then it reappeared in its previous position, this time holding a head that was filled with fear. That was the representative of the French military. Quang Liu quietly watched the ancient demon entity across the table and slightly waved his hand, taking a seat. Quang Liu dared not initiate an attack first. The conference room was filled with high-ranking officials from various countries' military forces. Once 2 level 5 powerhouses started a fight, as he imagined, probably only a few from the sequences could withstand the aftermath of the battle. Seeing Quang Liu's actions, the ancient demon entity nodded. "Wise choice. By the way, you haven't answered my previous question. Where is Sequence 2? "In his own room in the outpost, considering the time it will be soon. So I think escaping now is a good choice." It was Quang Liu who spoke. According to his thoughts, since Wen Yu was able to repel this ancient demon entity once, by the time Wen Yu arrived to assist, they would definitely be able to take down this demonic creature together. If it weren't for the consideration of the low-ranking military personnel around, Quang Liu would have already drawn his sword to confront the demonic creature. Hearing Quang Liu's answer, the ancient demon entity lightly nodded, then turned its gaze directly to Yang Pengguang. "Where is it?" With a subtle smile at the corner of its eye, the ancient demon entity opened its mouth with a mocking expression directed at Yang Pengguang. Yang Pengguang's face visibly turned pale. This ancient demon entity was selling out its teammates. Quang Liu carefully savored the words of the ancient demon entity. Within a few seconds, his sharp eyes were tightly fixed on Yang Pengguang. "You owe me an explanation." Yang Pengguang first glanced at Quang Liu, then at the ancient demon entity, sitting pale in his seat, tightly pressing his lips together, unable to speak for a long time. Instead, the ancient demon entity smiled slightly. "Don't panic. Hand over the item to me and you leave first. I can just kill all these people, right?" Hearing the ancient demon entity's words, Yang Pengguang directly took out a token from his spatial ring, tossing it to the ancient demon entity, then took out an item from his spatial ring. Isolation Barrier S-Rank item. After use, creates a shield within a certain range that can block all communication means, including sound and images. The shield lasts for 10 minutes. "Take these, I've already exposed my identity. Don't let them escape, and well, it would be best if they all died in this treasure land. Do I need to bring Sequence 2 over?" "No, that guy is very strong, and I don't want to create more trouble. Anyway, being able to catch 3 of the top 10 powerhouses in this outing is already a big gain." After hearing the ancient demon entity's words, Yang Pengguang nodded and then directly turned and jumped out of the conference room window. Then the ancient demon entity casually activated the item in its hand, leaving the crowd with changing expressions. "Traitor, scum, lowlife!" Andrei continuously cursed from the side, his eyes filled with immense anger. Seeing the scene just now, even the dullest person understood that all of this was instigated by Sequence 5, Yang Pengguang. On the side, Quang Liu merely clenched his fists, having already decided that once they were out of the treasure land, he would make Yang Pengguang personally experience the military's torture. Only the ancient demon entity remained, playing with the item in its hand, squinting its eyes, unsure of what it was thinking. After a while, it was Quang Liu who spoke first. "What do you want to talk about? Let's negotiate. Let them go. That won't do." The ancient demon entity decisively shook its head. We've gone through so much to bury our hidden agents. Letting you go would just expose everything, right? Although these hidden agents are quite weak, today's event shows they are very useful. This item. The ancient demon entity lightly waved the token in its hand to explain. This is equivalent to a USB drive for our demonic clan. Yes, it is indeed called a USB drive. What's inside contains intelligence on all your various large gathering points. With this, we can launch targeted strikes against your large gathering areas. You see, this is the role of an internal traitor. While saying this, the ancient demon entity was also assessing the isolation barrier in its hand. And this item, Tusk, I must say, the Sovereign's methods are quite impressive. This kind of item we demons won't be able to produce. And there's still some time left. How about we continue the meeting? The content of this meeting can be to discuss how you humans plan to resist our demonic clan's strategies. Oh, to add, whoever speaks the best, I will let them go. Then the ancient demon entity grinned at the surrounding humans, adding, except for the sequences. Hearing the words of the ancient demon entity, Quang Liu slowly straightened his body, his eyes as calm as an ancient well as he stared at the ancient demon entity and slowly spoke. Is it interesting? The ancient demon shrugged, casually crushing another isolation barrier to ensure the isolation effect continued uninterrupted before speaking. Not bad, I think it's okay. Occasionally teasing you weaklings is just a pastime before the battle. Quang Liu nodded slightly at the ancient demon entity's words, then glanced around at the remaining high-ranking military officials from various countries, gripping the war blade tightly. In the next second, all the remaining people in the room immediately sprang into action. Thunder erupted from the war blade in Quang Liu's hand, while a massive white tiger illusion enveloped his body, the violent force instantly exploding the entire conference room. Some practitioners who were not yet at level 4 were immediately knocked against the isolation barrier by the enormous force, then fell to the ground, not knowing if they were alive or dead. Meanwhile, everyone else, except for Quang Liu, launched an attack against the isolation barrier. As soon as Quang Liu took his seat, he had already conveyed messages to the military representatives around him through military hand signals. There were definitely no fools in attendance, and to represent a country in this outpost treasure land, which could erupt into large-scale battles at any moment, meant that these people were rarely of the cowardly sort. Since a fight was inevitable, everyone present was not going to just sit back and wait. It was better to take the initiative rather than wait for the ancient demon entity to strike first. Quang Liu would be responsible for holding off the ancient demon entity without caring about others' casualties. The remaining practitioners would attack the isolation barrier if they had the energy. If they didn't, they just needed to take care of themselves, and those who couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the battle may as well be considered dead. Seeing the war blade flashing with lightning grow closer, the ancient demon entity slightly curled its lip. Is it so hard to live a little longer? When the prompt sound rang out, Wenyu, who was far away in his room at the outpost, naturally heard it first. Caldo! With Wenyu's shout, Caldo quickly appeared in front of him. What's going on? As Wenyu put on his coat, he lifted the one-eyed creature and walked directly outside. Behind Wenyu, Caldo followed him while explaining. A demonic creature has breached the outpost and destroyed the control center. This treasure land is now over. We failed just like that? Wenyu asked incredulously upon hearing Caldo's response. Caldo nodded helplessly. The strength of that demonic creature is formidable. Although the military had strict protection for the outpost control center, it was still instantly breached. I see. Reflecting on the skills combination of the ancient demon entity, Wenyu nodded resignedly. Wenyu was already quite wary of this ancient demon entity, not only because of its terrifying strength in direct combat, but also because of its absolutely powerful assassination capabilities. One can imagine how terrifying the assassination abilities would be of someone who could teleport. In Wenyu's prediction, this ancient demon entity might use its abilities to launch assassinations on all the practitioners within the outpost. With teleportation at its disposal, it was likely that, aside from Wenyu, no one in the outpost could withstand such a level of attack. However, Wenyu did not expect that this ancient demon entity would directly infiltrate the outpost and crush the control center, thus deciding the outcome in one fell swoop. This also led most of the people in the outpost to fall into a cognitive bias. For the military, the outpost was equivalent to a training ground. Even if the control center of the demonic city was placed in front of the human race, the military would only protect it. But for the demonic clan, it was not the same. Even if there were military super soldiers left in the vicinity of the outpost control center, along with an entire detachment of high-level practitioners, they wouldn't withstand the attack of the ancient demon entity. More accurately, it should be called an assassination or ambush. As Wenyu pondered, he continued walking outside. Outside, the soldiers from various countries who had just heard the news created a brief commotion before being quickly calmed down by the military officials of all ranks. The quality of the troops was quite good. "Where is that demonic creature now?" Upon hearing Wenyu's question, Caldo directly pointed towards the central castle. Wenyu turned to look and just saw Yang Pengguang burst out from the meeting room's window, then land steadily on the ground. Then the entire meeting room was immediately surrounded by a small barrier. "What's going on?" When Wenyu found Yang Pengguang, a minute had already passed. "That ancient demon teleported into the meeting room. Quang Liu and I happened to be sitting by the window. Quang Liu pushed me out and told me to organize the military forces to retreat. Then that ancient demon used some method to activate a barrier. The others didn't make it out." Yang Pengguang's explanation was reasonable, at least Wenyu couldn't detect any inconsistencies in the short term. First, he glanced at Yang Pengguang's slightly pale face and calm eyes. Although Wenyu felt that something was a bit off, he couldn't pinpoint the issue and could only nod slightly, walking directly towards the central castle. Behind Wenyu, Yang Pengguang looked at the meeting room surrounded by the barrier, a flash of frustration crossing his eyes. That brainless demonic creature wouldn't care about the lives of these human traitors, selling them out directly. One can imagine that if the ancient demon entity did not kill Quang Liu and the others, what awaited Yang Pengguang and even Peng Jun would be the wrath of the entire human race. At this moment, in the central castle meeting room, violent lightning flickered everywhere, and the massive white tiger illusion occupied more than half of the barrier's space. The pale purple blade light whistled continuously, almost enveloping the entire meeting room. Military representatives from various countries kept pulling out various items from their spatial rings to resist the lightning flashing everywhere. But within a short time, they were shattered by the violent thunder, instantly turning into charred corpses. And through it all, Quang Liu paid no attention. He merely focused on expanding his attack range, searching for the erratic silver lights. Andrei and Claire continuously bombarded a nearby isolation barrier. Occasionally a flash of lightning would strike, intercepted by several level 4 practitioners behind them. In the midst of this chaotic meeting, a voice frequently rang out. "Stop wasting your efforts. Let's negotiate. How about we chat for 10 more minutes? I think letting you live 10 more minutes is my remaining mercy towards you. Oh, your blade strikes with decent force. Too bad it didn't hit." Countless trash talk erupted from the mouth of the ancient demon entity, like a mouse playing with a cat. No matter how Quang Liu attacked, the ancient demon entity's strong reflexes and terrifying teleportation effects allowed it to dodge all of Quang Liu's attacks, occasionally crushing some weaker practitioners with insufficient tools. 1 minute later, Quang Liu silently sheathed his blade, standing still as he looked at the ancient demon entity sitting at the table in front of him, an intense killing intent and helplessness swirling in his eyes. "Not going to fight anymore?" The ancient demon entity smiled at Quang Liu. Quang Liu shook his head slightly, staring earnestly at the ancient demon entity in front of him while his brain raced to find a countermeasure. Seeing Quang Liu stop attacking, the ancient demon entity glanced at the remaining practitioners behind Quang Liu who were still attacking the isolation barrier, and crushed another isolation barrier. The isolation barrier worked well, but the key to this item was isolation. Its own defensive capability wasn't high. Under the attacks of Andrei and Claire, the originally 10-minute duration had already been significantly shortened. Fortunately, Yang Pengguang had left plenty of isolation barriers for the ancient demon entity. "Stop wasting your efforts. Here's a suggestion. You should enjoy the remaining time rather than putting your energy into escaping. I think writing would be a good choice," the ancient demon entity said with a smile to Quang Liu. Seeing the mocking smile on the face of the demonic creature in front of him, Quang Liu furrowed his brow tightly, observing the movements of the demon entity while forcing himself to calm down. He was waiting for external support. Quang Liu believed that what was happening here could not be kept secret. Once Wenyu received the news, he would definitely rush over at the fastest speed. Just as Quang Liu and the ancient demon entity were confronting each other, or rather, the ancient demon entity was playing with him, the entire barrier suddenly experienced violent fluctuations. Sensing a significant weakening of the barrier's defensive capabilities, the ancient demon entity's eyes twitched. "Sequence 2. A somewhat grim tone came from the ancient demon entity. Seeing Quang Liu slightly relax, the ancient demon entity slowly stood up, and the killing intent in his eyes surged. "Since he's here, I won't play with you anymore." Before the words fell, the ancient demon entity crushed a barrier in his hand again, and at the same time, silver light flickered around him. In the next second, the ancient demon entity had vanished without a trace. When Wen Yu arrived outside the barrier, he looked at the grayish barrier in front of him and sensed the situation inside. Unfortunately, he found nothing. After standing outside and thinking for a while, Wen Yu had made up his mind. Just like there are no invincible skills, there are also no absolutely unbreakable defenses. Regardless of the type of defensive skill or item, there will always be a limit to how much energy it can withstand. Once that limit is reached, even invincibility can be broken. Wen Yu quickly entered a combat state while retracting the single eye back into the Soul Realm space. Boosted by the second Soul Realm, High-Frequency Blade A-Rank, active ability. Boosted by the third Soul Realm, Dragon Flame S-Rank, active ability. Then, he summoned Faceless and activated the Perfect Replication ability. This was a combination Wen Yu had just thought of, enhancing the damage of the Warblade with High-Frequency Blade, while adding fire attribute attacks to the Warblade with Dragon Flame. Then, Wen Yu chose the abilities of Flesh and Blood Chapter and Dragon Blood Amplification for himself. These two abilities complemented each other. Without Flesh and Blood Chapter, the damage caused by Dragon Blood Amplification would be too great for Wen Yu. Without Dragon Blood Amplification, Wen Yu wouldn't be able to activate the Dark World, let alone the more powerful Dark Demon Lord state. Black mist rapidly spread around him, and in the blink of an eye, a 10-meter-tall black phantom stood in front of the barrier. The war blade in the hands of the Dark Demon Lord emitted waves of high-speed vibrations, and at the same time, a hot red pattern slowly appeared on the war blade, as if the air around the war blade had been ignited. In an instant, the red pattern brightened, and the entire war blade was enveloped in crimson dragon flame. In the next moment, the Dark Demon Lord raised the war blade high and struck hard against the isolation barrier. The grayish isolation barrier trembled, and the gray light on it visibly weakened. However, the next second, another isolation barrier appeared in its place. TMD, this is troublesome. In the state of the Dark Demon Lord, without any stamina replenishment, Wen Yu couldn't hold out for long. Now, Wen Yu could only pray that he could break through the barrier when his stamina was half remaining. Otherwise, he would have to turn and run. Using half of his stamina to face the ancient demon entity was the lowest threshold for ensuring his own safety. At this moment outside, Wen Yu's attacks were crashing against the isolation barrier wave after wave. While inside the isolation barrier, the ancient demon entity also sensed that time was running out. Of course, it was just a matter of urgency. Even if the ancient demon entity couldn't match Wen Yu in the Dark Demon Lord state, in the absence of consuming a lot of stamina, it was practically impossible for Wen Yu to catch the ancient demon entity. Moreover, strictly speaking, this ancient demon entity had been lured out by Yang Pengguang, and the humans within the barrier did not have to be killed at all. Defeating the outpost was already a significant success for the ancient demon entity. However, seeing the Sequence 3 wielding the fierce blade light in front of him, the killing intent in the ancient demon entity's eyes grew even stronger. For him, being able to kill all the sequences present would yield rewards from the Demon Lord that far exceeded those for destroying the outpost. Within the demonic clan, there was naturally competition and specialization, and the job of this ancient demon entity was hunting the human race sequences. In the next second, the ancient demon entity appeared behind Quang Liu. A mysterious silvery white light suddenly brightened in his hand, then slashed down at Quang Liu. When Quang Liu sensed that the barrier's defensive capabilities had been greatly weakened by the external attack, he immediately understood what had happened. Moreover, Quang Liu was even more convinced of Wen Yu's strength, as long as he could withstand the ancient demon entity for a while. Until Wen Yu broke through the barrier, at the very least, all the remaining professionals in the conference room could save their lives. When he felt the ancient demon entity teleporting away, Quang Liu activated his strongest combat state. With thunder surrounding him, plus the enhancement in physical quality from White Tiger Divine Might SSS rank, active ability, Quang Liu's physical capabilities increased tenfold. Additionally, after Quang Liu's upgrade, the military equipped him with a fifth skill. Immortal Dominance Body SS rank, passive ability, grants the host a dominance effect, permanently doubling the host's physical attributes. Note: Dominance effect. No attack can interrupt the host, causing repulsion or other effects, while the damage taken will be reduced by 50%. This skill, which combines offense and defense, was extraordinarily suitable for Quang Liu. With Thunder SS rank, active ability, and White Tiger Divine Might SSS rank, active ability as offensive means, Invincibility SS rank, active ability as a defensive measure, along with Slaughter S rank, passive ability for amplification and recovery, and now the Immortal Dominance Body for further enhancement and damage reduction. The military had shaped Quang Liu, the war god, into a formidable presence on the battlefield. Unfortunately, this seemingly invincible skill combination appeared quite powerless when faced with an enemy whose attack, defense, and movement speed were all superior. The first to be torn apart was, in fact, Quang Liu's strongest defensive skill, Invincibility. Under the amplification of Thunder, the White Tiger Divine Might, and the Immortal Dominance body, Quang Liu's physical attributes had increased by dozens of times. Currently, Quang Liu's physical strength was not much weaker than that of a peak-level ancient demon entity. When the ancient demon entity teleported behind Quang Liu, he had already sensed it. The massive war blade swung back fiercely, aiming directly at the silvery glow in the hands of the ancient demon entity without flinching. Invincible SS level, active skill. Once activated, it will not suffer any damage for 10 seconds. It was precisely because of this skill that Quang Liu chose a strategy of trading injuries for injuries. Moreover, in Quang Liu's mind, invincibility meant invincibility. The ancient demon entity could not break through the defenses of invincibility. Unfortunately, Quang Liu had miscalculated. The gigantic war blade flickered with dazzling lightning as it struck down towards the ancient demon entity's body. Just as the war blade was about to make contact with the ancient demon entity, it suddenly stopped. Space Solidification SSS rank, active ability, creates a completely solidified space within a certain range around the host. Any object within it, except for the host, will be in an absolute solidified state. Once this skill is activated, it consumes a large amount of stamina every second. This ability had once completely frozen the movements and attacks of stars, and that was when the ancient demon entity was weakened by the Dragon Might domain, let alone the current Quang Liu. Feeling that his own attack and body movements had completely stalled, the madness in Quang Liu's eyes intensified. Lightning flickered all over his body as he attempted to shatter the effects of the space solidification with sheer power. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. The next second, the ancient demon entity's claw, glowing with white light, struck Quang Liu's body. The harsh squeak-squeak sound echoed back and forth in the small barrier, and the mysterious powers accompanying both skills erupted in direct conflict. A transparent light membrane on Quang Liu's body came into contact with the ancient demon entity's dimensionality reduction strike. Then, the transparent light membrane on Quang Liu's body twisted continuously, accompanied by strange black light. The originally invincible, completely invisible translucent membrane began to crack like glass, followed by shards of the light membrane flying everywhere. Invincibility could not withstand the dimensionality reduction strike. Invincibility was a type of defensive ability, and it was completely non-biased, basically acting as a layer of extremely powerful shield closely attached to the body. Against abilities below SS level, the effectiveness of invincibility was indeed 10 seconds, and it was exactly 10 seconds. However, when facing attack skills of SSS rank or higher, the defensive effectiveness of this ability was hard to say. The Dimensionality Reduction Strike, in terms of attack effectiveness, was absolutely among the top and most terrifying attacking abilities. Moreover, the level of Dimensionality Reduction Strike was SSS rank, meaning its skill level was higher than invincibility. Even the ancient demon entity's current physical attributes were a bit higher than the present Quang Liu. Thus, it was within expectations that invincibility could not withstand the attack of Dimensionality Reduction Strike. In fact, in the past, no skill had been able to defend against the power of Dimensionality Reduction Strike that the ancient demon entity had been able to hit. Frozen completely by space solidification, Quang Liu could only watch as the ancient demon entity's claw tore through his invincibility skill, a fleeting look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Then another invincibility was activated by Quang Liu. This time, when the protective shield generated by invincibility completely shattered, the silvery glow on the ancient demon entity's claw was also completely offset by the defensive ability produced by invincibility. Then the sharp claws dug forcefully into Quang Liu's abdomen, spilling a large amount of blood and severed intestines. Subsequently, Quang Liu, still in a solidified state, unleashed invincibility once more. 2 invincibilities were needed to withstand a single dimensionality reduction strike. Moreover, Quang Liu was within the range of space solidification, and aside from releasing skills, he couldn't even move his body, becoming merely a stationary target that could cast skills. The ancient demon entity sensed Quang Liu's incredibly powerful invincibility defense, and a sinister smile crept across its lips. At the same time, one hand quickly crushed a barrier, while the other hand lifted once more, its grip shimmering with silver light. Quang Liu's invincibility had no cooldown, nor did the ancient demon entity's dimensionality reduction strike. The offensive and defensive battle between Quang Liu and the ancient demon entity had concluded in a very short time. What everyone saw was Quang Liu's torn abdomen and his motionless body. The blood flowing from his abdomen seemed to freeze in midair as soon as it left his body, suspended and unmoving. In the entire space, the only moving entity was the ancient demon entity, now grinning maniacally and raising its armored arm once again. In just a short amount of time, the victor had been decided. At this moment, there were still nearly 10 barriers in the hands of the ancient demon entity. "Hurry up! Hurry up!" Fang Wenhai, covered in blood and burn marks, shouted loudly while exerting all his strength to attack the barriers. At this time, Fang Wenhai could only pray that Quang Liu could hold on for a little longer. Otherwise, Quang Liu would undoubtedly die. And thinking of the turmoil that Quang Liu's death would bring to the military, Fang Wenhai became even more anxious, increasing the force of his attacks. Unfortunately, events would not be swayed by the will of the weak. Quang Liu's life or death depended entirely on the ancient demon entity. And the ancient demon entity would definitely not show mercy to someone ranked 3 in the human race ranking. With its raised arm coming down violently, the silver light carried a heavy aura of death, descending upon Quang Liu. The mysterious powers conferred by the Dimensionality reduction strike and Invincibility constantly erupted in the small range. And since Quang Liu's 2 invincibilities could withstand 1 Dimensionality reduction strike from the ancient demon entity, the most direct contest began. It was a contest of remaining stamina. The ancient demon entity had 4 arms. Apart from the one holding the barrier, the other 3 arms flickered with silver light as they relentlessly attacked the motionless Quang Liu. The thick arms created a flurry of afterimages, while Quang Liu, taking the brunt of the attacks, emitted a series of explosive sounds, eyes tightly shut, gritting his teeth, continuously releasing the invincibility skill. Aside from this, there was no other way. As the silver light on the ancient demon entity grew stronger and the explosive sounds on Quang Liu became increasingly dense, Claire, who was attacking the barrier, paused her assault and turned to launch an attack against the ancient demon entity. Claire's choice was quite wise. Looking at the isolation barrier in the hands of the ancient demon entity, which still had several orbs left, it was clear that the chaotic flow was already starting to tremble all over, an indication of physical exhaustion. If the chaotic flow continued to endure the attacks of the ancient demon entity, it wouldn't be long before it fell prey to its claws. Once the chaotic flow dies, the consequences would be unimaginable, not to mention the tremendous shock it would bring to the Huaxia military. Without the chaotic flow holding back the ancient demon entity, the remaining professionals would be killed one by one within a minute. Claire directly took out a large metal box from her spatial ring. The box was square and about half a person tall. Fang Wenhai had seen this large metal box. It was the one Claire had carried into the treasure land at the outpost. A flash of light gleamed in Claire's eyes as the enormous metal box slowly dissolved, transforming into a pool of silver metal liquid that flowed towards her, enveloping her body. In just a few seconds, the metal liquid on Claire's body resolidified, turning into a massive suit of metal battle armor. The battle armor was equipped with metal storms, miniature missile launchers, and various power devices. Though the armor appeared somewhat bulky, no one dared to underestimate the technological sophistication it contained and the terrifying firepower it could unleash. This was the United States' current key project, a combination of technology and professionals to form a more powerful combat system. Claire's large metal box belonged to American researchers, specifically developed as a high-tech weapon targeting Claire's occupation and skills. Claire, human race ranking 6, occupation, metal controller. As the battle armor completed its assembly, Claire launched a frenzied attack against the ancient demon entity. Countless miniature missiles erupted from the armor, directly entering the area affected by the ancient demon entity's spatial solidification skill. And then, these miniature missiles were immobilized in the solidified space around the ancient demon, unable to move. "Explode!" Accompanied by Claire's delicate shout, a red light suddenly illuminated the immobilized missiles. However, nothing happened. The power of spatial solidification rendered these missiles incapable of even exploding, turning them into dud bombs. Claire gazed solemnly at the immobilized missiles, not completely abandoning this offensive, and directly activated her skill. Metal Control S-Rank, active skill, allows telekinetic manipulation of various metals and alloys, making them shift or deform. Note, cannot manipulate trace metal elements. This was the occupational skill of the Metal Controller, and from this skill, one could see that Claire's profession was incredibly formidable. She had obtained an S-Rank skill shortly after her job change. With a thought, Claire's power of metal control directly connected with the suspended mini-missiles. All the mini-missiles fired by Claire had 2 triggering mechanisms. One was the conventional electromagnetic signal trigger. The other was Claire's manipulation, causing deformation to trigger the explosion. However, it was still ineffective. The power of spatial solidification was not something that a mid-level Claire at level 4, along with an S-rank skill, could break through. Claire's expression remained composed. The failure of the attack did not affect her in the slightest. Calmly observing her surroundings, she raised her right hand once more. A missile launched from Claire's armor, moving at a slow trajectory and wobbling erratically. Under Claire's control, the miniature missile sharply turned towards the isolation barrier directly in front of her. Missile, spatial solidification, effect area, Claire and the other professionals formed a straight line in position. Then Claire directly detonated the mini-missile. Boom! The intense explosion echoed, the violent shockwave crashing into the range of the spatial solidification skill, and the debris and dust from the explosion froze in the air. With spatial solidification acting as a shield, this explosion did not cause significant harm to the professionals. However, it also did not greatly affect the isolation barrier or the spatial solidification. The ancient demon entity casually crushed another isolation barrier, its ugly head grinning sinisterly at Claire, with a killing intent in its eyes that clearly conveyed a single fact. After dealing with Sequence 3, it will be your turn. Claire remained unfazed, and once again unleashed countless miniature missiles from her armor, which fell directly onto the previous position under the influence of metal control. Then, boom, boom, boom! Continuous explosions erupted, and even with spatial solidification acting as a shield, the many professionals were still dazed by the sound and shockwave of the explosions. "Are you crazy?" Andrei roared at Claire while hitting the adjacent isolation barrier with force. "We're in a confined space here. If you detonate so many bombs at once, we will all die." Hearing Andrei's words, Claire disregarded his warning and once again launched a multitude of various bombs at the previous location. Unfortunately, it was still ineffective. It wouldn't be accurate to say it had no effect at all. Every second the ancient demon entity maintained spatial solidification consumed a massive amount of stamina. Furthermore, under external interference, it would consume additional stamina, depending on the strength of the external force. The violent shockwave slightly slowed the ancient demon entity's assault, proving that Claire's attack still had some effect on it. However, it only served to slow it down a bit. Claire glanced at the endlessly attacking ancient demon entity, then at the chaotic flow, whose eyes were already bleeding but still gritting its teeth to hold on. Sighing softly, she slowly spoke. "I have one big guy left. Detonating this might break the barrier or that demon creature's skill. I leave the decision to you all." There was one thing Claire did not say. As everyone knew, an explosion in an open space is different from one in a confined space. The destructive power varies significantly. Once a big guy, capable of shattering the isolation barrier, was detonated within this barrier, the impact on the present professionals was naturally immeasurable. They, of course, could not be sturdier than the isolation barrier, and how could the representatives from various military forces not know these facts? "What are we waiting for? Hurry up, hurry up. The chaotic flow can barely hold on." Fang Wenhai yelled loudly at Claire while pounding on the isolation barrier with all his might. His fists were already bloodied and battered, with blood dripping everywhere, and some areas even exposed bone. Claire sighed quietly, casting her gaze toward the others. "Let it go. Sequence 3 cannot die, at least not here." The voice came from an elderly man with a sharp mind. His head was full of silver hair, his body slim and upright, and he wore a meticulously maintained American military uniform. This was the representative from the United States military. The old man gradually ceased his futile attacks, turned around, and looked at the chaotic flow which was passively enduring the beating. He spoke quickly yet powerfully. "The sequence is the hope of the human race. This old man isn't, nor are we military representatives. Anyone can be a military representative, but there are only so many sequences. One sequence has already died. The loss is already substantial." After speaking, the old man directly took out a large pile of protective gear from his spatial ring and shoved it into Claire's hands. "Launch it, General." Claire looked at the elderly man in front of her with a complex expression. This representative from the American military was a typical hawk. Before the apocalypse began, he firmly believed in the Huaxia threat theory and never compromised externally. She never expected this person to be the second to step forward. "Launch it!" The Russian military representative stepped forward, quickly organizing the protective gear at hand and shoving it all to Andrei. Then he marched to the forefront. "Sequence 3 cannot die, and sequences 6 and 7 cannot die either. Exchanging our lives for yours is worth it. Let us exert a bit of our last energy to withstand some of the impact for you." With that, this bearded man directly took out a large shield from his spatial ring and held it at the front. "Hurry up!" The representative from the United Kingdom also stepped up. Though I don't want to die, it seems there's no other way. The Japanese military representative hesitated slightly, then quickly became resolute, stuffing all the protective gear from their spatial ring into Claire's hands before marching forward. Don't hesitate, and thank you. Fang Wenhai stepped to the front and nodded heavily at Claire, then shoved a large amount of protective gear into her hands. Representatives from various countries, speaking different languages, converged together, and Claire's eyes immediately filled with determination. Prepare, Claire shouted loudly, and then a spherical object suddenly rose from the shoulder area of her battle armor, slowly drifting towards the location where the missiles had been launched. Then, boom. The violent shockwave surged forth, and even with the spatial solidification in front acting as a windbreak, it was still ineffective. The entire barrier swelled up like a balloon on the verge of bursting. A tremendous force filled the space, and in less than a second this huge balloon was directly burst. A mushroom cloud slowly rose from the position of the central castle, then gradually dissipated within the treasure land. And at the moment the explosion occurred, the ancient demon entity felt the power of this explosion. The unmatched force instantly broke through the range of spatial solidification, draining a significant amount of its stamina. The ancient demon entity immediately halted its movements and activated the dimensional sanctuary. Meanwhile, across from it, the chaotic flow had long lost its senses and instinctively activated a defense, only to be blown away far by the shockwave generated by the explosion. When the barrier exploded from the inside, Hanyue was standing in front of it, constantly swinging his war blade. As if a swollen balloon had been burst, the sudden rupture of the barrier sent a shockwave that even made Hanyue, in the state of the Dark Demon Lord, stagger back a few steps. One should know that in the state of the Dark Demon Lord, Hanyue is immune to most physical damage. Thick clouds of dust poured out from the small space, and in the next moment, Hanyue forced his way through the smoke to a place flickering with lightning. Quan Li lay on the ground, mechanically pouring healing potions and stamina recovery potions into his mouth. His eyes hazily glanced at the massive shadow in front of him, then his head tilted, and he fainted. The recent confrontation with the ancient demon entity, along with the instant explosion shockwave, had already drained Quan Li of his strength and left him seriously injured. I told you earlier, a buzzing voice came from the mouth of the Dark Demon Lord, who picked up Quan Li's body and stuffed him into himself. As long as Hanyue didn't use various curses and corrosive abilities, the body of the Dark Demon Lord could naturally hold some things. Then, Hanyue turned to look towards the source of the noises in the smoke. As the smoke and heat slowly dissipated, a silver light began to swim out from the ground, gradually condensing into Claire's form. Nano-Mechanism SSS rank, active ability. The body is constructed from nano-machines, able to change shape and form at will, and when enough stamina is present, can even transform into various mechanical structures. This ability is akin to the liquid metal Terminator from Terminator, and it is anticipated that as Claire's rank increases, the effects of this ability will become terrifyingly bizarre. She can even develop various additional skills like darkness. Claire stood next to the Dark Demon Lord, her face pale. She first glanced at the Dark Demon Lord, then hesitantly asked, "Who are you?" "Hanyue." Claire nodded and didn't ask any atmosphere-dampening questions like, "How did you become like this?" Quickly continuing, she said, "Just now, to break the barrier, I set off a super bomb and Andrei was knocked out by the explosion's shockwave. I vaguely saw that Andrei seemed to have been captured by that demonic creature." Hanyue nodded in understanding. Claire's liquefaction ability, like elemental abilities, had a significant reduction effect against physical damage such as shockwaves. However, Andrei wasn't so lucky. What about the others? They're all dead. A hint of melancholy flickered in Claire's eyes. Sigh. Hanyue let out a heavy sigh, a sound to commemorate Fang Wenhai. Hanyue hadn't known Fang Wenhai for long, and most of their communication had been through communication devices, but he had to admit that Fang Wenhai was quite capable. It was a pity he died here. The smoke in front of them slowly dissipated, and in the next moment, Hanyue vaguely saw the towering figure of the ancient demon approaching 3 meters tall. In its hand, there was a robust shadow. Seeing the figure of the ancient demon entity, Hanyue waved his war blade, greeting it. The demonic entity, amidst the thick smoke, raised its right forelimb and enthusiastically waved it at Hanyue while loudly calling out, "Hello, good to see you again." "Yeah, but I didn't expect your greeting to be so loud." Controlling the Dark Demon Lord, Hanyue emitted a buzzing sound, showing no other action. Hanyue wasn't confident he could defeat the ancient demon entity, and it seemed the ancient demon entity also had no desire to engage Hanyue in battle. The ancient demon entity tilted its head slightly, first glancing at the motionless Dark Demon Lord who showed no murderous intent, then pointed at Andrei in its grasp. What? Don't you need to save him? Wenyu shook his head. Can't save him, my mobility isn't as fast as yours. Wise choice. The ancient demon entity nodded slightly and casually snapped Andrei's neck. Even a sequence 7 in front of this ancient demon entity seemed so insignificant. Perhaps one day, when you himself would face an opponent he couldn't contend with, and like a chick, be easily dealt with by someone else. Meanwhile, Claire clearly felt a sense of empathy, watching Andrei's broken neck, her lips trembling slightly. She slightly turned her head, as if unable to bear looking at Andrei's corpse lying on the ground any longer. After killing Andrei, the ancient demon entity first lifted its head and expressionlessly glanced at the dark demon lord. Unfortunately, Wenyu still made no move. If Wenyu wanted to fight the ancient demon entity, he would have acted when Andrei was still alive. Now, taking action was completely meaningless. Seeing Wenyu so wise and calm, the ancient demon entity slightly nodded and gave Wenyu a thumbs up. Then, the ancient demon entity examined Andrei's corpse on the ground, thought for a moment, and directly tore apart its right lower limb's palm to extract a pure black cylindrical object from the flesh. Gently opening the cylinder's lid, the ancient demon entity gave a strange smile to Wenyu and Claire. I have a question for you both. Have you ever had any inquiries about the existence of the Sovereign? The smoke on the battlefield had long dissipated, and Wenyu could clearly see the ancient demon entity's movements. Upon seeing the black cylindrical object, Wenyu's brows furrowed immediately. This black cylindrical object was originally inside the ancient demon entity's body, and now, at the cost of injuring one of its arms, it was extracted. The importance of this item was evident. Just as Wenyu pondered the ancient demon entity's possible conspiracy, its words made Wenyu's gaze pause. Do you know what the Sovereign is? With a thought, Wenyu immediately set aside the idea of retreating and asked the ancient demon entity. The ancient demon entity played with the black cylindrical object while shrugging. We have fought against the Sovereign through countless worlds. If we couldn't even gather intelligence about our enemies, that would be too underestimating us. Information regarding the Sovereign cannot be disclosed to you. At least not at this moment. However, this does not prevent me from adding some trouble for the Sovereign and for you. The human race's sequence 2, watch closely. The ancient demon entity shot Wenyu a mocking smile, then slowly placed the black cylindrical object on top of Andrei's head. A wisp of mysterious gas slowly emerged from Andrei's head. Originally colorless, odorless, and shapeless, the airflow gradually turned black under the influence of the black cylindrical object, and then slowly entered it. After a while, when the gas no longer came out from Andrei's head, the ancient demon entity quickly secured the lid of the black cylindrical object and began shaking it vigorously. The sound of ding-ding-dang-dang resonated from the black cylindrical object, as if two hard objects were colliding, causing Wenyu to feel heavy-hearted. After some time, the ancient demon entity steadied the object in hand, lifted the lid, peered inside earnestly, and then slowly raised his head with a strange smile on his face. Can you guess what's inside? Upon hearing Andrei's words, Wenyu's heart tightened instantly. The entire area fell into an eerie silence. The ancient demon entity simply held the black cylindrical object, while Wenyu and Claire stood silently to the side. All right, I won't tease you anymore. In this situation, you need to see for yourself. Otherwise, you might think I'm trying to deceive you. The ancient demon entity shrugged and placed the black cylindrical object directly on the ground. I'm leaving this thing here, and I must say I haven't set any traps or methods on it. Of course, whether you believe it or not is up to you. And a crucial tip. If I were you, I would choose to walk away right now and ignore this thing. Because not everyone can withstand the truth. I'm really afraid this little thing will destroy you. Heh. The ancient demon entity emitted a series of eerie laughter, waved goodbye to Wenyu, and clearly mouthed the words. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Then, silver light flickered continuously as the ancient demon entity used several teleportations, quickly rushing toward the demonic city, leaving only Wenyu and Claire, both with uncertain expressions, staring at the black cylindrical object on the ground, pondering their thoughts. You take the frenzy and go first. Wenyu controlled the dark demon lord and pulled the frenzy from his body, placing it in Claire's hands. Claire hesitated for a moment, looking at the dark demon lord's massive body, but ultimately accepted the frenzy. The current situation was clear. Wenyu had no intention of sharing secrets, and it would be absurd to say that Claire had no desire to explore the unknown. However, circumstances were stronger than personal inclination. Claire wouldn't doubt that if she were to be uncooperative, Wenyu would definitely take action against her. Be careful. Claire suppressed her curiosity and spoke to Wenyu before quickly heading toward the exit of the outpost. The black cylindrical object on the ground emanated an ominous black light, and under the eternally bright sky of the treasure land, it seemed like a black hole, firmly capturing Wenyu's gaze. After hesitating for a few seconds, Wenyu decisively dismissed the dark demon lord form. A faceless, identical to Wenyu, stood beside him, dutifully guarding him. Go check that thing for any traps. Although the ancient demon entity had claimed not to have set any traps on the black cylindrical object, Wenyu would never place his safety in the credibility of an enemy. The faceless faithfully executed Wenyu's orders and walked directly to the front of the black cylindrical object, bending down to pick it up. Then, under Wenyu's direction, the faceless directly opened the lid of the black cylindrical object and looked inside. However, 10 minutes passed. Nothing happened. It was confirmed that the ancient demon entity did not deceive Wenyu. Indeed, there were no traps on the black cylindrical object. Hand that thing to me. At Wenyu's command, the faceless, holding the black cylindrical object, quickly walked toward Wenyu. The black cylindrical object felt cold to the touch, and its texture was slightly hard. Combined with the outer layer of black unknown material, Wenyu could not see what was inside. Gently shaking the black cylindrical object, Wenyu remained silent for a long time before finally lifting the lid and peering inside. What came into view was a magic crystal. There is a type of trap that isn't a trap called reality. This kind of thing can be even more terrifying than the lethality of conventional traps. At this moment, looking at the magic crystal inside the black cylindrical object, now known as the black container, Wenyu felt 1,000 words stuck in his throat, unable to say a single one. Countless thoughts swirled in Wenyu's mind, transforming into a violent storm that echoed in his head. Wasn't it said that the human race doesn't have magic crystals? Humans shouldn't possess magic crystals? 1,000 words gradually transformed into a single thought. Wenyu poured out the magic crystal from the black container and placed it in the sunlight, observing it carefully. Unfortunately, it was just an ordinary 4th-tier beast attribute magic crystal, identical to those produced in the exchange stone pillar. Wenyu examined the 4th-tier magic crystal in his hand as if he were looking at a monster. After a while, Wenyu took a deep breath, placing both the magic crystal and the black container into his pocket, then quickly rushed toward the ruins. Digging with all his might, after a while, Wenyu found what he was looking for. It was a corpse. After being ravaged by an explosion, the corpse was no longer human-shaped. Perhaps this corpse had been powerful in life, and coupled with some defensive skills, it wasn't obliterated in the recent cataclysm. However, these details were unimportant. Wenyu carefully surveyed the corpse on the ground, and after a while he slowly took out the black container from his pocket. Recalling the ancient demon entity's earlier movements, Wenyu opened the lid and slowly pressed the black container against the corpse's head. The next second, wisps of black smoke began to emerge from the corpse's head, slowly being drawn into the black cylindrical object. Wenyu's hand gripping the black container trembled uncontrollably. After a while, when the smoke in the corpse's head was completely absorbed, Wenyu sluggishly retrieved the black container, then carefully sealed it, shaking it vigorously. After a while, the sound of ding-ding-dang-dang gradually echoed, with the sound starting small and growing louder. Wenyu slowly stopped his movements. The confusion in his gaze dissipated, replaced by overwhelming fury and killing intent. With a powerful swing of his right hand, Wenyu directly hurled the black container away, while his left hand covered his face and he roared madly. Damn, 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 Caldo, get out here and face me. Get out here and face me? Master, I'm right here. Before Wenyu's words faded, Caldo's voice had already appeared right in front of him. With a somewhat eerie expression and a strange smile, Caldo made Wenyu feel a chill from the depths of his heart. Because Caldo was holding that black container, Caldo smiled and said, Sequence 2, Master, you've dropped something? Wenyu looked at Caldo's seemingly humble smile, but a feeling of powerlessness rose in his heart. Trembling, he took the black container from Caldo's hands, took a heavy breath, and asked with a quivering voice, Give me an explanation. Master, what explanation do you need? Wenyu sniffed hard. Why is there a magic crystal in the human race? Instead, Caldo looked at Wenyu with a somewhat confused expression. Almost all species contaminated by demonic energy will have magic crystals. Why wouldn't the human race have them? Damn! Upon hearing Caldo's words, Wenyu cursed heavily. You know damn well that's not what I meant. I'm asking why we can't find magic crystals within the human race. Caldo smiled slightly. Master, your strength and authority are simply insufficient. Upon hearing this familiar line, Wenyu finally calmed down. Then, what can you tell me about this matter? Caldo shook his head. Master, this matter is not something you should be concerned about right now. If you insist on getting an answer from me, I can only offer you one line. Your strength and authority are not enough. The sovereign has its considerations in action. I believe you should not delve into such a profound issue right now. Rather, you should think about how to enhance your own strength. Don't you think so? Caldo bowed humbly, yet wore a bizarre smile. His gaze toward Wenyu had long lost its initial respect and was replaced by one akin to that of observing a laboratory rat, a worm, or even a dead person. If you have nothing else, I will take my leave now. After finishing, Caldo respectfully bowed to Wenyu, then turned to leave. If you don't have anything else, I'll be leaving now. Caldo wore a strange smile that appeared incredibly glaring in Wenyu's eyes. Wait, Wenyu said despondently. Where did the human race's magic crystals go? Upon hearing this, Caldo's body paused slightly, and he smiled as he spoke. Sir, your strength and authority are not enough. But from your earlier state, you might have already guessed, haven't you? After saying this, Caldo ignored Wenyu, who was tightly clenching his fists, and directly vanished into thin air. All that remained was Wenyu, clutching the black container in his hand, gazing at the center of the outpost, murmuring to himself, "Exchange stone pillar." Holding the black container and 2 human race magic crystals in his pocket, Wenyu moved slowly towards the exit of the treasure land like a walking corpse. Recalling the scene he had just seen, countless questions emerged in Wenyu's mind, causing his head to thrum with intensity. If it weren't for this black container, then the human race's magic crystals would slowly vanish into the air, possibly collected by the sovereign, then recondensed into magic crystals to be provided to practitioners. Magic crystals contain the essence of a life form's flesh and blood, alongside some unknown elements. When humans die in battle, these invisible, magic crystals are collected by the sovereign and then made available for exchange to the vast number of practitioners. Once those practitioners die, even stronger magic crystals are created and then collected by the sovereign. This scene resembled a reverse cycle produced by bipedal lizards, an extremely brutal harvesting cycle. In the end, every powerful practitioner was essentially fed by countless human corpses. This behavior was even more terrifying than that of the cannibals. As for the first batch of magic crystals provided by the sovereign at the beginning of the apocalypse, as well as the high-tier magic crystals, Wenyu couldn't help but think of those humans who were invaded by demonic energy and turned into zombies, and of Shanlan's star. Truly using resources to their fullest. What do you really want? Wenyu gently took out the 2 magic crystals, slowly observing their sheen, while his brain spun quickly, trying to guess the sovereign's intentions. Unfortunately, aside from his earlier speculation, he discovered nothing else. Wenyu couldn't even be sure that his previous guess was correct. A wave of helplessness surged in his heart as he stood there dazed, his mind completely blank. It wasn't until a beam of teleportation light flashed by that Wenyu snapped back to reality. Unknowingly, he had been standing in the treasure land, lost in thought for several hours. In front of him stood the weary-looking Quang Liu and Lin Heifeng. "What's wrong? You look even worse than I do." Quang Liu saw Wenyu standing there, one hand holding a black container and the other clutching 2 ordinary 4th-tier magic crystals, and stepped forward to poke Wenyu twice. The injuries sustained from his confrontation with the ancient demon entity had fully healed thanks to healing potions. Wenyu stared blankly at Quang Liu for a few moments, lightly opening his mouth, but unable to say a word. In a short span of time, Wenyu mulled it over and decided to keep this information to himself. First, this information was merely his speculation without evidence. The key issue was, without the exchange stone pillar provided by the sovereign, how would the human race change professions? How would they strengthen? How would they level up? Not to mention that Wenyu still had the Leghart magic mirror. Without the exchange stone pillar, he could not possibly follow the formula provided by the Leghart magic mirror to perfectly upgrade his spirit pets. Tightly squeezing the 2 magic crystals in his hand, Wenyu placed them deep within his spatial ring, offering a helpless smile to Quang Liu. "Nothing at all. I'm a bit tired. I'm heading back to rest." Wenyu greeted Lin Heifeng and walked directly out. Lin Heifeng and Quang Liu exchanged glances, and Quang Liu quickly took 2 steps to catch up with Wenyu, standing beside him and speaking rapidly. Sequence 5 belongs to human traders. It was Sequence 5 that released that demonic creature and allowed it to take away some intelligence. Based on our observations and investigations, Sequence 5 may be related to the cult of the demon worshippers. You know about the cult of the demon worshippers, right? According to reliable intelligence, it's a large organization formed by cannibals, headquartered in the Demon City Gathering Place. The highest commander of the Demon City Gathering Place, Peng Jun, might be the leader of the cult of the demon worshippers. Wenyu replied perfunctorily, directly climbing onto a military vehicle as it headed out. Quang Liu sat in the passenger seat, observing Wenyu's absent-minded expression, frowning slightly. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. Also, I don't want to get involved with this cult of the demon worshippers business." Hearing Wenyu's response, Quang Liu's frown deepened. "The people from the cult of the demon worshippers are all scum. They feast on humans and have completely lost their humanity." Wenyu sighed and shook his head, muttering in a barely audible voice, "Cannibals. We're all cannibals." What did you say? Quang Liu didn't catch it. Nothing. Wenyu shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. Seeing Wenyu lost in thought and completely unaffected, Quang Liu decided to use his trump card. "If you help us out, I will accompany you to find divine beast species with Zhuke." At Quang Liu's words, Wenyu's eyes gradually regained their luster. "Give me a few days, I need to rest and adjust my state." "Sure, 3 days later I'll come find you." After Quang Liu finished speaking, he opened the car door and jumped off the moving military vehicle. Looking at the towering walls of the Beijing gathering place in the distance, Wenyu exhaled heavily. Regardless of the truth, one thing wouldn't change. That is, only the strong have the right to seek the truth from the sovereign. And now, the most important question facing Wenyu was whether to continue obtaining magic crystals from the exchange stone pillar. Hesitating for 3 seconds, merely 3 seconds. A ruthless intent flashed wildly in Wenyu's eyes. This was something that required no hesitation or doubt. As long as he could gain powerful strength, even if it meant consuming humans, Wenyu was more than willing. "Since I can't change anything, I can only passively endure. Even if I bear countless sins, I will forge ahead. One day, I will personally tear apart all the fog to see your purpose and the truth you hide." The end of the outpost treasure land was very abrupt. However, the subsequent impact swept across the entire world like a storm. First, the deaths of Sequence 7 and Sequence 9 will definitely affect the landscape regarding Russia and Japan. But this does not significantly impact Huaxia. The most critical issue was the betrayal of Sequence 5, which greatly enraged Lin Haifeng. At the same time, it served as a wake-up call for him. If even a strong individual of Sequence 5 could be subdued by the demonic clan, or rather, the cult of the demon worshippers, it is enough to prove that this cult has become a malignant tumor that the military must take seriously. Moreover, this tumor could take lives at any moment. Lin Haifeng's method of handling the situation was very simple. Better to endure a short pain than a long one. When faced with a festering boil growing on one's body, the best solution is to use a knife to dig it out completely and crush it mercilessly. Lin Haifeng didn't even have the desire to negotiate with Peng Jun over the phone. He directly mobilized a large number of professional soldiers and various heavy armaments, preparing to crush the Demon City gathering place. According to the intelligence available to Lin Haifeng, Peng Jun was the leader of the cult of the demon worshippers, and the credibility of this information was at least over 80%. An 80% probability was enough for Lin Haifeng to make a resolute decision, a decision that could potentially destroy the entire Demon City gathering place. This time, our mission objective is to capture the leader of the Demon City gathering place, Peng Jun, and the super strong individual under him, Sequence 5 Yang Pengguang. Quang Liu paused slightly, speaking in a firm and solemn tone. "No matter the cost, prepare yourselves, we will depart in 3 days. With a wave of Quang Liu's hand, everyone in the conference room quickly and orderly made their way outside. These are all super soldiers of the military. Within the outpost treasure land, the military lost 5 super soldiers. Among them, 3 were killed by the ancient demon entity, all of whom died near the control center of the outpost. However, the outpost treasure land also nurtured a large number of high-level professionals for the Huaxia military. Currently, the highest combat power in the Huaxia military was Quang Liu, a level 5 professional, along with the Vermilion Bird, a mid-level divine beast species. The remaining level 4 professionals were substantial. With such strength to strike the Demon City gathering place, anyone would think that Peng Jun would surely be defeated. And it wouldn't take long. Of course, not everyone thought so. At this moment in the Demon City gathering place, Peng Jun was chatting with Yang Pengguang. From the expressions and leisurely postures of the two, there was no hint of the impending war's tension. Is Sequence 2 really that strong? Just as they were discussing the events occurring in the outpost treasure land, Peng Jun interrupted Yang Pengguang's words when he heard about Wenyu's strength. Yang Pengguang nodded decisively. Quang Liu has also upgraded to level 5. His strength is quite terrifying. In a head-to-head confrontation, I fear I wouldn't last a few seconds. Yang Pengguang said this, yet there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. As if he already had a strategy to deal with Quang Liu and Wenyu. Peng Jun took a gentle sip of tea and raised his arm into the air. A black shadow flashed across the sky, and a small black eagle landed on Peng Jun's arm, a black crystal on its forehead shining with specks of light. "By the way, have you talked to Guardian No. 1? Upon hearing Peng Jun's question, Yang Pengguang nodded decisively. Guardian number 1 said that until preparations are complete, he wouldn't dare to boldly eliminate sequences, but temporarily restraining them is no problem. After hearing this news, Peng Jun's expression relaxed even further. He stood up from his seat and walked to the window, looking at the crowds below. Lin Heifeng is starting to assemble the army. In just a few days, the main forces from Beijing will reach near the Demon City. Look at the crowds below. Peng Jun pointed to the crowd below, which appeared almost like a fleeing mass, and indicated the chaotic military forces below, confidently saying, "That's right, our military is insufficient. Even with the addition of the Forgotten Army, our strength is still lacking. However, what truly determines the outcome of a war is not these trash. I really want to see what old Lin looks like before he dies." Although Quang Liu promised Wen Yu that he could rest for 3 days, just a day later, Quang Liu rushed to Wen Yu's house in a hurry. "Hurry, hurry, we need to set off." At this moment, Wen Yu had spent an entire day thinking. He had buried the information obtained from the demonic entity deep in his mind, and had also placed the black container in the spatial ring. The exchange stone pillar must still be used. However, using the black container to absorb the magic crystals from the human race has already crossed the line for Wen Yu as a human. Seeing Quang Liu's frantic demeanor, Wen Yu couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. "Weren't we supposed to wait 3 days? When I said 3 days, it was to prepare the military forces. We too need to set off first, preferably to take down Peng Jun and Yang Pengguang directly. The old man wants us to surprise them. As long as we succeed in this, we won't need to engage in a large battle. You have no idea, my old man has already adjusted the war level to the highest. Once the war starts, the use of nuclear weapons to bomb the Demon City gathering place cannot be ruled out." Quang Liu babbled on, leaving Wen Yu's head spinning. All right, you win. Let's set off now." After Wen Yu finished speaking, he walked directly out the door. "By the way, how do we get to the Demon City?" Quang Liu, who was following Wen Yu, answered seriously, "By plane." Wen Yu looked up at the sky. "Where are the planes?" Then he saw Quang Liu motioning with his mouth toward him. More than a day's time had fully healed Xing's injuries. He activated the second soul realm and the third soul realm, releasing both the One-Eyed and Xing. As soon as Xing and the One-Eyed appeared, they immediately occupied advantageous positions on Wen Yu's head and in his arms. Wen Yu directly took out a few low-level magic crystals and stuffed them into the mouths of the two beasts. Watching them gulp down their food, it was evident they had been quite hungry in the soul realm space. After feeding Xing and the One-Eyed a substantial amount of food, Wen Yu directed Xing to move towards the Demon City. Looking at the ongoing war mobilization in the Beijing gathering place, Wen Yu asked Quang Liu with confusion, "Why is Commander Lin mobilizing such a large force?" "To pacify the internal situation before dealing with external threats. Moreover, this war mobilization is equivalent to a drill, preparing for the impending war with a comprehensive exercise." Hearing the explanation from Quang Liu, Wen Yu nodded, fully approving of Lin Heifeng's approach. Humans have been at peace for far too long, and when the Demon Realm Gate opens, what humanity faces is not a conventional apocalypse, but a devastating war, a war of annihilation. How to fight, how to strategize, whether to take the initiative or adopt a defensive stance. These are all considerations that Lin Heifeng needs to contemplate. Now, with Peng Jun as a catalyst, holding a drill at the Beijing gathering point and experiencing the baptism of war will greatly help in enhancing combat effectiveness. After Xing advanced to level 5, its size increased, but its speed improved even further. At this moment, Xing, resembling a black arrow, surged toward the Demon City gathering place. Although it didn't exert full strength, it effortlessly broke the sound barrier. Fortunately, the powerful Quang Liu and Wen Yu on its back were not blown off by the intense airflow. In less than a few hours, the Demon City gathering place was already in sight. "They're coming!" Peng Jun and Yang Pengguang were still sitting in the office. When Wen Yu and Quang Liu approached within 100 kilometers of the Demon City gathering point, Yang Pengguang somehow obtained their location. As expected, Peng Jun nodded. If he were in Lin Heifeng's position, Peng Jun would also rely on the formidable individual strength of Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 to implement a decapitation tactic. 2 level 5 superpower users are, at this moment, an indomitable presence. Unfortunately, while it may be insurmountable for Peng Jun, for certain entities, this issue is easily resolved. "Let's give them a welcome." Peng Jun put on a coat and walked directly toward the two. Behind him, Yang Pengguang followed closely, retrieving a somewhat strange object from his spatial ring, sending a mental wave toward it. "The target is almost here. Be prepared." In the distance, the Demon City gathering place gradually enlarged from a small black dot. When Xing flew to a position 5 kilometers in front of it, the entire Demon City gathering place came into clear view. Its overall design resembled that of the Beijing gathering place, seemingly crafted by the same designer but slightly smaller. Of course, that wasn't the focal point. What was crucial were the two figures standing on the city wall, Peng Jun and Yang Pengguang. Before coming, when you had naturally received intelligence from Peng Jun and recognized his appearance, coupled with Yang Pengguang's familiar aura, confirming that these were indeed the two standing on the city wall of the Demon City gathering place. However, they seemed far too calm, so calm that Wen Yu and Quang Liu were no longer calm. Xing halted in the distance, and Wen Yu scrutinized Peng Jun and Yang Pengguang, directly addressing Quang Liu beside him. "What's going on? It's like they specifically came out to welcome us." Quang Liu squinted, examining the two, and after a moment shook his head. "I don't understand either. What do we do now?" Based on the current situation, when you couldn't gauge whether these two were bluffing or if there were traps within the Demon City gathering place capable of killing him and Quang Liu. Quang Liu thought for a long while and resolutely stated, "You stay here and I'll go bring them back. If there really is a trap, assess whether to retreat or rescue." "All right," Wen Yu nodded decisively. This action, strictly speaking, didn't fall under a mission. It was merely Wen Yu's friendly assistance to the military, similar to how after this matter was concluded, Quang Liu and Zhuke would accompany Wen Yu to find the divine beast species. In this situation, Wen Yu could not place himself in danger, and Quang Liu understood this well, which is why he suggested probing the situation himself. Watching Quang Liu leap off Xing and directly charge toward the Demon City gathering place, Wen Yu squinted, trying to discern any signs of a trap. Unfortunately, there was nothing, no signs at all. As Quang Liu unleashed lightning, the massive phantom of a white tiger roared ferociously, charging toward Peng Jun and Yang Pengguang atop the city wall. The speed was astonishing. Then when you saw Yang Pengguang take out a strange object, Yang Pengguang's lips moved slightly as if saying something. Then the next moment, a silver-white vortex appeared directly in front of Quang Liu, instantly sucking him into it. "A treasure land entrance?" Wen Yu exclaimed in disbelief, watching as Quang Liu disappeared along with the silver-white vortex. Wen Yu's eyesight was remarkably good. That thing which had sucked away Quang Liu was indeed a treasure land entrance. After the entrance took Quang Liu, it vanished without a trace. Seeing Peng Jun nodding at him from the city wall, Wen Yu frowned and directly patted the back of Xing. "Let's go back." The situation was clear. This was indeed a trap. Peng Jun and Yang Pengguang somehow had the means to freely access the treasure land. In this situation, Wen Yu decided to make a hasty retreat. Unfortunately, after plotting for so long, Peng Jun would not let Wen Yu escape. "Send him over too," Peng Jun said in a nonchalant tone. "Don't you want to toy with him a bit? Guardian, no. One has significant authority. Even if he flies a few hundred kilometers away, he can still send him in." Yang Pengguang's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued by his suggestion. However, Peng Jun shook his head. "Even though we are in opposing camps, maintaining respect for the strong is a basic quality. You should also adjust your mindset. This time, it's not your credit but that of Guardian number 1. Wait until you can defeat him head-on, then act like this." Upon hearing Peng Jun's words, Yang Pengguang gritted his teeth a bit frustratedly, then sent a mental wave into the object in his hand. The next second, a treasure land entrance nearing 10 meters high appeared out of thin air at the location where Wen Yu stood. Wen Yu didn't even have time to react before being sucked into the treasure land, leaving Xing standing still, dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. After a while, a purple light flashed, and Xing was immediately pulled back to the Soul Realm space. Seeing this scene, Peng Jun clicked his tongue. The authority of these guardians is truly useful. "Ding, welcome to the large treasure land, Demon Suppression Tower. For detailed information about this treasure land, please refer to the stone platform beside the Demon Suppression Tower." "Ding, welcome to the large treasure land, Demon Suppression Tower. For detailed information about this treasure land, please refer to the stone platform next to the Demon Suppression Tower." These two short sentences revealed the current awkward situation. When you looked around and immediately spotted a towering structure that seemed to touch the sky, along with the turbulent flow beside him. As their eyes met, the helpless expressions in both of their eyes sparked intensely in the air. After a moment, they simultaneously uttered a phrase, "Damn it!" With a thought, Wen Yu directly activated the third soul realm, sensing the presence of Xing. His expression instantly relaxed. Xing was not only the strongest combat force at Wen Yu's disposal, but also an essential part of the Dark World. If the rules of the treasure land isolated Wen Yu from Xing, then Wen Yu's combat ability would plummet to a pitiful level, possibly even weaker than the turbulent flow. Casually activating the third soul realm, Wen Yu pulled Xing back from the outside. Instead of stepping forward to examine the stone platform, Wen Yu and the turbulent flow shouted loudly, "Guardian! Where is the Guardian?" "I'm here, my lord." A golden light flashed in the air, and then a young man dressed in golden armor with golden hair and even golden pupils stepped out and respectfully bowed to Wen Yu and the turbulent flow. When Yu quietly stared at the treasure land guardian in front of him, furrowing his brow in thought for a long time before slowly speaking. "What is the situation right now?" The guardian straightened his body with a slight smile in his eyes and asked in return, "Are you referring to the situation of this treasure land, my lord?" When Yu shook his head helplessly, already guessing the general idea in his mind. "Why are we here?" When Yu's voice was weak because he already knew the answer. Just like how Lin Heifeng could bribe Caldo with wine and meat, who knew what method Peng Jun used to bribe the Guardian before him. As expected, the Guardian's response was as Wen Yu anticipated. The two lords naturally entered the treasure land through the treasure land entrance. The certainty in his tone made Wen Yu realize that this guy was completely fearless. Wen Yu waved his hand, signaling that he didn't want to say anything more. Instead, the turbulent flow beside him seemed a bit anxious. Just from seeing Peng Jun's demeanor, it was obvious that everything was premeditated, and if the military's top combat force was lost, no one could predict the impact it would have on the battles between the Demon City and Beijing. Now I need to use Sequence 3 privileges to teleport out of this treasure land. Execute immediately. Hearing the slightly anxious words laced with seriousness from the turbulent flow, the Guardian shook his head slightly. "I'm sorry, my lord, this treasure land does not have such privileges for sequences. If you want to leave here, you too need to carefully read the rules on that stone platform over there." "Then what privileges does this treasure land have for sequences?" "This treasure land is of a challenging nature, and given that the current capacity limit is full, with all occupants being of sequence, no privileges will be opened." "Capacity limit full?" When Yu seriously scanned his surroundings, and then asked in a tone that suggested disbelief. "You can't be serious?" The treasure land guardian nodded affirmatively. "This treasure land has a capacity limit, 2 people. A large treasure land with a capacity limit of 2 people. That didn't seem too problematic. When Yu lost the thought to complain and directly used his trump card. "We should be within the Sovereign's key observation range by now, so if Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 die here together, the Sovereign will surely, carefully, check your little tricks, right?" When Yu was afraid that this treasure land guardian might come up with some disgusting rules like the battlefield of the 2 realms. Upon hearing Wen Yu's threatening words, the Guardian thought seriously for a moment before confidently responding. "The threat level of this treasure land to the 2 of you is not high, so the situation you are worried about will not occur. Of course, if you 2 are looking for death on purpose, then there will indeed be danger. You can give it a try, but if you do that, you will be doomed. The Sovereign won't focus on the doomed or the dead. Also, I want to say..." The Guardian finished speaking and directly transmitted a mental wave to Wen Yu and the turbulent flow. "What I've done fully complies with the Sovereign's established Guardian regulations for treasure lands. In other words, it's fully compliant, at least on the surface. So if you 2 want to leave, please follow the rules properly." Still carrying a hint of laughter and respect in his tone, but through that previous statement, the treasure land guardian had clearly expressed his thoughts. "I did this and I did use tricks, but from a broad perspective, there's nothing wrong. You 2 should honestly complete the treasure land trial." When Yu and the turbulent flow stood in place without saying a word for a while. "Since you 2 have no further questions, then treasure land guardian no. One is at your service. If you 2 have no issues, then I wish you both success in the trial." After saying this, the Guardian's golden figure disappeared from the spot, leaving Wen Yu and the turbulent flow in silent contemplation. "A perfect trap!" The turbulent flow wore a bitter smile and helplessly shook his head at Wen Yu. From Lin Heifeng's perspective, using Wen Yu and the turbulent flow to implement a decapitation strategy was indeed the most correct choice. And that old fox Peng Jun had taken everything into account. According to the turbulent flow's calculations, even if Wen Yu and the turbulent flow didn't come to the Demon City gathering place, Peng Jun still had ways to transport them into the treasure land. After all, isn't it known that the super treasure land entrance can open dozens or hundreds of entrances worldwide? A large treasure land might not be that exaggerated, but it should still be able to open quite a few, and the range for opening entrances would likely be substantial. When you didn't say anything else and simply turned to walk toward the stone platform. From the words of the treasure land guardian, they had already figured out everything. Peng Jun had a connection with this guardian no. One, and when the 2 of them came to decapitate, he had directly set up this trap that was not quite a trap. Moreover, this trap's purpose was more about ensnaring the enemy than inflicting damage. It was just uncertain what other trump cards Peng Jun had up his sleeve to ensure that the military professional team could be defeated without Wen Yu and the turbulent flow. Of course, these were no longer matters that the 2 should consider at this moment. "If I'm not mistaken, we might have to stay here for a while," Wen Yu said. Hearing Wen Yu's words, the turbulent flow nodded helplessly. "Ding, this treasure land is a challenge-type treasure land. The rules of the treasure land are as follows. There are a total of 1,000 floors of the Demon Suppression Tower in front of the challengers, with different small tasks on each floor. The exit will open at the top of the Demon Suppression Tower. Challengers cannot leave the treasure land until the challenge tasks are completed. Every 100 floors, an exchange stone pillar will appear as a supply station. In this treasure land, challengers cannot attack each other. For the specific challenge content on each floor, please enter the Demon Suppression Tower to collect it. In just a few sentences, the truth of this treasure land was revealed. Tusk, 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 when you made a series of sounds, looking over the rules on the stone platform again. Perfect. How long do you think it will take us to break through this 1,000-layer Demon Suppression Tower? Quang Liu let out a deep sigh. I estimate that the battle to expel Peng Jun outside has nothing to do with us anymore. When you nodded affirmatively. Even if the tasks in the Demon Suppression Tower were very simple, if the two of them could clear one task in an hour, it would still take 1,000 hours to finish 1,000 tasks, which is nearly a month and a half looking at the towering Demon Suppression Tower in front of him. When Yu waved his hand to Quang Liu. Let's go, I just don't know if Commander Lin can successfully take down that guy Peng Jun without us. No problem. Quang Liu's tone was quite certain. The military has plenty of trump cards. The military indeed has many trump cards. Even in the Demon City gathering place, there are hidden agents and scouts from the military. Thus, when Quang Liu and when Yu went offline, Lin Haifeng had already received the news. Looking at the report in his hand, Lin Haifeng furrowed his brows tightly while his mind was racing, seriously contemplating the strategies for this war. After a while, Lin Haifeng made up his mind. Inform Little Snow to lead the Vermilion Bird and all the currently prepared troops to head to the Demon City gathering place. Notify the missile unit to lock onto the target at the Demon City gathering place, and also inform the hidden agents in the Demon City gathering place to spread rumors and create chaos there. Notify the Academy of Sciences to bring out the various biochemical weapons they have developed and deploy the Clone Armor Legion. Notify the Special Operations Team to move to the front line. Lin Haifeng issued a series of commands at a rapid pace, watching as his secretary walked out until the room was empty. Suddenly, Lin Haifeng got up and walked over to a painting hanging on the wall. The painting was colorful and skillfully done. Although it wasn't a famous piece, it belonged to the more expensive category. Of course, that was before the apocalypse. Lin Haifeng casually tore the painting as if it were a piece of scrap paper, then looked at a safe behind it. The safe was small, but it had a good security system. Lin Haifeng first removed the key from around his neck and unlocked the old-fashioned lock on the safe, then proceeded to the password dial, fingerprint scan, and pupil recognition. After 3 steps, the safe finally emitted a beep. Lin Haifeng opened the safe directly and looked at what was inside. It was a scroll, a lifelike statue that looked like a demon, a potion, and a device resembling a communicator. Lin Haifeng stood beside the safe, pondering for a long time before taking the communicator out, carefully closing the safe afterward. Holding the palm-sized communicator, Lin Haifeng sat down in his chair, first pouring himself a cup of tea, then slowly dialing the communicator. Do. The busy tone kept ringing, but Lin Haifeng did not show any signs of anxiety. Instead, he sat in his position, savoring the tea, exuding an air of leisure as if everything was under control, until a crisp female voice came from the communicator. Hello, welcome to call the 10,086 Customer Service Center. Press 1 for Mandarin. Hearing this familiar content, Lin Haifeng's eyes suddenly twitched. He sighed inwardly. Really, what a bad sense of humor. Then, without waiting for the voice to finish, Lin Haifeng directly said, I'm Lin Haifeng, and this communicator isn't my dedicated line. The crisp female voice paused momentarily upon hearing Lin Haifeng's words, then spoke again. Hello, Commander Lin, this is your dedicated line, but don't you think saying this gives off an agent rendezvous feeling? By the way, I should add some ciphers and codes next time. Ha. If you want to be an agent, I can create a special operations team for you here. You can come and join me. Without hesitation, Lin Haifeng began the recruitment operation. The voice on the other end fell silent for a while before speaking again. May I ask what you need? I'm looking for your big boss. Please hold. The voice on the other end faded, and suddenly a rough female voice came through. Big boss. Big boss, stop sleeping already. Commander Lin is looking for you. Along with that, there came the sound of someone banging on the door. Then a series of wood splintering sounds and a man's scream from inside the room. Damn, I have a habit of sleeping naked, and could you knock? Do you understand knocking? Not banging, especially not smashing it to pieces. Commander Lin is looking for you, and by the way, morning. Good morning, little brother. A series of tinkling laughter followed, along with the sound of getting dressed and the man's grumbling. This team is impossible to manage. One by one, they want to ride on my head, and now even the newcomers are so arrogant. There was no tone of complaint in his words, only a sense of helplessness. By the way, as if he thought of something, the male voice asked again, "Your communicator, if I'm not mistaken, should still be on, right?" Silence. "Right. It seems Commander Lin witnessed my wake-up service the whole time. Where should I put my face?" "Stop worrying about something so boring. My wake-up service is not something everyone is qualified to enjoy. Also, you're wearing your underwear inside out." Then, the communicator in Lin Haifeng's hand emitted a series of busy tones. Seeing the communicator emit a series of busy tones, Lin Haifeng burst into laughter. After a while, the communicator connected again, and a weak voice came through. "Ahem, Commander Lin, good morning." Lin Haifeng looked at the sky outside and couldn't help but complain. "It's getting late, time for lunch. Also, I didn't expect you to be such a guy, the aloof male god." Lin Haifeng said the words, "aloof male god," in a joking tone, which elicited a burst of laughter from the communicator opposite him. From the sound, there were at least 5 or more people. Stop laughing, your big boss is discussing serious matters here. Do you still want to eat or not?" Unfortunately, the authority of this big boss was clearly insufficient. The laughter on the other side not only didn't stop, but grew stronger, with a few more joining in. "Really, percent number?" A string of curses came from the man on the other side, and then in the next second, the laughter suddenly ceased. "All right, I'll back off now. It's quiet again. Let's talk about serious matters." Lin Haifeng quickly conveyed the current situation. This included the latest intelligence about the cult of the demon worshippers, information on Peng Jun, the betrayal of Sequence 5, and the situation of Wen Yu and Quang Liu being trapped in the treasure land. The aloof male god was silent for a long time and then spoke. "I will handle the matter with the cult of the demon worshippers. I'm setting off now and expect to return to Huaxia in about 8 hours. After hearing this, Lin Haifeng thought for a moment and asked, "Can your team members come back together?" The aloof male god fell silent for a while, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he decisively replied, "A small part can come back. After all, several of my team members are not Huaxia people. Our matters outside have also concluded. It's time to resist the demonic disaster. They cannot abandon their own countries." Lin Haifeng nodded. "That makes sense. Here's the plan. I'll send my team members back first to support you with a few experts, then I'll return to Huaxia to deal with the Peng Jun issue. Also, I will personally handle the matter with Peng Jun. No problem. By the way, how is the vermilion bird doing? On the way to the gathering place in Demon City. Then there's nothing to worry about. I will initiate the teleportation immediately. The teleportation location will be in your office, so be ready to receive." "Right," Lin Haifeng suddenly interjected, interrupting the other side. "What about sequences 2 and 3? The aloof male god was silent for a bit and then decisively stated, "They shouldn't have any issues. After all, sequence-level experts of level 5 have already entered the Sovereign's sight and won't easily let this level of expert die. However, there are some issues related to the first round of the demonic disaster that need to be addressed when I return. Then I can rest assured. Okay, be prepared." After saying this, the communication on the other side was immediately cut off. Lin Haifeng smiled and shook his head, then drank the last bit of tea, quietly gazing at the empty space in front of his desk. Within a minute, a flash of white light appeared in the empty space ahead. The blinding white light made Lin Haifeng slightly turn his head, and the next second, 4 figures appeared in front of him. Unfortunately, the condition of these 4 was not good. At this moment, the 4 people who had been teleported were lying on the ground, repeatedly retching. Clearly, this method of teleportation was quite taxing on the human body. Lin Haifeng quietly observed the 4 individuals in front of him. A tall woman wearing a gray tank top and extremely short camouflage shorts with wheat-colored skin gave a healthy vibe. Her ample chest, due to her position on the ground, displayed an extremely brutal cleavage to Lin Haifeng. He silently averted his gaze and looked at the others nearby. A black man, the kind with shiny black skin, should be from Africa, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with arms as thick as Lin Haifeng's thighs. Waves of violent heat emanated from the man, raising the temperature in the entire office. The black man's physical condition was quite good. He had already eliminated most of the side effects of teleportation. He grinned at Lin Haifeng, revealing a set of white teeth, and then directly took out a pile of potions from his spatial ring. He first drank a few bottles himself, and then started pouring them into his teammates' mouths. Beside the black man was an Asian person adorned in golden elegant garments. Judging by his attire, he should be Huaxia, but Lin Haifeng couldn't understand why this guy's outfit was so retro. The last person was a small girl, delicately carved like jade. The girl looked to be around 10 years old, and even in her current state of vomiting, she still tightly hugged a giant stuffed bear. Seeing the potion being offered to her by the black man, the girl nodded at him with a grimace and then gulped it down. "Ah, I'm alive again." After a while, the woman with wheat-colored skin let out a heavy sigh, slowly getting up from the ground, completely disregarding her exposed cleavage, bouncing a couple of times, causing quite a sight. Fortunately, Lin Heifeng himself was not lecherous and had already passed the age of chasing flowers and seeking willows. He merely nodded at the woman and spoke. "From your voice, you must be my liaison." The woman nodded slightly and gave Lin Heifeng a rather unstandard military salute. Ultimate Combat Team, member Zhang Zipping, Sequence 33, reporting to Commander Lin. And Commander Lin, does what you just said about the Special Agent Team still count? The Ultimate Combat Team was not a group formed by Lin Heifeng. The two did not share a subordinate relationship. Strictly speaking, it was the leader of the Ultimate Combat Team who contacted Lin Heifeng first, leading to their cooperative relationship. The introductory gift from the Ultimate Combat Team was none other than the vermilion bird. Being able to use a divine beast species as an introductory gift meant that this level of power could not be cultivated by the military. Everything was the work of one man, the Sovereign One. At the same time, this was also one of Lin Heifeng's strongest trump cards. "This guy, you can just call him Black Boy. He's not very willing to talk, and you wouldn't understand what he says anyway." Sequence 42. Black Boy was indeed the Black Man. The reason he could be here, according to Lin Heifeng's estimation, should be that he had little to no sense of belonging to his country, or perhaps didn't have a country at all. In Africa, many people come from primitive tribes, and these individuals often possess formidable combat abilities and adaptability. "I'm Chin Min, Sequence 8. No, I should say Sequence 7 now, the Vice Captain of the Ultimate Combat Team. It seems the original Sequence 7 died a couple of days ago." "That's right, he died in the forward base in the Treasure Land." Lin Heifeng nodded affirmatively, then shifted his gaze to the last person, the young girl. The little girl, holding a stuffed bear larger than herself, smiled slightly at Lin Heifeng. "My name is Yang Yu, I'm 10 years old." After speaking, the little girl hugged the giant bear and hid directly behind Black Boy. Zhang Zipping gave Lin Heifeng an apologetic smile. "This child suffered a lot when the apocalypse first began. Only her captain and Black Boy have been able to make her comfortable. Commander Lin, please excuse her. By the way, Yang Yu is Sequence 39. How about this support? Not bad, right?" "Very good." Lin Heifeng nodded affirmatively. This assistance was not just good, but rather powerful. With 4 members from the Ultimate Combat Team and even 1 top 10 super strong, the strength of this support was nearly enough to make up for the disappearance of Wen Yu and Quang Liu. Moreover, thinking about the power of the first-ranked individual he had once seen with his own eyes, Lin Heifeng couldn't help but shiver. That was a kind of power that completely exceeded Lin Heifeng's imagination. With this in mind, Lin Heifeng smiled at the 4 people in front of him. "When will your captain return?" Zhang Zipping quickly replied. "The captain's teleportation ability can send others, but not himself. So he should be running back from the sea directly, resolving the matters concerning the cult of the demon worshippers at the gathering place in Demon City, and then he will come back to see you." Lin Heifeng nodded, indicating that he understood. Interestingly, even though Chin Min was the nominal vice-captain of the Ultimate Combat Team, it was always Zhang Zipping who spoke. This couldn't help but make Lin Heifeng, that old fox, think a bit more. However, Lin Heifeng concealed his suspicions well. "You must be tired. Go on and eat something, then take a rest." As for the strong support Lin Heifeng had received, Wen Yu and Quang Liu, who were in the Treasure Land, were naturally unaware. At this moment, they were facing the biggest crisis since the beginning of the apocalypse. Please listen to the next question. A gecko climbs up a 10-meter deep well. During the day, it climbs 5 meters, but at night, it slides down 3 meters. When can the gecko climb out of the well? Quang Liu and Wen Yu stood blankly on the empty 10th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, listening to this elementary school math problem, their minds filled with black lines. After a moment of silence, they exchanged glances. A sense of the bond they would rely on for a lifetime revealed itself in their eyes. "What's the answer? Don't know." Such a conversation had already occurred several times. This so-called Demon Suppression Tower was simply a big pit. The rewards were minimal, with the earlier layers only offering some magic crystal points, while the trials varied widely. From complicated math problems, to washing a mutated cat, to helping a mutated horse give birth, it was a mix of challenges that left Wen Yu and Quang Liu in despair. "It seems that if we want to get out, we need to wait for a while. I wonder how things are going on the old man's side." Lin Heifeng's affairs were naturally not something Quang Liu needed to worry about. After arranging for the 4 members of the Ultimate Combat Team to eat, Lin Heifeng entered work mode, while a steady stream of intelligence gathered in his hands. The 4 members of the ultimate combat team had already been dispersed by Lin Heifeng to various positions to counter Peng Jun's tactics. Looking at the somewhat quiet military headquarters below, Lin Heifeng silently lifted his teacup, continuously calculating in his heart. 5th rank, the cult of the demon worshippers, the identity of the demonic entity plus the hidden agents. Peng Jun, oh Peng Jun, what a pity. Your little schemes are truly worthless in front of real peak powers. I just don't know how long your little tricks can hold up in front of the 1st rank, 10 minutes, or half an hour. After saying this, Lin Heifeng silently raised his wrist to check the time. The 1st rank should have arrived, so you don't have many minutes left to live. As the big boss of the military, Lin Heifeng's hidden tactics were astounding. He had already understood almost everything about Peng Jun's so-called hidden methods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach a cooperation agreement with the ultimate combat team of the 1st rank. In other words, it was precisely due to Lin Heifeng's methods and capabilities that the 1st rank chose to collaborate with him. But precisely because of this, Lin Heifeng felt an immense fear of the 1st rank's power. That was a strength that far surpassed that of divine beast species. At this moment, Peng Jun had received news that the military was about to mobilize. First, he had the 5th rank go directly to the gathering place in Beijing to cooperate with another strong individual to eliminate Lin Heifeng. Meanwhile, he dispersed his remaining personnel, the cult of the demon worshippers and some of his own troops, across various locations to escape the military's onslaught. Peng Jun's thinking was correct. In a direct confrontation, he had no hope whatsoever. It was merely a way to go to his death. However, once Lin Heifeng was eliminated, the military would be leaderless, and combined with his hidden agents, Peng Jun had a 70% chance of capturing the gathering place in Beijing without shedding blood. 70% was already high enough for Peng Jun, who aimed to turn a small investment into a big one. Once he controlled the gathering place in Beijing, everything would be easy to discuss. With this thought, Peng Jun took out his encrypted communicator and issued one order after another. After a while, everything was ready. Only then did Peng Jun pour himself a glass of red wine, gently swirling the glass as he slowly walked to the window. He stared at the dimming sky below, perfectly motionless, until a voice startled Peng Jun awake. "Hello, Mr. Peng, your delivery has arrived." Hearing this voice, Peng Jun suddenly snapped back to reality. Even the small eagle on his shoulder seemed startled, flapping its wings twice in surprise. This voice was not coming from the entrance, but from a short distance behind Peng Jun. Peng Jun quickly turned around and saw a young man in casual clothes, no older than 30, sitting on his office desk, seriously playing with something in his hands. In his hands, 2 black cylinders collided continuously, producing a crisp ding-ding sound. But just now, Peng Jun had felt not a sound nor even the slightest hint of presence. Even the black giant eagle, as a demonic entity, felt nothing. All of this undoubtedly indicated one fact to Peng Jun. The strength of the newcomer was probably terrifying. Peng Jun cautiously assessed the young man in front of him, then glanced at the tightly closed office door and immediately asked without pausing, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Upon hearing Peng Jun's question, the young man slowly placed the black cylinders on the desk, grinning widely to reveal a set of white teeth as he answered cheerfully, "I'm here to deliver a package. It's these 2 items." The young man pointed at the 2 black cylinders on the desk and continued, "However, I still need to take these 2 things with me. But when I take them, I hope they can produce a little more like." The young man then gestured towards Peng Jun, and his tone grew serious. "Like 2 fragments of the heart of the demon realm. What do you think?" Upon hearing the young man's words, Peng Jun's heart sank heavily. The fragments of the heart of the demon realm were the full name of the black crystals on Peng Jun and the giant eagle. However, this name was something that only demonic entities would know, and even ordinary members of the demonic clan would be unaware. "Who exactly are you? Who sent you?" "Lin Heifeng. What did he give you?" "I'll double it for you." Enticement was always a good tactic. Moreover, unlike how it was portrayed in movies or novels, a considerable number of people would be swayed by this double. Unfortunately, the young man, or rather Sequence 1, was not included in this category. Sequence 1 winked at Peng Jun, his tone returning to its previous nonchalant manner. With a leap, he jumped directly from Peng Jun's desk to the floor, pacing back and forth. "I wasn't sent by anyone in particular. Well, to say that is a bit misleading. I was sent by the Earth's will. My home planet told me that you have something that doesn't belong to you, so I've come to take it back." "Doesn't belong to me? Are you referring to this?" Hearing Sequence 1's words, Peng Jun instead started to laugh, tearing open his collar to reveal the fragment of the heart of the demon realm on his chest. "This thing fell right in front of me at the start of the apocalypse, and you say it's not mine. Then whose could it be?" Upon hearing Peng Jun's words, Sequence 1 suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked seriously into Peng Jun's eyes, decisively nodding his head. That thing was originally prepared for me, so you are absolutely correct in saying that? Peng Jun snickered dismissively. You are really interesting, Sequence 1 nodded in acknowledgement. People who know me always describe me like that. His thick skin immediately cut off a plethora of Peng Jun's retorts. Peng Jun gently tightened his collar, looking at Sequence 1's face, and calmly asked one last question. So does that mean you absolutely have to take my life today? Correct. Upon hearing Sequence 1's answer, Peng Jun clenched his fists without saying a word, while the black giant eagle on his shoulder suddenly grew larger. By the looks of it, Peng Jun's strength had even reached the intensity of a level 5 professional. Coupled with his identity as a demonic entity, Peng Jun's combat ability was not much weaker than a fierce torrent. Furthermore, with the new sacred beast of the cult of the demon worshippers, the black giant eagle, Peng Jun's power was quite considerable. This was Peng Jun's greatest trump card, his own strength. Unfortunately, the only response to Peng Jun was a single line. Do you really want to fight me? One punch from me, and your little life will be over. Then, a wave of black energy blasted directly towards Sequence 1's face. 1 minute later, the door to Peng Jun's office suddenly flew open, and Sequence 1's figure slowly walked out from within, casually and without a wrinkle in his clothes. As he walked, Sequence 1 held 2 black cylinders, gently shaking them. The crisp, tinkling sound inside seemed to weave into a delightful symphony. After casually closing the door to Peng Jun's office, Sequence 1 smiled gently at the 2 guards standing at the entrance. Instead, the 2 guards' eyes were filled with suspicion. The 2 had been guarding the door to Peng Jun's office but had never let this guy in, so, "Stop! What are you doing?" Sequence 1 turned to glance at the 2 guards and replied without hesitation, "Delivering a package, didn't I just tell you that?" Is that so?" The 2 guards exchanged glances. "It seems." Yes, then, although their gazes towards Sequence 1 were still somewhat doubtful, they surprisingly didn't ask any further questions. They didn't even consider whether military-restricted zones allowed package deliveries, merely watching as Sequence 1 leisurely walked away, as if on a stroll. "Oh, right." Before he had walked too far, Sequence 1 abruptly turned back and said, "You guys should check on General Peng's condition. The old man was holding his chest just now, and it seemed like he had a heart attack." After saying this, Sequence 1 continued to ramble on as he walked. "This old man has every illness imaginable. His mind is muddled, and his heart isn't well. So, while you're still young, do whatever you want, engage in something thrilling to avoid regretting it when you're old." As Sequence 1 rambled on about irrelevant matters, he walked down the stairs. Along the way, everyone seemed to be oblivious to Sequence 1's presence and did not hear his voice, letting him wander through the military-restricted zone before slowly disappearing from sight. The 2 guards exchanged glances after hearing Sequence 1's words. "Did anyone come by just now?" Another guard decisively shook his head. "Then why do I feel like I heard someone mention that General Peng had a heart attack?" The other guard pondered for a long time before hesitantly saying, "I also thought I heard someone mention that, but it's strange. No one came by. Should we go in and take a look?" Both had been with Peng Jun since he had guards and were his absolute confidants. They certainly knew Peng Jun's health condition. Peng Jun did indeed have heart disease, but after becoming a professional, his heart disease had never acted up again. But who knows if heart disease can be cured by changing professions? This, the 2 couldn't be sure about. After discussing for a while, they still knocked on Peng Jun's office door. Unfortunately, there was no sound at all, recalling the words they heard mysteriously. They exchanged glances and quickly opened the door to Peng Jun's office to look inside. Inside, Peng Jun lay quietly on his office desk, hands gently pressed against his chest, his face pale yet exceptionally serene. Meanwhile, the black giant eagle had already transformed into a miniature form, quietly resting beside Peng Jun, not moving at all. The black crystal on its head had long since disappeared, leaving only a bloodless round hole which looked gruesome and terrifying. Peng Jun was dead at the hands of Sequence 1. In just a minute, Sequence 1 had killed Peng Jun and the giant eagle demonic entity, removed the fragment of the heart of the demon realm from both, and even posed them artistically. "Hey, Peng Jun is dead." With that short statement, Sequence 1 not only announced his return to Lin Haifeng, but also informed him of the task he had completed. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator, then Lin Haifeng's voice came through. "The task is complete, then come back. By the way, before he died, Peng Jun activated all his preparations. Is everything on your end okay?" Lin Haifeng fell silent again, then it seemed like he pointed the communicator's microphone out the window. A slightly muffled explosion sound came through the communicator. It's been a few minutes since it was activated. I don't know if there's any issue, but I think you'd better come back and protect me. Otherwise, your hard-earned partner might be at a certain risk of being taken out. Oh, all right. You know I dislike probabilities the most. Give me 10 minutes. After Sequence 1 finished speaking, he immediately hung up the communicator, and in an instant, his entire body seemed to transform into a beam of light, shooting toward the direction of the Beijing gathering point. Quang Liu, save me. I can't do it. I can't hold on anymore. Hearing Wen Yu's tragic cry for help, Quang Liu immediately tightened his grip on the test paper. This trial doesn't allow plagiarism, don't you remember? If there's any case of plagiarism, both of us will fail the trial directly and will have to wait another hour to start over. Wen Yu sighed helplessly. I know, but this continuous game of 100 idioms is just ridiculous. At that moment, the two of them were on the 18th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Moreover, they had clearly discovered that the so-called Demon Suppression Tower was not for suppressing demonic creatures, but rather to suppress trialists. The rewards were scarce, and the combat intensity was low, or rather, there was no combat involved at all. And the most crucial point was that there was completely no life-threatening danger. I have to say, Guardian No, one's calculations were spot on. This treasure land was simply a prison that wasted time and energy. By the way, hasn't it been almost a whole day since we've been here? Quang Liu glanced at his military wristwatch and confirmed. It hasn't even been 12 hours yet. At this rate, we could walk out of the 1,000 floors of the Demon Suppression Tower in less than a month, provided you don't plagiarize. How did you even learn your elementary school Chinese? Hearing the crisp notification of due to plagiarism, this challenge has failed. Please continue after 1 hour. Quang Liu couldn't help but shout at Wen Yu. Wen Yu was also quite frustrated. I've never been good at Chinese, so my parents renamed me Wen Yu. Then what was your original name? Do you believe me if I say my original name was Wen Aotian? Haha, so you were Brother Aotian. I've heard a lot about you. Just being polite, just being polite. I have to say, having two martial artists trapped in this bizarre and annoying treasure land was torturous, to say the least. Wen Yu was fine, but Quang Liu was becoming increasingly irritable, especially not knowing what trump cards Lin Heifeng had, while being concerned about the situation outside. Wen Yu was trying to keep Quang Liu entertained with jokes, fearing that Quang Liu's mental state might break down. Wen Yu certainly didn't want to be around a powder keg that could explode at any moment, especially after learning that the two of them would need to stay together for over a month. Meanwhile, the situation at the Beijing gathering was indeed not optimistic. Of course, this was only somewhat true. Just after hanging up the communication with the first sequence, Lin Heifeng walked slowly to the window with a teacup in hand, watching the outer city of the Beijing gathering erupt in flames and explosions, but he remained unfazed. First, the disturbances in the outer city should have been triggered when the military's main forces headed towards Demon City. Mobilize the cult of the demon worshippers in the Beijing gathering to immediately disrupt the order of the entire gathering once the military leaves. Hearing Peng Jun's words, a hesitant voice came from the other end of the communicator. But sir, we haven't managed to develop too many high-status followers. The turmoil might not reach the inner city and center district. After thinking for a moment, Peng Jun decisively replied, the bigger the scene, the better. The outer city is enough. Understood. Peng Jun was developing the cult of the demon worshippers right under the military's nose for this moment. The so-called cult of the demon worshippers was merely a tool and weapon for Peng Jun. Notify the remaining military and police to suppress the rioters. The entire Beijing gathering is to enter a state of level 1 combat readiness. Anyone standing on the streets who is not military personnel is to be executed on the spot. This was Lin Heifeng's response plan, simple, brutal, and bloody, yet effective. Lin Heifeng watched the remaining military forces in the Beijing gathering head towards the outer city, took another sip of tea, and muttered to himself. The second step is to mobilize your insiders in the Beijing gathering, then wipe out all the remaining military forces or create even greater chaos. As if hearing Lin Heifeng's voice, the Academy of Sciences in the inner city suddenly opened its doors, and squads of clone soldiers, armed with the latest individual firearms developed by the Academy, charged towards the remaining military forces heading for the outer city. In an instant, a violent surge of energy engulfed the entire inner city, with countless screams and explosions erupting, sounding far more intense than the earlier explosions in the outer city. When the disturbances in the outer city begin, someone will contact you. I need you to clear out the remaining military forces. There was a long silence on the other end of the communicator before an older-sounding voice finally replied. Peng Jun, you should understand that the clone soldiers I have are no match for professional fighters. No matter how many there are, it's difficult to compete with the military. In contrast, Peng Jun was very confident. Don't worry, by that time, there won't be too many strong fighters and military personnel left in the Beijing gathering. The clone soldiers combined with high-tech weapons, plus self-destruct tactics, even if we can't win, we can at least hold them off. But, hearing the hesitance from the other side of the communicator, Peng Jun couldn't help but scoff coldly. What but, Din Feng Guansheng, don't forget, what I have can make Lin Heifeng kill you 100 times. If he doesn't die, I will. If I die, I will certainly take you with me. What are you hesitating about now? Feng Guansheng on the other end of the communicator fell silent, unable to articulate a response. Peng Jun's tone softened a bit, slowly saying, "Don't worry, old Feng, we've been friends for a long time. Once I take control of the entire military, you'll definitely have your share of the benefits." Feng Guansheng on the other side seemed to have made up his mind. "No problem. But what if the forces I have can't defeat the remaining military?" "Definitely can." After Peng Jun finished speaking, he directly hung up the communicator while sneering coldly. "What a fool who can't achieve anything. Even at this stage, wanting to back out, I never considered you as a trump card. Tusk, 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 ah, what a clueless fool. Isn't it better to stay in the Academy of Sciences and enjoy your retirement?" Lin Heifeng sighed softly and took out another communicator from his spatial ring, connecting to someone's exclusive line. After a while, a young voice came through the communicator. "Do you need me to activate the Black Tortoise?" "No need, just take the personnel allocated to you and kill Feng Guansheng. By the way, the Clone Legion outside, terminate their self-destruct system. The bombs you developed are causing too many casualties among our soldiers." "Understood." In just a few sentences, Feng Guansheng's fate had been sealed. Inside the Academy of Sciences, Feng Guansheng sat anxiously in his office. There's a saying that perfectly describes Feng Guansheng at this moment. The older you get, the more timid you become. Although Feng Guansheng was quite old, it was evident he had not had enough of life yet. The soundproofing in his office was excellent, creating an isolated paradise that completely cut off the chaos outside. Bang, bang, bang! The crisp sound of knocking echoed, and Feng Guansheng immediately straightened his collar and walked directly to the door. Feng Guansheng, this fellow, had not taken any defensive measures in his office. What he had in mind was simply a two-pronged plan. If Peng Jun's plan succeeded, then the outcome was naturally self-evident. But if Peng Jun's plan failed, then by not making any preparations, he could show that he was not involved and play some little tricks to shift the blame for the Clone Legion onto someone else. Feigning innocence? Yes, what Feng Guansheng was thinking was to feign innocence. The Clone Legion of the Academy of Sciences was not something that only Feng Guansheng could activate. There were several people who had that authority. Among them was that young punk Wei Tian. He could just push the blame onto him. After all, that guy was quite capable and posed a threat to his position as president of the Academy. With this thought in mind, Feng Guansheng slowly walked to the front of the office and pulled open the large door. Then, a uniquely styled handgun was pressed against Feng Guansheng's head. What are you doing?" Looking at Wei Tian in front of him, along with the strong black man and the little girl behind him, Feng Guansheng was filled with confusion and fear. Unfortunately, in the next second, everything came to an end. Bang! The sound was not loud, but the effect was remarkable. The demon-enhanced handgun blew Feng Guansheng's head apart with a single shot. Then Wei Tian smiled as he looked at Feng Guansheng's corpse. "The military Black Tortoise War God sends you greetings, wishing you a pleasant journey to hell, you fool." Mission accomplished, but I didn't expect this guy to have no defensive measures at all. It seems he was planning to shift the blame onto me. It really wasted the 2 men you assigned to me. Hearing Wei Tian's words, Lin Heifeng felt a bit frustrated. It doesn't matter. I didn't expect Feng Guansheng to be this foolish. Since that's the case, should I send the 2 men behind me back? Lin Heifeng thought for a moment but shook his head. No need, let those 2 handle your safety. After all, right now, the only one who can activate the Black Tortoise is you. Understood. After saying that, Lin Heifeng hung up the communicator, looked out at the increasingly chaotic scene, shook his head gently, and turned away from the window. He sat directly in his office chair and began to move his hands swiftly. After a while, a steaming cup of fragrant tea was freshly brewed. Then he bent over and took out 4 extra cups from the drawer of his desk, filling them directly with tea. The way of tea is the way of appreciating the beauty of tea. The focus is no longer on the taste in your mouth, but on the process of brewing tea. If you take tea brewing seriously, you will feel that it is a kind of spiritual cleansing and sublimation. I personally love brewing tea and savoring it because I enjoy the process, not the result. Because in my eyes, the result is already fixed. Please enjoy some tea. After Lin Heifeng finished speaking, he placed 2 cups of tea on the table opposite him. However, the person opposite did not accept Lin Heifeng's goodwill. "Then, I would like to ask Commander Lin a question. Will you die?" Lin Heifeng took a small sip of tea and decisively nodded. I will die. Everyone will die and I'm no exception. However, I will not die today. Oh, Yang Pengguang raised his eyebrows slightly. I don't believe that. Whether you believe it or not is unimportant. The key is, do you believe it, Fang Bai? Beside Yang Pengguang, Fang Bai calmly glanced at Lin Heifeng, who was sitting in the main seat, raised his teacup and drank it all at once. I believe. After saying that, he swung his massive battle spear with all his might toward Yang Pengguang's head. Because I am here. A massive demon god phantom emerged from Fang Bai, merging instantly with him, causing Fang Bai's aura to surge violently. Faced with his companion's sudden attack, Yang Pengguang clearly did not react in time, looking at Fang Bai in astonishment. Barely absorbing Fang Bai's heavy strike, Yang Pengguang decisively retreated to the edge of the office, incredulously asking, What are you doing? What exactly are you doing? I'm killing people. Wasn't that the purpose of calling me here? Fang Bai looked at Yang Pengguang with a calm expression and slowly repositioned himself, placing his body between Yang Pengguang and Lin Heifeng. But who to kill is up to me. That child Fang Bai, I've watched him grow up. It's been tough for him during this time, Lin Heifeng thought, watching the battle between Fang Bai and Yang Pengguang while quietly sipping his tea, completely unconcerned about the outcome of the fight. The entire office had already been enveloped by a massive barrier, and the purpose of the barrier was singular, to reinforce the objects within its range. This was also why, to this day, this office building had not been destroyed by the aftershocks of Fang Bai and Yang Pengguang's battle. By the way, have some tea. Lin Heifeng pushed another cup of tea toward the person beside him. The person gently took the cup and drank it all in one gulp, like a cow chewing peonies. Good tea and good calculations. Now it seems that if we hadn't come, these clowns wouldn't have been able to threaten Commander Lin's safety. Lin Heifeng looked at Qin Min, who was dressed in a golden robe and part of Sequence 7, and gently shook his head. Having an extra layer of protection is always good. Who knows what other plans that old man Peng Jun has? But no matter what plans he has, they won't escape your grasp. Hearing this half-complimentary remark, Lin Heifeng smiled and nodded. Within the area of the gathering point in Beijing, I am omniscient and omnipotent. From the very beginning, this was a trap aimed at the cult of the demon worshippers and Peng Jun. Lin Heifeng indeed killed Fang Bai's father, but it was not as simple as it seemed that Fang Bai had turned against the military. In fact, Fang Bai had contributed greatly to bringing down Fang Bai's father, using Fang Bai as bait to lure out the big fish of the cult of the demon worshippers, or to lure out anyone with ulterior motives against the gathering point in Beijing, had been planned from the start. The cult of the demon worshippers had merely stumbled into a trap. Watching the battle between Fang Bai and Yang Pengguang intensify, Lin Heifeng said to Qin Min, Help Fang Bai. Then he hesitated for a moment. Try to capture him alive. Not a problem. Qin Min smiled and nodded, and his aura began to rise sharply, transforming his entire body into a beam of golden light that instantly joined the battle. The battle was intense. The fight between the three superpowers even caused the entire military headquarters building to shake and tremble continuously. Fortunately, due to the protection of unknown defense measures, the military headquarters building remained relatively sturdy. Moreover, around Lin Heifeng, there was another unknown defensive force, allowing him to leisurely sip tea even at such a close distance from the battlefield. This old fox, Lin Heifeng, would definitely not entrust his safety to others. Yang Pengguang, ranked 5th in the sequence, had reached the later stage of level 4, having gained a lot from the treasure land at the forward outpost, which he had fully digested and transformed into strength. Fang Bai's strength was slightly weaker, but he was a superpower cultivated by the military, and his skill set was quite outstanding. Even in a one-on-one fight, Yang Pengguang would not be able to quickly defeat Fang Bai, let alone Qin Min. When Qin Min made a move, the terrifying power unleashed caught the attention of both Yang Pengguang and Fang Bai. Sequence 7, Qin Min with the strength of peak level 4. The difference in sequence numbers between 5 and 7 was not far apart. However, a higher sequence number did not necessarily mean stronger power. In fact, even when you could not figure out what the so-called sequence actually represented, potential, strength, or something unknown, this was something only the sovereign could answer. But from the perspective of Lin Heifeng, who was observing the battle, he could confirm one thing. Qin Min's strength was stronger than Yang Pengguang's. In terms of physical quality alone, Qin Min was significantly stronger than Yang Pengguang. Coupled with his skills not being inferior to Yang Pengguang's, the situation in the battle became clear as soon as Qin Min joined the fray. Under the double siege of Fang Bai and Qin Min, Yang Pengguang, who initially tried to accomplish the task by eliminating Lin Heifeng, was now desperately trying to escape the room. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Lin Haifeng picked up the teacup beside him and savored it slowly. Then the first in the sequence frowned. "It's cold. Just make do with it. I can't make any big movements right now. If I do, my skill status will be disrupted. They might be able to demolish this building. I understand." With a frown, the first in the sequence finished the tea in his hand. Seeing the first in the sequence standing there with a pretentiously aloof demeanor, Lin Haifeng found this guy somewhat interesting. They hadn't interacted for long, and most of their communication had been through a communicator. So Lin Haifeng's understanding of the first in the sequence was naturally limited. However, from today's contact, the first in the sequence was not as cold and arrogant as he sounded in the communicator. Or rather, the arrogance was merely a form of defense towards others, and hidden beneath that arrogance was a flexible personality. What an interesting guy. Lin Haifeng silently sighed in his heart and then asked, "Have you taken care of the matter?" "Yeah." Hearing the response from the first in the sequence, Lin Haifeng was clear that the incident involving the cult of the demon worshippers was basically resolved. "Then I'll trouble you to take action." Looking at Yang Pengguang, whose disadvantage became more and more apparent, yet still remained unbowed, Lin Haifeng spoke to the first in the sequence. Then a strange energy fluctuation enveloped the entire office. "Freeze!" The first in the sequence shouted, and Yang Pengguang, who was resisting Qin Min's attack, suddenly froze in place, unable to move, allowing Qin Min's fist to smash a bloody hole in his body. Seeing this scene, Lin Haifeng's astonishment flashed in his eyes. Although he had long experienced the abilities of the first in the sequence, every time he saw this form of power that resembled words becoming law, it would always move him. Upon seeing the first take action, Qin Min immediately halted his movements, conveniently pulling back Fang Bai, who still wanted to continue attacking, and quickly retreated to Lin Haifeng's side. "You need him alive, right?" the first in the sequence asked calmly, as if capturing Yang Pengguang was merely a trivial matter. "Exactly." After receiving Lin Haifeng's reply, the first in the sequence opened his mouth again. Shatter, as soon as the word was spoken, Yang Pengguang, who was frozen in place, suddenly emitted a series of loud cracks from his body, and then fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to move at all. Mission accomplished. Looking at the seemingly aloof exterior of the first in the sequence, which hid a tone of boasting, Lin Haifeng remained silent for a moment before saying, "Thank you." Yang Pengguang, looking like a dead dog, was dragged in front of Lin Haifeng. The pain of shattered bones caused Yang Pengguang to tremble all over, blood flowing continuously from his mouth, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Looking at Yang Pengguang collapsed on the ground, Lin Haifeng sighed. "Join me. I can give you a proper position, not like a rat hiding in a sewer bearing the scorn of the human race." Yet Yang Pengguang showed no reaction. "General Peng is dead." Upon hearing this, Yang Pengguang barely lifted his head, looking at Lin Haifeng with eyes that seemed to have lost all spark, stammering but unable to speak. "Join the military. What happened just now can be completely erased. The military needs your strength, Huaxia needs your strength, and this world also needs your strength." Hearing Lin Haifeng's words, Yang Pengguang let out a soft sigh, muttering indistinctly. "General Peng saved me 3 times. All my current power comes from General Peng. Although I never wanted to be a traitor to my kind, I still need to repay his kindness. I don't know if what you said about General Peng being dead is true, but I haven't lost yet." Yang Pengguang's words were unclear, but his increasingly frantic gaze alerted Fang Bai and Qin Min beside him. It was clear that Yang Pengguang, or rather General Peng, still had hidden means. The next second, Yang Pengguang suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, his breathing growing weaker and weaker, and before long he collapsed on the ground, unmoving. He committed suicide, then, boom! A violent explosion sounded outside the Beijing gathering point, and a gigantic mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Unfortunately, it was far too distant from the gathering point in Beijing. Let alone harming Lin Haifeng, the shockwave hadn't even reached the outer city walls of the gathering point before dissipating completely. "Not bad in power." The first in the sequence pouted and muttered. Lin Haifeng nodded in agreement. "If it had exploded under my feet, I would have been doomed, but fortunately, I'm here, right? No need to thank me." Before Lin Haifeng could finish his sentence, the first in the sequence cut in. "Cough, cough." Lin Haifeng intentionally cleared his throat twice. "Actually, what I wanted to say is that fortunately the entire Beijing gathering point is within my perception range, so I could detect the bomb they planted in the basement in advance. But still, thank you." Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted the awkward atmosphere in the room, and then a tall figure opened the door, carrying a small box as they walked in. "Captain Commander Lin." Zhang Zipping first greeted Lin Haifeng and the first in the sequence before placing the small box on the ground. "We found the person who planted the bomb. Here's his head. Thank you." Lin Haifeng smiled and nodded at Zhang Zipping. "Is this it?" Sequence 1 dragged a chair over and sat down next to Lin Heifeng. There was no particular intention behind his words, he just wanted to make some small talk. Lin Heifeng first glanced at the corpse of Yang Pengguang on the ground and sighed, shaking his head. It's over, but it's a pity to lose such a strong warrior. If he could have been of use to me. Sequence 1 curled his lips. To most people, Yang Pengguang was a powerful figure, but to Sequence 1, dealing with Yang Pengguang was merely a matter of 2 words. Lin Heifeng relaxed his body slightly, took out a bottle of stamina recovery potion from his spatial ring, and drank it down. It was evident that Lin Heifeng's earlier skill had consumed quite a bit of energy. He took out some tea leaves again, and his hands moved quickly. Before long, a pot of steaming hot tea was ready. After pouring a cup for each person present, Lin Heifeng looked at Fang Bai, who had a calm expression, and spoke up. The cult of the demon worshippers can't stir up any more trouble. It's time to come back. Fang Bai hesitated for a moment but slowly nodded. Seeing Fang Bai's reaction, Lin Heifeng turned to Sequence 1 and asked, "Have you found out where Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 are trapped?" "I have. They are in a large treasure land that is very obscure, but not particularly dangerous." Sequence 1 nodded and put his teacup down on the table, speaking seriously. "I wanted to talk to you about this. There are about 2 months left until the demonic disaster officially breaks out." "That's not to be feared," Lin Heifeng was very confident. "Right now, there are quite a few strong warriors in Huaxia. Yu Wenyu, Quang Liu, Qin Min, and Fang Bai are 5 of the top 10 sequenced warriors. There are also over a dozen from the top 100. If we have this kind of strength and still can't hold up against the first wave of the demonic disaster, then the human race has no hope." With the deaths of Suzuki Masao, Andrei, and Yang Pengguang, Fang Bai, who was originally at Sequence 11, had already climbed to Sequence 8. Meanwhile, Qin Min had just received news that his sequence number had risen by 1. Sequence 1's expression was very serious. "This is the troublesome part. We don't know the significance of the sequence, but the sovereign's old adversary, the demonic clan, knows. Sequence 1's authority is different from the others, and combined with my identity, I can access a lot of information. When the demonic disaster strikes, the demonic clan will launch a human race hunting plan targeting the top 10 sequenced warriors. Each demonic entity deployed will be among the elite, and the numbers will be quite considerable. Just think about it. If all 5 of the top 10 sequenced warriors gather in Beijing to battle demonic entities of equal or greater strength, what kind of destruction would it bring to the Beijing gathering place?" Hearing Sequence 1's words, Lin Heifeng fell silent. The outcome was easy to envision. With Quang Liu's strength, battling an equally strong adversary would definitely result in the destruction of half a city. Even if the defense of the Beijing gathering place was impressive, a great number of super-strong warriors clashing would be enough to cause significant damage. After pondering for a long time, Lin Heifeng spoke, "The Beijing gathering place can provide some support for you." Sequence 1 shook his head. "I don't need it. After a while, I will be heading to Siberia to engage in a battle with the demonic clan hunting group. Qin Min doesn't need it either. He has his own place. Let me make a suggestion. Fang Bai should stay in the Beijing gathering place, but when you and Quang Liu absolutely cannot return, the hunters from Sequence 2 and Sequence 3 are not on the same level as Fang Bai, and the Beijing gathering place won't be able to withstand it." "So?" Sequence 1 gave Lin Heifeng an enigmatic smile. "I have already used my authority to leave behind some small measures. I estimate that the 2 of them won't be able to return for a while." Upon hearing Sequence 1's words, Lin Heifeng considered for a long time. "That's fine too." After saying that, he drank the tea in his hand in one gulp. Then he looked at Fang Bai. "Since Quang Liu won't be back in the short term, you will take over the position of the White Tiger War God." "Sure," Fang Bai agreed immediately. In the military, the title of the White Tiger War God was publicly known as the War God, symbolizing a spirit and a flag, a benchmark. The symbolic significance outweighed the practical impact. Therefore, from another perspective, while Quang Liu could go missing, the War God could not be absent. Now that Quang Liu had disappeared, Fang Bai's strength was sufficient to take his place. As long as the strength was adequate, it didn't matter who filled the role of the White Tiger War God. "Since the matter is settled, I will take my leave. Zhang Zipping and the others will stay in the Beijing gathering place for now. I hope Commander Lin won't assign them any fatal missions." "No problem," Lin Heifeng nodded in agreement. "And thank you." Lin Heifeng's thank you was sincere. Although the cult of the demon worshippers incident was always under his control, it must be admitted that without Sequence 1, Lin Heifeng would have had to pay a considerable price to deal with Peng Jun. Watching Sequence 1 and Qin Min leave, Lin Heifeng contemplated for a long time before speaking to Fang Bai and Zhang Zipping. "The Beijing gathering place is fine now. You two should head to the front lines and completely resolve the matter with the cult of the demon worshippers. Try not to let those cannibals escape." "Yes." The two saluted Lin Heifeng in unison before turning to leave. 3 days later, in the Demon City gathering place, Fang Bai stood in Peng Jun's former office, looking out the window at the scenery outside. The commotion outside had long since settled down. The day before, the main military forces, led by Fang Bai and the Vermilion Bird, had arrived at the Demon City gathering place without encountering any significant resistance. The majority of the garrison in the Demon City gathering place belonged to the military. At most, only some high-ranking officials had been bribed by Peng Jun, making it easy to subdue them. Moreover, with the deaths of Peng Jun and Yang Pengguang, there were hardly any notable strong figures left in the entire gathering place. Even the cannibal army that Peng Jun had built up had long since vanished. Behind Fang Bai, a light footstep was heard. "The mission is complete. There are no traces of those cannibals left in the Demon City gathering place. We killed some, but probably not all." "Then that's that. Thank you for your hard work, Little Snow." Little Snow shook her head and gently walked behind Fang Bai, taking his hand in hers and speaking softly. "I knew Brother Fang Bai wouldn't betray the military. It's you who has worked hard." Fang Bai smiled, shaking his head but tightened his grip on Little Snow's hand. "You will stay with me forever, right?" "Yes, I won't leave this time." "That's great." Outside the Demon City gathering place, a middle-aged man in a pale green long coat watched the military's troops coming and going, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. "It's over. The cult of the demon worshippers is finished. Peng Jun is finished." Thinking of this, the cannibal immediately activated his teleportation, not caring about the physical exhaustion. In a short time, he had already moved to a concealed cave. The cave was small, but it was filled with pale-faced cannibals. Seeing the middle-aged man in the green coat return, hundreds of eyes stared at him intently, eager to hear an answer from their leader. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man in the green coat could only helplessly shake his head. "We failed." The room fell silent. After a while, a voice slowly spoke up. "What should we do now?" The middle-aged man in the green coat looked bitter and gently shook his head. "I'm sorry, everyone. Our goal was too big." As soon as his words fell, the middle-aged man in the green coat teleported several times, instantly disappearing from the sight of the other cannibals. Only these true, forgotten ones were left looking at each other. Until then, a figure slowly rose from among the cannibals. "I have an idea. We can't stay in the country any longer. After this incident, Lin Heifeng will definitely not let us off. Now we only have one way to go." "What route?" Under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, the person who stepped forward slowly lifted his hood. "Why don't we go to Treasure Island? There won't be too many professionals there, and their strength can't be too strong. With our strength, we can survive there. If you all believe in me, Li Quanan, hope to rely on each other with you brothers and strive to survive in this damned world." The remaining people thought for a long time until a voice finally spoke up. "This is worth a try. After all, in Huaxia, we've already become like street rats and can't survive. We might as well try our luck in TW." "Yeah, let's go to TW." Hearing more and more discussions and agreement from below, Li Quanan smiled slightly. "Then, I think for such a long distance, we should elect a leader. I think Li Quanan is pretty good, reliable, straightforward, and his strength is decent." "Yes, I also think Li Quanan can do it. He's quite generous usually. Whoever leads doesn't matter." Listening to the discussions below, Li Quanan smiled slightly and waved his hand with a hint of leadership. "I haven't joined the cult of the demon worshippers for long, so making me the leader might be." Before Li Quanan could finish, several cannibals had already started speaking. "Brother Li, this is a critical moment. You were the first to step up and show us a clear path. I think it's absolutely fine for Brother Li to be the leader." "Yeah, Brother Li, don't decline." The minority's agreement inspired more and more people. When the majority of the cannibals felt that it was good for Li Quanan to assume the role of leader, Li Quanan no longer declined. After a brief meeting, under the cover of night, these cannibals set off towards the seaside. The matter of the cult of the demon worshippers was resolved swiftly through a joint effort between Lin Heifeng and Sequence 1. As the opening of the demon realm gate drew closer, the entire world, whether human or mutated beasts led by divine beast species, entered a strange period of calm in preparation for the impending storm. In Mudanjiang City, Wang Zhigeng was organizing the team, leaving his hometown with various bags and heading to the Beijing gathering place. This was also Wen Yu's reminder before leaving, and the Beijing side had already sent messages. "Uncle Wang, will we be able to see Brother Wen Yu when we get to Beijing?" Hearing Zheng Yi's question, Wang Zhigeng decisively nodded. "Of course. I just wonder if Brother Wen Yu will be surprised to see you have become a third-level professional." Upon hearing Wang Zhigeng's words, Zheng Yi's eyes brightened, as if envisioning Wen Yu's surprised expression. In Zheng Yi's heart, Wen Yu was his idol and goal. Meanwhile, at the end of the large migrating group, a pale-faced man walked mechanically like a zombie, covered in dirt, mumbling to himself like a mental patient. Outside the Beijing gathering place in an ordinary residential house, dozens of differently dressed professionals were gathered together, eating and drinking heartily. At the main seat, Wan Ping wore a wide smile, and people came up from time to toast him. Wan Ping had arrived at the Beijing gathering place early, but unfortunately, his connections were not strong enough to gather any news about Wen Yu, so he simply returned to his old profession, becoming a gang leader while building a huge intelligence network. With Wan Ping's fourth-level strength, establishing a force in the outer district was really very easy. Perhaps after the death of Wan En, Wan Ping's mind had cleared up a lot, realizing the gap between him and Wen Yu. Accumulating power, whether it was his own or that of his subordinates, was the wisest choice. Now Wan Ping was not in a hurry, he was truly not in a hurry. At this moment, Wen Yu and Quang Liu were on the 85th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, undergoing the seemingly endless, terrifying trial. Catch 50 mutated bees within 30 seconds, starting now. Looking at the various flying insects in the entire space, Wen Yu and Quang Liu exchanged helpless glances. It will take at least a month to get out. Yeah, I've resigned to my fate, I just hope the old man has some other backup plan. Fortunately, the rewards are still quite good. Otherwise, wasting a month here would be unbearable. Wen Yu kept moving his hands, quickly catching several bees. In under 30 seconds, Wen Yu and Quang Liu had already passed this level of the Demon Suppression Tower and were heading upwards. 1 month later, to be precise, it was 1 month and 3 days. Wen Yu and Quang Liu stood on the 1000th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower with a look of dead air, quietly listening to the familiar but tedious notification sound. Ding, congratulations to the 2 challengers for successfully challenging the 1000-layer Demon Suppression Tower. The exit to the treasure land is now open. Upon hearing these words, a slight fluctuation appeared in Wen Yu and Quang Liu's eyes. It was a joy of surviving a disaster. We're alive, it's finally over. Quang Liu even had tears welling up in the corners of his eyes, mumbling unclear words. Meanwhile, Wen Yu, standing beside him, forcefully twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. I really thank your ancestors for 8 generations. Looking ahead at the rapidly flashing silver light, which slowly transformed into a huge silver vortex, Wen Yu and Quang Liu didn't hesitate at all and immediately sped up, rushing towards the exit to the treasure land. After going through experiences like bathing a mutated cat, catching bugs for a mutated bear, and cleaning up after a mutated dog, their expressions and behaviors were naturally not surprising. The fresh air rushed towards them, bringing the fragrance of soil and the rancid smell of demonic energy, making Wen Yu and Quang Liu feel so familiar. This is the smell of home. Quang Liu directly lay down on the ground, squinting his eyes, grabbing an unknown plant, and chewing it vigorously, completely ignoring the bitter grass-green juice while squinting at the giant sun in the sky. As for Wen Yu, he directly activated the 2nd and 3rd soul realms. In his mini-state, the one-eyed beast and Xing struggled to squeeze out of the soul realm space, looking utterly disheartened. The 2 beasts had spent over a month in the Demon Suppression Tower, and their usual food had only been high-protein energy bars, which merely sustained them without satisfying their hunger. Now both beasts were nearly starved to the point of fainting. Go, eat, play, and be carefree. Wen Yu waved his hand excitedly, and Xing immediately dashed out, its small body creating a series of sonic booms and shock waves as it charged into a small thicket ahead, causing a commotion in the distance. Aren't you going? Seeing the one-eyed beast lying quietly on the ground, Wen Yu couldn't help but ask. He was genuinely afraid that the prolonged imprisonment had depressed the 2 beasts. The one-eyed beast blinked twice at Wen Yu, then conveyed a mental wave. Big boss, I want to eat poop. Get lost. Wen Yu kicked the one-eyed beast far away. In the distance, the 2 beasts had officially entered hunting mode. Wen Yu and Quang Liu didn't know where they were, but there were quite a few mutated creatures around, enough for the one-eyed beast and Xing to have a feast. Wen Yu first lay down beside Quang Liu, squinting his eyes to feel his physical condition. Wen Yu, level 5 peak practitioner, physical attributes 2,000 points. That's right, 2,000 points level 5 peak. Although the Demon Suppression Tower was quite a pitfall, the rewards were undoubtedly substantial. The rewards for the first few dozen floors were negligible, but from there on, the point rewards were quite generous, and it was only points. A large amount of points had been converted into his own physical attributes, and by the time he exited the Demon Suppression Tower, Wen Yu had already reached the level 5 peak practitioner level, vaguely touching upon the level restraint. Unfortunately, it was only Wen Yu himself. The little soul beast, the one-eyed beast, and Xing had not enjoyed the right to use points. Their strength remained the same as when they entered. On the other side, Quang Liu had it even worse. "Let me see the mirror again." Hearing Quang Liu's words, Hanyue directly took out the Leghart magic mirror from the spatial ring. Quang Liu lightly touched the magic mirror, and then a mental wave was directly transmitted to Quang Liu's mind, while Hanyue noticed nothing. "How is it? Do you feel the heavy burden ahead?" Quang Liu squinted and pondered for a long time before nodding helplessly. The Leghart magic mirror was undoubtedly a powerful tool, yielding many benefits but also numerous drawbacks. Just like Quang Liu now? When Hanyue entered the demon suppression tower, his physical attributes in a non-combat state were 1,000 points, while Quang Liu's were 600 points. However, after exiting, Hanyue's physical attributes were 2,000 points, while Quang Liu's hadn't even reached 700 points. All because of the Leghart magic mirror, which allowed Quang Liu to directly use special attribute magic crystals for enhancement, and the costs were astonishing. Both of them sighed helplessly. Quang Liu because of himself, and Hanyue because of the three spirit pets. Experiencing the fresh air mixed with a hint of rot and feeling the warm sunlight on their bodies, the two of them became exceptionally quiet for a moment. Only the excited roars of the one-eyed beast and Xing in the distance could be heard, creating some noise. After a while, it was Quang Liu who spoke first. "In the demon suppression tower, we agreed that when we return to Beijing, the Leghart magic mirror should be lent to the military for use. Unconditionally." "Yeah, could you not say such depressing things?" Hanyue immediately rolled his eyes. When Hanyue initially lent the Leghart magic mirror to Quang Liu, his intention was to enhance Quang Liu's strength. After all, there was no conflict of interest between them. An increase in Quang Liu's strength posed no harm to Hanyue. As soon as Quang Liu understood the effects of the Leghart magic mirror, he thought of what would happen if it were lent to the military and proposed many benefits. For example, the blood and flesh of mutated beasts, military research products, the military status, and a whole series of advantages. However, when they were on the 563rd floor, Hanyue used these things in exchange for Quang Liu's stamina. The trial on the 563rd floor involved a large group of mutated birds and their droppings. The endless bird dung bombs nearly drove Hanyue and Quang Liu to collapse, followed by a series of haggling. Then, after experiencing the 625th floor's search for magic crystals in the mutated beast's dung pit, and the 842nd floor's cleaning up after mutated skunks, which were deemed unsolvable challenges, Quang Liu successfully obtained the right to use the Leghart magic mirror for the military, free of charge. Thinking of this, perhaps recalling the fear of being governed by the trials again, both of their expressions turned grim as they fell silent once more. Until Quang Liu suddenly sat up. "Hanyue, something feels off." "What's wrong?" Hanyue lazily didn't want to talk. "The time seems off." "Huh." Hanyue's expression became much more serious this time. "What's off?" "The time now, my watch displays 1:28. "That's right, no problem." Hanyue looked at the sun and confidently said, "It's October 27, 2017 at 1:28 a.m. After hesitating for a moment, Quang Liu looked at the sun again and added, "Beijing time." "Time difference?" Hanyue's mind wasn't slow. He immediately thought of this aspect. After serious contemplation for a long time, Hanyue sighed and lay back down, choosing a more comfortable position. "That treasure land guardian no. One is really cautious." The first thing that came to Hanyue's mind was Guardian No, one who directly opened the treasure land exit in another country using authority. This way, even if Hanyue and Quang Liu came out early, they still wouldn't be able to return to Huexia. "Hey!" Quang Liu sighed deeply and also lay back in his original position. Over a month in the demon suppression tower had completely erased Quang Liu's worries about Lin Haifeng. A month isn't too long or too short, but with the skills of Lin Haifeng and Peng Jun, a month is enough to flip Huexia several times over. The war between the two had long since yielded results. What neither of them knew was that the change in the treasure land's exit was actually a tactic from Sequence 1. "Where's your communicator? Let's see if we can connect to the domestic network. It might just be a mistake with your watch." Hanyue lay on the ground, and though his words seemed like a suggestion, his laid-back attitude showed that he wasn't concerned about where they were at all. Anyway, with their strength, as long as it wasn't the demon realm, there shouldn't be any problems. "My watch can't be wrong. It's a product of the Academy of Sciences, a customized version, the only one from the war god." While chatting with Hanyue about useless matters, Quang Liu leisurely took out his communicator. Not a single signal. Then he casually tossed the communicator aside, clearly showing that Quang Liu wasn't interested in figuring out where they were either. Quietly enjoying the air and sunshine, Hanyue and Quang Liu slowly drifted off to sleep. The demon's suppression tower was indeed a torment for the two of them. In a distant grove, Du Yan and Xing were enthusiastically playing. Xing had a Tier 3 mutated beast in its mouth, devouring meat and drinking blood, while Du Yan had just caught a Tier 3 mutated dog, a female, and was happily performing a piston motion. Xing, Xing, get some food for brother dog. While riding the female dog, Du Yan asked Xing for food, completely ignoring the female dog's aggrieved look under him, which didn't match its size. Not giving it to you, go get it yourself. There are plenty of mutated beasts in the grove, you know you can catch them. Xing rolled its eyes at Du Yan, then turned to leave, presenting its tail to Du Yan, not wanting to see the filthy scene in front of it. Really stingy, Du Yan grumbled, thrusting his waist forcefully, making the female dog let out a scream. Woof, woof, the female dog beneath him begged for mercy. Little one, be honest. Du Yan completely ignored what the female dog was saying. His large dog paw gently patted the female dog's head twice, causing the poor little creature to feel dizzy. If a Tier 3 mutated dog standing 7 meters tall was considered a little dog. Woof, 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 the little female dog whimpered twice, as if it wanted to say something. Of course, only Du Yan could understand this dog language. Xing was somewhat intrigued, being trapped in the soul realm space for too long. Its huge head turned around directly. Brother dog, what does your mate say? She says this grove belongs to private property. It's her owner's breeding farm, and she's here to guard. Oh, I didn't realize she's a purebred blackback. I didn't expect brother dog would have a day like this. Du Yan immediately became smug, not catching the main point and disregarding anything about owner. What owner has their own big boss? Xing was much more cautious. Should we inform the big boss? Du Yan was in high spirits and obviously didn't want to do anything boring, casually brushing off the suggestion. If you want to go, go ahead. I'm here. This patch of land is mine now. What owners or anything, raising a dog that has just reached Tier 3 initial level. To me, it's just a weakling. Rough words, but they made sense, and Xing could be easily deceived. That's true. After saying that, Xing lowered its head and began to enjoy the feast of mutated beasts on the ground. What neither of the two beasts expected was that since this grove was private property, it definitely had some surveillance measures in place. Not far behind the two beasts, a pinhole camera hidden among the trees captured everything. Time moved forward. 10 minutes earlier, old Sam was leisurely sipping coffee in a small cabin in the woods, holding a Playboy magazine and engrossed in it. One wall of the cabin was filled with monitors, giving a complete view of the adjacent breeding area. Old Sam was the caretaker of this breeding farm. Strictly speaking, he was just a night watchman, but it was undeniably a good job. Because in this area, who didn't know this was the industry of the great Lord Klaus? That's right, this forest farm was strictly speaking, an industry, specifically providing a variety of mutated beast meat to the largest entertainment venue in Las Vegas. There were plenty of outside connections. If it weren't for old Sam having a purebred blackback that reached the terrifying strength of Tier 3 initial level, he wouldn't have obtained this position. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knocking sound outside, and old Sam put down his magazine and coffee cup, put on his large square sunglasses, and grabbed a hunting rifle nearby. Although he was older, he still had peaked Tier 2 strength, and in this area near the Las Vegas gathering place, there was not too much danger to his life. Moreover, he had a dog. Who is it? His tone was rather impolite. Uncle Sam, we're here to pick up the goods. Hearing the familiar voice outside, old Sam relaxed his guard, digging at his nose vigorously and carefully tidying the wrinkles on his shirt in front of the mirror. Come in. The old wooden door creaked open, revealing a somewhat lewd figure at the door, followed by 3 flamboyantly dressed, voluptuous blonde women. Uncle Sam, do you have anything good today? Old Sam first glanced at the lewd man's wrinkled face, then at the 3 benefits behind him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Recently, there are quite a few good things. A little calf was just born not long ago, and it already has the strength of initial Tier 1. Old Sam deliberately raised his eyebrows. Not recorded. His voice was very quiet, and aside from the lewd man, the 3 women behind him heard nothing. That's good, that's good. The lewd man nodded with a smile and handed over a large cloth bag from his arms. Old Sam squeezed the cloth bag in his hand, feeling its weight and nodding in satisfaction. You've got some sense, kid. But didn't I say no outsiders allowed in? Old Sam pretended to speak sternly, but his gaze remained fixated on the voluptuous figures. The lewd man grinned at old Sam, knowing this was just old Sam's formal speech. This old man was too lecherous. He probably wanted to find 4 women next time. Old Sam didn't care much and directly led the lewd man to the monitors, examining the scenes inside. After a while, old Sam pointed to one of the screens and said, "It's this one." On the screen, two mutated cows nearly 5 meters tall were leisurely grazing, and behind them was a clumsy little calf stumbling along. Seeing the little calf's condition, the lewd man nodded in satisfaction. Good, very good. The meat must be tender. Lady Annie will definitely be satisfied. But Uncle Sam, what's that little thing next to it? The lewd man pointed to a small black dot following the 3 cows. What? Old Sam immediately pulled down his sunglasses, pressed several buttons with his hands, and the display on that screen instantly enlarged. What they saw was a small black lizard with wings. This is, before old Sam could finish his sentence, the small lizard on the screen suddenly grew larger, transforming into a massive creature with a wingspan of dozens of meters and a height of 20 meters. It directly seized the dad cow and turned to fly into the sky. Old Sam and the lewd man stared at the screen, dumbfounded. A dragon! It's a dragon! The lewd man gulped hard, his voice trembling. Zing's appearance was that of a Western giant dragon, so it wasn't surprising that the two could recognize it. However, old Sam didn't think about much at this moment. All he considered was one thing. Fuck my dog. Before old Sam could carefully search for his dog's whereabouts, the lewd man directly pointed to one of the screens. On the screen, a massive gray figure occupied the entire monitor. Only the familiar sight of 2 dog legs could be seen in the corners. Seeing this scene, old Sam was instantly furious and grabbed his hunting rifle, shouting loudly, "How dare you touch my dog? I'll blow you away with one shot!" In his rage, old Sam completely ignored the power difference. It's no wonder. Old Sam had raised his blackback for almost 5 years, and in the eyes of old Sam, the dog's status was like that of a daughter since he had no children. Meanwhile, the lewd man, seeing the scene on the monitor, ran out without a second thought. Old Sam was irrational, but he had his wits. Anyone with eyes could see that the recently committed rapist was over 20 meters tall. When converted into levels, the lewd man didn't even think about calculating. All he knew was to escape. At this moment, Du Yan had no idea that the little beauty beneath him had parents who were now furious and attempting to rescue their beloved dog with an old hunting rifle, while casually chatting with Zing and vigorously ravaging the blackback beneath him, until a sudden sound of hurried footsteps appeared within the perception range of the 2 beasts. Humans are pitifully weak. What should we do, brother dog? Just from the sound of footsteps, Zing could already determine the race and approximate strength of the visitor. Although Zing was much stronger than the one-eyed creature, he still preferred to ask for the one-eyed creature's opinion in uncertain situations. After all, in Zing's eyes, the one-eyed creature had a richer social experience. Don't worry, I'm almost done. Zing rolled his eyes, who knew what the one-eyed creature meant by almost done. As the footsteps grew closer, the one-eyed creature's impact became increasingly fierce, until an old man, though aged, appeared in front of the one-eyed creature and Zing, holding a hunting rifle. Seeing the old man, Zing and the one-eyed creature continued doing what they were doing, while Blackback, under the one-eyed creature, whimpered as if seeing a family member. "Dad, save me!" Even Zing, who didn't understand the language, could hear the sorrow in the voice. Old Sam glared at his captured daughter, instantly furious, and shouted loudly while raising his rifle, "You little mutt, let her go!" It was unclear how old Sam came to the conclusion that the one-eyed creature was a little mutt. Unfortunately, the one-eyed creature was completely unperturbed. Then, with a loud bang, the lead bullet struck the one-eyed creature's head, and it was knocked back far away. The one-eyed creature seemed completely unharmed, instead becoming even more aggressive. Next, there were 2 strange wails from the one-eyed creature, and it seemed to collapse as it slid off Blackback, lying on the ground with a lewd expression, lost in thought. Blackback finally freed itself from the one-eyed creature's grasp, letting out a tragic whimper while it scampered over to old Sam. The look in Blackback's eyes was one of anger and helplessness, but strangely, there was something else. Seeing that his daughter had not suffered any physical harm, old Sam let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the one-eyed creature lying on the ground and the rapidly munching Zing. He raised his rifle slowly, a flash of anger in his eyes, and with a bang, fired again. Once again, the lead bullet was seemingly deflected away by the one-eyed creature's skin. Old Sam's hunting rifle, although modified, didn't pack enough power to bridge the gap between a level 2 and level 5 creature. Seeing that his attacks caused no damage to the 2 massive beasts, old Sam's anger-fueled mind quickly regained some clarity. He patted Blackback's massive body and slowly stepped back with the rifle. However, the next second, old Sam's steps came to a halt. When old Sam fired the first shot, Wen Yu and Quang Liu, not far away, had already heard the gunfire. Wen Yu had experience with guns from his previous life, and Quang Liu's understanding of firearms was naturally not to be doubted. "Shall we check it out?" Quang Liu asked nonchalantly. "No need, my spirit pet can handle it." when you thought that Xing and the one-eyed creature had encountered enemies, but upon hearing the gunfire, his desire to investigate faded. Such a lousy gun, even if there were 1,000 of them, could not cause any harm to the one-eyed creature and Xing. No, I think it's a rare opportunity to find people. We can inquire about some information. Oh, when you intentionally elongated his tone. Just now, when you hadn't thought that much. After all, he was quite solitary, and he didn't put much importance on where he was. However, Quang Liu clearly had a stronger desire to return to Huaxia than when you did. Then let's go. After when you spoke, he slowly stood up straight and then darted quickly toward the place where the gunfire had just occurred. Behind him, Quang Liu was not slow either. The sound of crackling echoed from his body, and then he followed Wen Yu like a streak of blue light. Who are you? Seeing the sudden appearance of the two yellow-skinned individuals, old Sam felt a bit overwhelmed. Yellow-skinned people were quite common. There were many in the United States, like one of the big bosses in Las Vegas, Yang, who was a Huaxia person. However, when the yellow-skinned individuals clapped their hands and the two massive mutated beasts shrank down and leaped onto their bodies, the scene became quite bizarre. Since the apocalypse, aside from the one-eyed creature and Xing, there must be mutated beasts capable of shape-shifting. But they were definitely not something old Sam would have encountered. Sensing the terrifying heat radiating from the two individuals in front of him, along with the aura of strength, old Sam swallowed hard. As a caretaker of a breeding farm, old Sam had seen numerous people and even more mutated beasts. So he knew well, humans were far more terrifying than mutated beasts. Even the fiercest and strongest mutated beasts would ignore the little insects around them once they were full, while strong individuals could kill on a whim, depending on their mood. Perhaps sensing old Sam's tense emotions, Quang Liu smiled slightly and spoke fluent English. We are soldiers from Huaxia. For unknown reasons, we have arrived here and would like to inquire about some information. Seeing old Sam trembling as he held his rifle, with a guarded expression, Wen Yu pondered for a moment and decisively took out a third-tier magic crystal from his spatial ring, tossing it to old Sam. Service fee? Wen Yu's poor English came out, but fortunately, old Sam understood. He first kicked at the magic crystal on the ground before quickly bending down to pick it up. When he raised his head, a smile reappeared on his face. Come on, man. Then he waved his hand, leading the massive blackback back in the direction he came from. The small cabin was not large, but was well equipped. As soon as he entered the cabin, Wen Yu couldn't wait to dash toward the bathroom. In the demon suppression tower, there were no comfortable beds or showers, and some trials could get really dirty. This led to Wen Yu and Quang Liu having an odd smell. The clear, cool water poured over Wen Yu's body, making him feel a long-lost sense of living. Outside, old Sam rummaged through his belongings, first retrieving 2 sets of clean clothes for Wen Yu and Quang Liu, then lay on the bed and started chatting with Quang Liu. Although old Sam was old, he was full of energy, and his mind was clear. He could naturally see that the two professionals in front of him belonged to the super-strong category. The aura emanating from these two was even greater than that of Lord Klaus. It should be noted that Lord Klaus was a mid-level 4 professional. More importantly, the two showed no malice towards him. Thus, once he served the two well, the benefits. One had to admit, old Sam's calculations were spot on. Looking at Quang Liu, who was quietly sitting in a chair and examining the small cabin's environment, old Sam took the initiative to speak first. Hi friends, welcome to the United States. Hi friend, welcome to the United States. With just a few words, the location was clearly described. Upon hearing old Sam's voice, Quang Liu first glanced at the watch on his wrist, then at the clock hanging on the wall of the small cabin and nodded gently. Calculating the time difference wasn't difficult, and judging by old Sam's appearance, Quang Liu had already guessed it earlier. Well then, where are we now? Upon hearing Quang Liu's question, old Sam shrugged, then picked out a relatively clean cup and poured a cup of coffee for Quang Liu before speaking. We're in Las Vegas, the gambling city. Of course, that's what it was called before the apocalypse. Now we prefer to call it the City of Sin. Oh, the City of Sin? That's an interesting name. I remember Las Vegas used to be referred to that way. Old Sam shrugged, speaking in a mysterious tone. It used to be, but it can't compare to the current level of sin. The apocalypse has just ended, zombies have been cleaned up completely, and even mutated beasts can't stir up much trouble anymore. If you ask me, living in Las Vegas is simply torture. A few big bosses all want to unify the City of Sin, their subordinates fight every day for territory, and robbery and murder happen constantly. I really don't know when this world will return to how it used to be. As old Sam sipped his coffee, he sighed. Upon hearing old Sam's words, Quang Liu nodded. Someone at old Sam's level certainly didn't know that the Demon Realm Gate was about to open. This was also a decision made by the high-level leaders of every country. After all such matters, the truth is bound to cause chaos, and chaos itself is a terrifying disaster. Quang Liu didn't feel the need to share the truth with old Sam, so he directly asked, "Is there no army in Las Vegas?" "There is." "How could there not be? They're the ones committing robbery and murder." Old Sam's tone was filled with anger as he complained to Quang Liu. "I just heard you guys say you're soldiers from Huaxia. I don't know how your military operates, but living in Las Vegas is unbearable right now. This broken place, the army doesn't care at all. Not long ago, Washington, D.C. sent people to take over Las Vegas. At that time, things were still somewhat normal. Life was a bit hard, but at least we could survive. But, at this point, old Sam took a sip of coffee, his expression tense. Everyone died. I don't know why, but the entire armed force of thousands was wiped out in their camp. Upon hearing this news, Quang Liu frowned. Such things had happened with the Huaxia military, too. As the saying goes, heroes break the rules with martial force. And for practitioners above the third tier, the effectiveness of firearms had diminished to the extreme. Without firearms, and everyone was a practitioner who was afraid of whom. Back when a gathering place was established in a provincial capital in Huaxia, there were instances where some people refused to cooperate with military control, leading to riots that resulted in the massacre of the dispatched troops. Quang Liu had to intervene to quell that incident. Thinking of this, Quang Liu asked again, "Does the U.S. military not care?" "They do. They sent people over, and then everyone died right there in the camp with no signs of injury or battle. This time, instead of sending a large force to die, they sent a special operations team with fewer than 100 members. They came here but didn't manage anything, and their big boss was even bribed by Queen Annie from the East District. Damn, these incompetent fools wasted the taxes I paid before." Old Sam complained angrily, gulping down his coffee. Quang Liu, on the other hand, had many thoughts. Huaxia and the United States have different systems, and the thoughts of the survivors are also different. But one thing is absolutely the same: the military, being the absolute power holder of a current nation and the owner of the strongest force, would definitely not allow a large territory to become a no-man's land. In Quang Liu's mind, it could only mean that the U.S. military had some plans. However, this didn't relate much to Quang Liu. What Quang Liu was thinking about now was only one thing: to quickly contact the Huaxia military and find a way back to Huaxia. The high-ranking officers of the U.S. military must have ways to contact Huaxia, and with Quang Liu's strength and identity, borrowing their resources would be a simple matter. Just as Quang Liu was chatting with old Sam, the bathroom door was pushed open. Then a naked Hanyue came out, holding a washed-up, one-eyed dog and star. "What's going on? Where are we now?" "The United States, Las Vegas." "Nice going. I finally have a chance to go abroad for free." Seeing Hanyue's indifferent expression, Quang Liu couldn't help but shake his head and turn to enter the bathroom. When Quang Liu finished washing up, Hanyue was chatting casually with old Sam. Although they didn't share a common language, as a peak-level practitioner, Hanyue found learning a foreign language was not too difficult, and within a short time, he could engage in some uncomplicated exchanges in English. Unfortunately, old Sam had no intention of becoming Hanyue's English teacher. His eyes were fixed on the one-eyed dog in Hanyue's arms, blocking the doorway with his body. Outside, old Sam's blackback was quietly lying in the sun, while the one-eyed dog was trying to pounce on it but was held tightly by Hanyue. This damn dog, never changing its lewd nature. When Quang Liu came out, he saw Hanyue struggling to pull one of the one-eyed dog's legs, forcefully dragging it into his embrace. Seeing this scene, Quang Liu almost burst out laughing. After calming his emotions, Quang Liu said to old Sam, "Is there enough space here? We'd like to stay for a night, of course, we'll pay." After saying that, Quang Liu tossed a third-tier magic crystal to old Sam. Old Sam's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. "By the way, can you also guide us to the Las Vegas gathering place tomorrow? The reward is separate." "No problem." The magic crystal had already clouded old Sam's mind. Then a few more magic crystals flew through the air and landed perfectly in old Sam's hands. Hanyue smiled awkwardly at old Sam. "This is compensation for my battle pet's disrespectful behavior just now. Is it enough?" Old Sam counted the magic crystals in his hand carefully, his eyes gleaming as he nodded. "Enough, enough. Thank you, sir." Third-tier magic crystals had considerable value in the city of Sin. Then, Hanyue pulled out 5 more third-tier magic crystals and said awkwardly, Looking at Hanyue's hesitant expression and the one-eyed creature's impatient gaze, the worldly-wise old Sam immediately understood. First, he glanced at Blackback, who was lying outside, then looked at the magic crystal in Hanyue's hand and hesitantly said, "It can't be life-threatening, right?" "It can't, absolutely can't. Brother Dog is quite ugly, but he's very gentle." The one-eyed creature slightly changed its vocal structure and lewdly spat out a sentence, then ignoring old Sam's shocked expression, it darted out immediately. In an instant, Blackback's mournful cries rang out. When you helplessly looked at the pained old Sam and silently took out 5 third-tier magic crystals. At the same time, he comforted, "Maybe it will leave you a little puppy. My battle pet is quite strong, and its offspring will be exceptionally powerful. Don't dwell on it." When you patted old Sam's shoulder, feeling utterly helpless about the one-eyed creature. 1 month in the demon suppression tower had driven the one-eyed creature nearly mad. After a simple dinner, when you hugged Zing and directly entered the room. The room wasn't big, containing only 2 single beds, one of which was where old Sam himself slept. After a quick wash, Wen Yu lay still on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after Wen Yu and Quang Liu quickly washed up and had breakfast, old Sam decided to take the two to Las Vegas. Old Sam's cabin was not far from the Las Vegas gathering place, which was also the fundamental reason he could live here alone with a dog. Since the apocalypse began more than 5 months ago, the division between human and mutated beast forces had become distinct. Humans wouldn't casually venture far from gathering places, and large numbers of mutated creatures wouldn't attack human gathering places either. Don't think that mutated creatures are necessarily looking for trouble with humans. Their ability to sense danger is much stronger than that of humans. Moreover, the instinct to avoid humans has long been ingrained in mutated beasts. After all, humans have been the overlords of Earth for a long time, and that deterrent effect still exists. Furthermore, the advancement of mutated beasts does not cause them to lose their reason. Rather, it enhances their intelligence. Coupled with the fact that the wild has already formed its own food chain for mutated creatures, very few high-level mutated beasts are willing to deal with humans unless absolutely necessary. The roar of the engine continuously echoed. Old Sam drove out a modified SUV from behind the cabin. The vehicle's body was shining and well-maintained, but on the flip side, the shine indicated that it had been stored for a long time. Old Sam cheerfully explained, "The oil prices in the city are quite high now. My second baby hasn't been used in a long time." The second baby was Old Sam's vehicle. In fact, if it weren't for Quang Liu reimbursing Old Sam for the fuel, the second baby wouldn't have been used today. The big baby, of course, referred to Old Sam's blackback. At that moment, the third-tier blackback was constantly circling around the one-eyed creature, its face showing a flattering expression that seemed like it could drip, which even Wen Yu could see. However, the one-eyed creature remained motionless in its mini form, like a stone sculpture, completely ignoring Blackback's flattery. Its seemingly serious expression actually contained a lot of helplessness. "Let's go get in the car." Wen Yu, with Zing on his head, waved his hand at the one-eyed creature, which immediately regained its vitality, darting to Wen Yu's side in a flash of gray light. As the vehicle slowly started, the one-eyed creature looked back at Blackback, who was responsible for guarding the house, with a sorrowful face, then turned its head and let out a long sigh. "This little brat is too damn clingy. As the old saying goes, there's no bad land in the pear garden, only overworked cows. Brother Dog, with my prestigious reputation, almost got buried under the paws of a blackback. Big boss, I almost walked into the grave of marriage seeking comfort. Get lost!" When you gave the one-eyed creature a light thump on the head. Last night, the battle between the one-eyed creature and Blackback was earth-shattering. At first, Blackback's pleas for mercy were ceaseless, then the situation slowly changed. Early the next morning, when you saw a numb one-eyed creature standing at the door, with Blackback behind it continuously chasing after its backside, softly whimpering. This scene made Zing laugh uncontrollably, and even Old Sam had a look of helplessness. The trip to the Las Vegas gathering place wasn't far, but the plants had grown wildly along the way. Even as it was nearing November, the greenery on the ground had yet to fade. One must admit, this greenery could be considered the only benefit brought by the apocalypse. Unfortunately, the rampant plant growth caused many inconveniences for vehicle passage. According to Old Sam, the current roads were now only suitable for off-road vehicles. Low-ground vehicles could no longer navigate these roads at all. Even for off-road vehicles, Old Sam often had to get out of the car to clear the weeds entangled in the tires. Meanwhile, Wen Yu and Quang Liu were in the vehicle discussing strategies for entering the Las Vegas gathering place. Yesterday, the two had gathered a lot of information and had inquired more detailed questions about the power distribution within the Las Vegas gathering place. The Las Vegas gathering place could now be described in one word: chaotic. In the absence of military order, the entire Las Vegas gathering place had become a large battlefield, an arena of human civil war. All kinds of characters were vying for territory, each wanting to become the big boss of this city of sin. This was inevitable. In a situation where order and law had collapsed, the original forces had to face a reshuffling, which was equivalent to a reorganization of classes. Anyone with a bit of ambition would surely strive to rise. Over the course of 3 months, 3 individuals had emerged, each rallying a large group of supporters and territory. Queen Anne of the East District, she was the largest madam in the city, engaging in everything from special services. Under normal circumstances, a madam wouldn't possess the strength to dominate an area, but this woman was exceptionally skilled, directly pulling the military's special operations team under her as her armed force, which allowed her to completely rule the East District. Lord Klaus of the West District, the largest den of iniquity in the city, the Redstone Grand Hotel belonged to Klaus, and of course, the farm that old Sam managed was also part of Klaus's territory. He had a large group of henchmen, and their strength was quite impressive. And in the North and South districts, there was Yang Hong, the ultimate lone walker. With the strength of one person, he controlled half of the order in the City of Sin. This is the current power distribution in the City of Sin, an eerie triangular balance of power. Yang Hong, a Chinese? Hearing Quang Liu's question, old Sam shook his head. An American-born Chinese. According to rumors, Yang has been living in the United States since his grandfather's generation. Quang Liu nodded in understanding. In this case, it's hard to determine whether Yang Hong is more of a Huaxia person or an American, but he likely leans more towards being American. When it came to talking about this person named Yang Hong, old Sam had a look of admiration on his face. According to old Sam, this American-born Chinese named Yang Hong was originally a lone walker. He only arrived in the City of Sin a month ago, but his strength was already at its peak. He directly took over half of the City of Sin, causing Klaus and Annie to not dare challenge him. In the City of Sin, the status of non-white people was relatively low. Without laws and order, the supremacy of white people began to emerge again. But Yang Hong, relying solely on his own strength, completely changed this situation. Now, the majority of his followers were yellow-skinned and black people. However, it cannot be denied that these people had the strongest combat power in the City of Sin. After quickly sorting out the current information, Wen Yu and Quang Liu soon made a decision. First, they would try to contact Klaus since old Sam was, after all, part of Klaus's faction and was familiar with Klaus's territory and residence. In fact, this was the only big boss-level person that Quang Liu and Wen Yu could reach at the moment. Then, through Klaus, they could reach Annie. Both were big shots in the City of Sin and had likely interacted with each other. They could then connect to the American military via the Special Operations team under Annie. The reason for not contacting Annie directly was simple. Old Sam had no idea where Annie was located. Unless Wen Yu and Quang Liu directly broke in, such an action could easily lead to misunderstandings. If Annie hid away, the clue they had worked so hard to grasp would be lost. Once they made their decision, the rest was much simpler. Old Sam's off-road vehicle sped along, crushing countless flowers and grasses. Half an hour later, the City of Sin was already in sight. The makeshift defensive facilities were Wen Yu and Quang Liu's first impression. The entire City of Sin had no city walls, and judging by the surrounding environment, it seemed that the big shots inside had no desire to build walls at all. Just a few simple sandbags were set in the middle of the road, and a few armed professionals stood lazily there, collecting tolls. This was the entrance to the City of Sin. This place has been abandoned by the American military. Upon seeing this scene, Quang Liu quickly drew his conclusion. The reasoning was simple. To defend against the demonic disaster, city walls were essential. Otherwise, what was the difference between fighting demonic creatures in a gathering place and fighting them in the wild? Without any defensive capability, what was the point of having a gathering place? Originally, they thought that the American military had not stationed troops here for other reasons, but now it seemed. It looked like the American military truly regarded this place as an enclave. I've said it long ago, those officials are all useless. Old Sam, hearing Quang Liu's words, cursed angrily, then started the vehicle, heading towards the entrance of the City of Sin. Before the vehicle could even enter, the toll collectors far away had already begun to fire warning shots. Old Sam directly poked his head out of the car window and shouted loudly, "You bastards, it's your grandpa. Fuck, if you scratch my car, I'll feed you to my daughter." Old Sam's face was still somewhat useful. When those professionals saw Old Sam's beard, they immediately put away their weapons and quickly ran over to greet the off-road vehicle. As the manager of Lord Klaus's breeding ground, plus his own level 3 mutated dog, placed Old Sam in a relatively high position within Klaus's gang. At least he was much stronger than these gatekeepers. Old Sam waved his hand and drove straight into the City of Sin, while those toll collectors didn't even ask about Quang Liu and Wen Yu sitting in the back. It turned out that they were just a mob. Just after entering the West District of the City of Sin, a huge sign greeted them. "Welcome to the City of Sin, where the strongest alcohol, the wildest women, and the highest pleasures await." Then there was a simple map, with the destination marked as Klaus's lair, the Red Stone Grand Hotel. Old Sam immediately stopped the car and said to Wen Yu and Quang Liu, "Lord Klaus has always been on the top floor of the Red Stone Grand Hotel. Once you get there, you'll be able to find him. I won't take you any further." Clearly, without knowing Wen Yu and Quang Liu's attitude, old Sam decisively chose to remove himself from this matter. Even if Wen Yu and Quang Liu started some conflict with Klaus, it would no longer concern old Sam. Wen Yu and Quang Liu had already guessed old Sam's intention and nodded decisively. At the same time, Quang Liu readily paid the magic crystal. Once the magic crystal was in hand, old Sam's mood visibly lifted. He loudly said to Wen Yu and Quang Liu, "You two enjoy yourselves. The City of Sin is a paradise for the strong, especially the Red Stone Grand Hotel." After speaking, old Sam flashed them a knowing smile, quickly started the off-road vehicle, and drove off to another location. The City of Sin after the apocalypse was, strictly speaking, not much different from Las Vegas before the apocalypse. Both were places of debauchery. After the apocalypse, the collapse of the economic system initially established a unique barter trading rule. However, under the guidance of the three giants of the City of Sin, a new type of paper currency was reissued. Of course, this paper currency was not as tangible as magic crystals. Most professionals still preferred to use magic crystals as hard currency. However, the professionals who could afford magic crystals were still a minority, making it difficult for them to drive the economy of a gathering place. After all, magic crystals equated to strength, and strength equated to life. Yet some professionals, having no attachments, lived day by day, thinking of enjoyment whenever they had a bit of resources, completely disregarding what they should do in the future. In this situation, the Red Stone Grand Hotel and its surrounding facilities came into being. Following the map, Wen Yu and Quang Liu strolled leisurely along the streets of the City of Sin. The streets were dilapidated, filled with weeds and garbage, and every now and then they could spot some bones and corpses. Countless slightly mutated animals, like cats, dogs, and rats that hadn't reached the first level, scurried around the streets, adding a touch of life to the City of Sin. "The place is really shabby," Quang Liu couldn't help but sigh. In fact, most of the gathering places after the apocalypse were in this poor state. Places managed by the military were somewhat better, but who would bother to invest in infrastructure development in areas without military oversight? The gathering site in Las Vegas was not small, yet it was filled with collapsed buildings where tattered survivors came and went. From time to time, small-scale skirmishes broke out, between humans and mutated cats and dogs, or among mutated beasts. Of course, these conflicts were minor and often resolved quickly. After 5 months of life in the apocalypse, a set of unspoken rules had already formed among the survivors. Survival first, loot second. One must admit, the adaptability of life is quite remarkable. As Wen Yu and Quang Liu got closer to the Red Stone Grand Hotel, the surroundings began to change slowly. The dilapidated ruins, which were no different from other small gathering places, gradually transformed into tidy wooden houses. The number of professionals coming and going increased, and the clothing of these professionals also became much cleaner. The trash and filth on the streets disappeared, replaced by alluring women dressed provocatively, flaunting themselves on the sidewalks. "Hey, handsome, come play. Just 2 level 2 magic crystals, and I'll be all yours tonight. 3 level 2 magic crystals for a double." Countless shouts of self-promotion echoed from the surrounding streets, and the cheap scent of perfume made Wen Yu wrinkle his nose. Quang Liu clearly was not adapted to this environment either, hastening his pace towards the nearby Red Stone Grand Hotel. Interestingly, according to old Sam's introduction, although the three giants of the City of Sin each had their territories, they actually did not have any hostile relations or deep conflicts. Queen Annie controlled all the prostitutes in the City of Sin. Every woman wanting to make a living with her body had to first report to Queen Annie's territory. If caught operating without a license, Queen Annie would teach her what the rules were. Klaus, on the other hand, controlled most of the consumption venues in the city, including casinos, real estate, food and water, and even the exchange of magic crystals and the sale of mutated biological materials. Finally, Yang Hong served as the enforcer in the City of Sin, ensuring safety both inside and outside the city. The most interesting point is that, although the Red Stone Grand Hotel is Klaus's territory, most of the customers are Yang Hong's people, while all the prostitutes belong to Queen Annie. No wonder, if one were to say who had the capability to frequently patronize the Red Stone Grand Hotel, it could only be Yang Hong and his powerful professionals. At that moment, Wen Yu and Quang Liu stood at the entrance of the Red Stone Grand Hotel, staring at the massive doors, lost in thought. The Red Stone Grand Hotel was transformed from the original MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas. At the beginning of the apocalypse, a small part of the internal facilities was destroyed. But after the zombies were cleared out, Klaus took over the MGM Grand Hotel as his stronghold, renaming it the Red Stone Grand Hotel and redecorated it to become a landmark building in the City of Sin. Not to mention, within the City of Sin, even in nearby gathering places, the name of the Red Stone Grand Hotel was frequently heard. Regardless of its reputation, one thing is certain. This is the largest den of iniquity in the region. Of course, Wen Yu and Quang Liu were not here to spend money. What should we do? Should we charge indirectly? Given Wen Yu's personality, he could easily summon Xing and the Cyclops to invite Klaus over, but with Quang Liu beside him, Wen Yu naturally wanted to hear Quang Liu's opinion. It wasn't Wen Yu who was trying to gather information about the Huaxia military, it was Quang Liu. Strictly speaking, Wen Yu was just assisting Quang Liu at this moment. Quang Liu shook his head. If a problem can be solved with words, it's best not to resort to violence, as it could lead to too many uncertainties. Let's sneak in using the method from the 855th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Also, don't kill Klaus. If he dies, we might have to rely purely on brute force to achieve our goals. Old Sam only knew Klaus's location and had no idea about Annie and Yang Hong's residences, not even the general area. All right then. Wen Yu readily nodded in agreement, and then the two found a relatively concealed spot to activate the Soul Realm space. The Cyclops and Xing were returned to the Soul Realm space, and Wen Yu quickly entered a combat state. Darkness enveloped Wen Yu's body, and in the next second his form seemed to melt away, gradually blending into the surrounding darkness. This was also a variant of the Dark Divine Light ability. Then the darkness slowly dissipated, and Wen Yu's figure vanished completely. Only a voice that seemed to emanate from all directions could be heard. "You go wait at the front door for me. It won't take long." Then the darkness surged, and a purer form of darkness, blending seamlessly into the surrounding shadows, swiftly moved towards the interior of the Red Stone Grand Hotel. The interior of the Red Stone Grand Hotel was luxurious, with dozens of elegantly dressed, graceful beauties moving about in the spacious reception hall, while guests occasionally came and went from the elevator. Yet no one noticed a shadow lurking in the surrounding darkness, observing everything within the Red Stone Grand Hotel, transforming into darkness and then merging with it. And the most terrifying part was that the darkness was everywhere. In the entire Red Stone Grand Hotel, every shadow was essentially Wen Yu's eyes, and in less than 10 seconds, he had already locked onto Klaus's location. He was on the top floor of the Red Stone Grand Hotel. Then a ripple of black light emerged, and in the next moment, Wen Yu's had reached a shadowy spot on the top floor, where his body slowly materialized, watching Klaus leisurely sip red wine at a table surrounded by 3 female attendants. Perhaps the sound of Wen Yu smacking his lips startled Klaus, who froze momentarily, while the 3 women beneath him were oblivious to what was happening, continuing to shout lewd phrases like, "I want." Wen Yu had learned from old Sam that Klaus was a mid-level level 4 professional, so it was not surprising that he could hear the delicate sound of wine being sipped. Therefore, Wen Yu took the rare opportunity to explain first, "I mean no harm." Wen Yu's explanation was quite effective, or rather, Klaus was perceptive. After all, regardless of the method, being able to silently enter his bedroom at this time was enough to grab Klaus's attention. Calmly draping a blanket over his body and casually knocking out a few women on the bed, Klaus raised his hands and slowly turned his body, looking at the uninvited guest, and spoke politely. "I don't know how I can serve you, unknown powerhouse." His attitude was good, neither overly humble nor aggressive, and most importantly, he didn't start with any useless remarks like "you're dead" or "who are you." Wen Yu poured himself a glass of red wine, plopped down onto the soft sofa, and slowly waved his hand at Klaus. "Don't be nervous. I'm here to discuss something with you, or rather to ask for your help." Perhaps sensing that Wen Yu had no hostility, Klaus smiled and nodded. "If I can help you, I will do my best. Let's consider this a way to make friends. So what is it?" Wen Yu took a gentle sip of red wine, speaking with a hint of levity. "Let's not rush into that. I have a friend downstairs. Could you please ask someone to bring him up?" Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Klaus's expression stiffened slightly. "After all, sneaking into my bedroom was already a slap in the face, and now you want to invite a friend. Am I hosting a party here?" Perhaps noticing Klaus's hesitation, Wen Yu chuckled lightly. "Well, I think you should change your clothes, take a shower, and prepare to welcome guests. What do you think? Also, I really don't mean any harm." Although sneaking into someone's master bedroom was somewhat impolite, for Wen Yu and Quang Liu, their strength already showed enough sincerity. Hearing this, Klaus nodded slightly while slowly lowering his raised hands, cautiously testing Wenyu's reaction. There was no reaction at all. Now Klaus was truly at a loss. When he first saw Wenyu, Klaus thought he was the kind of person who relied on his special skills to extort others. Such people were not uncommon in the City of Sin. In the past, 2 or 3 people had approached his bedroom silently. However, this guy in front of him barely made a sound. He either had weak strength or was stronger than Klaus. Klaus leaned towards the latter. Moreover, judging by his attitude, he didn't seem like someone who wanted to rob him. After pondering for a moment, Klaus decided to handle this matter according to his own thoughts. "My apologies." Klaus politely nodded at Wenyu, then slowly got up, trying to move as slowly as possible, adopting a harmless posture as he made his way to the bathroom. Wenyu just quietly sipped his red wine. I have to say, Klaus's red wine wasn't bad. Even Wenyu, who was somewhat unrefined, could taste the quality. The sound of water drowned out the noises in the bathroom. However, with Wenyu's exceptionally keen hearing, he could naturally hear Klaus's voice as he communicated with his subordinates through a communication device. To this, Wenyu thought it was good if Klaus was happy, as he could tell that Klaus was a smart person, and smart people would make the right choices at the right time. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Klaus emerged from the bathroom, covered in steam, and casually opened the wardrobe, changing clothes in front of Wenyu. "Is the red wine enough? Better get some more." Wenyu smiled at Klaus. "Please wait a moment." Klaus bowed slightly to Wenyu and called his communicator. "Tell the kitchen to prepare a dinner and bring a bottle of red wine over, the best from the cellar." Then he put down the communicator, poured himself some red wine, and slowly said, "I've already asked someone to fetch your friend. The Asian standing outside should be him? That's right. And just now I had my men check the surveillance but found no trace of you. May I ask, how did you come in?" "Skills. Your defensive measures here are decent, but don't expect your surveillance and technology to guard against an infiltration by a superpowerhouse. Although calling myself a superpowerhouse might seem a bit self-aggrandizing, I'm not joking." Wenyu Rare took the opportunity to speak a lot to Klaus. Klaus didn't pursue the matter further. The two simply sat quietly on the sofa, sipping wine in turns, until a knock on the door interrupted them. "Big boss, the person has been brought in." Originally, a gathering of 2 men and 3 women turned into a gathering of Wenyu, Quangliu, Klaus, and Klaus's 5 subordinates. Klaus's 5 subordinates were all level 4 professionals, while the 3 women who had been knocked out by Klaus were already cleared from the room. Klaus's subordinates brought in another bottle of red wine. Wenyu couldn't identify the brand, but it didn't hinder his tasting experience. "It tastes better than the previous one." Upon hearing Wenyu's praise, Klaus laughed immediately. "Of course, this is my best bottle. Also, my brothers are worried about my safety. You two won't mind, right?" "It's fine, it's just a small matter. Let's get to the point. Let me introduce my friend. This is Lin Quangliu, a super powerhouse affiliated with the Huaxia military, and also at Sequence 3. By the way, do you know what Sequence is? This is a simple communication technique. If you want to sit down calmly and discuss certain matters, you must have the qualifications to do so. And Sequence 3, in the eyes of those who understand, is definitely a qualification of immense strength. As for hiding their power and playing tricks with Klaus, frankly, is it too much trouble? If that's the case, Wenyu and Quangliu might as well bulldoze their way through and dismantle this broken gathering place. Klaus didn't know their strength, so it was better to be upfront about it to prevent any unpleasantness. And Klaus indeed knew about the sequences. "Sequence 3, you are Sequence 3. Ranked 3rd, Klaus looked at Quangliu with a shocked expression, his mouth agape. After a moment, he hesitantly said to Wenyu and Quangliu, "Pardon my rudeness." With that, he took out a pair of oddly shaped glasses from his spatial ring, and after putting them on to look at Quangliu, a beep-beep sound filled the air. After a while, Klaus took off the glasses and respectfully said to Quangliu and Wenyu, "I have met 2 esteemed gentlemen. Please forgive me for my earlier actions." Klaus's glasses seemed to be a device for detecting strength. It was indeed somewhat rude to probe into someone else's strength, but Wenyu and Quangliu didn't mind such details, because the 2 of them had never thought about hiding their power or pretending to be weak. They were both massive, mighty tigers. "Let me see the device." Wenyu seemed to have discovered a new toy and immediately extended his hand to Klaus to request the glasses. Klaus respectfully handed over the glasses and waved his hand at his subordinates. "You all can leave now. Inform the kitchen to kill that level 4 mutated cow, prepare some signature dishes, and keep everything you saw today to yourselves." Klaus had decent capabilities. At least his methods of managing subordinates were quite strict. Hearing Klaus's order, his 5 subordinates immediately turned and left the room. Klaus looked at the 2 with utmost respect, and in a tone he had never used before, softly asked, "I wonder if there is anything you need my assistance with?" I will certainly take care of it. The change of attitude was remarkably fast, so fast that both Wen Yu and Quang Liu were a bit taken aback. The two exchanged glances, and Wen Yu waved his hand, signaling Klaus to sit down and speak. Although Wen Yu was immensely powerful, he truly didn't have the temperament or awareness of a bigwig. "Have you met other sequences?" Quang Liu asked first. Klaus barely sat down, only half his butt on the chair, and nodded slightly. "In the city of Sin, the strongest is Yang Hong, who is a sequence 36. When he came before, I didn't know what a sequence was, and then—" What followed was a sad story. Hearing Klaus's words, Wen Yu and Quang Liu nodded in understanding, and at the same time, Klaus's words hinted at something else. In this city of Sin, it was quite likely that it was not a situation of three kings ruling, as old Sam had said. Klaus's attitude towards Yang Hong revealed a sense of fear. However, that had little to do with Wen Yu and Quang Liu. Quang Liu sorted his thoughts briefly and said, "We too, due to certain special reasons, were transmitted here from Huaxia. Now I need some information from Huaxia, and also to send the news that we are still alive back, so I need to contact the U.S. Special Operations Forces under Annie to connect with the U.S. High Command." Upon hearing Quang Liu's words, Klaus nodded. "I understand, but Annie is not currently in the city of Sin. I am not sure where she has gone." Upon receiving this news, Quang Liu raised an eyebrow. "When will she be back?" Klaus shook his head. "I don't know, but the captain of her special operations team hasn't left and often spends time here. If you two gentlemen want to meet him, I can send someone to find him right now." Hearing this news, Wen Yu and Quang Liu exchanged glances. "That would be much appreciated." Klaus acted quickly. Within 30 minutes, he had already invited the person over. Meanwhile, the three sat in Klaus's bedroom chatting, and they learned quite a bit of information from Klaus that old Sam didn't know. According to Klaus, although he was considered one of the three kings of the city of Sin, in reality, he was more like a steward. All the miscellaneous affairs of the city of Sin were handled by Klaus, while Yang Hong and Annie were different. They were more like high and mighty emperors, enjoying the services of the entire city of Sin. Yang Hong was there because of strength, and Annie because of connections. That's right, according to Klaus, Annie had some unclear relationship with the U.S. military. This was also why the special operations team sent by the U.S. followed Annie's commands here, rather than being bribed, as old Sam had said. "By the way, I heard that the U.S. military sent 2 waves of troops, and they all ended up dead in the camp. Are you aware of this?" Wen Yu wasn't concerned about communication with Huaxia. Instead, this matter caught his attention. Klaus shook his head, indicating he didn't know. "This has always been handled by Annie herself. Actually, don't be fooled by my outward appearance. The truly important matters are all handled by Annie and Yang Hong. To be blunt, my position here is the result of a compromise between Annie and Yang Hong, and I'm really just a big boss in a pressured situation." Klaus sipped his red wine, and in Wen Yu and Quang Liu's ears, his heartbeat showed no violent fluctuations, proving Klaus was not lying. Then amid this silence, there was a knock on the door. The captain of the U.S. Special Operations team was a burly white man in his 30s named Jack, a rather common name. After Jack entered, he first nodded to Klaus. His attitude was not particularly respectful, and Klaus showed no reaction. This further corroborated Klaus's statement. His status in the city of Sin really didn't belong to the top tier. Then Jack's gaze shifted to Wen Yu and Quang Liu, and the next second, "I have met 2 esteemed gentlemen." "Oh, you know who we are?" Wen Yu and Quang Liu exchanged surprised glances and asked. "Yes," Jack affirmed. "The military of my country has compiled the known sequence list and given it to the troops. I naturally remember the appearances of the 2 esteemed gentlemen who are currently known as the strongest among humanity. Basically, every military has a record of you." Hearing Jack's explanation, Wen Yu and Quang Liu suddenly realized. The two had appeared often at the treasure land in the outpost, and it had been easy for others to remember their appearances. Furthermore, this kind of sequence information was something every country would collect, and there was no need for any concealment. Establishing idols and heroes is also something military high commands are working on. "Do you have the current known sequence list?" Hearing Wen Yu's question, Jack decisively took out a beautifully bound booklet from his spatial ring and handed it over. While Quang Liu wasn't interested in the sequence list, he directly voiced his request to contact the U.S. Military High Command. When Jack respectfully handed over his communication device, the situation had already become largely unrelated to Wen Yu. Wen Yu himself did not have a strong desire to return to Huaxia. Quang Liu's desire to return to Huaxia might be slightly stronger than Wen Yu's, but without Wen Yu, or more accurately, without Star, it would be difficult for Quang Liu to run back to Huaxia on his own legs. Speed wasn't the issue. The challenge was the mutated beasts obstructing the way. As a divine beast species, Star could traverse more than half the globe. While it posed some difficulty, it was not an unimaginable feat. As for what the two should do next, it depended on the outcome of Quang Liu's communication with Lin Haifeng. Of course, this process required several steps of communication transfer, which would definitely waste some time. At that moment, Hanyue was completely captivated by the small booklet that Jack had taken out. The booklet was exquisitely printed, with the title, Standing on the Top of the World, Standing at the Top of the World. Hanyue applied everything he had learned to barely understand the title of this small booklet. Then, on the next page, there was a large preface written in English. This was a bit awkward. Fortunately, the booklet was rich in illustrations, and Hanyue had at least undergone 9 years of compulsory education, so he could piece together some basic English phrases like is, am, are. The preface of the book roughly introduced some information about the origins and significance of the rankings. Then, Hanyue turned to the next page, and a huge question mark appeared before him, accompanied by some introductions below. Sequence 1, nationality unknown, gender unknown, name unknown, strength level unknown. Everything was unknown, indicating that the military of various countries had no knowledge of Sequence 1's circumstances. This left Hanyue feeling somewhat regretful. He wanted to see what kind of monster overshadowed him in strength. The next page was about Hanyue himself. A large photo of Hanyue was prominently displayed, taken in what appeared to be a forward base. The clarity was quite good. At the same time, there was a large amount of text introducing him. Sequence 2, nationality, Huaxia, lone walker, gender, male, name, Hanyue, strength level, early stage level 5. The remaining content was about his achievements, such as some contributions at the forward base, which Hanyue couldn't quite comprehend. However, this strength level should be from a month ago. If assessing only by physical fitness, Hanyue was already a solid peak level 5 practitioner now. The third page featured Quang Liu himself. The fourth page displayed a middle-aged man whom Hanyue had never seen before. The photo was taken from a dark angle, making it hard to discern clearly, but it appeared to be in a small church. A middle-aged man dressed in a black priest's outfit was sitting in a reclining chair at the church entrance, engrossed in reading a large book. Sequence 4, nationality, France, lone walker, gender, male, name, Chaos, strength, early stage level 5. 7 days ago, he cooperated with Sequence 10 to kill 2 early-stage demonic entities in the infernal treasure land. At that time, Sequence 10's strength was only mid-stage level 4. There was a lot more historical performance listed below, but the first line was obviously the latest, and it could roughly indicate the latest strength of Sequence 4. His strength was decent when you quickly skimmed through the subsequent sequences. Sequence 5, Claire, gender, female, nationality, United States, affiliated with the military. Sequence 6, unknown. Sequence 7, arcade, gender, male. Nationality, United Kingdom, lone walker. Sequence 8, Fang Bai, gender, male, nationality, Huaxia, affiliated with the military. Sequence 9, Michelle, gender, male, nationality, Germany, affiliated with the military. Sequence 10, Joshua, gender, male, nationality, United States, lone walker. After simply memorizing the top 10 powerful figures when you flipped through the back of the content, the Sovereign had set the sequence number to only 100 individuals, and among these 100 human race rankings, 81 were recorded, which also meant that there were 19 individuals for whom the military had no leads or information. Moreover, within this list there was another piece of news. Yang Pengguang is dead. It seems your dad won. Upon hearing this news, Quang Liu nodded slightly and his body gradually relaxed. The reason Quang Liu was anxious to contact the military was to understand the outcome of the war between Lin Haifeng and Peng Jun, and Yang Pengguang's death could greatly indicate the trend of the war. However, Jack, who was standing by, interjected. Are you two talking about the recent events involving the cult of the demon worshippers in Huaxia? From what we know, Commander Lin handled it decisively, and this unrest did not greatly affect Huaxia. The news was conveyed quite quickly. I haven't finished yet. Hanyue smiled as he pointed to the page featuring Sequence 8, Fang Bai, and placed the booklet in front of Quang Liu. Someone has taken your place. Quang Liu calmly swept his gaze over it, then narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a barely noticeable sigh. Quang Liu had a decent political instinct. Upon seeing that Fang Bai had replaced his position, he quickly inferred the sequence of events. Most importantly, Quang Liu had no idea that Fang Bai had feigned defection from the military, leading Quang Liu to have previously exerted all his efforts to hunt down Fang Bai. The conflict of principles and the betrayal of a brother were entangled, and only Quang Liu could truly understand this complexity. By the way, is this booklet the latest version? Hanyue asked Jack while flipping through the booklet. Jack nodded. This booklet was printed 3 days ago and just arrived in my hands yesterday. Wow, the strength gap has widened significantly, Wenyu sighed, setting the booklet aside as he picked up a glass and took a small sip. Wenyu and Quangliu had been trapped in the demon suppression tower for a month and had no idea how much the world had changed. Nor did they know if they could still guarantee their own strength hadn't been eliminated during this month. This was the key point. Moreover, the booklet clearly showed one thing. Only the top 4 in the rankings had strengths exceeding level 5, and Sequence 5, Claire, was currently only at the peak of level 4. Looking further down, the sequences below the top 30 had not even reached the peak of level 4, with physical fitness generally around 400 points. This was the most important piece of news Wenyu had obtained. His strength still held overwhelming advantages among the human race. It must be said that although the demon suppression tower was torturous, the rewards were quite considerable, at least much faster than the rate of improvement outside. Just as the people present were chatting, Quang Liu's communication device rang again. "It's me." A familiar voice came through the communicator, allowing Quang Liu to exhale a heavy sigh of relief and finally relax. Although Jack had explained earlier that Peng Jun had not caused any significant trouble, that was just someone else's word. Quang Liu was not the type to take everything at face value. After hesitating for a moment and organizing his words, Quang Liu finally spoke. "When you and I were tricked by a treasure land guardian and spent over a month stuck in a treasure land. We just got out and are currently in Las Vegas, United States. Both of us are safe, but we are unsure whether we should return to Huaxia or continue acting freely." Lin Heifeng responded with a knowing and spoke directly. "There are some things I need to discuss with both of you. Is there anyone else around you?" In the communicator, Lin Heifeng's tone was slightly cautious. Quang Liu glanced at Klaus and Jack, who understood and immediately left the room without a word. "There's no one now, but this communicator has probably been under American military surveillance the whole time, right?" Quang Liu felt that Lin Heifeng's actions were somewhat unnecessary. "Yes, the higher-ups of the U.S. military are aware of what I'm about to tell you, but it's inconvenient to disclose to others. Firstly, about the opening of the Demon Realm Gate less than a month from now. When the Demon Realm Gate opens, there will also be a simultaneous operation called the Human Race Ranking Hunting Plan. With the Demon Realm Gate will come powerful beings from the demonic clan, who will target the top 10 strongest of the human race ranking for hunting. The strength of your hunting group will be quite terrifying, so you both need to be prepared." Upon hearing this news, Quang Liu and Wenyu frowned. Wenyu, swirling his wine glass, cautiously asked, "How strong? Stronger than you?" "Understood." There was one thing Wenyu didn't say. According to his understanding, Lin Heifeng's meaning was clear. "You two should honestly stay in the United States and not return home for now, dealing with the hunting group on American soil. Given Wenyu's current strength, if he unleashed his full power, he could easily destroy Las Vegas within half an hour. Even if he fully activated the Dark Demon Lord and held back a large move, obliterating half of Las Vegas was merely challenging, not impossible." This also highlighted how extensive the impact would be in battles between super beings. Unfortunately, Lin Heifeng's next sentence made both of them realize that he was not someone lacking foresight. "Did you think that my purpose in telling you this was to keep you temporarily in the United States and not return?" Wenyu and Quang Liu both fell silent. After all, this was a question that was difficult to discuss in a communicator under American military surveillance. "The issue with the hunting group is not the reason for you staying in the United States. There are plenty of wild, desolate areas in our country. There's no need to bring this kind of battle into another country. However, it is true that I need you to stay in the U.S. You need to help them." Hearing this, Quang Liu directly rebutted. "Help them? I'm not being self-deprecating, but for a military organization of a superpower, they shouldn't need the help of one or a few individuals, even if it's sequence 2 or 3. It seemed that Quang Liu still had a deep desire to return home. "No, let me slowly explain this to you both. First of all, within this month, we have already grasped the number and locations of the upcoming Demon Realm Gates. The number and opening locations of the Demon Realm Gates are regular. According to current intelligence, the number of gates on land is determined by land area, not by population or number of practitioners. You can probably imagine what kind of impact this rule will bring." Wenyu and Quang Liu's minds turned quickly, and in a short time, they had already envisioned how this distribution of the Demon Realm Gates would affect the situation in various countries. For a simple example, Huaxia and the United States. Before the apocalypse, Huaxia had a population of 1.4 billion, while the United States had less than 400 million, yet the land areas of the two countries were quite similar. With similar land area, it meant that the number of Demon Realm Gates in both countries would essentially be equal. and the demonic creatures emerging from these gates would likely be similar in number as well. In such a scenario, whether the country with more people had the advantage or the one with fewer people was a straightforward question. Lin Haifeng allowed some time for Wen Yu and Quang Liu to react before continuing. In recent times, the U.S. will be fully focused on gathering survivors from North America and even South America, striving to increase the number of practitioners, but this will not be resolved in the short term. Moreover, strictly speaking, it's treating the symptoms, not the root cause. So when the first wave of the demonic disaster strikes, the United States' defensive capabilities will be several tiers lower compared to Huaxia. But the U.S. cannot simply be swept away. Our human race needs the strength of the United States, whether in terms of practitioners or scientific research. So, I need you to help the U.S. military resist the demonic disaster after you deal with the hunting group. Hearing this, Wen Yu smiled and asked, "Are you so confident that Quang Liu and I can handle that so-called hunting group?" "No, if we look at the facts, your chances of dealing with the hunting group are only about 30%. However, from an emotional standpoint, I believe you can definitely eliminate those demonic spawn." Wen Yu and Quang Liu both fell silent again. Lin Haifeng spoke once more. "Regarding these matters, the military high-ups of various countries have already made decisions, working to form giant gathering places based on each continent. When the top 10 super beings of the sequence advance to level 6, the permissions on the exchange stone pillar will further increase. At that time, a tool called a core-level space transfer device will emerge. You will need to cooperate with the U.S. to set this up. Only with this device in place can the gathering places on various continents be able to transfer and support each other at any time. This is the current combat plan set by the human race's high-ups, the Global Connection Plan. It allows for offense and defense, which is the fundamental purpose of this plan. When any continent can no longer withstand the pressure or sees a bleak situation, living forces can be transferred to other continents, preserving the essence of the race and the overall strength of the human race. So moving forward, the entire human race needs you two to help the U.S. get through this difficult time. The current situation is extremely perilous. It is not the time to consider national or racial matters. This is a catastrophe that the entire human race must face together. We all need to work together to overcome this hardship. Understood? Wen Yu's expression was slightly serious, and he rarely agreed with a nod. "There's nothing much, so let's leave it at that. Do you have anything else to discuss?" Lin Haifeng wrapped up a long list of matters and wanted to end the communication. "Wait, there's something else." Quang Liu suddenly spoke up, his expression shifting unpredictably, but he didn't say anything more. However, Lin Haifeng understood Quang Liu's thoughts very well. "It's about Fang Bai, right?" "Yes." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Haifeng said, "Find a quiet place." Without hesitation, Quang Liu got up and went straight into the bathroom, followed by the sound of rushing water. Seeing this, Wen Yu slightly curled his lips and stood up to head towards the door. "Sir." Outside the door, Klaus stood respectfully at the entrance, greeting Wen Yu. A smile appeared at the corner of Wen Yu's mouth. "No need to be so formal. I might need to chat with you a lot during this time." Hearing this, Klaus grinned broadly and laughed heartily. "Please, sir, stay here as long as you want. I've got plenty of good food, drinks, and entertainment." Wen Yu didn't care where he was. Even in the wild, he could survive. However, Wen Yu wasn't a monk. Before the apocalypse, Wen Yu's greatest wish was to earn enough money to last a lifetime, drink the strongest liquor, and sleep with the most beautiful women. Strictly speaking, Wen Yu could be considered a hedonist. And now that the apocalypse has happened with my strength, why shouldn't I enjoy the best services? Who doesn't want to live a better life? At least in Wen Yu's eyes, Klaus's Redstone Grand Hotel was quite luxurious, with all sorts of facilities available for eating, drinking, and entertainment. Wen Yu had already struggled to find rapid ways to improve his strength before the demonic disaster began, so it was better to take this opportunity to enjoy some comfortable days here. Enjoyment and becoming stronger are not mutually exclusive. Moreover, this might be the last bit of peace that Wen Yu could enjoy. As for Klaus, things were simpler. Wen Yu was sequenced too, and as long as he served this great being well, he wouldn't have to rely on Yang Hong and Annie anymore. The two were a perfect match, colluding together. Klaus made a gesture towards Wen Yu, saying, "Lunch is ready. It's a level 4 mutated cow, selected for the most tender parts, cooked by the best chefs in Las Vegas before the apocalypse. Would you honor us by tasting it?" Klaus's attitude was impeccable. He brought out the best for himself and even asked for Wen Yu's favor, though it could be seen as flattery when Yu liked it. The strong should enjoy the best. It's only natural. Otherwise, what was the point of climbing the corporate ladder before the apocalypse? What was the reason for striving to improve one's strength afterwards? Weaklings don't have to flatter the strong but must give them enough respect. That's the way for the weak to survive. Whether before or after the apocalypse, the world has always been like this, and Klaus had a thorough understanding of these principles. Then let's go. Also, no need to call me sir, it's too distant. Just call me when you. But Klaus hesitated. Let's stick to sir, after all there should be a sense of hierarchy. When you decisively nodded, that's fine, it's just a title, I don't mind. Actions speak louder than words, right? Of course, Klaus nodded affirmatively. By the way, where's Jack? He left first. He left the communicator for sequence 3. Lunch was lavish, held in the private restaurant at the top floor of the Red Stone Grand Hotel, with glass walls offering a panoramic view of the city of Sin. Unfortunately, the scenery outside was a mess and quite unappealing, but this didn't prevent Wen Yu from enjoying a meal. One Eye and Star had already been released by Wen Yu, and they were currently devouring a huge cow leg. Meanwhile, Klaus stood beside him, occasionally refilling Wen Yu's glass with red wine. With his mouth full of food, Wen Yu chatted with Klaus indistinctly while quickly clearing the delicious dishes from the table. After a while, lunch came to an end. Satisfied, Wen Yu let out a contented burp and turned to Klaus, asking, "Show me around. By the way, where's Quang Liu?" Sequence 3 asked for food to be sent to his room. He hasn't come out. Wen Yu nodded in understanding. He must have something to handle. After all, Quang Liu was currently the highest-ranking official of Huaxia stationed in the United States, so being busy was normal. Then let's not wait for him. The entertainment facilities in the Red Stone Grand Hotel weren't particularly abundant. After all, the apocalypse had destroyed the original economic system, and in the existing economy, few people would choose to spend magic crystals on entertainment. Survivors who made it this far, the weak couldn't afford to indulge, while the strong generally had good self-control and wouldn't get addicted to gambling, alcohol, or other vices. Klaus first took Wen Yu to the 4th floor of the Red Stone Grand Hotel. This was an oversized bar, and there weren't many guests. The number of female waitstaff was actually more than double that of the guests. Moreover, according to Klaus, these waitresses offered special services, and if Wen Yu took a liking to any of them, he could take them back to his room any time. Unfortunately, Wen Yu wasn't interested in such superficial women. The 3rd floor was a large gym, which was now more of a decorative space, while the 2nd floor was an open restaurant. None of these appealed to Wen Yu. Noticing that Wen Yu seemed a bit impatient, Klaus led him directly to a small elevator. "Sir, are you interested in a little gambling? You know, before the apocalypse, Las Vegas was the most famous gambling city in the world." "Not interested." Wen Yu shook his head firmly. He had never dabbled in gambling and wasn't interested in card games either. However, Klaus gave Wen Yu a mysterious smile. "There are quite a few types of gambling, especially after the apocalypse. I've developed an interesting game based on a sport from before the apocalypse, and I believe you'll find it intriguing." Klaus spoke with confidence, which piqued Wen Yu's interest. Before Wen Yu could ask any questions, the elevator dinged and came to a stop. "We're here." Klaus smiled slightly at Wen Yu. As the elevator doors slowly opened, shouts and cheers surged into Wen Yu's eardrums, forming a massive sound wave. At the same time, a high, excited voice clearly came through. "Next match. Please welcome our undefeated general of the Red Stone Arena, Overlord, facing off against the terrifying magical beast from the wilderness, the Tier 3 peak-serrated magic wolf. Let's give a warm welcome to both warriors with your cheers and shouts." The sound wave grew even louder. "Arena? Yes, my lord," Klaus explained beside him. "The Red Stone Arena is the hallmark of our Red Stone Grand Hotel, and it's currently the most profitable place for us. Moreover, the entry barrier for this arena is quite low, with an entrance fee of just one level 1 magic crystal. The main profits come from the gambling services." "Oh," Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. "Fake matches?" Klaus decisively shook his head. "No, we never have fake matches here, but I have a bunch of master strategists who calculate odds that ensure my profit." Wen Yu nodded in understanding. Klaus continued, "My lord, we have already prepared a private box for you. Please follow me." The box was not small, but it offered a broad view. The enormous transparent glass windows not only isolated the outside noise, but also allowed an unobstructed view of the entire arena. Additionally, a huge monitor mounted on the wall provided clear close-ups of the ring. The large, comfortable sofa, exquisite wooden coffee table, fresh fruits, and fine red wine all displayed Klaus's sincerity. 2 young and beautiful waitresses stood at the entrance of the box, ready to attend to the guests. Seeing this scene, Wen Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad." Wen Yu's "not bad" referred not only to the environment of the box, but also to the form of combat itself. The bloody fights, the adrenaline of fist-to-fist combat, and the passion always inexplicably stirred him. "I'm glad you're satisfied, my lord," Klaus said respectfully. Casually sitting on the sofa, the nearby waitress poured red wine for Wen Yu. As he watched the lively scene below, he casually asked, almost absent-mindedly, "By the way, are there any divine beast species near Las Vegas?" Divine beast species. What is that? Wenyu's thoughts came to a halt. For humans, divine beast species were an even more mysterious title than ranks. After pondering for a while, Wenyu decided to rephrase. They are very powerful mutated creatures. Wenyu originally intended to find a divine beast species to serve as a spirit pet in the fifth soul realm right after scouting the treasure land, but plans change quickly. Now that he had fallen to the United States, the goal of finding a divine beast species for a spirit pet would definitely not change. The combat power of divine beast species was well known. If he couldn't find one, Wenyu might as well leave the fifth soul realm empty. Klaus thought for a while and then shook his head. I don't know. There aren't any strong mutated creatures near Las Vegas. In places with powerful mutated beasts, I wouldn't dare to go. Wenyu nodded and gently sipped his red wine. Below, the new combat performance, Overlord versus the Tier 3 peak serrated magic wolf, was also ready to begin. The guy called Overlord was a muscular black man, with fists the size of sandbags, veins bulging. At that moment he was roaring on the stage, recklessly venting his brute strength and power. With just one glance, Wenyu had already judged the Tier 3 peak strength. This was a form of indirect level suppression. Strong individuals could easily gauge the approximate strength of weaker ones through heart rate and blood circulation speed. Of course, this was a different story for those with special abilities. The ring was large, resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum, and various protective devices surrounded it to ensure that the mutated beasts below wouldn't reach the audience. Just as the black man called Overlord was shouting, a large iron door on the opposite side of the stage creaked open, and a 5-meter-tall giant mutated wolf slowly walked out. A bloody smell instantly filled the entire venue, causing even the strange sounds in the arena to momentarily cease. For most of the audience, a Tier 3 peak mutated beast was an unbeatable, terrifying presence. Klaus was energetically providing commentary. Overlord is our ace fighter in the arena with considerable strength. Once he reaches Tier 4, he will join Yang Hong's main team. In fact, most of the team members under Yang Hong have fought in the arena. That magic wolf is also quite strong. I spent a lot of money buying it from Yang Hong. This match will be a life-and-death battle, and we've been promoting it since a week ago. My lord, how about placing a bet? Seeing Klaus's smile, Wenyu gave a faint glance at the scene below and slowly shook his head. If I place a bet, you'll be heartbroken. Ha ha, my lord is joking. Klaus chuckled, not pressing the issue further, because Klaus understood one thing: in terms of wealth, he likely couldn't compete with Wenyu. Shifting the topic, he asked, "So, my lord, who do you think will win this match?" Wenyu gently swirled the red wine in his glass. "That guy called Overlord is definitely going to die." The battle quickly began. Overlord's strength was quite impressive, his fighting style extremely aggressive, and his combat experience exceptional. In a short time, he had already beaten the mutated wolf to a pulp. Klaus beside Wenyu smiled and said, "I hadn't mentioned, but Overlord has taken down 3 Tier 3 peak mutated beasts in my arena, all in crushing victories. His skill set is particularly suited for one-on-one combat. It seems my lord might have miscalculated this time." Wenyu shook his head with a smile, his expression solemnly fixed on the passive, beaten mutated wolf as he took a gentle sip of his red wine. "How long have you starved it?" The voice was very soft, and Klaus couldn't hear it clearly. "What, did you see its eyes?" Wenyu changed the subject. Klaus shook his head in confusion. "The eyes are the windows to the soul. Through the eyes one can see many things. The moment that wolf came out, I knew that the so-called Overlord was definitely a goner." Hearing Wenyu's words, Klaus laughed. "My lord speaks really interestingly. That's just a beast. They only have killing intent and anger in their eyes." Wenyu shook his head. Talking about these things with Klaus was like talking to a wall, completely pointless. Wolves are inherently intelligent animals, and a mutated wolf at Tier 3 peak has intelligence that is not much different from that of a human. When this mutated wolf first stepped out of the iron cage, Wenyu immediately saw the wolf's eyes. Amidst the scarlet, there was a terrifying killing intent. Even with Wenyu's Tier 5 peak strength, he was momentarily taken aback by that gaze. From that gaze, Wenyu saw many things: humiliation, pain, and a brutality that came from knowing one was destined to die. He had seen such a gaze before, the look in the eye of the one-eyed wolf after being toyed with by Simba as it launched a desperate counterattack. One side was toying with the other in what seemed like a predetermined game, while the other was fighting with a sense of hopelessness. And the result was not beyond Wenyu's expectations. The mutated wolf lay on the ground, covered in wounds, its mouth and nose spraying blood continuously. At that moment, as the Overlord raised his hands to accept the audience's cheers, The killing intent in the mutated wolf's eyes reached its peak. In the next second, the lower half of the mutated wolf suddenly exploded in a spray of blood mist, and with tremendous force, its massive head bit down on the overlord's skull. The sound of bones cracking echoed, blood splattered everywhere, and in less than a second the overlord's shiny black head was bitten off, blood spraying in all directions, while the mutated wolf, after making its final strike, collapsed to the ground, taking its last breath. Mutual destruction. When Yu gently swirled his wine glass and smiled at Klaus. "See, what did I tell you?" Klaus stared wide-eyed at the scene below, his mouth agape. After a while, he clapped his hands vigorously and laughed maniacally. "This is fantastic. Absolutely FC-king fantastic. Mutual destruction, the house wins. Perfect. We've hit the jackpot." Watching the jubilant Klaus, Wen Yu let out a helpless sigh. "Damn capitalism!" With a beaming face, Klaus took his leave from Wen Yu, probably heading downstairs to count the money. Before he left, he handed Wen Yu a card, claiming that this card could be used for any expenses at the Red Stone Grand Hotel, with all charges billed to Klaus. Wen Yu gladly accepted it. Sipping on his red wine, Wen Yu watched the ongoing matches below, stifling a yawn in boredom. After the battle between the Overlord and the mutated wolf, the following matches were mere skirmishes, the strongest being two initial level 3 practitioners, engaged in a regular match, one that could not result in fatalities. Although the scene seemed intense to outsiders, flashes of blades and bursts of blood, the two fighters on stage were clearly just going through the motions. To them, this was probably just a job. After several dull matches, when Yu felt like he was wasting his life. Bored, he stood up and walked outside. The arena battles were still ongoing as the host continued announcing the next match. "Next, let's give a warm welcome to our ultimate fighter, the 100 battles, 100 defeats, but never gives up Karu and his opponent, the month's most dazzling newcomer, Andy." The enthusiastic applause, mixed with a few scattered boos, made Wen Yu glance over. Unfortunately, they were just two ordinary Tier 3 practitioners, not worth his attention. Waving the card in his hand, Wen Yu spoke to one of the female attendants in broken English. "Take me to your best room. Also, prepare dinner in the room." The attendant smiled suggestively at Wen Yu. "Lord Klaus has already prepared it for you. Does my lord need any other services?" Wen Yu looked the attendant up and down and decisively shook his head. "No, thank you." Outside, the sky was slowly darkening. The nightlife of Las Vegas felt almost ghostly, but amid the stillness, the Red Stone Grand Hotel shone like a beacon, becoming the brightest star in all of Las Vegas. Powerful practitioners, upon approaching the Red Stone Grand Hotel, could hear the clamor emanating from underground. The Red Stone Arena was located below. In a dimly lit alley beside the Red Stone Grand Hotel, a night breeze gently blew, and then a shadow slowly emerged from the darkness. As if it materialized out of nowhere, this shadow, indistinct in form, appeared directly in the empty alley. It was a black cat. With sleek, shiny fur glinting with a mysterious glow, its emerald-like eyes revealed two crescent-shaped markings, resembling an endless starry sky. Then the black cat elegantly padded forward, directly diving into the sewer. The sewer was a maze, and the black cat moved swiftly as if it frequented this place, reaching its destination in no time. There it connected to the drainage system of the Red Stone Grand Hotel's kitchen. The murky water flowed continuously, and a flash of anthropomorphic disgust crossed the cat's eyes. Then its body glimmered, transforming in an instant into a purple light, directly penetrating the drainage pipe and entering the Red Stone Grand Hotel. Wen Yu did not know, nor did Klaus, that the Las Vegas gathering place was now renamed the City of Sin, not due to the overwhelming amount of crimes taking place, but for other reasons. Moreover, the night in the City of Sin did not belong to humans. At that moment, Wen Yu was in a luxurious suite at the Red Stone Grand Hotel, enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Xing and the one-eyed wolf tumbled playfully on the soft bed, emitting a series of strange sounds. In this seemingly harmonious scene, Wen Yu abruptly felt a chill run through his body. The chill came quickly and left just as fast, like an illusion, disappearing in an instant. Wen Yu slowly lifted his head, looking out the window with a puzzled expression. Outside, there was nothing. "Did you feel anything?" Hearing Wen Yu's question, Xing and the one-eyed wolf lay on the bed and shook their heads. Wen Yu furrowed his brow, swallowing the food on the table, murmuring, "It feels like something's off, but I can't quite put my finger on it." I know. "Big boss, you must be feeling frisky," the one-eyed wolf said seriously, staring wide-eyed at Wen Yu. "Get lost." I know. Wen Yu gave Xing a serious look, threatening, "If you say something useless, I'll lock you in for 3 hours. Xing gulped nervously and said something with an expression full of guilt. Isn't the big boss sensing that a fellow creature has entered the Red Stone Grand Hotel? The entire room suddenly fell silent, as if frozen. After a long pause, a clang echoed. It was the sound of Wen Yu's spoon dropping onto the plate. "Why didn't you say earlier?" Faced with Wen Yu's loud questioning, Xing looked innocent and replied, "I didn't sense any hostility. Besides, the aura of that fellow creature is very weak, pitifully weak. I thought it was just an illusion." Upon hearing Xing's explanation, Wen Yu immediately became furious, pinching the soft flesh on Xing's belly and picking up the two beasts. "Lead the way, hurry!" Seeing Wen Yu's impatient expression, Xing immediately realized. It seems like he could add another little companion to their group. This was also Wen Yu's fault. He had never been willing to discuss things like the Soul Master contract with the two beasts. Although the Soul Master contract and spirit pets were not the same as the enslavement contract, they were more of an emotional connection, but no matter how one looked at it, it didn't change the essence of subordination. Therefore, Wen Yu rarely mentioned contracts to the two beasts. "The kitchen, the kitchen, the kitchen on the second floor." As soon as Xing's voice fell, Wen Yu transformed into a black light and shot towards the kitchen on the second floor. The kitchen of the Red Stone Grand Hotel was vast. There was a kitchen specifically for preparing meals for ordinary guests, and another high-end kitchen dedicated to customizing food for distinguished guests. At this moment, in the high-end kitchen, the head chef and several assistants were sharpening their knives, preparing ingredients, and lying in front of them was a huge wolf's head. That was the third-level mutated wolf that had just perished in the arena along with the warrior known as Overlord. Klaus was determined. Even if the mutated beast died in the arena, he would extract its last bit of value. Behind the crowd of chefs, a black cat quietly watched the gaping wolf's head that remained unblinking, its eyes shimmering with mysterious light. Unaware of all this, the group of chefs continued their work, until the kitchen door was forcefully pushed open with a bang, and Wen Yu entered with the two spirit pets. The head chef recognized Wen Yu. It was this chef who prepared the beef for lunch, and he had even met Wen Yu face-to-face to explain the various dishes. Seeing Wen Yu walk in, the head chef greeted him with a smile and nodded, saying, "Sir, are you not satisfied with tonight's dishes?" "No, I'm very satisfied," Wen Yu casually replied while establishing a mental link with Xing. "This is the right place, right?" "Correct, it's right here. Why can't I see it? Maybe it has some special ability." The black cat was lying on the countertop directly opposite Wen Yu, its gem-like eyes fixed intently on Wen Yu, but more so on the star above Wen Yu's head. However, neither Wen Yu nor Xing noticed the black cat's presence. Seeing that the head chef wanted to say something more, Wen Yu waved his hand casually. "You all can leave for now." "Understood, sir." A group of chefs obediently followed Wen Yu's command, leaving Wen Yu alone with the two spirit pets in the spacious kitchen, constantly looking around. "Are you really sure it's still here?" "Not sure, but this is indeed the place with the strongest aura." After surveying the entire kitchen and finding nothing, Wen Yu couldn't help but feel anxious. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated and then made a decision. "Hey, are you there? Come out and meet me. I mean no harm." Divine beast species could communicate, that was unquestionable. Wen Yu's initial idea was to meet it first and then consider whether to threaten or entice it. But now he couldn't even see it, so he could only use verbal persuasion to coax the unknown divine beast species out. The star above him was also supporting Wen Yu, continuously shouting. Unfortunately, the trio called out for quite a while but remained empty-handed. "Let's go." Wen Yu carefully surveyed the empty kitchen once more, then turned to walk out. Whether the divine beast species was here, Wen Yu was uncertain. He couldn't even determine if it had ever appeared here. Even if that divine beast species was right here, if it remained hidden and didn't reveal even the slightest aura, Wen Yu had no way to deal with it. Gently closing the kitchen door, Wen Yu greeted the group of chefs and led the two spirit pets towards the bedroom upstairs. Meanwhile, in a place unseen by Wen Yu, the black cat gently stretched its body before transforming into a purple light and disappearing. After returning to the bedroom, Wen Yu quickly washed up and then lay on the bed, sorting through the events of the day. The raging current had been silent in the room for a whole day. It might have been receiving some mysterious instructions, which it wouldn't tell Wen Yu, and Wen Yu wouldn't ask. That was the unspoken understanding between them. After thinking briefly about the mysterious divine beast species mentioned by Xing, Wen Yu couldn't help but ask again, "Are you really sure you didn't misperceive?" Xing hesitated at this moment. "Not too sure. The aura is very weak, and I don't know if it's an illusion." "Forget it." After thinking for a long time without coming to a conclusion, Wen Yu decisively cleared his mind and pulled up the blanket to fall asleep. As for the one-eyed and Xing, they were even more carefree, with nothing on their minds. In less than a minute, the two beasts started snoring ahead of each other. While the three of them were sound asleep, the moon, partially obscured by clouds, quietly revealed a corner. A purple light silently slipped into Wen Yu's bedroom, agilely leaping onto Wen Yu's bed. Without any aura, without a sound, even the black cat's body seemed weightless. Yu's sleep quality was exceptionally high, but when it came to alertness in the apocalypse, Yu was confident that he was second to none. Even in his sleep, Yu could keep an eye on everything around him. This was not a metaphor, but a fact. The perception abilities of the One-Eyed and Xing were even stronger than Yu's. However, even with the black cat so close, the trio remained completely unaware, sleeping even more soundly. The black cat, with its emerald green eyes, scrutinized Yu for a moment, then leaned closer to Yu's cheek and sniffed forcefully. Then the black cat's face scrunched up. Perhaps it was the smell of smoke on Yu that made it feel uncomfortable. After that, the black cat directly moved to Xing's side, extending a pink tongue and gently licking the little horn on Xing's head. "Giggle, brother dog, don't mess around." Xing giggled, tickled, but didn't wake up at all. Instead, he turned over as if experiencing a wonderful dream and continued to sleep soundly. The black cat walked back and forth on the bed with a graceful gait, as if patrolling its territory. Beneath it, Yu and the two beasts were snoring in unison, creating an oddly surreal scene. The black cat first stepped on Yu's face, then licked Star's head, and finally extended its two paws to expertly tie a knot in the one-eyed beast's whiskers. After that, it slowly leaped onto the windowsill and glanced down at Yu. With a sudden meow, it vanished without a trace. Yu found himself in a dream. In the dream, Yu once again returned to his previous life as a cannon fodder, enduring all sorts of suffering. Killing demonic creatures, doing hard labor, attracting the attention of monsters. Here, Yu seemed to forget his immense power, as if he were an ordinary practitioner, wielding a standard weapon produced by the exchange stone pillar and hacking away with all his might. This dream was not hazy like most dreams. It felt strikingly real. The passion of spilling blood, the pain of comrades dying around him, and the despair of survival all surfaced in Yu's mind. Then, when he felt utterly exhausted, a massive light shadow appeared suddenly before him, like a blazing sun. A warm, hopeful feeling surged wildly in Yu's chest. Without needing any explanation, he knew one thing. The name of this light shadow was Liberation. There was no need to touch it or even say anything. Just a fleeting thought, a thought akin to giving up, flashed through Yu's mind, and he could be liberated from this hell, free from worries, free from slaughter, and free from the pressures of survival. In this real dream, Yu had long forgotten everything, forgotten his strength, forgotten his resilience. He felt like the most ordinary survivor, worn down by the brutal war, and suddenly a thought arose in his heart. Perhaps in this world, dying is better than living. Then, meow, ordinary and plain, just like the sound of the softest little kitten begging for food. Accompanied by this simple meow, a vortex glowing with purple light directly sucked Yu out of his dream. In the next second, Yu sat up straight. "Ha ha, this is truly messed up." Dreams are not something that practitioners are immune to. When a person falls asleep, a small portion of their brain cells remains active, which is the foundation of dreams. Practitioners are simply more powerful humans. Experiencing nightmares can also happen frequently. When the battlefield of the two realms had just ended, Yu often had nightmares in the woods. After all, he was not a truly cold-blooded and heartless monster. He, too, would feel the self-condemnation and questioning from within. However, today's nightmare struck Yu as particularly strange. He often dreamt of his past life experiences at the beginning of this life, but now such dreams had become quite rare. Moreover, the enormous light shadow that appeared at the end and that meow made Yu feel even more confused. Of course, it was just confusion, after all. It was just a dream. Looking at the sky outside, then glancing at the clock on the wall opposite him, the hands clearly told Yu that it was currently 2 o'clock in the early morning. Still early, still early. Yu lay back down on the bed, groggily wanting to sleep a little longer. Then, as if he remembered something, he quietly got up and tied a bow on the one-eyed beast's whiskers. "This looks cuter." Thinking this, Yu fell asleep once again. As morning light broke outside, Yu was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. The one-eyed beast and Star were playfully tussling on the bed, enjoying themselves, and the cause was the bow on the one-eyed beast's whiskers. Early in the morning, Star was the first to get up and burst out laughing upon seeing the bow on the one-eyed beast's face. He immediately woke the one-eyed beast and started teasing it. The one-eyed beast, not knowing what had happened, had slept quite comfortably last night. With its eyes closing and opening, the night passed by, and it had even relaxed its vigilance, firmly believing that it was Star's doing. The two beasts continued to argue. "Stop making noise. Let me sleep a bit more." Yu pressed down on both spirit pets and playfully tweaked the one-eyed beast's whiskers, smiling as he said, "This looks so good. Big boss, you tricked me again." After washing up and eating breakfast, Yu directly asked Klaus about the location of the flow. The flow was casually playing golf not far from the Red Stone Grand Hotel. Upon sensing Wen Yu's arrival, the Flow handed his golf club to a nearby caddy and turned to walk in Wen Yu's direction. "You seem quite relaxed." Hearing Wen Yu's question, the Flow took a sip of water and looked Wen Yu up and down. "Not as relaxed as you. I was busy all day yesterday, while I heard went all around the Red Stone Grand Hotel." Wen Yu shrugged. "There isn't really anything fun about it. By the way, what are the plans next?" The Flow nodded. "Of course there are plans. I'm heading back to Washington before the demonic disaster to help the U.S. military resist it." "What about you?" Wen Yu thought for a long time and ultimately shook his head. "Let's take it step by step. If the U.S. military offers a considerable price, I'll help them. If they don't need me, I might just run around and take the opportunity to bond with some divine beast species." Wen Yu wasn't sure whether there were divine beast species in Las Vegas, but regardless, he couldn't afford to hang on just one tree. Before the demonic disaster, he must ensure a foothold in the fifth soul realm. The Flow nodded. "I spoke with the U.S. military yesterday. Claire should be coming over today and they will discuss your price in detail with you." Wen Yu smiled in reply. "Then they better be prepared to shell out." Doing things for money, that was the survival method of Wen Yu, the lone walker. Without attachments or constraints, he lived alone, not burdened by mundane matters, and would not feel sorrow for the survival or death of strangers. To outsiders, Wen Yu might seem aimless, merely passively wandering back and forth, but who could know the thoughts within Wen Yu's heart? Wen Yu's goal had always been very clear, and it had been firmly pursued. Become stronger, then survive. Working for the military as a hired hand was merely for personal gain, and moreover, Wen Yu had a very clear understanding of himself. Be the big boss, no talent for that. Be the savior, no leisure for that. Be an onlooker transcending this apocalypse, no strength for that. Strictly speaking, Wen Yu was no different from other survivors. In this racial war, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. As he recalled the memories from last night's dream, Wen Yu sighed quietly. "Do you think there's any difference between us and those weak cannon fodder?" The Flow slowly shook his head. "No difference at all. They are weaklings and cannon fodder in our eyes, but perhaps we are also seen as weaklings and cannon fodder in the eyes of even stronger beings." After he said that, the Flow lightly pointed at the sky. Wen Yu chuckled softly. "You see more clearly than I do. It's not that I see more clearly than you, it's that I see myself more clearly. Whether it's you, me, or even my old man, we're all just the same kind of identity, pieces on a chessboard. Subtly controlled by the sovereign, accepting the strengthening from the sovereign, and continuously growing stronger, killing. Perhaps one day we can jump out of the chessboard and see the true face of the player, see the situation of this game, but before that day arrives, we can only follow the path given to us and keep moving forward. That's the only thing we can do." "That makes sense," Wen Yu rarely praised. "By the way, what made you want to talk about these things with me?" Wen Yu shook his head. "Just reminiscing about some unpleasant things, but now there's no problem." Wen Yu gazed into the distance, as if muttering to himself. "Recently, I've suddenly been unsure of what I should do or how to do it, which is what I have been reflecting on." "Do you understand now?" the Flow said to Wen Yu with a smile. Wen Yu nodded. "It's still that phrase you just said, keep moving forward. It can only be that way. Right now my goal is to survive. That's the ultimate goal. I haven't thought about the smaller goals yet." How carefree. "I envy you." "Oh, what do you envy me for? You can live for yourself." The Flow shifted the topic. "Do you know what my goal is?" Wen Yu shook his head. "My goal is simple, keep myself and my loved ones alive. Actually, in life, there aren't that many big and small goals. The overarching goal is pretty much the same for most people. Just live and live better. But do you know something?" Seeing the Flow's mysterious tone, Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps even this simple goal has been designed for us by some entities." Wen Yu was left speechless. The so-called pieces are those that act entirely according to the player's thoughts, passively making every move. Perhaps, as the Flow said, Wen Yu's only goal, survival, is also one of the calculations from certain entities, maybe the sovereign or something else. To survive, every action Wen Yu takes will eventually connect into a strange route to achieve the player's purpose beyond the chessboard. After thinking for a long time, Wen Yu didn't know how to respond to the Flow's words and could only helplessly say, "But we can't just die." Exactly. We can't just die, so what goals and plans are all illusions, even designed ones. What you can do is only one thing, become strong, become stronger. When that time comes, all the truths will be revealed to you. Wen Yu suddenly turned to look at the Flow, staring intently at the Flow's smiling face. In the next moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This wasn't a joke, but a genuine collapse of the heavens and the earth. The sky seemed to shatter like glass, fragmenting in pieces, and then an incredibly ferocious consciousness surged violently in. Faced with a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, Wen Yu remained seated, utterly motionless, staring fixedly at the furious Flow, and quickly yet clearly asked, "Who are you? What have you done to me?" The furious flow in front of him was definitely not the real one because the last sentence it uttered lacked any emotional elements, such as the helplessness of being a pawn. Instead, it was filled with a tone of persuasion, harsh as it sounds. Wenyu was much stronger than the furious flow. Did Wenyu really need guidance from it? And the furious flow was definitely aware of this fact. Thus, the person sitting in front of Wenyu discussing concepts of chess and players could not possibly be the furious flow. Upon hearing Wenyu's question, the furious flow gave an eerie smile, and then a wave of consciousness was directly transmitted into Wenyu's mind. Remember what I told you, get stronger, become the strongest. In the next moment, the furious flow turned into light and vanished. Then, Wenyu felt a daze in his mind. Two extremely powerful consciousnesses tangled with each other within his brain, causing his head to ring as if engaged in battle, yet Wenyu felt nothing at all. Vaguely, Wenyu heard a faint meow, and suddenly he bolted upright. The location was in a hotel room. Outside, dawn broke with a hint of lightening sky. It was morning, or rather just barely morning. Get up, hurry up! Wenyu pushed Daiyuan and Xing, causing both beasts to bare their teeth. Despite their cute appearance and their mini form, they had quite the morning grumpiness. However, Wenyu didn't give them any chance to get angry. I've been set up. If Wenyu could experience 2 or maybe 3 illusions and still not realize he had been tricked, then he might as well head for a wall and die. Seeing Wenyu's serious expression, Daiyuan and Xing instantly understood the gravity of the situation, staring at him without blinking, waiting for his opinion. Last night I had a dream, then I heard a cat meow, woke up, tied a knot in Daiyuan's whiskers, fell asleep again, then had another dream and finally heard another cat meow. At this point, Wenyu carefully examined Daiyuan's whiskers, scrutinizing the bow tie, and after a moment shook his head. All 3 segments were dreams. This bow tie wasn't tied by me. As a level 5 professional, Wenyu had excellent memory, and his control over his body was quite remarkable. The bow tie on Daiyuan's whiskers had subtle differences from his own technique. So subtle that if he hadn't doubted the authenticity of the situation, he wouldn't have noticed the difference in the bow tie at all. Having experienced 3 dreams in one night, especially the second and third dreams, Wenyu couldn't tell the difference between them and reality. If he said there was no ghost, even Daiyuan wouldn't believe it. After pondering for a long time, Wenyu asked Xing, "You did indeed sense the aura of a divine beast species yesterday, right?" Xing blinked its big eyes at Wenyu, then pretended to be deep in thought. "Is it really possible?" Seeing Xing's expression, Wenyu's tone became stricter. Xing was startled by Wenyu's sudden sternness, pouting in grievance. The aura was faint. "I can't be sure if it's real or not." Wenyu felt helpless instantly. Xing wouldn't lie, and if it said it couldn't confirm, then it really couldn't. Wenyu furrowed his brow and thought for a long time. After a while, he hesitantly stated, "It must be a divine beast species. In both dream segments, I heard the sound of a cat meowing. It's likely a cat-type divine beast species. No, it's uncertain whether it's a divine beast species or not. If it were a peak level 5 ordinary mutated cat with a strong skill combination or SSS rank, or even a foundation level skill, it could also pull me into a dream. But there's something quite strange. The first dream segment differs from the latter too. The first was just a relatively clearer nightmare, but in the second and third dreams, I couldn't tell the difference between dreams and reality. Also, there were the 2 cat meows. The more Wenyu thought, the more confused he became, and in the end, he even started to question whether he was still in a dream. Thus, whether everything was a dream now made Wenyu ponder for nearly half an hour. After trying various methods like spinning tops, pinching Daiyuan, and pinching Xing, finally, Wenyu abandoned these chaotic thoughts and muttered indignantly, "This mysterious type of ability is really the most annoying." He leaped out of bed, holding Daiyuan and Xing, and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Today, the sun was particularly bright. In the restaurant on the 2nd floor, Wenyu carried a large plate of breakfast and walked directly to Furious Flo and Klaus. Furious Flo and Klaus were happily chatting, and upon seeing Wenyu approach, Klaus respectfully pulled over a chair for him, then turned to leave. "Wait a moment. Let's eat together. I see you haven't finished your food. Wasting food isn't a good habit." Wenyu smiled and stopped Klaus, then before he could react, he pushed Klaus down into the chair at the dining table. Now even Furious Flo understood that Wenyu had something on his mind. And his mood was not good. Klaus didn't dare to move an inch while Furious Flo asked, "What's wrong?" Wenyu shook his head and countered, "What were you just talking about? You seem to be having a good time." Furious Flo elegantly took a sip of porridge and calmly replied, "We were discussing what happened yesterday and the things that will happen today and in the future." "Oh, Claire will be coming by in the next couple of days, and I'll head to Washington before the demonic disaster to assist the military in the United States in resisting the demonic disaster. This is a mission order given to me by Lin Heifeng." Wenyu nodded. and furious flow continued. The military in the United States hopes you will also go to Washington. As for the price Claire will discuss with me, right? Furious flow nodded, not minding Wenyu's casual interjection. The two had shared trials and tribulations in the demon suppression tower, and their strengths were quite comparable, so there was naturally no need for formality between them. By the way, let me ask you a question. Do you have any goals? Target? Quang Liu looked at Wenyu with suspicion, feeling that Wenyu was behaving oddly today. Yes, target. Of course there is. The military's goal has always been to drive those demonic spawns back to the demon realm. That is also my goal. Wenyu nodded inside. Let's eat first. Breakfast ended amidst a strange atmosphere, leaving the poor Klaus awkwardly stuck at the table, unsure whether to eat or not for a long time. After the meal, Wenyu took a sip of water and asked Klaus, "By the way, is there a golf course near the Red Stone Grand Hotel?" It was another question that caught Klaus off guard, causing him to stare blankly for a moment before quickly shaking his head. There isn't one nearby, but there's one a bit further away. However, no one wants to go there because it's infested with mutated rats. Wenyu nodded, confirming something. While dreams feel real, there are still subtle differences from the real world. Then Wenyu gently tapped the table and asked again, "Have you heard that in this gathering place, there are humans or mutated beings with abilities related to dreams or illusions?" The crisp tapping sound echoed, reflecting Wenyu's serious eyes, making Klaus's heart race. After thinking for a long time, Klaus decisively shook his head. "I haven't heard of anything like that." The steady sound of his heartbeat somewhat proved that Klaus was not lying. Wenyu nodded and withdrew his gaze. It was Quang Liu who asked, "What's wrong?" "I was tampered with. Someone invaded my dream last night, or rather artificially created a dream for me. The specific reason is unclear. I don't even know if it was out of goodwill or malice." Hearing this, Quang Liu frowned immediately. "What a strange ability." Wenyu forced a smile and shook his head. "Strangeness isn't important. What matters more is that this ability is quite powerful. To be honest, I still can't tell if I'm in a dream right now." "So strong?" Quang Liu asked incredulously. "Skills ultimately rely on physical fitness to be effective. The stronger the physical fitness, the more potent the skills. Given Wenyu's current strength, the ability to pull him into a dream and blur the lines between reality and illusion indicates just how powerful this unknown entity is. To put it bluntly, if someone could mess with Wenyu, they could easily mess with Quang Liu too, making this an issue that extends beyond just Wenyu." Quang Liu understood the necessity of eliminating unknown threats. Watching Quang Liu frown in thought, Wenyu slowly shook his head. "Don't think too much. There's still not a single clue in this matter. I've been pondering all morning and came up with nothing, while the saying, 'when soldiers come, block them. When water comes, bury it,' implies a passive approach. I really can't come up with a solution." Quang Liu nodded and the three fell into silence. "Right." Klaus suddenly stood up and exclaimed loudly, "I just remembered something that might be related to illusions or dreams." Wenyu raised an eyebrow, signaling Klaus to continue. "Do you know about the army death incident in the city of Sin?" Seeing the mysterious look on Klaus's face, Wenyu recalled old Sam's introduction to the military in the city of Sin. "What happened?" Klaus had successfully piqued Wenyu's interest. "The military died in the camp. Such a big event, I had to see it for myself. Some of them died from external injuries, but the vast majority died from severe mental shock, their heads literally exploding. I don't know if they died in a dream or an illusion. When you asked me earlier, I didn't think of this aspect. After all, we all believed they died from mental attacks, but now that I think about it, killing in dreams should also count as a form of mental attack." Klaus's voice grew softer until he felt embarrassed at the end. Clearly, Klaus was very uncertain whether killing in dreams or illusions counted as a mental attack. After all, there were no reference standards for such matters. It should count. Wenyu contemplated for a moment, combining it with his own skill of soul attack, and decisively nodded. "Definitely, you did a great job this time." Wenyu wouldn't hold back on such a seemingly useless compliment and gave Klaus a thumbs up. Klaus respectfully replied, "It's my honor to help you, my lord." "All right, enough of that nonsense. Where is the military camp? Take me to see it." Upon hearing this, Klaus immediately looked embarrassed. "After those soldiers died, we took care of the bodies, and then no one went back to the camp. After all, so many people died there, and there were many strong beings inside. No one dared to go. Then, a few days later, there was a fire there. The entire camp was burned down." Wenyu and Quang Liu exchanged glances, sensing something amiss in this situation. Although such occurrences might just be coincidences, in the absence of any clues, even a little coincidence was enough for Wenyu and Quang Liu to investigate further. Yes, Quang Liu was both trying to eliminate an unknown threat and helping Wenyu at the same time. "Such a big event occurred. Didn't the military conduct a thorough investigation?" Quang Liu, being from the military himself, believed that this type of incident would definitely be pursued to the end. Klaus nodded. They did investigate. How could they not? Even the military's top expert, Claire, came for a visit, but they were received by Queen Anne, and everything regarding the specifics was completely sealed off. I had no ability to know the details, Klaus awkwardly explained. I've already told you I'm essentially just a chief steward here. The real big boss is Yang Hong and Anne. Wenyu shook his head helplessly. He had thought Klaus had enough status, but now he realized it was just a paper tiger. The real big shots were practically unreachable. After thinking for a while, Wenyu made a suggestion to Klaus. Let's hold a banquet here in 3 days and invite Yang Hong and Anne, saying it's to welcome Claire. Then Wenyu pointed at Quang Liu in his name. Kong Liu nodded. Indeed, the best way to make contact is to meet. Claire will definitely arrive in the city of Sin in 3 days, which will trouble Klaus. Klaus didn't seem to have any expression of trouble, or rather, he didn't dare to show one. He repeatedly nodded to Wenyu and Kong Liu. It's my honor. After inquiring about the direction of the forward military camp and borrowing an item from Klaus, Wenyu walked out of the Red Stone Grand Hotel, heading towards the military camp. Combat Power Detector, a rank item, capable of actively detecting the physical fitness of the target. This item was the tool Klaus used to verify Wenyu and Kong Liu's identities. Detection devices are quite common, especially those that can measure physical fitness. There are more advanced ones that can detect a target's profession and even their skill levels. However, such items are exceedingly rare. At least Wenyu and Kong Liu didn't have one on them. As for the even more advanced items that can fully detect all skills possessed by a target, Wenyu had never even heard of such things, even from Kong Liu or Lin Heifeng. But none of this was important. The ability to pull Wenyu into a dream and make it indistinguishable from reality required a power level of at least the peak of level 4. Thus, for Wenyu, the combat power detector he had was sufficient. The location of the forward military camp had already been burned to ruins, leaving nothing useful behind. Not only that, but there were hardly any survivors left around. After all, it was a military-restricted area. The massive deaths of soldiers had long led nearby survivors to believe this was an ominous place. Once valuable items from the camp were moved away, naturally, no one would come here again. After investigating the ruins for half a day but finding no valuable information, Wenyu decisively turned back and began wandering aimlessly. Meanwhile, lines of information flowed rapidly across his glasses. Ding, initial level 3, ding, level 1 peak, ding, initial level 1. Various pieces of information flooded before Wenyu's eyes, but he didn't discover anything useful. A few hours later, Wenyu returned to the Red Stone Grand Hotel, casually ate dinner, and directly went back to his room. As night fell, the bright moonlight slowly spilled onto the earth. Wenyu held a glass of red wine, carefully appreciating the moonlight outside, summarizing all the intelligence he had gathered today, while thoughts kept flashing through his mind. Last night, the first segment of the dream lasted the longest. However, feeling it now, that dream was very unreal, while the second and third segments were not much different from reality. Or rather, there was basically no difference, but the duration was very short. From this, it seems that the more real the dream environment created by that unknown existence, the shorter the duration, so it can be basically confirmed that I am indeed in reality. However, the most critical point is, what does that unknown existence actually want? This was the core issue. Only by knowing the opponent's purpose could targeted measures be taken. Otherwise, any plan would be futile. Wenyu recalled the 3 segments of dreams from last night. The first dream seemed like a simple nightmare, but there were some unusual elements. The giant light shadow that appeared at the end, and the sound of a cat meowing. The second dream resembled a prank. The third dream, however, conveyed much that seemed useless but was actually profound. Carefully reflecting on everything that happened in the third dream, the look of confusion in Wenyu's eyes deepened. Is it trying to tell me something, or? Wenyu squinted while his brain raced. After a while, Wenyu swallowed the last sip of wine, fell onto his bed, emptied his mind, and slowly drifted into sleep. Since he couldn't figure out the purpose, he would try again. Wenyu couldn't stay awake indefinitely, and it was very likely that this was a divine beast species with dream abilities that meant no harm. To capture this divine beast species, Wenyu didn't mind experiencing a few more dreams. Even if there was malice, Wenyu didn't mind having a contest with it in the dream. Though the chances of losing were quite high, this risk had to be taken. In Wenyu's eyes, this risk was directly proportional to the potential reward. Then he had a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Wenyu stared at the ceiling, yawning helplessly. Last night he slept soundly and didn't dream at all. He closed and opened his eyes, and it was already bright outside. As for whether he was dreaming now, Wenyu honestly didn't know. However, when dreams and reality have no difference, is it really important whether it is a dream or reality? This philosophy-related question had always been a taboo for Hanyue. He hadn't forgotten that he was a reborn person. After getting up and washing up, Hanyue had breakfast and sought out Klaus. By the way, I forgot to ask you a question yesterday. Where is Yang Hong now? Also, what is his combat style like? Klaus was sitting in his office, listening to reports from his subordinates about the previous day's earnings. Upon hearing Hanyue's question, he immediately replied, Yang Hong is at Roman 20 Street, Roman 20 number in the Southern District. It is said to be the old house of his family. He is a summoner, and based on my observations, Yang Hong should not have any illusion or dream abilities. Hanyue nodded and turned to leave. Originally, the purpose of Hanyue and Kong Liu was to contact the U.S. military, and finding Yang Hong was not meaningful. However, with the emergence of the dream situation, Hanyue had to pay Yang Hong a visit. After all, as the publicly recognized strongest leader and practitioner in the city of Sin, Yang Hong should know some information about this matter. When Hanyue arrived alone in the southern district of the city of Sin, Yang Hong had already received word and sent one of his capable subordinates to greet Hanyue. This was a mid-level 4 black man, tall and strong, wearing shining armor, appearing quite imposing. According to Klaus, the entire city of Sin was essentially the territory of Yang Hong and Annie, with no distinction between districts. Yang Hong might have already received news while Hanyue was in contact with Klaus. After all, Hanyue hadn't deliberately concealed his identity, and the Special Operations Team Leader Jack had met Hanyue and Kong Liu face to face. So Yang Hong's reaction was naturally not surprising. Following the black man through winding paths, it didn't take long for Hanyue to arrive at Yang Hong's residence. This is the place. I won't guide you any further, my lord, the black man said to Hanyue before turning to leave. Hanyue shrugged, and as darkness activated, the power of darkness enveloped the entire room in an instant, allowing for a thorough inspection. There were no bombs or anything of the sort. Only one person was inside, and he didn't seem to be a trap. After the check, Hanyue directly pulled open the door and walked into the house. Yang Hong was a young man approaching 30. From his appearance, he seemed to be of mixed race, with a significant portion of Asian heritage. Seeing Hanyue walk in, Yang Hong stood up, respectfully bowed to Hanyue, and then pointed to the sofa, gesturing for Hanyue to sit. Hanyue was not polite and simply slouched on the sofa, giving Yang Hong a slight smile. He did not waste time on unnecessary self-introductions and immediately asked, I'm here to ask you about dreams and related matters. Don't tell me you don't know anything about this? Yang Hong smiled slightly and began to speak on a tangent. Isn't Huaxia known as the land of etiquette? I didn't expect the Lord of Sequence 2 to be so direct. Typically, we should chat a bit before having a meal and drinks to deepen our relationship, right? Hanyue chuckled in response. You have a point, but I'm in a hurry right now. I understand. Then let me briefly share what I know about that unknown dream, Yang Hong said. In fact, everything the Lord has experienced, I have experienced too. Yang Hong recounted everything that had happened to him, which left Hanyue deep in thought. Yang Hong was quite an interesting person. His experiences in the apocalypse were nothing short of legendary. He attended university in New York, holding a master's degree, and was continuously pursuing further education. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he would have undoubtedly been an elite individual. However, the apocalypse destroyed Yang Hong's bright future. At the onset of the apocalypse, Yang Hong first grew stronger in New York and then made his way back to Las Vegas, his hometown. Yang Hong didn't elaborate on the events that occurred during his journey, and Hanyue didn't press for details. But it was easy to speculate that the story of how he transformed from an ordinary person to the strongest in the city of Sin was filled with numerous tales. Upon returning to Las Vegas, Yang Hong found that his entire family had died during the apocalypse. Heartbroken, he lived a life of debauchery in this old house until the dreams began to come. Yang Hong's dreams were different from Hanyue's, but depicted scenes he had once been unwilling to face. Each scene would always end with the sound of a cat's meow. I also believe that this kind of dream belongs to the means of a mutated beast, and there was also an incident involving mass casualties among soldiers in the military camp. The military deaths are indeed related to the dreams, and I have investigated that, Yang Hong continued. Upon hearing Yang Hong's words, Hanyue perked up, and then, what was the result? I forgot. After saying those simple 3 words, Yang Hong ignored the throbbing vein on Hanyue's forehead and leisurely took a sip of water. I'm not lying, I definitely found out the result. After all, I've been here for quite a while, and I have quite a few subordinates. Even a carpet search would turn up some clues. But for some reason, I forgot the truth of the matter. There's a high possibility that I came to an agreement with whatever it was. In other words, I originally knew the truth, but for some reason, I no longer wanted to remember it, so I don't know the truth now, and I don't want to know either. However, I suspect it was a mutated cat that caused all of this, and it didn't mean any harm. After hearing everything Yang Hong said, Wen Yu smiled and nodded at him, and suddenly a uniquely styled handgun appeared in Wen Yu's right hand. Pulse, my exclusive weapon. My current physical quality is 2,000 points, and the attack power of pulse bullets is equivalent to this value. At this distance, all I need to do is pull the trigger, and you're dead. Wen Yu calmly articulated his threatening words. Now I'm giving you 30 seconds, because your I forgot has really pissed me off. Yang Hong first glanced at the pulse in Wen Yu's hand, then looked into Wen Yu's calm eyes and spoke again. What I just said is the truth, and I believe your threat is real. However, right now I don't feel emotions like fear or terror. This is quite strange because everyone is afraid of death and I am too. So I have a hypothesis. This truth about the dreams may be more important than my own life? This is my intuition and I trust my intuition. So I'm sorry, but I still have to say I forgot. Bang! The pulse went off, and the bullet grazed Yang Hong's ear, leaving a trail of blood, before instantly piercing through the wall behind him and disappearing into the distance. Even though Yang Hong had only suffered a minor superficial wound, he was hit hard by the shock to his soul and collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Third time's the charm, so you have one more chance. While gagging, Yang Hong bitterly shook his head and said, Now I am very sure that the truth is definitely more important than my life. Looking at Yang Hong's determined yet stubborn face, Wen Yu sighed, Then let me help you remember. After a while, Wen Yu stepped out of Yang Hong's room with a dark expression. Outside, there were professionals under Yang Hong's command everywhere. These professionals were armed with weapons and glared at Wen Yu, seemingly ready to act at any moment to avenge their big boss. Go in and give him some healing potions. Superficial wounds are minor, and the shock to his soul can recover within a few days. After Wen Yu finished speaking, he turned back to glance at the room behind him, sighing, He's quite a tough nut to crack. Sigh, the lead has been cut off again. Just moments ago, under Wen Yu's intense interrogation, Yang Hong's mental state was nearly shattered. The pain of the soul shock was definitely not something an ordinary person could endure, not to mention the significant disparity in physical quality. However, Yang Hong kept repeating just one phrase, he forgot. He truly forgot, and he showed no intention of wanting to remember. Faced with such a tough nut, Wen Yu was at a loss. After thinking for a long time, he decided to let Yang Hong off the hook and return to the Red Stone Grand Hotel. The Red Stone Grand Hotel was bustling with activity, as everyone was busy preparing for the banquet scheduled in 2 days. Klaus was also running around, appearing to be fully dedicated to this event. In fact, hosting a banquet at the Red Stone Grand Hotel had its advantages for Klaus, at least for those who did not understand the true distribution of power in the City of Sin. The very fact that Klaus could organize an event of this scale was enough to demonstrate his influence within the city. Wen Yu, however, did not seek out Klaus again. Instead, he went straight to Quang Liu's room to communicate the latest developments in the situation. Originally, Wen Yu did not need to invest so much effort into this matter, even if this strange dream actively entangled him. After all, if he couldn't find the main culprit, he could just leave. After all, the United States was vast, and there was no shortage of places for him to hide. However, the inference that a divine beast species possessed dream-related abilities made Wen Yu restless, making it hard for him to give up on such a uniquely powerful creature. Quang Liu had just stayed in the room to communicate with Claire, checking if she had any relevant information regarding the situation. Unfortunately, Claire was also in the dark. According to her, during her last mission in Las Vegas dealing with military casualties, she had not managed to uncover any useful results. This led the U.S. military to decide to abandon Las Vegas and instead assign a small special operations team to establish a communication network there. Thus far, all leads had completely ceased. Returning to his room, Wen Yu lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. After a while, he let out a heavy sigh. This water is indeed deep. The truth seemed to be obscured by a veil, making it difficult for Wen Yu to grasp. For the first time, Wen Yu felt his own powerlessness. While his strength was formidable, this world was filled with bizarre abilities. At this moment, he had no means or capabilities to deal with all the unknowns. He seemed to recall what Quang Liu had said to him in the dream, get stronger, become even stronger. Still not enough. Wen Yu's previously confused gaze gradually became resolute. All misfortunes stem from weakness. This saying had always been a truth he held dear. The events of the past 2 days undoubtedly reinforced this notion in him, tearing through the fog, capturing that creature with its strange abilities, and then integrating that power into himself. In this situation, Wenyu would not only resolve the weaknesses within his own ability system, but also transform what was originally feeble into something extraordinarily powerful in an instant. This might also be the terrifying aspect of being a soul master, the perfect way to turn enemies into allies and grow stronger. As night deepened, it was just another ordinary evening. However, in this world, unusual events were bound to occur. In a space shrouded in shadows, filled with mysterious gray-black currents, a black cat quietly lay on a massive stone platform. The bright moonlight gently spilled in from the opening above the cat, illuminating its sleek, dark fur with a faint silver sheen. However, from the black cat's slightly trembling body, it was evident that it seemed to be enduring immense pain. Then the black cat slowly opened its eyes. Its emerald-green eyes, filled with terrifying cracks like broken glass, once beautiful, now reflected a hint of dazedness, with countless fragmented images flashing by, eventually settling on the figure of Wenyu. Afterward, the black cat softly let out a meow. The weakness in its voice was palpable, and the next moment the black cat slowly closed its eyes, as if falling into a deep sleep. A strange and secretive wave of spiritual energy was sent out, crossing time and space, and instantly arrived at the Red Stone Grand Hotel. Then it slipped into Wenyu's mind. Neither Wenyu nor the watchful one-eyed and Xing noticed anything at all. Wenyu dreamed again. This time the dream took place in the treasure land of Shanlan's star. Wenyu transformed into an ordinary warrior of Shanlan's star, born in the late apocalypse, lacking any educational background. From the moment he became aware, he had been tirelessly learning killing techniques. Eventually, after becoming a somewhat qualified warrior, he had the opportunity to change professions. He was now facing a bound level 1 early-stage demonic creature. Wenyu swung his knife at the creature's neck. Black blood sprayed everywhere, with droplets even splattering into Wenyu's mouth, causing him to gag violently. The next second, Wenyu suddenly woke up. "Big boss, did you have a nightmare again?" Xing, who had not been asleep, immediately understood what had happened upon seeing Wenyu's sudden movement. Wenyu nodded slightly. "Nothing strange, right?" "Nothing at all." Xing's tone was very serious. The last time could be attributed to unpreparedness, but this time, with both of them and their pets on high alert, that unknown presence still invaded the dream. This couldn't just be explained as carelessness. Wenyu silently lay back down, his thoughts swirling in his mind. The dream he just had was not as vivid as the second and third dreams from the day before. Even within the dream, Wenyu could feel a sense of unreality, and he hadn't heard the cat's call, awakening naturally instead. This time, waking up felt more like being startled awake from a nightmare, a common experience for many. After thinking for a long time, Wenyu let out a quiet sigh, feeling no desire to go back to sleep. Looking at the clock, it was 3 in the morning. Wenyu quietly picked up the wine glass from the table and in the dimly reddish moonlight, slowly savored the red wine. Outside the window, the moonlight spilled across the earth, but much of it remained in darkness. Hidden beneath that darkness, countless sins and secrets lay in wait. Wenyu squinted, quietly observing the pitch-black night below, and after a while, seemingly to himself, murmured, "Have you noticed that the fog in Las Vegas is a bit thick?" Xing quietly climbed onto Wenyu's head, looking down. After a moment it mumbled, "It's okay, just a bit hazy, nothing major." Wenyu nodded silently. While the fog tonight was dense, it still fell within the range of normalcy. After observing the scenery outside for a moment, Wenyu slowly crawled back into bed, squinting his eyes, lost in thought. After the dream, there was calm. The mutated beast, which was initially estimated to be a mutated cat, did not launch any more skills against Wenyu. As for Wenyu, he was unable to grasp the other party's details, so the following days were quite mundane. Wenyu's daily routine consisted of wandering around aimlessly, occasionally hunting some unseeing mutated beasts. However, near Las Vegas, he could hardly find large groups of mutated beasts. If there were any, they were likely underground or in the sewers, resulting in almost no increase in his points. Amidst this seemingly ordinary daily life, the banquet hosted by Klaus, initiated in the name of the Crazy Flow, officially began. As night fell, the entire Red Stone Grand Hotel fell into tranquility. The Red Stone Grand Hotel was closed to the public tonight. Inside the hotel, lights were strung everywhere, and numerous servants were bustling about, adding a splash of color to the upcoming banquet. At this moment, Wenyu was in his room picking out a suit. The suit was sent by Klaus. Wenyu himself had no experience attending banquets, and at this moment he was endlessly trying on ill-fitted formal wear under the guidance of 2 female attendants. The 2 attendants kept giggling and occasionally poked Wenyu's chest with their fingers, which made him a bit annoyed. All right, you can go out now." Waving away the 2 beautiful attendants, Wenyu sat on the bed for a long time, decisively tore the expensive suit into pieces, and then changed into his own black long coat, nodding in satisfaction. This banquet was originally organized at Wen Yu's request, but he did not use his name, so he was essentially a guest, making what he wore unimportant. Moreover, Klaus and the Crazy Flow would not complain to Wen Yu over such trivial matters. Once dressed, Wen Yu picked up One-Eyed and Star and strolled down the stairs. The banquet was scheduled for 8 in the evening. By the time Wen Yu went downstairs, it was just past 7, but the banquet hall was already filled with guests. In addition to Annie, Klaus, and Yang Hong, there were many groups from all over Las Vegas. The leaders of these groups, along with the personnel they brought, could probably host a lively banquet themselves. However, in Wen Yu's eyes, these were just small fries. As for the big fish, Wen Yu first glanced at Klaus, who was at the door greeting guests, then turned his head to look around before his eyes lit up as he walked directly toward a corner. There, neatly dressed Yang Hong was chatting and laughing with a brightly dressed woman, while a few early-stage Level 4 professionals were cautiously on guard around Yang Hong. Their quality was decent, and Wen Yu clearly knew what these people were on guard against. Sure enough, when they saw Wen Yu walking straight towards Yang Hong, his subordinates quietly moved to block his path. "Loyalty is commendable, but are you sure you want to block my way?" Wen Yu slightly smirked at them, while a wave of mental energy directly transmitted to their ears. However, these people were completely unfazed. It was Yang Hong who rescued his subordinates. "Wen Yu, it's been a long time since we last met. You didn't even come to find me." Yang Hong approached with a smile, casually waving away his subordinates. Wen Yu casually snatched a wine glass from a passing servant, gestured to Yang Hong to please, and then said with a smile, "What, want me to help you again? My appearance fee is quite expensive." Upon hearing this, Yang Hong burst into laughter, throwing an arm around Wen Yu's shoulder as the two walked toward a dim corner. "I didn't expect you to come today. Aren't you afraid I would torture you again?" The two were now seated on sofas in a corner of the banquet hall, chatting casually. Wen Yu was simply bored and wanted to see if he could extract anything from Yang Hong's mouth. After all, among everyone present, other than the busy Klaus and Crazy Flow, only this guy in front of him was qualified to keep him entertained. Yang Hong shook his head slightly. "I didn't lie to you. I believe you know that I really forgot." Hearing Yang Hong's explanation, Wen Yu slightly pursed his lips. "Maybe your mouth is just too tight. I think it's better to try once more." Yang Hong was momentarily speechless, his face awkward. "I can't take it anymore, my head still hurts." Wen Yu gently nodded. "I just didn't expect you to be so tight-lipped. Actually, I still have a hard time believing that your memory was completely wiped by the skill." After hearing Wen Yu's words, Yang Hong fell silent, took a sip of his drink, and then spoke softly. "Actually, for the past 2 days, I've been wondering what exactly I forgot. But whenever I think about this question, a voice in my heart keeps telling me this truth is more important than my life. Wen Yu, what do you think could be more important than your life?" Hearing Yang Hong's words, Wen Yu paused lightly, then shook his head decisively. "My life is the most important. Nothing is more important than my life." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Yang Hong suddenly burst out laughing, saying directly, "The thought of a lone walker." "Cheers." Saying this, he clinked glasses with Wen Yu and drank the contents in one go. "When I traveled from New York back to Las Vegas, I also felt that nothing was more important than my life. In fact, this is the mindset of every lone walker. If one doesn't put their life first while acting alone, it's akin to suicide. But when I returned home and received the news of my parents' deaths, I suddenly realized that I would rather give up my life to save my parents. In other words, my parents' lives are more important than my own, but they are already dead," Wen Yu bluntly stated the harsh truth. Yang Hong sighed and nodded. "Right, they are dead. Then I sought once again for something more important than my life. This time I found something. Do you know what it is?" Wen Yu shook his head. "It's this city." Yang Hong slowly adjusted his sitting posture, his expression no longer lazy. "This city carries the memories of my childhood, the happiest memories I had with my parents, and nearly all my beautiful experiences. When I returned to Las Vegas and learned of my parents' deaths, I completely collapsed. I didn't understand why God subjected me to so many trials. You should understand how difficult it is to travel alone from New York to Las Vegas." Wen Yu nodded. "This distance spanned almost the entire United States. The difficulties along the way need not be elaborated." At this moment, Yang Hong appeared to be deeply immersed in his memories, speaking slowly but gently. "Then I saw a tree. That was when I was 10 years old and my father and I planted it together. It has grown tall now, right in my backyard. At that moment, I suddenly grasped something. Some people may have died, but they did not leave behind the slightest trace. I know that dead people cannot be brought back to life. I've accepted reality. However, the deceased will always leave behind beautiful memories as a legacy for the living to cherish. For this memory, I organized the strongest military team in this city. From the very beginning of my team's establishment, it was to protect the memories in my heart, to protect my hometown with my parents, to protect this place that gave me life. So, for the sake of this city, for my city, I will spare no effort. This includes my own life and naturally my memories." After finishing his words, Yang Hong stared intently at Wen Yu, his wariness peaking. Wen Yu shook his head and chuckled lightly. "I admire principled people, so you can rest assured, generally speaking, I won't go on a killing spree. But remember one thing, this is just in general. If I find my life under threat, I really will go crazy." Their gazes clashed in the air, seemingly sparking bursts of fire. After a moment, Wen Yu was the first to laugh, and Yang Hong wore a helpless smile. "Just for your earlier words, I can't let you come to any harm. All right, I'll be your nanny." After saying this, Yang Hong directly took out a crescent-shaped pendant from his spatial ring. "This thing is for you. I found it in the past 2 days, kept under my pillow. I don't know what it is, but based on its description, it should be helpful for this matter." "Oh!" Wen Yu immediately raised an eyebrow and reached out to take the pendant, but Yang Hong quickly retracted his hand, leaving Wen Yu grasping at thin air. "I need you to promise me one thing. Say it. If this thing really helps you, you owe me a favor. Within my capabilities, within your capabilities." After Yang Hong finished speaking, he handed the pendant to Wen Yu, then stood up to leave. The Moonlight Pendant Unknown Level, crafted by the strong in this world, infusing their own vitality and mental strength, possessing unknown power. Note, the crafting method is crude and does not meet the criteria for system certification, but the power contained within is real, hence it cannot be rated. Wen Yu examined the pendant in his hand and chuckled lightly, placing it into his spatial ring. Not long after Yang Hong left, Klaus quietly approached, leaned close to Wen Yu's ear and softly said, "Annie and Claire are almost here. Lord Frenzy wants to know your thoughts." Wen Yu pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I have no opinions. The dinner will proceed normally." "Understood." After Klaus finished speaking, he quickly exited the banquet hall. The importance of Claire and Annie was sufficient for Klaus as the host to personally greet them. Annie has a military background, which has already been confirmed by Lord Frenzy. In fact, Annie joined the military system later on when the military sent troops to Las Vegas, and she was the first to make contact with them. Moreover, it must be said that Annie is quite skilled. Not only did she successfully integrate into the military system, but she also became close friends with Claire, the strongest among the U.S. military. At least in the eyes of outsiders, the relationship between Claire and Annie seems very good. When Claire arrived in Las Vegas, her first destination was not the Redstone Grand Hotel, but Annie's residence. So when Annie and Claire walked into the venue together, it didn't seem strange at all. When Klaus led Annie and Claire into the banquet hall, Wen Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. Both women were exceptionally beautiful. Even someone like Wen Yu, who wasn't particularly lecherous, felt a surge of hormones. Claire was not wearing her usual tight combat leather outfit, nor was she carrying that cumbersome metal box behind her. Instead, she wore a pure black fitted long dress. The perfect waistline and her ample bosom attracted the attention of most men present, and her seductive posture made countless people swallow hard. Next to Claire, Annie stood out even more. She wore a bright red dress that accentuated her perfect face and figure, making her seem like a blooming rose, her slightly upturned lips carrying a hint of a charming smile, exuding a suffocating feminine charm. Sitting in the corner, Wen Yu silently put on his glasses. "Ding, Tier 3 peak." Upon seeing this message, Wen Yu was not particularly surprised. Although Annie's strength was only Tier 3 peak, her appearance made her power seem less important. After all, this is an era that values looks. Moreover, it was clear that Annie knew how to utilize her natural advantages. Annie first greeted Claire, then exchanged a few words with Klaus, and while taking the wine glass offered by a nearby servant, she elegantly walked towards the corner where Wen Yu was sitting. "Hi, beautiful." Wen Yu raised his glass towards the approaching Annie, nodding in acknowledgement. Annie, taking graceful steps, elegantly sat down on the sofa next to Wen Yu and said in a slightly husky voice, "I've often heard Claire mention how strong you are, and today it seems you truly stand out." One must say, Wen Yu had heard plenty of compliments, but those words coming from a beautiful woman felt different. Wen Yu nodded slightly but didn't say anything further. After a moment, Annie gently leaned in, her beautiful face coming closer to Wen Yu as she asked, "I heard from Klaus that you have something to ask me. I wonder what it is." The intoxicating fragrance made Wen Yu feel a bit dazed, even slowing his thoughts. After a while, he finally said, "I want to ask about the deaths of the troops in Las Vegas." Annie gently shook her head. "There were no results. Those 2 groups of soldiers just died in the camp. Later, when Claire came here, she didn't find anything either. You can verify this with Claire." Wen Yu nodded slightly. "By the way, have you heard about a mutated beast here that has dream-related abilities?" Annie shook her head gently. I haven't heard about that, but I did get a bit of news that Yang Hong seems to have experienced something similar to a dream. Upon hearing this, Wen Yu felt helpless. After all this back and forth, they returned to square one. Just as Wen Yu was contemplating, Annie suddenly spoke to him. By the way, I often hear Claire say how powerful you are and how terrifying your spirit pet is. Would you mind sharing a bit about yourself with me? Annie's eyes were clear, tinged with curiosity, making her seem playful and cute. Combined with the fragrance surrounding her, Wen Yu suddenly felt at ease with her. Then he took a gentle sip from his glass and slowly said, "That's a long story." While Wen Yu and Annie were chatting happily, Claire was naturally observing them. A hint of worry and contemplation flickered in Claire's eyes, as if she were pondering something extremely difficult. Then, with a soft sigh, her expression quickly grew resolute. With the arrival of the two heavyweights, Klaus concluded his slightly awkward welcoming duties and stood in the middle of the banquet hall. He picked up the microphone handed to him by a nearby servant and cleared his throat lightly. "Dear guests, welcome to this welcome dinner hosted by the Red Stone Grand Hotel. Now let's invite today's initiator, the super powerhouse from Huaxia. Sequence 3, Lin Quangliu." Thunderous applause erupted, and soon, Quangliu stepped out from the corner in the back, wearing a well-fitted suit that highlighted his extraordinary stature. In that moment, Wen Yu felt a twinge of jealousy over Quangliu's impressive appearance. Seeing this, Annie might have sensed Wen Yu's change in mood and softly said, "Actually, I prefer something more casual than this gown. If it weren't for Claire insisting I wear a dress, I'd rather be in my usual clothes." "Oh," Wen Yu raised his eyebrows, "is this dress not yours? It's a gift from Claire. Does it look good?" Annie gently tugged at the hem of her skirt, revealing half of her fair leg. The sight of her fair skin made Wen Yu swallow hard. This woman was not only beautiful, but also alluring. Being with her made Wen Yu feel relaxed and pleased. Wen Yu nodded slightly, acknowledging Annie's beauty. Meanwhile, on stage, Quangliu was making some small talk about enjoying food and drink, officially declaring the dinner open. Soft music began to play, and Wen Yu and Annie sat in the corner, chatting animatedly as if the whole world had forgotten about them, or maybe the two of them had forgotten the world. Not long ago, in that Demon Suppression Tower treasure land, it was truly a nightmare. Wen Yu looked at Annie's face, which was so close, and recounted the amusing stories of his journey after the apocalypse, occasionally making Annie laugh heartily. Annie occasionally mentioned some events that occurred in Las Vegas, keeping Wen Yu intrigued and listening closely. At a certain moment, Wen Yu suddenly had a thought: this woman is really something. The melodious music flowed like silver pearls falling to the ground, bringing an enchanting hue to the entire banquet hall. Watching Annie excitedly recount her childhood embarrassments, Wen Yu abruptly reached out his hand and said to her, "Let's dance." The sudden invitation interrupted Annie's lively narrative. She glanced at the dance floor hesitantly, then playfully winked at Wen Yu. "I'm known as the nightclub queen, you know. Do you even know how to dance?" Wen Yu wore a pensive expression for a moment before gently shaking his head. "That's true, I never learned, but—" Wen Yu said, abruptly pulling Annie into his arms and walking directly to the center of the dance floor. He leaned in close, whispering in her ear, "I'm Tier 2. I can easily learn just by watching." In the next second, the music intensified, and as Wen Yu embraced Annie's waist, he began to dance a smooth social dance, while Annie's red dress blossomed like a magnificent rose. Quangliu slowly walked over to Claire. At this moment, Claire was holding her wine glass, intently staring at Annie and Wen Yu on the dance floor, lost in thought. "Your friend has quite the charm," Quangliu said softly, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. Claire shook her head but didn't say anything further. "What, afraid?" Claire nodded, her tone very serious. "If he goes all out, we'll both die here, I'm sure, and you should be sure too. His strength surpasses ours combined." Quangliu nodded slightly and kept his gaze fixed on Claire's eyes. After a moment he sighed and said, "The arrow is on the string, it must be released. Besides, didn't we already formulate a plan? You want Tier 2, and we want the Night God Cat. The entire plan is perfect. Even if it ultimately fails, we can still extricate ourselves from this situation." With that, Quangliu fixedly stared into Claire's eyes. "We must act carefully and avoid revealing any flaws. Even a small misstep would be minor, but the hostility from Tier 2 is something your United States military cannot handle. Don't forget, this is your territory." Claire's gaze seemed a bit dazed. After a while, she helplessly shook her head. "I never wanted to be the strongest in the military because taking on this role means confronting all kinds of darkness. I'm really afraid. I fear becoming someone like you, someone who would ruthlessly betray even friends." "Ha ha!" Quangliu shook his head slightly, reflecting, "Remember one thing: Wen Yu is not my friend. He's merely an uncontrollable variable outside military control. We couldn't control him before, but now we have a way, and the success rate is quite high. Why not proceed?" Thus, using him to exchange for favorable conditions for the Huaxia military is what I should do. This is also my duty as the supreme powerhouse of the Huaxia military. After this statement, both Quangliu and Claire fell silent. After a while, Quangliu respectfully extended his right hand to Claire. Come on, let's relax a bit and dance. My identity and power should be enough to qualify me to invite you, right? Claire nodded gently, set down her wine glass, and followed Quangliu onto the dance floor. The dance ended. The melodious music gradually transitioned into a lively tune, and Wenyu once again pulled Annie's hand, hiding in a corner. I didn't expect you to dance so well, Annie smiled and said to Wenyu. Wenyu wasn't modest. It's okay, after all, I have a good learning ability and body coordination. After saying that, a silence fell between them. Wenyu, after all, had no experience facing women alone, especially not ones he had feelings for. That's right, he had feelings, and even Wenyu didn't understand why he felt a spark of love at first sight when he first met Annie. In fact, he hadn't even realized that himself. While chatting casually with Annie, after a while, Annie suddenly said, By the way, have you been to the underground arena of the Red Stone Grand Hotel? I have. Why do you like that? Annie nodded gently, her eyes sparkling with a visible desire as they looked at Wenyu. Wenyu contemplated for a moment and decisively pulled Annie. Let's go, let's check it out. They casually found an empty room with no one around, and Annie went inside to change her clothes. After all, wearing formal attire to the underground arena was a bit too conspicuous. Wenyu stood outside, chatting idly with a few spirit pets. Big boss, this woman is really beautiful. I think the big boss wants to mate, said the one-eyed spirit pet, licking its tongue and looking at Wenyu with a lewd expression, which made Wenyu feel helpless. The star said, The big boss seems a bit off today. I remember the big boss used to be very indifferent towards women. The one-eyed spirit pet retorted, That's because he hasn't met someone this beautiful. The little soul beast chimed in, I also feel something strange about the big boss today. The one-eyed spirit pet exclaimed, You guys don't understand anything. Mating is the foundation of race propagation, the greatest instinct of life. It's not surprising the big boss has such a reaction. I tell you, the big boss must be overflowing with hormones. You don't know, but every morning I see the big boss, his face is flushed and he's very excited. Scram! Hearing the one-eyed spirit pet's nonsensical words, Wenyu decisively gave it a smack on the head, then narrowed his eyes slightly. What the star and little soul beast had just said was not wrong at all. The moment he saw Annie today, Wenyu unconsciously got attracted to her, and even now he willingly stood guard for her. In the past, this was completely unimaginable. Thinking of this, Wenyu tightened his brows. Something feels off. I have a sense that something is wrong. However, before Wenyu could think deeply, a fragrant breeze swept over him as Annie, dressed in casual wear, gracefully walked out. Let's go, seeing the smile on Annie's face made Wenyu's heart suddenly skip a beat. What was he just thinking? He forgot. But none of that mattered now. A thought in Wenyu's mind was growing stronger. I want beauty. I don't want power. With that thought, Wenyu gently took Annie's little hand and directly walked towards the underground arena. The underground arena was still bustling with activity. Although Klaus was hosting a banquet above, in this chaotic apocalypse, the programs of the banquet naturally had to undergo some changes, and the arena below was today's highlight performance of the banquet. Just as the current host announced, Today, our great boss, Klaus, to welcome the super experts from Huaxia, Sequence 2 and Sequence 3, as well as our United States top fighter, Sequence 5, Lord Claire, has arranged a series of ultimate battles. All guests present today will definitely have a feast for the eyes. Wenyu didn't listen to the rest of the announcement and directly took Annie into the private room Klaus had arranged for him. The private room was regularly cleaned and filled with fresh fruit. Annie quietly sat on the sofa, peeling lychee, while her big eyes scanned Wenyu, who was slumped on the sofa, and after a while she smiled brightly. Your two spirit pets are so adorable. Can I hug one? Wenyu hesitated as he looked at the one-eyed spirit pet and the star while sending a mental wave to his two spirit pets. Do you want to go? I want to. Let me check if this little girl's chest is real. The one-eyed spirit pet shouted lewdly and then jumped out of Wenyu's embrace, diving into Annie's arms. The star hesitated. Big boss, how do you feel about this? What do you mean? I just feel that the big boss is acting strangely today. Wenyu frowned and thought for a while, decisively saying, Do you sense any skill fluctuations? The star shook its head. I didn't feel anything either, so there's only one explanation for this. Upon hearing Wenyu's words, the star immediately became alert. What explanation? I'm in love. I really like this woman. In fact, I only realized today that I need a woman by my side. The star's big eyes blinked, hesitantly asking, Big boss, can you be sure you like this woman? Wenyu nodded. But the big boss really seems strange today, not at all like before when you were so cold. As soon as this mental wave was released, Wenyu fell silent. In the past, he wasn't that cold. After a moment of silence, Wenyu confidently replied, I really want to find a woman as my emotional support. I want a family. I also want a child. Even with you guys by my side, I still feel exhausted, so very exhausted. After saying that, Wenyu silently leaned back on the sofa, staring at Annie, who was teasing the one-eyed spirit pet, his eyes becoming increasingly deep. I love your scent, I love your smile, I love your face. Although I don't know why you were able to capture my attention in such a short time, my feelings cannot deceive me. This might be the taste of love. At this moment, Wenyu felt somewhat intoxicated. Look, look, the main event is coming. As Wenyu watched Annie, his mind still hazy, Annie gently nudged him and pointed at the battle that was about to begin below. At this moment, the host on the stage was passionately shouting, Let's welcome the strongest fighter of the Redstone Arena, Furious Matthews, battling our Redstone Arena's immortal myth, Karu. As soon as the host finished speaking, a not particularly muscular figure quickly walked out from one side of the arena. Meanwhile, the host continued with the introduction. First to enter the arena is our Redstone Arena's strongest myth, Furious Matthews. Matthews has fought a total of 318 battles here at Redstone, among which 52 were life-and-death battles. He has never lost, and just 2 days ago, Matthews officially became a powerful 4th-tier professional. Moreover, he is the first 4th-tier gladiator in our Redstone Arena. As the host finished speaking, cheers erupted in the arena. For most survivors now, a 4th-tier professional is an absolutely unattainable existence. Perhaps only in the Redstone Arena can one watch 4th-tier professionals fighting without any cost. As the cheers gradually subsided, the host spoke again, and Furious Matthews' opponent is our Redstone Arena's immortal myth. He has lost every regular match but has won every life-and-death battle, Karu. Just yesterday, Karu also became a 4th-tier professional, so today, our Redstone Arena will present a battle between 2 4th-tier powerhouses in an ultimate showdown. After the host finished, the audience erupted with even more fervent cheers. Then, a middle-aged man, not taller than 1.8 meters but incredibly muscular, stepped onto the stage. The betting window is now officially open for the next 10 minutes. The odds for Furious Matthews are 1 to 0.5, while Karu's odds are 1 to 2. With that, the host left the arena, and on the stage, Furious Matthews was shouting and occasionally giving the finger to his opponent. Meanwhile, Karu simply sat quietly in one corner of the stage. Annie quietly signaled for a waiter and took out 2 third-tier magic crystals from her spatial ring. Place my bet on Matthews, thank you. Wenyu interjected. From a physical standpoint, that guy named Karu is stronger and his mentality is better. I think Karu has a higher chance of winning. Annie gently shook her head. You can tell you don't come here often. I've been here once. Annie began to stroke the fur of her one-eyed creature as she softly spoke. Although the two are equally matched, Matthews has fought so many times without ever losing. But Karu is different. He approaches fighting like a job. This match isn't a life-and-death battle. Karu will definitely get beaten by Matthews. Oh! Wenyu raised an eyebrow and took out 2 third-tier magic crystals, handing them to the waiter. Bet on Karu. Afterward, Wenyu smiled at Annie. Let's have some fun. 10 minutes quickly passed and the battle began. Both Matthews and Karu had very aggressive fighting styles, and the punches landed made the audience feel pumped. Unfortunately, with Wenyu's strength, he could clearly see that the gladiator named Karu had no fighting spirit at all. Compared to offense, Karu preferred defense. Everyone knows that a prolonged defense will inevitably lead to loss. In just under 3 minutes, Karu was knocked down to the ground by a heavy blow from Matthews, and the referee quickly announced the victory, causing a wave of boos from the audience. You see, I told you so. Annie looked back at Wenyu with a smile, but Wenyu's original spot was already empty. A minute earlier, just as Wenyu was engrossed in watching the battle below, a black shadow suddenly flashed by the corner of his eye. It moved so fast that Wenyu barely caught a glimpse, let alone the other professionals. At the same time, Xing's head snapped up, and a mental wave transmitted into Wenyu's mind. Big boss, that's a divine beast species. Are you sure? Absolutely, but its aura is very unstable. As soon as Xing's voice fell, Wenyu had already transformed into a cloud of black mist, quickly moving toward the source of the aura. In a dark alley behind the Redstone Grand Hotel, accompanied by the creaking sound of iron doors, Wenyu smashed the long-closed back door of the hotel to bits. It's right here. Actually, Xing didn't need to say anything more. Wenyu could see the black cat lying on the ground at a glance. Its once shiny black fur had lost its luster, and in some places, blood was flowing. The small body was trembling slightly, indicating that this unknown divine beast species was enduring immense pain. Perhaps sensing someone approaching from behind, the black cat let out a soft meow and opened its eyes with all its strength. What kind of eyes were those? Only from the very center of the pupils could one spot a faint green glow. The rest of the area was covered in dense blood-red cracks. However, the faint green light revealed a trace of unwavering will that made Wenyu's heart tighten. In the next second, countless memories, like flashes, transmitted from the black cat's eyes into Wenyu's mind. A torrent of memory fragments surged into Wenyu's brain, and the feeling was akin to being hit head-on by a mental storm. In an instant, Wenyu felt as if a tremendous wave had surged within his mind, with countless pieces of information rushing in only to be digested and absorbed by his powerful fifth-tier mental strength. "Big boss, are you okay?" A voice that seemed to come from a distant shore pulled Wenyu back from the mental storm. His eyes quickly regained clarity, and he squeezed his temples forcefully. "Are you all right, Hugh?" Hugh, after exhaling a couple of heavy breaths, Wenyu gently shook his head. "How long was I in a daze?" "Less than 10 seconds. What happened to you just now?" "Nothing, just discovered something interesting." "By the way, where did that cat go?" Xing looked at Wenyu in confusion, then turned to look at the spot where the black cat had been lying, shaking his head gently. "It vanished in a flash." Wenyu nodded. "Let's go back, we don't want to keep Annie waiting." After saying this, Wenyu clenched his fists tightly, then took out the pendant Yang Hong had given him from his spatial ring and put it around his neck. Recalling everything that had happened since entering Las Vegas, combined with the recent memory fragments, a ferocious aura surged in Wenyu's eyes, which he then forced down with great effort. "The time isn't right yet, and you little people will eventually pay the price." The arena was in an uproar, and after the battle between Karu and Matthews, everything else felt like child's play. Wenyu wore a faint smile as he walked directly into the private box. Inside the box, Annie was stroking the one-eyed creature while peeling fruit and gently feeding it. "I just went to the restroom." "So what happened in the battle?" Annie smiled and nodded. "You lost." Wenyu shrugged. "The moment I saw the match start, I knew Karu would definitely lose. That guy has no professional ethics. I need to report this to Klaus." Annie covered her mouth and giggled, and Wenyu chatted with her about some funny stories. After a while, Annie let out a big yawn. Noticing this, Wenyu tactfully said, "Let's go. I think the dinner upstairs should be over." Annie nodded, linked her arm with Wenyu's, and the two walked out of the private box together. Outside the Red Stone Grand Hotel, Wenyu and Quang Liu stood together, silently watching as Annie and Claire got into the car. "She's a pretty nice woman, isn't she?" Quang Liu said to Wenyu with a smile. Wenyu nodded firmly. "I like her a lot." "Oh," Quang Liu teased, "you finally opened your eyes." "Actually, during our time in the Demon Suppression Tower Treasure Land, I suspected more than once if your sexual orientation was an issue." Wenyu raised an eyebrow. "What? Afraid I might go wild and take you in?" Quang Liu curled his lip but said nothing. Watching Claire and Annie's car drive further away, Wenyu turned and walked into the Red Stone Grand Hotel, while Quang Liu kept chattering behind him. "With your strength, to put it bluntly, what kind of woman can't you have? I think you should have just kept that Annie around and cooked some rice tonight. How straightforward." Wenyu suddenly turned around, looking seriously at Quang Liu's face. His deep gaze made Quang Liu feel a bit uneasy. After a pause, Wenyu gently nodded. "I'll consider that suggestion." Night fell when Yu was quietly observing the night outside from his room. Dayuan and Xing were playfully wrestling on the big bed. Everything seemed normal, at least from an outsider's perspective. However, in the mental link, when Yu was rapidly communicating with his two spirit pets. "Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. You two should do what you need to do and don't show any signs of surprise. I strongly suspect we are currently under someone else's surveillance. This is a trap. Ever since I had my first dream, I have been caught in this trap. I still don't quite know who set this trap for me, but one thing is certain. Annie is one of the main culprits. Whether Kua Liu and Claire, or the military forces of the United States and Huaxia are involved, remains unknown." Upon hearing Wenyu's words, Dayuan bit down on the little horn on Xing's head while initiating a mental communication. "Big boss, can't we just take them out directly?" "No, the night god cat, that divine beast species from Las Vegas, is already trapped in their snare. We must rescue it. It told me its plan when we just made contact. So I'm giving you two a task." Wenyu lay quietly on the bed while continually communicating with the moonlight pendant on his chest. The name of this moonlight pendant was Beautiful Oblivion, to forget what one wishes to forget, and Wenyu's choice was to forget the truth, just as Yang Hong once did. The scene of communicating with the night god cat, the images it transmitted regarding the truth, along with a wave of Wenyu's own mental fluctuations, were all injected into oblivion. After that, Wenyu felt his mind empty. What came back to him wasn't the entire chain of events but a beautiful face, Annie. Annie! Wenyu whispered softly, his tone filled with a hint of attachment and longing before gradually slipping into sleep. Meanwhile, Dayuan and Xing seemed oblivious, but in the depths of their gaze, a trace of worry could faintly be seen. This plan was too perilous, and the trap was incredibly strange. Las Vegas was a murky pool unfathomable. Wenyu had a dream. In the dream, he transformed into a child born in Las Vegas, growing up under the love of his parents. At the same time, there was a childhood friend. She was an exceptionally beautiful and gentle girl named Annie. Throughout elementary, middle, and high school, the two were always together, so naturally they ended up together. They knew and loved each other, mutually warming and relying on one another, eventually building their own family. Everything was so beautiful. Unfortunately, the apocalypse arrived. When the zombies came rushing at them, Annie forcefully pushed Wenyu away, sacrificing herself to the sharp teeth of the undead. Pain and despair engulfed Wenyu like a tidal wave. At that moment, a massive light shadow suddenly appeared before him. "Do you want to resurrect your loved one?" Wenyu yelled out in despair. "Yes, I want to. Then are you willing to pay any price?" "I'm willing, I am willing, as you wish." The next second, Wenyu suddenly woke up. Hugh. Wenyu gasped for air, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, soaking his cheeks. "Big boss, what happened?" "Big boss?" Xing and Dayuan were also awakened by Wenyu, their eyes flashing with compassion and pain, but they didn't say anything more. Wenyu's eyes seemed lost as he looked around in confusion. Outside, the sky was already hinting at dawn. Suddenly, Wenyu's eyes brightened as if enchanted. He kept murmuring something, then quickly got dressed, rushed into the bathroom to wash up, and pulled Dayuan and Xing, sprinting towards the entrance of the Red Stone Grand Hotel. Annie's residence was far from the Red Stone Grand Hotel. Wenyu exited the hotel door and grabbed the lobby manager on the first floor, directly asking him to drive him to Annie's home. The lobby manager recognized Wenyu and strictly followed his request. Soon, a luxurious stretch limousine stopped at the entrance of the Red Stone Grand Hotel. The lobby manager respectfully opened the car door for Wenyu. After he got in, the car slowly started and sped away into the distance. Kua Liu stood by the window of his room, watching the car drive away, and sighed softly. What a pity such strong combat power cannot be utilized by the military. Then, Kua Liu took out the communicator from the table and dialed a number. After a moment, a voice came from the other end. "What's up? Wenyu is heading to Annie's manor. Hide yourself well." "Understood. It seems the plan is going smoothly." Hearing the relaxed tone from the female voice on the other end, Kua Liu's brows furrowed. "Don't relax. The spiritual mark hasn't been applied deeply enough. Be very careful during this time and don't reveal any connection to Annie. If the plan fails, we can deny any involvement. Also, remind Annie again, absolutely. Don't let slip any traces of our involvement." There was a long silence on the other end before the voice slowly replied, "Understood." Upon hearing this, Kua Liu hung up the communicator and walked into the bathroom to wash up. For Kua Liu, this was merely the beginning of a new day. Annie's manor was located outside the city. Despite Annie's low power, she had military backing, so the security of the manor was beyond question. The manor, which covered a large area, was filled with fully armed soldiers. Some were members of the Special Operations Team originally stationed in Las Vegas, and others were personnel brought in by Claire. As the car arrived at the entrance, the driver turned to Wenyu and said, "Sir, this is as far as we can go. This area is actually a military-restricted zone, and our vehicle cannot enter." After listening, Wenyu nodded silently, got out of the car, and walked toward the manor gate. The gate was guarded by military personnel who recognized Wenyu. Seeing him approach, the guard first saluted Wenyu with a standard military salute before asking, "Sir, what can I do for you?" "I'm here to see Annie." Wenyu's tone was calm but mixed with a hint of tension, and from his constantly shaking pupils, it was evident that his mental state wasn't calm. However, these things were beyond the perception of the soldier guarding the gate. "Please wait a moment." The guard said that to Wenyu before turning back to the guardhouse to communicate internally through the communicator. After a while, the guard came out of the guardhouse, smiled, and nodded to Wenyu. "Sir, please follow me." The manor was quite spacious, and the decorations were exceptionally beautiful. It didn't take long before the soldier responsible for leading the way stopped, pointing to a gracefully shaped building ahead, saying to Wenyu, "Sir, Lady Annie is inside. I won't accompany you any further." Wenyu nodded, "Thank you." After saying that, he stepped forward toward the house before him. Pushing open the door, a sea of flowers greeted his eyes. Unmutated or slightly mutated flowers filled the entire room, resembling an enchanting fairyland. At the same time, a melodious piano sound drifted gently through the air, the crisp rhythm mixed with faint traces of floral and body fragrance. Gently placing Dayuan and Xing down, Wenyu murmured, "Wait for me here." Then he walked softly towards the direction of the piano sound. Enchanted, Wenyu was completely oblivious to the caution and killing intent in the eyes of Dayuan and Xing behind him. In a room on the second floor, Wenyu saw Annie again. Dressed in a white long dress, Annie looked as pure as a lotus flower, her delicate fingers dancing swiftly, the melodious music flowing everywhere, creating a delightful atmosphere filled with fragrance and beauty, gently sliding through Wenyu's chest. At that moment, Wenyu was utterly captivated. It felt like he was immersed in a soft sea of flowers, as if he had forgotten the entire world, and it seemed he was sliding into an abyss. After a while, the music ceased abruptly. Was it beautiful? With a dazed look in his eyes, Wenyu gently nodded. What's the name? A Maiden's Prayer. Oh, right, what brings you here? Looking at Annie's smiling face, the scene before Wenyu suddenly overlapped with the warmth from his dream. Gently shifting his feet, Wenyu slowly walked closer to Annie, then gently took her delicate hands in his. I missed you. Memories, or perhaps dreams, rolled within Wenyu's mind, uncontrollably surfacing images of moments spent with Annie in his dreams, and this memory instantly felt like a large net, tightly binding Wenyu. His gaze grew increasingly dazed and hollow, then a rich wave of emotion suddenly surged from his eyes. The next second, Wenyu embraced Annie tightly, as if wanting to merge her into his body. We will never be apart again, all right? A soft voice escaped Annie's lips, and in Wenyu's blind spot, a trace of struggle and pain flashed in her eyes. Then this nearly imperceptible emotional fluctuation rapidly faded. Then, Wenyu forcefully wrapped his arms around Annie's waist, their lips meeting. Fragments of the white long dress scattered everywhere. The most primal desires surged forth, instantly drowning Wenyu's consciousness and will. Then, everything unfolded naturally in the piano room, in the bedroom, on the balcony. The intertwining sounds of spirit and flesh echoed continuously. He experienced her warmth, she felt his hardness. As the wind and rain began to subside, Wenyu held Annie, who was curled up like a cat in his arms, a warm smile spreading across his lips. It had been such a long time since he had felt this warmth. When was the last time? It seemed to be when he was a child in Mudanjiang City. Where is Mudanjiang City? He had forgotten. Lost in thought, he glanced at the beautiful woman beside him, drenched in sweat and already fast asleep. Wenyu gently kissed the corner of Annie's lips and slowly drifted off to sleep. It was a beautiful dream. Wenyu dreamed of a mundane yet warm daily life with Annie. The two of them built a complete home on this warm land, the one-eyed beast gnawing on endless meat bones, while the star soared in the sky above the manor. They even had a pair of twins, mixed-race children who were very beautiful, and the two little ones always liked to tug on the ears of the one-eyed beast. However, the demonic disaster descended. The violent and terrifying demonic clan army tore everything apart. Wenyu struggled to resist, but could only helplessly watch as his spirit pets died in battle, and even Annie and the two treasures were torn to shreds by the demonic clan. Despair once again enveloped Wenyu. A gigantic shadow suddenly appeared before him. Do you wish to save everything you love, no matter the cost? I am willing. Wenyu looked up at the huge shadow in midair with a face full of yearning. His will was rapidly crumbling with those simple 3 words, I am willing, and then he slipped into the abyss. Wenyu suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, once again awakened from a nightmare. Trembling, he got out of bed and gulped down the warm water placed beside him. After a while, he calmed his heart and perked up his ears, listening to the sounds in the entire room. From the adjacent room, 2 familiar snoring sounds drifted out. It was the one-eyed beast and the star. The 2 beasts were probably taken care of by Annie, who had gotten up early. In the kitchen, the aroma of food wafted through the air, accompanied by a familiar scent. That was Annie. On tiptoe, Wenyu quietly walked into the kitchen and immediately spotted the familiar figure of Annie. In her beautiful large eyes, there was a serious focus as she placed one fragrant dish after another on the dining table. Cough, cough! Wenyu lightly cleared his throat, startling Annie, who was busy cooking. Are you up? Come eat, try my cooking. Her gentle and warm smile stirred something deep within Wenyu's heart. It was identical to the dream he had just had, so much so that Wenyu couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality. And I, Wenyu, will protect this smile, even if it costs me everything. It was as if they were an old couple, having lunch together, cleaning the room together, enjoying flowers and scenery together, and then snuggling up to sleep. In that moment, Wenyu seemed to forget the passage of time, forget where he was, forget many things he once thought were important. In Wenyu's heart, he may have thought that as long as he had Annie by his side, that was enough. Meanwhile, the one-eyed beast and the star, who lived under the same roof, merely looked on coldly. Wenyu, trapped in a snare, completely disregarded the feelings of the one-eyed beast and the star, until a certain moment when they both disappeared into the darkness, as if they had vanished, only occasionally revealing a trace. But Wenyu seemed to have forgotten the 2 spirit pets, following Annie as they marveled at the flowers and the moon, lost in this peculiar emotional world. Time passed in a blur, and 3 days had gone by. When you sat dazed at the window, the vacancy in his eyes clearly visible. Only when Annie appeared did a spark of life flicker in his gaze. At this moment, Hanyue and Annie were sitting at the kitchen table. Hanyue mechanically wielded his knife and fork, cutting the steak on his plate into disarray. Seeing this, Annie sighed softly, as if comforting a small child. She gently took Hanyue's knife and fork, feeding the steak into his mouth. "Darling, do you remember when we used to play in the yard when we were kids?" Hearing Annie's question, Hanyue nodded with a smile. "I remember. I recall that I accidentally made you cry, and then I got a beating from my dad. You were crying and stopping my dad, and at that time your nose was running." A beautiful smile radiated from Hanyue's face, but combined with his vacant expression, it appeared quite eerie. "Sadly, Uncle and Auntie, as well as my parents, all perished at the hands of zombies at the onset of the apocalypse." As Annie spoke, it seemed to be true, tears welling up in her eyes. Hanyue gently embraced her. "You still have me?" Annie immediately broke into a smile. "Right, I still have you." The two embraced warmly, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the room. After a while, Annie was the first to break the warmth. "What about the one-eyed beast and the star?" Hearing this, Hanyue was taken aback. "The one-eyed beast and the star? Who are they? How strange. I remember they should be important to me, but I can't quite recall." Hanyue furrowed his brows in confusion, as if trapped in a whirlpool of thought, while deep in his vacant eyes, a glimmer of light slowly began to emerge. Then a soft hand gently wrapped around Hanyue's waist. "If you can't remember, then don't think about it. The last time you went to kill the night god cat, both sides suffered, and you lost a lot of memories. But I believe that if we work hard together, we will definitely be able to retrieve those memories." Hearing Annie's comforting words, Hanyue felt as if he were being freed, and he gently wrapped his arms around Annie. The one-eyed beast and the star, forgotten. But somehow that didn't seem important. The communicator rang. Kang Liu sat quietly in the luxurious suite of the Red Stone Grand Hotel, gently picking up the call. Claire's voice came through the communicator. "And he has basically controlled Hanyue. It's time to activate the plan." Hearing this news, Kang Liu frowned slightly. "Then can you explain what you mean by basically?" Claire was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a while she hesitantly said, "Annie told me that Hanyue's mental will has been completely controlled, and he is currently in a memory replacement phase. However, there is one thing she is still concerned about. Hanyue's 2 spirit pets have disappeared. It's uncertain if they were taken into the Soul Realm space by Hanyue, and Annie couldn't ask because whenever the 2 spirit pets are mentioned, Hanyue experiences severe mental fluctuations." Kang Liu pondered for a moment before continuing, then continued to deepen the mental imprint. "His threat level is too high. If things go awry, you can imagine the consequences, right?" On the other side of the communicator, Claire sighed lightly and, feeling troubled, said to Kang Liu, "But the night god cat is going crazy. Its attacks have been quite fierce these past few days, and I'm afraid Anna can't withstand the desperate counterattack from the night god cat." A look of irritation gradually appeared in the corners of Kang Liu's eyes. He silently cursed, "Useless teammate." He then sighed heavily. "Even those in high positions can't change the foolish gambler nature of these Americans. Despite the plan being at this point, the probability of success is only 80%. There are too many uncontrollable factors, and these idiots are about to launch the final plan now. A 20% risk is far too great." In Kang Liu's view, this was utterly absurd. Perhaps Claire sensed Kang Liu's agitation and impatience. The voice from the communicator suddenly spoke. "The plan cannot be delayed. Hanyue's 2 spirit pets are not important. As long as the plan succeeds, those 2 spirit pets cannot escape our grasp. And don't forget, launching the plan ahead of time is beneficial for you. If the plan is delayed and something goes wrong, then the night god cat will be lost. Can I interpret that as you threatening me?" "No, this is not a threat. You need to understand one thing. The plan has reached this stage, and our military has already controlled Hanyue. This also means our strategic goals have been achieved. And your target, the night god cat, is still not under control. I'm doing this for your own good." "Humph!" Kang Liu snorted coldly. "Stop with the useless talk. If you can't control the night god cat, you won't be able to control the netherworld. Ultimately, aren't you considering your own interests?" Claire fell silent. The two sides remained silent for a while until Kang Liu made a compromise. "Let the plan commence. Once Hanyue captures the night god cat, have him send it to the Red Stone Grand Hotel." "Okay," Claire softly acknowledged, then hung up the call. After hanging up the communicator, Kang Liu rubbed his temples heavily, picked up his wine glass, and walked to the window, gazing at the deepening darkness outside while quickly recalling the traps laid for Hanyue and the night god cat, attempting to find any oversights. Meanwhile, in Annie's manor, Wenyu lay quietly on the bed, while Annie sat in a chair by the bed, quietly watching Wenyu's profile. A serene, eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire room, until a sudden mental wave surged into Annie's mind. "Let's begin, sister." A hint of hesitation flashed in Annie's eyes, but then this hint of emotional fluctuation quickly faded. She slowly raised her hands, enveloping Wenyu's head with a purple glow. In the next second, Wenyu suddenly opened his eyes. He was still in the bedroom, but the entire room was filled with a faint mist, giving the space a hazy beauty. "Darling, you're awake," a voice came from across the bed. The figure of Annie in a long black dress slowly walked to the bedside, and then, like a dragonfly touching the water, kissed Wenyu's lips. "Annie," Wenyu softly called out his beloved's name and tightened his embrace around the exquisite beauty before him. Annie gently stroked the back of Wenyu's head, softly saying, "Here, please call me Anna." At this moment, Kang Liu stood by the window with a wine glass, recalling his first conversation with Lin Heifeng since arriving in Las Vegas. "Kang Liu, I need to assign you a task." "What task?" "Before that, I need to tell you something about a decision made collectively by all national organizations in this world, the Earth Community Project." The Earth Community, the full name is the Earth Human Collective. It is a project initiated by me and jointly decided to be implemented by the leaders of 124 countries worldwide. And I will serve as the first supreme leader of the Earth Community. Upon hearing this sudden news, Kang Liu took a moment to react. "That's quite a price to pay?" "Not too bad. In any case, it took over 20 days to finalize this matter, but unfortunately you weren't there at the time. Otherwise, it would have been easier. I'll explain this matter to you in detail later. Let's continue discussing the next topic. What I just mentioned to you regarding the military space transportation device is only one part of the plan. In addition, this plan has a hidden ultimate goal, the Human Race Ranking Control Plan. The Human Race Ranking Control Plan? Hearing Lin Heifeng's words through the communicator, Kang Liu's expression suddenly changed. Lin Heifeng pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Actually, there's something I've never told you. I've long been in contact with the Rank 1. Recently, Rank 1 has formally agreed to join our military, and he will serve as the Huaxia guardian deity. His position is on par with mine in Huaxia. Moreover, the ultimate combat team under Rank 1 consists of 13 super experts from the top 100 rankings, already scattered within the military of various countries based on their nationalities. Additionally, there is Qin Min, and currently the three of you, Qin Min, Fang Bai, and Michelle, jointly serve as the military White Tiger War God. Rank 1 recently subdued a level 5 divine beast species in Southeast Asia. This divine beast species was named Phoenix, and together with the Vermilion Bird, it serves as the military's Vermilion Bird War God. The Black Tortoise project has been perfected. Currently, the body of the Black Tortoise has taken control of the entire inner city and is expanding toward the outer city. The Azure Dragon has also been initially awakened. In this month, the military's strength has expanded at least several times. Just 7 days ago, America's Lone Walker, Rank 10 Joshua, officially joined the American military. Currently, there are only 17 sequence-level experts not under the control of the Earth Community, all of whom are aware of their identities. Among the top 10 super experts, only Rank 2 Wenyu, Rank 4 Chaos, and Rank 7 Arcade are not part of the Earth Community. Hearing this, Kang Liu sighed heavily. "It seems a lot has happened while I've been away for a month. Yes, the changes in this month can only be described as earth-shattering. That album from earlier? Indeed. But its release date was a month ago." Kang Liu barely stabilized his expression before asking, "So, what do I need to do?" "What I just mentioned, helping the American military resist the demonic disaster, is the condition for the American military to support me as the supreme leader of the Earth Community. So in the short term, you need to stay in America." Upon hearing this, a light bulb went off in Kang Liu's mind. "Wait, how did you know that the exit of the Demon Suppression Tower treasure land is in America?" Lin Heifeng on the other end of the communicator remained silent for a while before speaking. "Because this is the first step of my plan. Rank 1 has significant authority and can even control the treasure land to some extent, and placing the treasure land exit in Las Vegas was a result of my discussions with the American military not long ago. Once you and when you entered Las Vegas, all the arrangements had essentially been completed. Everything you saw, heard, and learned was what I wanted when you to see. Just earlier when Jack met with you, the plan had already been set in motion. The entire plan has two objectives. One, to enable the American military to control Rank 2. Once the plan succeeds, Rank 2 will become a part of the American military, including Wenyu's 2 spirit pets, and you can return to your country early. 2 is the currently known strongest divine beast species, the Night God Cat. This super-divine beast species that can communicate between the illusory and reality, life and death, and even create a world independently, is a must for our Huaxia military. Kong Liu fell silent for a moment, letting out a heavy sigh. It seems our cooperation with Wen Yu has gone well. I don't want to push him to our opposing side. No, from the beginning he has stood on our opposing side. Do you remember our goal? Kong Liu pondered for a moment. I remember to defeat the demonic clan, to safeguard Huaxia civilization and even human civilization. Yes, this is what I have been striving for, and it is what I will work towards in the future. And the sequence, which involves the great secret of this apocalypse, concerning the purpose of the sovereign. Everything in this world is not without reason. The purpose of the sovereign establishing sequences is not a whim, but has deeper purposes and meanings. In order to uncover the secrets and intentions of the sovereign, we need to unite all the powers we can. Among them, the most important is the sequence. Perhaps what I'm saying might seem too grand, but you must know that the sequence is not Wen Yu's sequence, nor is it your Kong Liu's sequence, but the sequence of the entire human race, being the sharp blade of the human race, the secret of the sovereign, and even being the backbone and banner of the human race. How can I let the sequence fall out of control? Originally, I did not intend to agree to the American military's plan against Wen Yu, but something happened not long ago. Rank 7 Arcade single-handedly slaughtered 30,000 armored troops of the British military, simultaneously destroying 2 large gathering places, with a death toll exceeding 100,000. Then, Arcade stormed into the London Military Command Center, crushing the heads of 8 top military leaders, including the Commander-in-Chief of the British military. The entire United Kingdom was shrouded in a blood-red frenzy, with the army losing command. Even now, the British have not recovered. The cause was merely a lower-ranking officer who verbally provoked Arcade. Hundreds of thousands of lives lost and countless collateral damage, all because of a mere verbal quarrel. Can you imagine the destructive power a completely unrestricted super expert can unleash? This is rank 7, let alone rank 2 and rank 4, who are even stronger. The sequence, as the war blade of human civilization, if controlled, will become a nightmare for the demonic clan. If uncontrolled, it will become a tumor growing on us, the human race. Now, think again about Wen Yu's character. Self-serving, selfish, without a big-picture perspective. Normally, that would be fine, but now that the demonic disaster is imminent and a race war is about to start, I cannot allow Wen Yu to act according to his whims. To make Wen Yu obey orders and carry out war regulations is undoubtedly a pipe dream. Therefore, Wen Yu must be controlled, even if it's passively. Currently, Qin Min, Fang Bai, and Michelle have joined forces to hunt Arcade. Rank 1 has also contacted Rank 4 and is negotiating with them, but the initial results aren't ideal. The focus is on Rank 2. Still, I'll say it again, the sequence is not an individual sequence, but the sequence of the entire human race. If the sequence cannot be utilized by the human race, then why should they occupy the name of the sequence? In the past, our strength was insufficient, and we could only establish a cooperative relationship with Wen Yu, but now our strength, across all aspects, has far surpassed these lone walkers. Why should we allow them to run amok? Kong Liu remained silent for a long time, and finally he said in a deep voice, "Aren't you afraid that the plan will fail and provoke a counterattack from these lone strong experts?" "I'm not afraid. Even if the plan fails, I have countermeasures. So regarding the plans against Wen Yu, you can proceed as you wish. Even if the plan fails, I can ensure that Wen Yu won't stir up too much trouble. But you must be careful. In case of plan failure, Wen Yu may turn against you. In that situation, you just need to preserve your life and then run to the designated position." Kong Liu contemplated for a long while before speaking. "So what exactly is the plan against Wen Yu?" Lin Heifeng on the other end of the communicator sighed. "This starts from the name of the city of Sin. Peas, a part of the plan has been revealed. The rest will be discussed tomorrow. In fact, you can guess. The smart readers should already be able to guess some of the traps, as well as why I mentioned earlier that this plot is a turning point. Las Vegas, before the apocalypse, was already known as the City of Sin. The reason for this nickname lies in the thriving gambling industry. A booming gambling industry inevitably brings along illegal activities such as prostitution, violence, and money laundering. After the apocalypse, the title of the City of Sin became even more fitting. This was due to a military experiment in the United States, the biochemical battle beast transformation program. As the dominant species on Earth, humans have an extraordinary desire for control. Prior to the apocalypse, the United States, possessing the strongest scientific research capabilities, set its sights on humanity's most powerful enemy in the post-apocalyptic world, the mutated beasts. This was the beginning of everything and the source of all evil. Over 4 months ago in Las Vegas, a light rain fell from the sky. Under the gloomy sky, the entire Las Vegas seemed somewhat eerie and terrifying. Sounds of zombie roars echoed from the buildings, along with the sounds of combat between professionals and zombies. On the streets, mutated creatures appeared now and then, some large and some small, either solitary or in groups of 3 or 5. Midst the quiet yet murderous atmosphere, a massive convoy of armored vehicles continuously flowed into Las Vegas. The American flag proudly fluttered in the wind atop the armored vehicles, and a sense of impending doom enveloped the entire city. The most eye-catching figure was a woman at the front of the convoy. Around 25 years old, she was in the prime of her beauty, clad in a set of sci-fi-styled armor that made her look like a Valkyrie from a movie. A soldier behind her quickly approached the armored woman and respectfully saluted. "General Claire, Dr. Bart said this place is very suitable for establishing a research institute." Claire surveyed the surrounding environment, a large hotel in pre-apocalypse Las Vegas, adorned with the MGM letters. She nodded lightly. "Since Dr. Bart says this place is suitable, then let's build the research institute here." After speaking, Claire directly walked into the somewhat dilapidated MGM Grand Hotel. Inside the hotel's lobby, a few zombies heard Claire's footsteps and staggered towards her. Claire frowned slightly and drew her gigantic handgun from her waist. Boom, boom! With 2 gunshots, the world fell silent. Then Claire strode into the MGM Grand Hotel, while countless heavily armed soldiers immediately began the cleaning operation within the hotel. For these battle-hardened soldiers, exterminating these undead was undoubtedly the most enjoyable task. Wandering through the interior of the MGM Grand Hotel, Claire took in the hotel's decoration. Though bloodstains covered every surface, it was not hard to see the luxury that once existed here. Then Claire slowly made her way to the restaurant on the 2nd floor. The restaurant was spacious, but the entrance was blocked with obstacles. Simultaneously, with Claire's keen hearing, she could distinctly discern faint breathing sounds from within. Survivors. As a soldier of the United States, Claire was determined to save them. With her powerful physique, the tables and chairs blocking the entrance became mere decorations, and in no time, Claire stepped into the restaurant and moved towards the source of the breathing. "Hello, I'm Claire, a soldier. You are safe now?" A warm smile graced Claire's face as she surveyed the 2 survivors before her. They were a pair of twins around her age. Though they were a bit dirty, their beauty was stunning, even making the exceptional-looking Claire feel a twinge of jealousy. On their identical small faces were expressions of fear and confusion, and their beautiful eyes were constantly examining the armored female warrior before them. After a moment, the girl in front softly spoke. "My name is Anna, and this is my sister Annie." Originally, after receiving the survivors, the task of housing them would have been handled by others. However, Claire may have forgotten one point. This was a top-secret operation, so naturally there weren't any additional personnel. Moreover, Claire was the commander of this team, but not the leader. In charge of everything here was a young and capable biologist named Bart. A demon. A dreadful shadow loomed over Las Vegas as Bart turned the entire city into a veritable land of sin. "Capture all the mutated beasts you can see. Capture all the survivors you see. I need them for live experiments. Hurry up. The experimental materials are insufficient. The research is almost complete. I will definitely find a way for the mutated beasts and humans to merge." I succeeded. I successfully implanted the tusks of a mutated wild boar into a professional's body with no rejection reaction. Intelligence decreased by 15%, but upgrading through the exchange stone pillar is still possible. The next step is to research skill exchange technology. I need more experimental materials. Mutated beasts? No. Not enough. Humans, professionals. These are the important targets for the next step. This is what I need. If the technology cannot be applied to professionals, what difference is there from being a salted fish? The cruel live experiments enraged all surviving beings in the city, be they human or mutated beast. Led by a black mutated cat and a professional named Klaus, humans and mutated beasts launched a fierce counterattack against the U.S. military. After all, they were all professionals, who was afraid of whom? Unfortunately, the disparity in strength caused the Anti-Bart coalition to suffer a crushing defeat. Within half a month of resistance, the Anti-Bart coalition had already been defeated by the military forces led by Claire, and the leader of the resistance, the black Tier 3 mutated cat and a professional named Klaus, were captured and imprisoned in the laboratory. The sound of their agonizing screams filled the MGM Grand Hotel. 3 days later, a fatigued Bart exited the laboratory and said to Claire, "The cat's ability is quite interesting. It can manipulate dreams. However, the professional named Klaus's blood and genes do not synergize well with the black cat. I need a person. I need one of the twins you have been raising in seclusion." How the events unfolded was no longer important. Claire couldn't refuse the orders from the highest levels of the military. The significance of skill exchange technology was immense, especially the ability to implant skills from mutated beasts into the bodies of professionals. Thus, when the soldiers ignored Claire's furious protests and took Anna away, it all happened as a matter of course. Then came the cruel live experiments. A few days later, Bart emerged from the laboratory, with irritation and anger clear on his face. From Bart's expression, it was evident that the progress of the experiments was minimal, and 2 precious experimental subjects had been lost. Looking at Claire, who was filled with rage, Bart rubbed his temples and said flatly, "The experiment failed. Continue preparing experimental materials and send someone to clean up my laboratory." After saying this, he turned to leave, leaving Claire standing there with clenched fists. Claire personally cleaned the laboratory, and the horrific scene inside was more than even a seasoned warrior like Claire could bear to look at. Blood splattered everywhere, and the bodies of the cat and human were intertwined, making it difficult for Claire to distinguish between them. After forcing herself to tidy up the 2 bodies in the laboratory, she tightly wrapped them in a large bag and then directly threw Anna's body, along with the black cat's body, into the incinerator. The flames burned fiercely, incinerating the traces of evil. In this silent funeral, there were only 2 people and 2 bodies, Annie and Claire, Anna and the black cat. How divine beast species are formed remains a subject without a conclusive answer. Perhaps it is an infusion from the Earth's will, or maybe some earthly creature has the innate potential to become a divine beast species, or it could be through some medium. Then a new question arises. If a mutated beast in the state of dying or just dead receives an infusion from the Earth's will and becomes a divine beast species, or if the mutated beast itself has the potential to become a divine beast species, but the trigger condition is death, what kind of situation would occur? Perhaps no other creature could articulate such a bizarre matter, but it really happened. When the black cat and Anna opened their eyes in an unknown place, the entire Las Vegas plunged into a bizarre catastrophe. The scenery before him was a bit hazy. It was as if a black mist was constantly spreading before his eyes. The black cat struggled to open its eyes, and this was the strange sight it saw. So tired, so weary, but the wounds on my body seemed to have disappeared. The black cat thought to itself, then once again fell into a deep sleep. The quiet night enveloped Las Vegas. In this land of sin, listening to the chilling screams of the resistance army outside, Annie's eyes glimmered with tears before she fell heavily into dreams. The world in her dreams was somewhat illusory and somewhat vague. Annie felt as if she was walking on an empty land, with the sensation under her feet as soft as cotton, making her realize that this world was called a dream. Then, a figure that looked exactly like her slowly walked out of the endless darkness. "Sister, sister," Annie shouted as she ran towards her sister, but no matter what, she couldn't get closer to that figure, until a drifting phrase brushed past Annie's ear. Annie woke up. "I want to take back my sister's ashes, is that possible?" Claire nodded. This was merely a small matter. Yesterday, Annie and Claire had forgotten about it. Moreover, Anna and the black cat's ashes were intertwined, making it impossible to distinguish between them. This was also the reason why Claire and Annie hadn't retrieved the ashes yesterday. Anna's ashes were smoothly handed over to Annie, but what Claire didn't know was that this white powder was not merely ashes. It was also a medium connecting 2 worlds. That world was called the Netherworld, located between life and death. Netherworld Race Foundation level, passive skill. Between life and death, there is such a world, not of the mortal realm, not falling into hell. Once the skill is generated, it will automatically evolve into a small world based on the real world equivalent to a regional parallel world. The creature controlling this skill will become the realm master of this world. The Netherworld can change its scenes freely according to the realm master's thoughts and can expand its scope according to the realm master's strength. The Netherworld can move freely with the realm master at its center. When a creature from this world dies, this world refers to Earth, the Netherworld will automatically transform it into a Nether warrior to guard the Netherworld. Note 1. The Realm Master can actively open the Netherworld to cover the real world. At that time, Nether warriors will appear in the real world to eliminate all the Realm Master's enemies. Note 2. The Nether warriors retain only a small amount of consciousness, and their consciousness strength depends on their power when alive. Note 3. The Realm Master can freely travel between the real world and the Netherworld through a medium chosen by the host. However, unless the Netherworld is actively open to cover the real world, Nether warriors cannot appear alone in the real world. Note 4. Creatures from the outside world cannot enter the Netherworld unless actively invited by the Realm Master. The foundation-level skill, the Netherworld, was the skill obtained by the Black Cat after becoming a divine beast species. However, some unexpected events occurred. When an unknown power transformed the black cat into a divine beast species, Anna also benefited from it. Under the influence of this unknown power, the netherworld skill appeared twice. Anna and the black cat, each possessing one netherworld. Comparatively, the black cat's netherworld was much larger. This was equivalent to a part of the netherworld that originally belonged to the black cat being forcibly taken away by Anna, causing the two netherworlds to border each other while also having some unknown connection. For example, the ability to devour each other. Currently, no conflict had yet occurred, because both owners had a common enemy. The massacre had begun. Strictly speaking, Bart's plan was successful. The Black Cat and Anna, as the masters of the netherworld, did indeed experience some degree of skill fusion. For example, the Dream ability. Dream Sculpting S-Rank Active Ability. Infiltrate a target unit's dream, create a dream for the target unit, while subtly applying a mental imprint. Note, the effect of the mental imprint can be determined by the host. Originally, Anna was merely a second-tier professional, and she was promoted by Claire, with skills that were just ordinary basic skills of an archer, precision. However, Bart's modification allowed Anna to gain the ability of dream sculpting, albeit only partially. But the ability to freely move within the netherworld made it impossible for anyone to locate Anna and the Black Cat, forcing them to passively endure the persecution of dreams. Countless military personnel died in their sleep or, influenced by the mental imprint, raised their knives against their comrades. Then, Anna and the Black Cat turned their sights on Bart. After several days and nights of tormenting dreams, Bart's mental state completely collapsed, and he began to cut himself into meat paste with a surgical knife from the laboratory. Anna and the Black Cat avenged their grievances, and Claire learned about Anna's current state through Annie. A conspiracy was born at that moment. The United States military lost an excellent researcher like Bart, and naturally, the research plans under Bart's command fell apart. But it didn't matter because the military found a stronger, more useful target, the netherworld. As long as they possessed the netherworld, the military's combat power would effectively double, not to mention the various additional abilities and wonderful applications of foundation-level skills. Anna's thoughts were simpler. Possessing foundation-level abilities made her value quite high. Moreover, with the military's cooperation, she could completely seize the Black Cat's netherworld, strengthen herself, and further enhance her power. Anna and the military quickly hit it off, capturing the Night God Cat, the name given to this divine beast species by the U.S. military. Then, Anna would take over the Night God Cat's netherworld. That was the original plan. So our involvement made the U.S. military change its mind? Yes, Lin Heifeng said affirmatively on the communicator. Since there are two netherworlds, then we can use Sequence 2 to exchange for one netherworld. This trade seems quite worthwhile. Kong Liu nodded gently. However, there are many problems inside, such as the fact that everyone in Las Vegas has lost all memories about Bart. Dreams, Lin Heifeng continued. Anna and the Night God Cat were in the netherworld, and there was an unknown connection between them, so the Night God Cat trusted Anna. Even divine beasts had fewer schemes than humans. To forget the past sins, the past tragedies, and the past pains, they needed to make the survivors forget the truth. This was what Anna told the Night God Cat. Along with the Night God Cat, Anna unfolded a massive dream over the entire Las Vegas, allowing everyone to forget every little detail about Bart while establishing the dual kings of Las Vegas. The Redstone Grand Hotel, which was previously Klaus's military laboratory, and Queen Anne. This action consumed a significant amount of power from the Night God Cat. Then, at the moment when the Night God Cat was at its weakest, Anna launched her plan against the Night God Cat. She directly sealed off the passage between the Nether and the real world. As the realm master of the Netherworld, Anna could pay the price of her freedom to restrict the Night God Cat's access to the Netherworld. Then the military's support arrived. In a continuous wave of soldiers within Anna's Netherworld realm, they committed suicide by poison, providing Anna with a massive amount of Nether warriors. And then Anna initiated the war against the Night God Cat, or rather, the act of devouring the Night God Cat's netherworld. After that, Wen Yu and Kong Liu arrived in Las Vegas. The rest of the plan is quite simple. When you arrive, the Night God Cat's netherworld has already lost more than half, and the war has entered its final stages, while Anna can use her dream sculpting ability to apply mental imprints on Wen Yu while continuing to restrict the Night God Cat's freedom. By the time Anna fully controls Wen Yu will enter the netherworld and deliver the final blow to the Night God Cat. After all, the Night God Cat is a divine beast species with terrifying combat power, which is the fundamental reason why Anna, even after occupying most of the netherworld, cannot take down the Night God Cat. Why not have me or Claire go directly? Anna is untrustworthy. Who knows if she will impose some sort of mental control on you when inviting you into the netherworld? Neither we nor the U.S. military want to take that risk. That is the entire plan's background. Kong Liu quietly stood by the window, constantly reviewing the entire sequence of events. After a while, the sound of the communicator interrupted his thoughts. "What's going on?" Claire's voice came through. "When Yu has entered the netherworld and the plan is going smoothly." Kong Liu responded gently, then a thought flashed through his mind. "By the way, what about that guy Yang Hong?" "Yang Hong. That Yang Hong is just an ordinary outsider, maybe a bit stronger, but what's going on? What about the one-eyed and the star?" "Not found yet. Maybe when Yu has pulled back the soul realm space." "Last question, you're sure the Night God Cat's main body can't leave the netherworld, right?" "Absolutely." A series of traces swiftly crossed Kong Liu's mind, and he vaguely grasped a hint but couldn't fully connect the dots. Gently rubbing his head, Kong Liu's gaze swept outside the window, and he suddenly thought of a question. "How strong is Anna's dream ability?" "Very strong. The effect of the mental imprint she applies is quite powerful. I mean, the realism of that dream. Isn't it just a dream? Can a dream really mirror reality?" Kong Liu fell silent for a moment and softly uttered two words. "It's over." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive shadow obscured the whole moon from afar. A furious roar echoed throughout Las Vegas. "Lin, Kong Liu, step forward and die." Time rewinds to 10 minutes earlier. Anna gently embraced Wen Yu and softly asked, "Darling, are you ready?" Wen Yu looked a bit dazed. "Ready? For what?" "Of course, to kill our enemy, the Night God Cat. Have you forgotten that last time you fought it, you were severely injured and even your memory isn't complete?" After Anna finished speaking, she lightly kissed Wen Yu's lips, their eyes meeting, and the light in Anna's eyes suddenly brightened. Another mental imprint? Furthermore, the two of them were currently in Anna's netherworld. With the support of an unknown colossal power, this mental imprint was even more profound. Wen Yu's eyes slowly regained their luster, and the dazed expression on his face gradually became animated. He gently stood up, looking around the familiar room. Aside from a bit of mist, it was no different from Annie's boudoir. Embracing Anna's delicate figure, Wen Yu calmly said, "Darling, let's go and end this war." The sky of the netherworld was somewhat dim, but an unknown light source allowed Wen Yu, who was in the netherworld, to see clearly. The entire netherworld was not too large. Even when Anna, at her peak of level 4, teamed up with the Night God Cat in its early 5th level, it was not enough to cover the entire Las Vegas. After absorbing and devouring, Anna's netherworld had grown significantly. It occupied more than 95% of 2 netherworlds, leaving only the position of the MGM Grand Hotel, which was still unclaimed. That was the Night God Cat's final stronghold. Anna linked arms with Wen Yu, strolling leisurely while explaining, "The Night God Cat is very powerful, but after the last confrontation with you, it was severely injured. Therefore, it can only barely maintain a small part of the netherworld. This time, you are fully healed, while the Night God Cat has had no time to recuperate due to our nether warrior's harassment. So we will definitely succeed." When you nodded gently, "We definitely can. We're here." Anna smiled lightly and pointed at the MGM Grand Hotel ahead. There, countless soldiers in military uniforms with dazed expressions surrounded the MGM Grand Hotel. These were the nether warriors belonging to Anna. Looking at the MGM Grand Hotel before him, Wen Yu summoned his emotions and battle songs, entering a combat state. Unfortunately, this time there was a problem. "What's wrong?" Wen Yu turned his head, staring at the little soul beast still perched on his shoulder, puzzled. "Big boss, I feel that with your strength you could deal with the Night God Cat without me." Wen Yu frowned slightly. This was the first time the little soul beast had refused to enter battle with him. However, the bond between a soul master and their soul beast was quite profound, so Wen Yu didn't ponder it too deeply and nodded slightly. "Even though your behavior today is strange, but I'm happy today, and it looks like that little cat is about to lose. Once it fails, we can live peacefully with Annie. You're happy too, right?" The little soul beast bounced on Wen Yu's shoulder. Yes, I'm very happy." "So?" Wen Yu gently rubbed the little soul beast, saying, "I'll forgive your strange behavior today." "Wow." The little soul beast emitted a vague mental fluctuation, then calmed down. "Darling, wait for me. I'll be right back." Wen Yu turned and smiled at Anna before walking directly into the MGM Grand Hotel. Only Anna remained smiling as she stood in place. Anna's mental imprint was quite domineering. After the mental imprint was applied, it would go through 3 stages. The first stage was subconscious transformation. Once Wen Yu entered Las Vegas, this transformation had already begun. The purpose of this stage was to make Wen Yu subconsciously fall in love with Annie, even though at that time, Wen Yu hadn't even met Annie. In this situation, once the first stage was activated, naturally, no one would notice. The second stage was when Wen Yu met Annie. At this time, Anna's mental imprint, combined with Annie's own B-level passive abilities, charm and kindness, would surely make Wenyu sink deeper. Moreover, with the ability of dream sculpting, it would make it impossible for Wenyu to distinguish between dreams and reality, even affecting his memories. By the time the plan reached the second stage, it could be said that the entire plan had basically succeeded. Wenyu could not distinguish between the memories of dreams and reality by himself, even if someone next to him shouted loudly in his ear, "You've been tricked!" It would have no effect, because Annie would attract all of Wenyu's attention. At the same time, she would repeatedly cast charm on Wenyu, brainwashing him and dismantling his resistance. With the groundwork laid, even if the little soul beast transmitted mental fluctuations to Wenyu day and night, or Xing, and the one-eyed constantly shouted at Wenyu, they would not be able to resist the mental control of Anna and Annie. It would only lead Wenyu to suffer more mental torment. This is the difference between having skills and not having skills. This is also the reason why this plan does not fear Wenyu's spirit pets. Having spirit pets only prolongs the plan. Even if the one-eyed and Xing sensed Annie's plan, they had no way to deal with Annie. Annie had been with Wenyu all along. If Annie was threatened, Wenyu would never stand by and watch. And when Wenyu formally met Anna, that would signal the arrival of the third stage. At this stage, Wenyu, relying solely on himself, would no longer be able to escape Anna's mental control. His entire memory would be replaced. Strictly speaking, by this point, Wenyu could no longer be considered Wenyu. All his past memories would be false, and his worldview, values, and perspectives would all be artificially constructed. At this point, the original Wenyu would essentially be dead. To be precise, if Anna completely blocked the Night God Cat's passage in and out of the Netherworld, and Wenyu was unaware of the Night God Cat's plans, he would already be dead. When Wenyu entered the depths of the MGM Grand Hotel, holding his emotions and battle songs, and encountered the Night God Cat, the situation took a turn. The Night God Cat's black body trembled continuously as if it were enduring immense pain. Wenyu expressionlessly approached the Night God Cat and gently grabbed it. The Night God Cat weakly opened its eyes, its emerald green gaze filled with cracks as if it were about to shatter. Then, the Night God Cat saw the pendant hanging from Wenyu's chest. That was the pendant called the Pendant of Forgetting, given to Wenyu by Yang Hong. In the next second, the little soul beast suddenly floated to Wenyu's chest, its round body splitting open, revealing a small white tooth, and then it bit down hard on the Pendant of Forgetting. A massive influx of memory fragments and Wenyu's own mental imprint flowed out from the remnants of forgetfulness. Then, memories began to awaken, and the sensation of soul tearing made Wenyu unable to help but howl loudly. After a while, when everything calmed down, Wenyu opened his eyes. "Meow!" A weak voice emerged as the Night God Cat quietly looked at Wenyu, the confusion in its eyes clearly visible. Wenyu sat in a daze for a while, then slowly gave the Night God Cat a thumbs up. Plan succeeded, however you never mentioned that memory replacement would be this painful. Meow. There's no helping it, I was severely injured for you. You can handle this little pain, right, Meow, for me? Wenyu raised an eyebrow. Exactly, the Earths will want it to see you, so I crafted a dream for you, but I was discovered by the Sovereign that old Wang nearly blew my head off, but who made me so exceptional. I managed to turn the tables with my remaining strength. After finishing, the Night God Cat gently licked its paw, putting on a proud expression. Unfortunately, "Hey, there's blood dripping from the corner of your eye. Do you want me to help you heal?" Flashes of memories coursed through Wenyu's mind. Combined with the experiences of this time, he slowly recalled the entire process of the incident. From the beginning, the collaboration between Anna and the United States military had a very low chance of success. They completely underestimated the power of the Divine Beast species. As a resurrected super Divine Beast, the realm master of the Netherworld, the Night God Cat's strength was completely beyond Anna's imagination. To prevent the military from mobilizing more powerful individuals into the Netherworld, the Night God Cat pretended to fall for the trap, allowing Anna to achieve victory after victory. At the same time, it secretly cultivated the strongest individual in the Las Vegas gathering, the Yang Hong, to achieve its own goal, seizing the medium that connected the Netherworld and the real world from Annie. Then the Night God Cat waited for Anna to act in secret, attempting to counterattack at the last moment, rapidly eliminating Anna, this threat, and seizing the complete Netherworld. Unfortunately, when Wenyu arrived in Las Vegas, some unexpected events still occurred. The Earths will wanted to communicate with Wenyu through the Night God Cat. Among known divine beasts, only the Night God Cat might possess this ability. As the representative of the Earth's will, the Night God Cat couldn't refuse the request. However, before they exchanged a few words, they were discovered by the Sovereign, leading to a fierce battle in the mental world constructed by the Night God Cat, tearing apart the entire space and inflicting significant damage on the Night God Cat. This also meant that the Night God Cat lost its power to counterattack. Exhausting its last bit of strength, it transmitted the truth and its plan to Hanyue. Then the Night God Cat tightly shrank within the red stone Grand Hotel of the Netherworld, guarding its last territory while waiting for Hanyue's arrival. And when Hanyue met the Night God Cat, it also marked the official failure of Anna's plan. At the same time, it was the moment when Hanyue and the Night God Cat's plan was activated. Outside the Netherworld, at the MGM Grand Hotel. Since Hanyue entered, Anna had been anxiously staring at the door of the MGM Grand Hotel. Unfortunately, not a sound came from inside. Anna did not know what was happening inside, nor did she know the state of Hanyue and the Night God Cat's battle. Time slowly passed until a figure slowly emerged from the MGM Grand Hotel. Seeing this figure and the black cat in its hands, Anna let out a breath of relief and stepped forward with a smile. "Did you succeed, darling?" Then, Anna saw Hanyue raise the battle song in his hand. "Who the hell is your darling?" Bang! The gunshot rang out sharply. Now, Hanyue felt very calm. Even after shooting the beautiful woman's head in front of him, Hanyue's heart showed no fluctuation. From the memories transmitted by the Night God Cat, Hanyue had already understood the entire process of the situation. The United States military, the Huaxia military, the Turbulent Flow, Annie, Anna, Claire. These people were all liars, all attempting to harm him. The entire Las Vegas had formed a massive trap against him upon his arrival. Without the Night God Cat's help, Hanyue might have been unaware of being deceived by others. What made Hanyue feel particularly frustrated was the Huaxia military's conspiracy, or rather, the trap of the Turbulent Flow. "I thought people could have more trust between each other and less conflict," Hanyue murmured as he swung his dual guns, blasting one nether warrior after another belonging to Anna. "I thought our collaboration would be pleasant." Through the soul realm space, Hanyue directly sent a mental fluctuation to the outside One-Eyed and Xing. "I thought I could treat you as friends." The netherworld belonging to Anna began to collapse with her death. The netherworld experienced widespread wrinkling, then the space cracked, and the mist and fragments from the collapse of the netherworld seemed to be guided by an unknown power, continuously pouring into the Night God Cat in Hanyue's arms. Then centered around the MGM Grand Hotel, the Night God Cat's netherworld visibly expanded. "But you all deceived me, plotted against me, and wanted to kill me, so are you ready to bear my wrath?" Then, Hanyue's hands glowed with purple light. The fifth soul realm, the contract, activated. Hanyue stared intently at the Night God Cat in his arms, waiting for it to respond. The Night God Cat merely stared back into Hanyue's eyes, and after a while let out a gentle meow. "Although becoming your spirit pet means losing some freedom, it seems, going out to see the world isn't bad. However, you need to promise me one condition." "Deal? Hey, I haven't even said it yet." "No need to say it. As my spirit pet, I can agree to any condition." In the next second, the spirit pet contract successfully connected, and Hanyue's fifth soul realm acquired a master. After incorporating the Night God Cat into the soul realm space, Hanyue bestowed the powers of the netherworld upon it. At this moment, Hanyue became the realm master of the netherworld. Sensing the coordinates in the main world, One-Eyed and Xing, Hanyue exhaled a breath of turbid air, tightly gripping his dual guns. Fragments of Anna's netherworld surged into Hanyue's body until all fragments were consumed. Hanyue glanced at the netherworld, then with a thought, he directly appeared in Annie's room. In Annie's boudoir, there were not too many changes, except for the addition of two figures, one big and one small. The smaller one was Xing, and with a wave from Hanyue, Xing immediately took the most advantageous position on top of Hanyue's head. "Big boss, where's the Night God Cat?" "Recovering in the soul realm space. Its injuries are severe." "By the way, how did the task I assigned you go?" "Everything is fine." After Xing spoke, it spat out a beautifully crafted pendant. This was the ashes of Anna and the Night God Cat, also the medium that connected the netherworld and the real world. Hanyue nodded gently, casually hanging the pendant around his neck, replacing the already shattered pendant of forgetting. Then, Hanyue turned to look at the other figure. "What are you here for?" "I came to see how I could help. But it seems like it's no longer needed." Yang Hong spoke with a hint of bitterness, then quietly gazed at Hanyue's calm face. "Your memories have returned." Yang Hong nodded. "What will you do next?" Hanyue smiled slightly at Yang Hong. "Of course it's to kill, starting with my dear." After saying this, Hanyue directly walked toward Annie, who had fainted on the bed. "She is very weak and poses no threat to you, and she is also a pitiful person. I knew her before the apocalypse, Sai." Hanyue gently picked up Annie and swiftly twisted her neck. "Are you done?" Yang Hong opened his mouth but was unable to speak for a long while. They are all pitiful, they are all innocent, they all deserve sympathy, their mistakes can all be forgiven. But who will pity me? I feel like a fool being played around by these bastards. When they emptied my memory, when they nearly killed me, why didn't anyone tell them that Hanyue is too pitiful and they shouldn't do this? Come on, we are all adults now. If you make a mistake, you have to pay the price, you have to bear the consequences. My wrath must also find a channel to vent. So today, no one is innocent and no one is pitiful. No one can be forgiven. After saying this, Hanyue turned and walked towards the door. Wait, do you remember I said that if that pendant is useful to you, you would agree to one thing for me? Hanyue suddenly stopped, then gently nodded. Don't destroy this city. I will do my best to leave you some buildings that can be lived in. After saying this, Hanyue jumped out of the window, landing in the courtyard. The calm, gentle night breeze brushed against Wenyu's cheeks, but he could feel the commotion in the wind. Communicating with the one-eyed via their mental link, bring back Claire's head. Then Xing's body rapidly enlarged, directly entering battle mode. Hanyue jumped onto Xing's head, and then Xing's wings fluttered rapidly, flying straight towards the MGM Grand Hotel. Recalling the scenes from Huaxia in the past and the challenges they had faced together in the Demon Suppression Tower, Wenyu's fury finally reached its peak. Lin, turbulent flow, stepped forward and faced death. The furious roar echoed throughout Las Vegas, and then a massive black shadow blotted out the sun, charging towards the Redstone Grand Hotel. What's going on? What's happening? Claire's panicked voice came through the communicator. The plan has failed, save yourself. He can't be trying to kill us, right? Maybe we could explain things to him, apologize. Idiot. With a heavy curse, the furious flow directly hung up the communicator, smashed the window of the room, and landed on the street below the Redstone Grand Hotel. Then, electrified all over, the furious flow quickly ran through the narrow alley, attempting to use the complex environment of the alleyways to shake off Hanyue. The thoughts of some people in this world are quite interesting. On one hand, they hope others will follow the rules, while on the other hand, they themselves cannot resist the enormous temptation of breaking those rules. The nature of the above reasoning is actually the same as what is happening now. The military's conspiracy to frame Hanyue is because they believe they represent the greater good of humanity, so controlling Hanyue is a matter of course. Ordinary people, like Claire, do not think there is anything wrong with this. After all, standing on the moral high ground, what they are doing is for the human race, and even, they have no selfish motives. It's as if Hanyue must consider the greater good of humanity, otherwise it would be treason. And when the truth comes to light, Claire even naively believes that Hanyue wouldn't kill the furious flow and Claire, or say, Sequence 3 and Sequence 5. After all, we are sequences, the pinnacle of humanity, our value to humanity is immense. Dying at the hands of our own kind would be such a waste. However, they never thought about Hanyue's feelings. The greater good of the human race? This topic is too grand for Hanyue, so grand that he never thought about these things, so grand that he doesn't even care to think about them. To Hanyue, the situation is very simple. Someone wants to kill me, but they failed, so they're the ones who die. If you want to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. That is the logic. At least to Hanyue, this logic has more meaning than any so-called greater good. I want to live. That is my only goal, but you harmed me, so you are my enemies. Hanyue's sense of right and wrong has always been this clear. And the furious flow is a smart person. He is very sure of the rage Hanyue must be feeling right now and is fully aware of Hanyue's contempt for anything resembling righteousness. Once captured, Hanyue might not even say a word to him before going for the kill, so the furious flow ran swiftly. In the dim alley, a figure darted quickly through the complex terrain. The lightning surrounding the furious flow had already receded into his body. In this state, the enhancement from thunder to physical condition was even stronger. Yet on the outside, not even a hint of lightning was revealed. And right behind the furious flow was a massive shadow that blotted out the sky. The clear sound of a dragon's roar reverberated, announcing who the true master of the skies was. Standing atop the stars, Hanyue kept his eyes fixed on the chaotic movements of the furious flow below. The anger in his eyes had transformed into a complete killing intent. What's wrong, furious flow? Why are you running? Perhaps you could explain to me, tell me that you did nothing in this matter, and we might still have a chance to bury the hatchet, right? Your attitude makes it hard for me to do anything. So it seems you do know the truth of the matter. But the furious flow did not utter a sound or offer any defense, he merely kept running. The killing intent in Hanyue's eyes surged instantly. What Hanyue had just said was only meant to make the furious flow hesitate for just a moment. A mere moment was all Hanyue needed to fly above him. And then Hanyue would directly unleash his methods to eliminate the furious flow in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, the furious flow would not fall for this. Then, it will have to rely on brute strength. Don't let me down. In midair, purple light flickered, and the next moment, the figure of the star vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, when you directly entered a combat state, Third Soul Realm Enhancement, Dragon Blood Amplification SSS rank, active ability. Fifth Soul Realm Enhancement, Netherworld Foundation level, passive ability. Then the Netherworld enveloped reality, and darkness began to spread. The furious flow, running at full speed, suddenly came to a halt. The ground beneath him cracked from the sudden braking action, forming two deep ruts. When Yu was already standing not far in front of the furious flow, a faint mist filled the surrounding space. Combined with the omnipresent dark power, the Netherworld briefly merged with the darkness. And when the Netherworld covered the real world, as the realm master of the Netherworld, Wen Yu was naturally empowered by the overwhelming might of the Netherworld. In this vast domain where the dark world and the Netherworld intertwined, Wen Yu was the god of this realm. Instant teleportation, controlling space, altering rules, Wen Yu was capable of anything. So, do you have anything else to say? Looking at Wen Yu with a grim expression, the furious flow let out a heavy sigh. I want to say that I didn't do anything. Do you believe me? I believe. How could I not believe it? Just as Wen Yu began to speak, the dark world merged with the Netherworld, underwent a transformation. The power of darkness suddenly surged, continuously drilling into Wen Yu's body, and then a 10-meter-tall dark demon lord rapidly took shape. His size was somewhat smaller than before, but the current dark demon lord was clearer, almost like a solid entity, which meant that he was now even more powerful. Then a pitch-black war blade quickly took form. The soul armaments of Tremor and Wild Song were enveloped by dark power, appearing on Wen Yu's shoulder. The dark demon lord slowly opened its mouth, and a tremendous sound wave echoed from all directions. But today I don't want to hear any explanations. I just want you dead. After Wen Yu finished speaking, the dark demon lord vanished in an instant, then appeared directly beside the furious flow. The war blade let out a violent howling sound as it swiftly slashed towards the furious flow's waist. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted from the spot. Then, covered by the shadow of the white tiger, the furious flow was sent flying by the power of the dark demon lord, while a series of crunching sounds echoed from his body. The Invincibility could not withstand the blow from the dark demon lord. Watching the furious flow tumble far away before quickly getting up and turning to flee, a trace of coldness and mockery flashed in Wen Yu's eyes. Then a beam of black light shot from the right hand of the dark demon lord, directly chasing after the furious flow and entering his body. Dark absorption activated. Weakened activated. Deceleration activated. Under the dual enhancement of Dragon Blood Amplification and the Netherworld, Wen Yu's skill power and range increased significantly. This was not just a simple addition. After gaining the Netherworld, Wen Yu's combat ability surged dramatically. Seeing the furious flow running slower and slower, his breaths growing heavier, Wen Yu slowly lifted his leg and took a step forward, instantly appearing behind the furious flow. In Huaxia mythology, there is a skill known as shorten the distance to an inch. Although Wen Yu does not possess this skill, altering the distance rules of the Netherworld is very easy for him. The next moment, the dark demon lord raised its right leg. The furious flow only felt a massive shadow looming over him. Despair flashed in the corner of his eyes, and despite the massive loss of stamina from the curses on his body, he frantically propelled his legs. But in Wen Yu's world, under the rules he set, where could he possibly run? So what appeared to the outside world was the dark demon lord's thigh slowly descending, while the furious flow's legs turned into mere afterimages, failing to cover any distance at all. Then the dark demon lord crushed the white tiger shadow on the furious flow, shattered the invincible shield on him, and pinned the furious flow beneath his foot. This was called mockery. This was called crushing. Receiving a heavy blow from the dark demon lord, the furious flow spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't know how many bones had shattered. More than half of his body was pressed down by the dark demon lord's right leg, leaving only his head and neck exposed. The despair in his eyes grew thicker as the furious flow shouted anxiously, "Wait! Wen Yu, for the sake of our long-time acquaintance, let me go." Then the dark demon lord raised the war blade high, and with a slight parting of its lips, it let out a monstrous roar that did not resemble human speech. "Considering our long-time acquaintance, I hereby pronounce your death sentence, immediately executed." The war blade then descended steadily, without trembling or hesitation. As if a breeze passed over the furious flow's neck, then his head, filled with despair, arched and flew off far away, rolling to the feet of a man. Then the dark demon lord opened its mouth wide and smiled at the man who suddenly appeared not far ahead. "Are you here to save him? Unfortunately, you're too late." The man gently shook his head. "Strictly speaking, I'm not late. On the contrary, I arrived just in time." The dark demon lord gradually melted away, revealing the figure of Wen Yu hidden inside. The power of darkness slowly dissipated, the body of the dark demon lord turned into nothingness, and Wen Yu floated in midair, looking down at the Asian man before him. "So what are you here for?" The Asian man slightly curled the corner of his mouth and kicked the furious Flow's head at his feet. "Two things: first, to see you, the person whose strength is closest to mine. And second, Lin Heifeng asked me to bring you a new peace agreement. Let me introduce myself. I am Sequence 1. The name is not important. You just need to know that I am Sequence 1, right? That's correct. I am the man who has always overshadowed you." After Sequence 1 finished speaking, he directly opened his arms, striking a pose as if he were the king of the world. However, Wen Yu remained expressionless. In fact, for Wen Yu, the concept of a sequence was not important at all. To put it bluntly, Wen Yu had always lived in his own world, centered around himself. He didn't care whether you overshadowed him, how powerful you were, or which sequence you belonged to. If you troubled him, the worst that could happen was a fight, and if he lost, then he would run. Those empty titles were meaningless and boring. So after Sequence 1 posed for 10 seconds, he opened his eyes to find Wen Yu's indifferent expression. Hey, can I get some reaction here?" Wen Yu decisively changed the subject. "Peace. I killed Lin Heifeng's son, and he still wants to negotiate peace with me. If that's the case, I might have to think higher of Lin Heifeng." Sequence 1 awkwardly retracted his hands and scratched the back of his head. "Maybe you have always underestimated Lin Heifeng, and your earlier actions really embarrassed me. Seriously, can you give me some reaction?" "Tusk, Sai." Wen Yu was a bit helpless. Wen Yu himself was quite rational, although he didn't know the criteria for the Sovereign's evaluation of sequences. From firmly holding onto the title of Sequence 2 and comparing his strength with the furious Flow, it was clear that the ranking of sequences reflected a degree of strength. Unless necessary, Wen Yu really did not want to confront Sequence 1 head-on. After a while, Wen Yu helplessly clapped his hands, the sound echoing in the distance. Usually, one only hears their name but doesn't see them. Today, seeing you is truly extraordinary. Is it okay?" Sequence 1 nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad." "Well, I have things to do. You can get busy." After Wen Yu finished speaking, he directly communicated with the consciousness of the one-eyed being, and the one-eyed being immediately returned a spiritual wave, informing Wen Yu of Claire's location. After dealing with the furious Flow, Claire also had to die. These people were all participants in this matter, and Wen Yu was not planning to let any of them go. "Wait, if you want to find Sequence 5, there's no need to go through all this trouble. Just leave this small matter to me. It can also be seen as a return for your earlier reaction." When Yu suddenly turned around, glaring at Sequence 1. Then a silver-white light flashed in Sequence 1's hand, and then his right hand disappeared without a trace. As if searching for something, after a while, Sequence 1's mouth curled into a smile. "Found it!" Then Sequence 1 pulled back his right hand, and in his palm, Claire, covered in blood and burn marks, was directly pulled out, looking around in panic. When she saw the head of the furious Flow beneath her feet, Claire suddenly let out a piercing scream. "How dare you kill him? How could you kill him?" Her tone carried disbelief and a hint of resentment. Unfortunately, none of that mattered now. Sequence 1 lightly shook his head, seemingly also feeling a headache from Claire's stupidity, and the next moment he suddenly uttered 2 words. "Seal, fix." Terrifying power erupted suddenly. Even though Sequence 1 was currently in Wen Yu's netherworld, Wen Yu could still feel that overwhelming might. It was power that was absolutely no less than foundation level. In just 2 words, Claire was stripped of all her ability to act. "Seal" represented that Claire's skills were completely sealed. After all, with her nanomachine body, Claire's survival ability was even stronger than the furious Flow. "Fix" meant that Claire lost all control over her body. Then Sequence 1 directly tossed Claire in front of Wen Yu. With a slight smile at Wen Yu, Sequence 1 made a gesture of please. "Please. What exactly do you want? Which side are you on?" The current twist of events was simply too bizarre enough for Wen Yu not to rush to take Claire's life. Sequence 1 shrugged. "I'm not on any side. Just like you, I'll go wherever it's advantageous for me. And strictly speaking, your statement isn't accurate. Lin Heifeng's side counts as a side, but you don't." Upon hearing this, Wen Yu silently nodded, then snapped his fingers gently. The might of the netherworld swiftly converged on Claire's body, then blew her to pieces. In a short span of time, Sequence 3 and Sequence 5 both met their demise. Then Sequence 1 smiled and said, feeling a bit more at ease. "Then next, let's talk about business and wrap up this farce. P.S. To explain the reason for this sudden long chapter, it's because the subscription views have been poor, leading to a continuous drop in average subscriptions, and this long chapter is intended to boost the average. Here I make a promise. Once it becomes a quality work, I will guarantee a minimum of 8,000 words daily, but I anticipate that might be quite difficult." Hearing Sequence 1's words, Wen Yu slowly frowned. To say he was in a good mood would definitely be a lie. Who could feel at ease after almost being killed by schemes and conspiracies? Even if he had killed a few people, he could not possibly feel like his world was all sunshine. Moreover, even Qa Liu and Claire were merely pawns in this game. The real players were far away in Beijing and Washington. And Wen Yu, due to his promise to the night god cat, could not seek trouble with them in the short term. I can't say I'm in a good mood, but what you call business, what is it exactly? Sequence 1 fiddled with the spatial ring, saying, "This question you need to discuss with the main character." After saying this, Sequence 1 took out a sci-fi-styled tablet from the spatial ring, casually tapped it a couple of times, and then a figure appeared on the screen, the supreme leader of the Earth community, Lin Heifeng. On the screen, Lin Heifeng first glanced at the two corpses on the ground, then his eyes twitched slightly, indicating that he was not calm at the moment. Afterward, Lin Heifeng took a sip of tea, slightly calming himself, and spoke to Wen Yu. "We meet again, Wen Yu. I wonder if the lives of my son and the strongest of the United States military can soothe your anger a little." Wen Yu remained silent for a while before suddenly bursting into laughter. His laughter grew louder and more intense, until finally, tears were nearly flowing from his eyes, and he gradually calmed down. But anyone could hear the sarcasm laced within his previous laughter. After a while, Wen Yu settled down, looked at Lin Heifeng on the screen, and said softly, "What is this? Your explanation to me? To be honest, I really feel sorry for Qa Liu. It has always been the son who causes trouble for the father, but who would have thought I would witness a father causing trouble for his son?" Lin Heifeng, however, showed no expression and calmly responded, "Yes, their lives are one of my explanations to you." Once Lin Heifeng said these words, the last piece of the conspiracy was unveiled. In fact, the roles of Claire and Qa Liu in this conspiracy were not significant. Claire could still play a supervisory role, but what was Qa Liu doing in Las Vegas? Was he in charge of collecting the night god cat after the plan succeeded? That was something anyone could do. When Wen Yu was controlled in reality, the wisest choice for Qa Liu and Claire would have been to retreat, but for some unknown reason, they did not leave. This was also what puzzled Wen Yu. As long as Qa Liu and Claire ran to Washington or even any other unknown place abroad, how could Wen Yu find them? On the screen, Lin Heifeng, watching Wen Yu floating in midair, continued in a calm tone. "This plan was actually initiated by me, with the original goal of controlling you and utilizing your combat power. But this plan was not guaranteed to succeed 100%. After all, as long as it is a plan of conspiracy, one cannot guarantee a 100% success rate. In my eyes, the success rate of this plan is more than 80%, which is enough for me to take a little risk." Wen Yu coldly snorted, then pointed to the bodies of Qa Liu and Claire on the ground. "This risk in your eyes is merely a little," Lin Heifeng decisively nodded. "Setting aside my blood relation with Qa Liu, I can bear this risk." Wen Yu was instantly left speechless. "I understand that your anger is great and you want to kill me, but you also know you cannot kill me because I cannot leave the Beijing gathering place." Wen Yu snorted heavily. He was aware of the strength of the Beijing gathering place, and with Sequence 1 for some reason mixing in with Lin Heifeng, the current Lin Heifeng was definitely very difficult to kill. Lin Heifeng continued, "I can understand why your resentment is so strong. After all, we use some means to conspire against you, and I admit that. However, we can consider this matter from another angle. For example, instead of viewing this as a conspiracy and a trap, why not treat this as a gamble? What do you think? As both parties in this gamble, we have jointly wagered on this game. Your stake is your own freedom, and my stakes are the lives of Sequence 3 and Sequence 5, along with some other minor things. Isn't that fair? Bullshit?" When you spat out those two words heavily. From an outsider's perspective, if this could be considered a gamble, then indeed the stakes of both sides seemed quite fair. But Wen Yu's own life in his eyes was priceless. Wen Yu remained silent, only coldly staring at Lin Heifeng. Lin Heifeng continued, "I know what you are thinking. You believe that this gamble is not fair in your eyes since the winning probabilities are different. But you cannot deny that I have borne a huge cost as well. So?" After saying this, Lin Heifeng made a gesture to Sequence 1. Sequence 1 immediately took out a spatial ring and tossed it to Wen Yu. Wen Yu looked down. The spatial ring was merely the lowest-level F-rank spatial ring, and there wasn't much inside, only a scroll. Skill upgrade scroll SS level item. After use, it can upgrade an S-rank skill to SS level. The item was decent, a practical piece of equipment. Then Lin Heifeng smiled at Wen Yu. "This, plus the lives of my son and Claire, is my explanation to you. What do you think?" Wen Yu looked around. Qa Liu's head was wide-eyed, still holding onto a look of panic, while Claire had already been turned into minced meat, collapsed on the ground, indistinguishable in features, adding on the skill upgrade scroll in his hand. When Yu contemplated for a long time, slowly raised his head, deeply glanced at Lin Haifeng, then turned and walked away. Staying here was completely meaningless, and as Lin Haifeng had said, since he stayed in the Beijing gathering place without coming out, Wen Yu had no way to deal with him. At least in Wen Yu's impression, aside from Qia Liu, there were 3 other war gods in the military, which meant the Huaxia military had 3 other guys with the same strength as Qia Liu, coupled with Sequence 1 and Lin Haifeng's various trump cards in Beijing. Although Wen Yu was angry, he was not foolish enough to know that the probability of success was low and still make a straight return to Huaxia, attempting to stab Lin Haifeng. Doing so would lead to a higher possibility of failure in Beijing than actually killing Lin Haifeng. So this matter came to a conclusion. At least for now, that was the case. Seeing Wen Yu drift away, Sequence 1 couldn't help but curl his lips. How rude, leaving without even saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Lin Haifeng watched Wen Yu's retreating figure, a complex expression glimmering in his eyes. Can you kill him? What's up? It seems your mood isn't as indifferent as you just claimed. Lin Haifeng remained silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. Although the plan has been laid out for a long time, that is my son. Seeing the corpse of Kang Liu, my heart aches. A hint of sarcasm crept into Sequence 1's eyes as he spoke bluntly. What were you doing all this time? Lin Haifeng stayed silent. After a while, he rubbed his temples heavily. Forget it, Kang Liu didn't die in vain. At least it temporarily stabilized Wen Yu. By the way, can you really take him down? Yes, Sequence 1 nodded affirmatively. The success rate of killing him is 20%. Due to the existence of the ethereal realm, the chance of him escaping is 79%. The remaining 1%, I have never fought him. So, what do you think? Is it worth the gamble? Will you do it? No, Sequence 1 shook his head decisively and added, definitely not. I have no grudge against him. Why would I help you create such a big problem? Then forget it. Let's put Wen Yu aside for now. There are no good strategies to target him at the moment. Hearing Lin Haifeng say this, Sequence 1 immediately grinned, showing a set of white teeth. Wise choice. By the way, how's Chaos doing? Refusing to cooperate. What else is new? Are you thinking of using this method to trick Chaos? Just so you know, I won't help you with your random tricks. Forget him. Inform Qin Min, Fang Bai, and Michelle to return and cease the pursuit of Arcade. What's going on? Is there a change in the situation? Lin Haifeng nodded affirmatively. The sequence control plan has failed, I admit that. At this point, Wen Yu and Arcade have officially torn their faces with us, and even Chaos is filled with grievances. The plan is temporarily halted. Moreover, I need to deal with the unstable elements within the Earth community, and I will need your strength. You might have more work to do in the near future. To whom much is given, much is required. I don't mind. Then Sequence 1 murmured, I just wonder if this old fox will use the same methods to backstab me. Lin Haifeng didn't hear clearly. What did you say? I said, no matter how much I give, it won't be more than what you do, hee. Lin Haifeng once again glanced at the bodies of Kang Liu and Claire on the ground. The emotional fluctuations that had briefly appeared in his eyes quickly subsided. After a moment, he spoke. Bring Kang Liu and Claire's bodies back. I want to extract their skills. Sequence 1 nodded, not surprised that Lin Haifeng had a method to extract skills from the dead. Congeal. With that word, the dismembered bodies of Kang Liu and Claire began to rapidly restore themselves. Within 3 seconds, their complete forms appeared before Sequence 1. Their peaceful faces looked as if they were simply asleep, showing no signs of battle. Looking at Kang Liu, who seemed to be in a deep slumber, a complex expression flashed through Lin Haifeng's eyes as he sighed and spoke. You must have resurrection privileges, right? Sequence 1 nodded. Yes, but are you sure you need the kind provided by the Sovereign, similar to a perfect clone resurrection service? That kind of resurrection results in a body without a soul, unable to use the exchange stone pillar, just a flesh-covered robot. They are now a level 5 and a level 4. Living their entire life, they would only remain at this level, and if you extract their skills, they would just be weaklings. Lin Haifeng remained silent for a moment before softly asking, Then let me ask you a question. If 2 people resurrected as you described, through perfect cloning, were to have a child, would that child have a soul? Lin Haifeng's question left Sequence 1 completely silent. After a while, Sequence 1 shook his head. I don't know. Then let's try it. Kang Liu is dead, but his mission has not been completed. At the very least, Kang Liu needs to leave me a descendant to inherit my bloodline and will. Claire is also barely qualified to be Kang Liu's wife. As for strength, that doesn't matter anymore. Sequence 1 thought for a moment and nodded. What did the U.S. military say? When you killed Sequence 3 and Sequence 5. Their bodies are entangled and cannot be separated, so you should take them back for burial. That works. At least that's mostly the truth. Sequence 1 collected the bodies of Kang Liu and Claire into the spatial ring and then turned to leave. In the Beijing gathering place, Lin Heifeng sat in his office, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. After a while, he solemnly took out a photo from his spatial ring. It was a family portrait of four. Gently touching Kang Liu's smiling face from childhood, after a moment, Lin Heifeng took out his communicator and dialed a number. The beeping sound continued until a pleasant female voice came from the communicator. "Sir, please give your orders." "Well, you're not busy right now, are you, little Snow?" The voice on the other end paused briefly before continuing. "Not too busy. Come home for dinner in a couple of days." "What's wrong? Your brother and Fang Bai are about to return." There was a long silence on the other end before little Snow finally responded. "Okay, Dad." After hanging up, Lin Heifeng sighed quietly. He looked around and picked up the plan documents on the table, reading them in detail. Busy work, though it can heal wounds, no one knows if Lin Heifeng's heart truly hurts. However, the sadness of sending off a white-haired person to bury a black-haired one, how could it be as easy as Lin Heifeng portrayed? Although, in the education of the older generation in Huaxia, there is this topic of family versus country, but between the choices of family and the greater good, who can really clarify? At least for Lin Heifeng, the concept of the greater good feels much heavier now. Though it is said that with greater power comes greater responsibility, when a huge price has been paid for that responsibility, whether one should continue to uphold their duties becomes a difficult topic to discuss. As for what Lin Heifeng is thinking about now, perhaps only he knows. When Yu flew further and further away until he could no longer see the shadow of Sequence 1, only then did he let out a long sigh. Slowly descending to the ground, when Yu deactivated his combat mode, then opened the second soul realm, summoning the One-Eyed back. The One-Eyed bore numerous wounds, with crater-like marks and signs of bombardment everywhere. However, compared to the damage it inflicted on Claire, these injuries were relatively light. This also highlights the current power gap between sequences, which has rapidly widened. Sequence 5 couldn't even defeat Wen Yu's weakest spirit pet. However, the oppressive feeling brought by Sequence 1 just now, did you sense just how strong Sequence 1 is? As soon as Wen Yu finished speaking, the voice of the night god cat echoed from the nearby space. That person is of the divine beast species within the human race, with at least 3 skills at the same level as those from the ethereal realm. His power is too strong. I didn't dare to approach him. Wen Yu exhaled heavily to relieve the oppressive feelings in his heart. A humanoid divine beast with 3 foundational skills brings an immense amount of pressure on Wen Yu. Most importantly, at least in Wen Yu's eyes, Sequence 1 is on Lin Heifeng's side. He is definitely not a friend, but whether he is an enemy remains uncertain. And the means to detect Sequence 1's strength naturally comes from the Night God Cat's skills. Night Eye's SS rank passive ability. After being transformed by an unknown power and incorporating the mysterious power of moonlight, it caused an evolution at the eye position. Once the Night Eyes are obtained, one can detect the strength level of the target as well as the skill level. Moreover, under moonlight, Night Eyes possess powerful capabilities such as hypnosis, illusion, and dream creation. Note: the power of Night Eyes will strengthen according to the host's level. This is a skill of the Night God Cat. Just as when you faced off against Sequence 1, the Night God Cat activated another skill. Dual Body SS Rank Active Ability. This skill is an affiliated ability of the ethereal realm, but requires a separate skill slot. Once activated, a clone identical to the main body will appear. But the clone and the main body cannot exist in the same space simultaneously. The clone possesses all abilities of the main body except for those at SSS rank or higher. However, the physical quality of the clone is permanently fixed at 100 points. If the clone takes damage, the main body will not suffer harm, but if the main body is harmed, the clone will experience equivalent damage. The clone and main body cannot be too far apart, with the specific distance determined by the strength of the main body. This skill allows the Night God Cat to heal in the soul realm while simultaneously appearing in the real world to observe Sequence 1. As Wen Yu strolled leisurely towards the Red Stone Grand Hotel, he continued to review the Night God Cat's other skills. Ethereal Realm Foundation level, Night Eyes SS rank, Dual Body SS rank, and the original Dream Sculpting ability shared with Anna. However, the Night God Cat's Dream Sculpting ability is not the same as Anna's, it is a fragmented version. Dream Sculpting SSS rank Active Ability, infiltrate the dream of the target, creating a dream for them while subtly implanting a mental mark. While the skill description shows that both skills are similar, differing levels naturally lead to significant power disparities. Anna's dream ability is just a dream. If prepared, one can easily distinguish between dream and reality. However, the dream ability created by the Night God Cat can make the person under the skill unable to differentiate between dream and reality. coupled with the hypnotic power of night eyes. The terror of the night god cat's dream sculpting ability is evident. Unfortunately, the level of dream sculpting is too high and dual body cannot enhance it. Otherwise, Wenyu could think of numerous ways to utilize the dual body ability. Currently, the early stage level 5 night god cat has a final ability that is a perfect concealment technique. This is the fundamental reason when Yu and Xing were completely unable to sense the existence of the night god cat. Misty Trail S rank. Active ability. Once activated, the host's traces will completely vanish and cannot be detected by any observation tools or skills. However, once entering Misty Trail, the host cannot actively attack or use damaging abilities, and their physical quality is forcibly reduced to 10 points. Note, the Misty Trail state can be a CTIVELY Chinese letter, but the moment it IS Chinese letter, it will emit a breath wave far beyond usual. An exceptional concealment method, despite its many limitations, combined with the dream sculpting ability, is enough to make the night god cat a super dream sculptor, observing the innermost worlds of others, peeking into their deepest secrets, and even subtly influencing their thoughts and beliefs. 5 skills combined create a powerful divine beast species. However, with advantages come disadvantages. The abilities of the night god cat clearly do not excel in direct combat. Despite having the racial advantages of a divine beast, the lack of combat skills makes the night god cat rather weak in head-to-head battles. Meanwhile, the ethereal realm effectively compensates for this flaw. Its main body typically hides within the ethereal realm, and unless one possesses a foundational level skill that is significantly stronger than the night god cat, no one can enter the ethereal realm without an invitation from it. Additionally, should things take a turn for the worse, Wenyu can also put the night god cat back into the soul realm. This further ensures the safety of the night god cat's main body. In ordinary times, having the dual body appear in the main world can provide tremendous assistance to Wenyu. After briefly reviewing the night god cat's ability system, Wenyu couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. The various abilities of the divine beast species are remarkably outstanding, and combined with spirit pet empowerment, Wenyu in combat state can use and enhance countless skills. The various combinations of skills require Wenyu to carefully consider which one best suits his combat style and is the most powerful. However, before that, Wenyu looked at the complex expressions of the crowd at the entrance of the Red Stone Grand Hotel, paused in thought for a moment, and sent a mental wave to the night god cat. Your old friends have come to see you. When Anna died, the memory blockade set up by the night god cat and Anna was gradually being broken. Thus, the memories of the residents of Las Vegas began to resurface. Now, looking at the complex expressions of the people in front of him, Wenyu knew that their memories had mostly returned. At the very least, they had recalled the painful past, the period ruled by Bart and the days of struggling together for survival. And the night god cat was once their leader, not just of mutated beasts but also among humans. Upon hearing Wenyu's call, the night god cat's dual body directly emerged from the Misty Trail state, landing on Wenyu's shoulder, gazing at the leader, Klaus, and softly calling out, "Klaus!" Klaus slowly walked up to Wenyu, gently raising his arm. The night god cat leaped onto Klaus's shoulder. Gently stroking the night god cat's fur, Klaus spoke with a slight choke in his voice. "Victor, long time no see." Victor was the night god cat's former name, given to it by Klaus. This name, when translated into Chinese, means victory. Looking at the emotional outburst between the person and the beast in front of him, Wenyu felt a bit awkward. From the looks of it, Klaus and the night god cat, no, it should be Victor, shared a deep bond. Strictly speaking, Wenyu was the third party in this situation, so Wenyu wisely said, "You guys chat first, I'll head back to my room." Klaus nodded at Wenyu, his demeanor no longer that of a subservient figure he had shown before. "Thank you, Wenyu." The real Klaus was not just a competent leader, but also a proud warrior. Wenyu nodded and turned to enter the Red Stone Grand Hotel. As the cheers outside gradually faded away, Wenyu quietly sat on the edge of the bed, first observing the healing condition of the one-eyed beast and the night god cat's true form. The wound on the one-eyed beast was not deep, and with the healing effect of the soul realm space, its injuries were mostly healed. However, the condition of the night god cat was still far from optimistic. The mental clash between the Earth's will and the sovereign had torn apart most of the night god cat's soul. Even with the healing capabilities of the soul realm space, such injuries wouldn't heal in a short time. Fortunately, this kind of injury didn't require rare materials to speed up recovery, and the night god cat, even within the soul realm space, could still provide immense support to Wenyu. Seeing the night god cat gently blink its eyes in the soul realm space, Wenyu hesitated for a moment before asking, You still haven't told me what the Earths will wants to discuss with me. The night god cat shook its head. I'm just a complex creator of dreams, building bridges. What you discuss, I am not privy to. Moreover, now that the sovereign has discovered the Earth's will subtle actions, I don't know when the next communication can happen. Ah, when you let out a long sigh. His intuition told him that the Earth's will had a lot to convey, and it was very important. Judging by the sovereign's reaction, these matters must involve secrets between the sovereign and the demon realm. Unfortunately, the sovereign was not easily fooled. Rest well. When you said to the night god cat, then prepared to withdraw his consciousness from the soul realm space. Wait, the night god cat gently called out to Wen Yu and calmly said, From now on, please call me Victor, I like this name. When you quietly stood by the window, observing the energetic crowd below and glanced at Victor's avatar, which was occasionally showing off and being cute among the crowd, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, when you couldn't evaluate his actions, but one thing was for sure, even in the apocalypse, light would emerge. Just like the former Sun Ruixing, the past William, and now the cheering crowd below. When you recalled Victor's request, Please help me protect this city, guard my hometown. The people here are my friends, my comrades, and my beautiful memories. This was Victor's condition, and it was also the price that Wen Yu had to pay to contract the divine beast species. But if you truly rely on each other sincerely and strive for survival, then this condition is not too difficult. Although Wen Yu himself was not perfect, that didn't stop him from loving beautiful things. Friendship between comrades, bonds between allies, all the beautiful sides of humanity. Unfortunately, I wanted my heart to shine like the bright moon, but the moon shone down a muddy ditch instead. Initially, Wen Yu had cooperated pleasantly with the military, but now it was all ruined. Destroyed entirely by the military's selfishness and schemes, along with Wen Yu's wrath. Thinking of this, Wen Yu summoned the one-eyed beast and star from the soul realm space, placing both beasts on the bed before entering battle mode, enhancing with the netherworld. In the main world, Wen Yu's figure slowly faded away until it disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in the netherworld. The netherworld always had that misty, obscured atmosphere. Surrounded by the fog in the Red Stone Grand Hotel, Wen Yu slowly closed his eyes, sensing everything in the netherworld. After a while, Wen Yu opened his eyes. I found it! Then he activated the powers of a realm master, teleporting directly to the target location. There Quang Liu and Claire stood frozen like wooden figures. Wen Yu looked at Quang Liu, who had been transformed into a nether warrior with a complex expression, and gently spoke. Do you remember when we first met? During the video call. Then the nether warrior Quang Liu showed no movement or emotional response. He was merely a puppet. Wen Yu forced a smile, fell silent for a moment, and gently said, Forget it, it's useless to say more. You probably won't understand. It's just feelings pouring out. In fact, the longer I interact with you, the more I learn. Just like this time, you gave me a lot of inspiration and insights. Thank you for reminding me that interests always outweigh emotions, and relationships between friends are like a piece of wasted paper. Also, human hearts are hard to fathom. To be honest, the more time I spend with you, the more I like mutated beasts. After saying this, Wen Yu directly left the netherworld. Unbeknownst to him, the nether warrior Quang Liu revealed a hint of complex emotion in his eyes. A sigh echoed softly, as if it spread throughout the entire netherworld. Lin Haifeng plotted against Wen Yu, and Quang Liu was involved. Then Wen Yu killed Quang Liu. In this entangled affair, who was right and who was wrong, who could clarify and who could critique the actions of both sides. However, with Quang Liu's death, all of it seemed to dissipate. Wen Yu's figure slowly reappeared in the main world. The ability of the netherworld, although terrifyingly powerful from various aspects. Being a creator god of a world, even if this world was small, the power he could bestow upon himself far exceeded anyone's imagination. Unfortunately, there were also limitations. For example, returning from the netherworld to the real world required coordinates. Previously, Victor had used the ashes of himself and Anna, and now this item hung around Wen Yu's neck. To use the netherworld, Wen Yu needed the one-eyed beast, star, or other items that held a significant connection to himself as coordinates. This meant that hiding all his wealth and life in the netherworld was not a realistic action. Once inside, not being able to come out would mean being trapped in the netherworld. What difference is that from dying? Moreover, there was no immediate solution to this problem. Thinking of this, Wen Yu decided to ponder this complex issue later. Then, he recalled all the experiences he had after arriving in Las Vegas. Why are there so many schemes in the world? Why, knowing only the temperament and strength, did the military dare to target him with such murderous actions? Wen Yu couldn't understand Lin Haifeng's intentions. Perhaps he felt threatened, or maybe he simply coveted his power. But when you understood that he needed some countermeasures, as for what measures? Forming a power of his own. Then when something like this happens, would there be someone standing by his side to deter those who act? No, 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 humans are the most untrustworthy and capricious beings. There's no such thing as loyalty. Then, using the power of contracts to guarantee loyalty? At this thought, when you couldn't help but chuckle. The weak could use such methods, but the true experts he respected would certainly not surrender to the power of contracts. After thinking for a long time with no clue, and if nothing unexpected happens, when you knew he wouldn't come up with a good solution. Just then there was a knock on the door. "Come in," when you said, interrupting his thoughts. Outside, Yang Hong walked in with a large pile of food. "Are you hungry? Have something to eat," Yang Hong said to Wen Yu with a kind smile. When you nodded, through the memory fragments relayed by the night god cat, he knew that Yang Hong was very trustworthy. Then Wen Yu's eyes brightened. Sometimes inspiration strikes suddenly. Just as Wen Yu was pondering how to deepen others' trust and have more strong ones stand by his side, Yang Hong's appearance undoubtedly provided him with inspiration. While eating and thinking about these issues, after a while his meal finished, Wen Yu casually wiped his mouth and said to Yang Hong, "I heard from Klaus that you are sequence 36, right?" "Used to be. Now I'm sequence 32 after 4 of my previous sequences died." Wen Yu nodded, understanding. While the power of sequences was strong, no one could guarantee their survival in the next moment. When you couldn't, and even as a divine beast species of the human race, a sequence one with 3 fundamental skills couldn't either. Then when you continued to ask, "Did the US military try to recruit you?" "There was an attempt, but I rejected them. I don't like the feeling of being constrained." When you nodded in understanding. Those who haven't grown independently dislike the feeling of being constrained, just like how Wen Yu particularly hated joining the military. It was true before, and even more so now. "Did they use any special methods against you?" Hearing Wen Yu's question, Yang Hong fell silent for a moment and then gently nodded. "Previously, I had 3 subordinates who died at the hands of the military. I almost died in that attack myself, but afterwards they didn't take any action. Perhaps they put all their energy into you and Victor." When you lightly replied, then as if casually said, "I want to organize a team, all composed of those strong individuals who don't wish to be constrained. We won't interfere with each other day to day, each doing their own thing, but when situations like this arise, if one has trouble, the others will assist. Even if we can't provide immediate support, we must ensure that the military pays a price to prevent us lone wolves, those of us outside the system, from being threatened and harmed by the military again." "What do you think?" Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Yang Hong's gaze brightened. "P.S. Thanks to book friend Hanyue for the 10,000 rewards, this is an extra update. I forgot to include it in the title, please forgive me. Chapter text, P.S. Thank you for calling me Brother Ma. Yesterday, I received a generous tip of 50,000 starting coins, and further updates will follow. Today, there might be an extra update, or maybe not. Today is Father's Day, and I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. Tomorrow is my birthday, so I might be quite busy over these 2 days. If the updates are sparse, I hope for your understanding. I will definitely make it up later. Lastly, I wish all the fathers around the world a happy Father's Day." Seeing the gaze from Yang Hong, thoughts quickly flashed through Wen Yu's mind, and he swiftly organized the plans he had just conceived. Establish an organization to invite those lone, strong practitioners who are unwilling to join the military. The first point is to expand his influence. If he could have 10 strong practitioners of Yang Hong's caliber stand by his side because he was framed and opposed the military, even if they didn't need to do anything, merely showing such an attitude might cause Lin Heifeng to reconsider the balance between costs and benefits. If strength is inadequate, then use influence. Even a loose coalition, as long as there is a stance, will form a latent force and pose a deterrent to enemies. Indeed, through this incident, Wen Yu felt that his enemies were no longer just the demonic clan. The second point is to weaken the military's strength. Currently, Wen Yu would definitely not naively believe that Lin Heifeng saying he would reach a peace agreement meant everything would be fine. One must always be wary, especially against an old fox like Lin Heifeng. Each time a sequence-level strong practitioner is persuaded to join, the military loses a portion of its power. After all, with Lin Heifeng's methods, if soft measures don't work, he can use hard ones, and if that fails, he can resort to underhanded tactics. The military has plenty of ways to control someone. As for whether they genuinely want to join this organization or if they are hidden agents sent by the military, with Victor around, there won't be any problems. Victor can easily enter the dreams of others, observe their memories, and even check their thoughts. Most terrifyingly, all of this cannot be detected. Even the past when Yu was deceived by Victor's illusions, unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy. If it weren't for the Earths telling him a bunch of strange things at the end, he would never have realized he entered a dream, let alone others. With this in mind, Yu continued speaking to Yang Hong. "What do you think of this proposal?" Yang Hong nodded heavily. Then he quickly said, "Actually, I had this idea before, but my strength was simply insufficient to rally strong practitioners. But you are different. Your strength is enough to suppress the entire scene. Moreover, since the military dares to scheme against even the second sequence, the others must have also been harassed by the military." Thinking of this, Yang Hong suddenly sighed. "I just don't know how many of the 100 sequences are still not aligned with the military." Upon hearing Yang Hong's words, Yu's brow immediately furrowed. After a long pause, Yu said quietly, "That number should not be many." Indeed, it wouldn't be too many. Yu has personally experienced how strong the military's means are. If it were someone else, they would have been taken down long ago. Yang Hong, on the other hand, raised his head and said with determination, "But we still need to give it a try, right? Since we don't want to join the military, we should at least leave ourselves with a few escape routes. No one can guarantee that the military of various countries doesn't have ideas like either friends or enemies right now." Yu nodded affirmatively. "Exactly." Upon hearing Yu's answer, Yang Hong's eyes lit up and his speech quickened. "I have thought about establishing a group that belongs only to strong practitioners, where everyone's status is relatively equal, and they do not interfere with each other on a daily basis. But once something happens, everyone resolves the issue together. In my idea, I think we should establish a name, then a team uniform, and various rules and regulations." Yang Hong's eyes sparkled, growing more excited the more he spoke, his speed increasing, until he even clearly described how the team emblem should be designed. As for Yu, he felt overwhelmed. He had to admit that he wasn't cut out to be a leader, but that was okay. Who is born with such strange skills? Who is born with high talents? These things can be learned. Compared to these, Yu was more inclined to establish this organization. However, there was one very difficult issue to resolve. How are we going to find those strong practitioners who haven't been recruited by the military? Yang Hong, who had been speaking non-stop, suddenly fell silent. "This is the real unsolvable problem. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. In the future, we can talk about it when we have the opportunity. Right now, our main focus should be on the upcoming demonic disaster. By the way, do you know what the demonic disaster is?" Upon hearing Yu's question, Yang Hong gently nodded, but his expression was still somewhat grim, because he had just rambled on for dozens of minutes, and the plan was fundamentally baseless. "That's good. I want to know how many survivors are left in Las Vegas, how many have combat ability, and their specific levels and strengths." A series of questions left Yang Hong completely dumbfounded. After hesitating for a while, Yang Hong awkwardly said, "After recovering memories, most of the people who originally followed me have run off to Klaus." "Great, what goes around comes around. This is what they call karma." Originally, Yang Hong was above Klaus, but now, with everyone's memories recovered, Klaus became the new king of Las Vegas, and uniquely so. After all, an outsider, no matter how strong, can never compare to comrades and leaders who once fought together. Of course, Victor also belongs to the king of Las Vegas, but in terms of mutated beasts. However, currently, there aren't too many mutated beasts in Las Vegas, and it remains unclear why. Forget it. Upon hearing Yu's words, Yang Hong clicked his tongue, his expression equally frustrated. Casually chatting with Yang Hong didn't take long before the door to the room was pushed open again. Victor came in with a little cat-like gait, bouncing into Yu's arms, and then kicked off with his little legs, directly landing on Yu's shoulder, standing side by side with the little soul beast. Victor's avatar, strictly speaking, is not much different from the main body, except that now he is severely injured. His physical condition is fine, but his mental state is not too good, and his eyes are somewhat dim. Gently taking Victor down from his shoulder, Yu softly stroked his fur. Victor let out a soft meow, then comfortably squinted his eyes. Then Yu turned his attention to Klaus. "What's wrong?" Klaus showed a hint of a friendly smile to Yang Hong, stood up straight, and said to Yu, "I heard from Victor that you plan to stay here to help us resist the demonic disaster." Yu nodded. "Then I would like to discuss specific countermeasures with you." Time had reached the early hours of the morning, the sky already showing signs of dawn. In Yu's room, Klaus and Yang Hong were wide awake, occasionally engaging in loud arguments, while the map on the wall was marked with red lines drawn with a red pen. Meanwhile, Yu observed the map of Las Vegas's terrain while meticulously examining the defensive lines set up by Yang Hong and Klaus. The two had no significant disagreements. They both agreed that a defensive circle should be set up at the Redstone Grand Hotel, but they differed on the range of deployment. Yang Hong attempted to expand the range to preserve a large amount of land and buildings. This was also what Victor wanted. A significant factor in this was personal sentiment. Both Yang Hong and Victor were filled with memories of the old appearance of this city. On the other hand, Klaus's opinion was different from both Yang Hong and Victor. Klaus believed that establishing a defensive circle large enough to accommodate survivors would suffice, and then continuously reinforce it, with the goal of preserving as many survivors as possible. This was the first time Klaus disagreed with Victor. Looking at everything without bias, Klaus was more suited to be a leader. He didn't mix in too many emotional factors. After a while, Hanyue finally spoke. "Let's go with Klaus's plan. There's something I haven't told you. When the demonic disaster arrives, the top 10 strong practitioners in the sequence will face targeted hunts from the demonic clan. I don't know how strong the hunting group is, but they are definitely at least as strong as me." Upon hearing Hanyue's words, Klaus's face darkened. "If they are as strong as you, then if you lose, Las Vegas will be finished." Hanyue sighed and said, "Exactly, so I'll try to stay as far away as possible, ensuring that my battle's aftermath does not affect Las Vegas. I will leave Victor here, but there's one thing I must make clear. If the worst-case scenario happens, I will pull Victor back using the power of the Soul Realm while I deal with the hunting group. During that time, you must withstand the demonic disaster. My personal view is to minimize the size of the defensive circle as much as possible, then continuously reinforce it, focusing on defense and buying time until I return. We certainly can't win in a direct confrontation, but if we can't even hold the defense, then there's no hope." Klaus nodded, then took out a red pen and significantly reduced the originally set defensive circle. Once the plan was finalized, Klaus and Yang Hong had no time to sleep and immediately began organizing manpower to build defensive works, repair walls, and gather all practitioners within the range of Las Vegas. The current date is November 5, 2017. There are still 20 days until the Demon Realm Gate opens. Meanwhile, Victor has gone to gather his old subordinates and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Through their brief interactions, Hanyue became familiar with Victor's personality. This cat is quite proud and cannot stay idle day after day, unlike One-Eye and Star who cling to Hanyue. Victor's attitude might be a feline trait, and Hanyue was quite happy to have some quiet time. One-Eye and Star would usually be resting on Hanyue's head or curled up in his arms, with a little soul beast perched on his shoulder. Hanyue could hardly imagine what his appearance would be like if Victor also wanted to claim a position of prominence. After a brief sleep of less than 3 hours, Hanyue was woken up by the noises from outside. After washing up, Hanyue pulled open the curtains and looked down. Outside, countless mutated beasts were continuously pouring towards Las Vegas, and at the forefront was a gigantic lion. Its body stood over 10 meters tall, with fierce winds and dust swirling around it, creating numerous seemingly small but actually powerful whirlwinds. Standing atop the lion's head was Victor, looking proud and smug. Perhaps noticing Hanyue observing from the window, Victor waved his paw at him, an expression of pride on his face, as if to say, "Did you see? This is my army." In the distance, dust rose as endless mutated creatures rushed in from all directions towards Las Vegas. These mutated creatures are the absolute main force in intercepting the demonic disaster. Las Vegas is a city situated in the desert. During the rebellion against Bart, due to Klaus and Victor being captured in the later stages, all humans hid in the dark underground and were caught in one fell swoop, followed by memory washing and replacement. A massive number of mutated beasts fled for their lives outside the city, scattering in the wilds surrounding Las Vegas. Now, everything in Las Vegas had finally returned to normal, and under the threat of the demonic disaster, Victor naturally had to recall his old subordinates, while also gathering some powerful mutated beasts. Strong mutated beasts, of course, have their own subordinates and territories. In just a few hours, the reinforcements Victor had summoned had already formed the current scale. Under the will of Victor and Klaus, humans and mutated beasts had not clashed, but instead worked together to build the last fortress on this land. In the midst of the bustling activity, Hanyue also took a stroll nearby and found the location for his final showdown with the demonic clan hunting group, the Red Stone Gorge. Desolate and uninhabited, and neither too far nor too close to the defensive circle set by Klaus and the others. That was enough. Next comes the long wait. Hanyue initially thought that nothing significant would happen before the demonic disaster. However, he underestimated the military's ability to stir up trouble. On November 10, 2017, with 15 days remaining until the demonic disaster erupted, Hanyue was walking down the streets of Las Vegas with Yang Hong, Klaus, and his 3 spirit pets. Busy pedestrians and gigantic mutated beasts were transporting massive stones to the outer edge of the defensive circle, while some practitioners and mutated beasts with Earth-type or reinforcement abilities were using their skills to reinforce and modify the outer walls. The design was unsightly, or rather, compared to the city walls of the previously seen Beijing gathering place, it was completely unappealing, but to be able to form this scale in a short period was already quite impressive. Just as the few were leisurely strolling, a notification sounded in Wen Yu's mind. Ding, Sequence 1 attempts to initiate the first sequence ranking battle. The sequence ranking battle will redefine the sequence order, but requires a voting decision from the top 10 ranked practitioners. Please choose whether to support its initiation. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Wen Yu was momentarily taken aback. However, before he could react, the notification sounded again. Voting has concluded. The practitioners who agreed to initiate the sequence ranking battle include Sequence 1, Sequence 4, Sequence 6, Sequence 7, Sequence 8, Sequence 9, and Sequence 10. The number of agreeing votes exceeds half, and the sequence ranking battle will commence 3 hours later. At that time, all Level 4 and above practitioners can enter this sequence ranking battle through the exchange stone pillar to vie for sequence rights. As soon as the prompt sound in Wen Yu's mind finished, all practitioners above Level 4 around the world received the news that the sequence ranking battle was about to begin. Wen Yu waited for Klaus and Yang Hong to digest the news they had just received, and decisively took the two back to the Red Stone Grand Hotel. Inside Wen Yu's room, a few of them exchanged opinions and quickly made a decision. Klaus and Victor's dual bodies would stay in Las Vegas to continue managing the establishment of the defense perimeter, while Wen Yu and Yang Hong would go check out the so-called sequence ranking battle. The previous prompt sound did not say that practitioners above Level 4 must participate. However, according to Wen Yu and the others' estimation, sequence-level experts must enter the sequence ranking battle. Without the participation of sequences, what sequence numbers could be contested? Coincidentally, Wen Yu and Yang Hong had been discussing how to find intelligence on other independent experts a couple of days ago. This time's sequence ranking battle, regardless of any conspiracy or tricks from Sequence 1 and the military, provided a convenient opportunity for Wen Yu's plan. Thinking of this, Klaus did not linger, taking Victor's dual body back directly to the external construction site. Meanwhile, Wen Yu and Yang Hong were making the final plans for their upcoming recruitment of independent experts. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Before Wen Yu and Yang Hong could rise and head downstairs, the prompt sound in their minds rang out once again. Detected that the host is Sequence 2, forcibly entering the sequence ranking battle. Transportation will commence in 3 seconds. Please prepare. 3. When Yu glanced at Yang Hong from the corner of his eye, Yang Hong's actions paused for a moment. It was evident that he, being Sequence 32, had also received this news. 2. When Yu silently took a deep breath, retracting the single eye and star into the Soul Realm space. 1. As the countdown ended, a silver vortex appeared before Wen Yu, sucking him directly in. Simultaneously, all sequences around the world were directly transported into the sequence ranking battle space, while most practitioners above Level 4 entered through touching the exchange stone pillar. The last super-large treasure land before the demonic disaster, and the first sequence ranking battle for the human race, officially commenced. When the familiar dizziness slowly dissipated, Wen Yu found himself in front of an extraordinarily magnificent city. A massive castle forged from steel, wide and flat streets, rows of towering buildings with various styles, and surrounding defensive weapons exuding a chilling cold light. Heavy artillery, puppets, bizarre runes, each unique yet undeniably powerful. The immense sense of threat included even Wen Yu's skin crawling. In the distance, a circular building occupied nearly 1/3 of the city's area. Before Wen Yu could observe the surroundings in more detail, another flash of silver light occurred, and the next moment, Wen Yu was transported into an independent room. The room was spacious and luxuriously decorated, with exquisite ancient Huaxia style blending perfectly with modern technological products inside, not making Wen Yu feel out of place, but instead giving a sense of this is how decoration should be. Then, the television in front of Wen Yu suddenly lit up, displaying a large block of text on the screen. "Oh, this way of notifying the rules is quite interesting," Wen Yu rarely complimented, then sat down on the solid wood chair behind him, carefully reading the rules for this sequence ranking battle. Sequence is a mark of strength for human race experts, as well as a proof of identity for human strong warriors. As the strongest warriors of the human race, the sharpest swords, and the rulers of the fate of the entire human race, sequences will surely win the favor of the sovereign. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility, and with that also comes greater benefits. Within the treasure land, sequences will receive a certain level of preferential treatment. coupled with the fact that sequences themselves can obtain more information and privileges. Thus, sequences are not merely an honor, but also a support for strong individuals to ascend to greater heights. As when you carefully read the text on the television screen, he constantly pondered the significance and impact of this sequence ranking battle. The first two sentences illustrated the meaning and benefits of the sequence. Moreover, this time, the sovereign had even placed himself in the open. Most people were still unaware that the exchange stone pillars and the practitioner system were crafted by the sovereign's hands. This sequence ranking battle was applied for by sequence 1 to the sovereign and approved by over half of the top 10 sequences. The sequence ranking battle is equivalent to a super treasure land. Given that this is the first sequence ranking battle for the human race, the sovereign has chosen to hold it in the Eternal Sky City. It seemed the place they were currently in was, indeed, the Eternal Sky City, when you didn't know what the sovereign's mention of this meant. In light of the impending demonic disaster and considering the overall war potential of the human race, the rules for this sequence ranking battle are quite lenient. The specific rules are as follows. 1. Practitioners are not allowed to attack each other within the Eternal Sky City. Each practitioner is equipped with a super defense shield that can resist all damage between practitioners. 2. This sequence ranking battle is a challenge mode. All practitioners within the sequence ranking battle treasure land have the opportunity to challenge sequences. If a challenge fails, the challenger will be directly transported out of this treasure land. However, if successful, they may continue to issue challenges. 3. During the challenge arena, both parties will not suffer fatal injuries. If fatal injuries occur, they will be countered by the defensive measures of the arena, and victory or defeat will be announced immediately. Challengers need not worry about their life safety. 4. The challenge rules follow a stepwise challenge model. Ordinary practitioners must first undergo a combat strength test to gain challenge qualifications to challenge from sequence 91 to sequence 100, while sequences 91 to 100 can only challenge from sequence 81 to sequence 90. This continues down the line, but once entering the top 10 sequences, challengers can only challenge one by one. Additionally, those with earlier sequence numbers cannot actively challenge those with later sequence numbers. 5. To avoid wheel battles, after each challenge ends, the victor's status will be restored to peak. 6. Challenges will be held in the central Soren arena of the city, which comes with spatial superposition technology, capable of simultaneously conducting 100,000 battles. Furthermore, the current flow rate of this treasure land space differs from that of the main world. No matter how long practitioners stay in this treasure land, only one Earth day will pass in the outside world. 7. For other rules, explanations, and sequence intelligence, please refer to the sequence ranking battle manual provided by the Sovereign. Combat strength testing will commence in 1 hour. All non-sequence level practitioners will automatically undergo combat strength testing. Official challenges will begin in 1 day. Please prepare all challengers. Once the rules displayed on the television screen ended, it immediately went dark. Then a new image appeared, a panoramic view of the Soren arena. At the same time, a crisp female voice emanated from the television in front of Hanyue. Welcome, Sequence 2. This room is your private room, room number 2. You can enter the sequence residential area through the door to visit other sequence-level experts, or you can use the television to watch other practitioners' combat strength testing or live battles between sequences. Your dedicated, intelligent little assistant is at your service. Upon hearing this, Hanyue was momentarily speechless. The Sovereign is really adept at high technology. Reaching for the sequence ranking battle manual that appeared on the coffee table, Hanyue leisurely leaned back in his chair, flipping through the considerably thick manual while casually speaking to the television. Could I have a glass of red wine, please? Please wait a moment, sir. After the television spoke, a faint buzzing sound began to come from the kitchen outside. After a while, a puppet dressed in a maid outfit, with visible adhesive marks on its face, approached Hanyue holding a glass of red wine. Carefully examining the puppet before him, it was clear that this was not a product of Earth's technological system, but rather more of a magical style. As for its origin, the Sovereign, having traversed so many worlds, surely acquired some essence from those realms. Thank you, Hanyue said softly, wanting to see if the puppet possessed intelligence. Unfortunately, the puppet did not reply and merely turned around and walked back into the kitchen. Hanyue was not embarrassed at all. He summoned the single eye and star, reminding the two beasts not to run around, and quickly started flipping through the manual provided by the Sovereign. The first half of the manual was identical to the explanation from the television, but there were many additional details in the latter part. For example, the identity of the sovereign, further benefits and significance of the sequence number, and the impending demonic disaster in half a month. Originally, the existence of the sovereign and the demonic clan was not widely known, but with today's development, it was believed that these truths would soon become common knowledge. However, these had little to do with Hanyue. The resulting chaos and turmoil would be matters for the military to consider. It was likely that Lin Haifeng already had countermeasures. In fact, the fact of the demonic clan's invasion would be known to all humans in half a month. Hanyue continued to browse through the manual. Throughout the manual, there were no emotional biases. It did not refer to the sovereign as the savior of the human race, but there was one interesting point. A significant portion of the text extolled the virtues and importance of sequences. The entire manual gave Hanyue the impression that the sovereign was actively promoting the sequence numbers he had established. This seemed even more important than the sovereign himself. Hanyue was puzzled by the sovereign's intention. Halfway through the book, an important piece of news caught Hanyue's attention. Human race sequence hunting plan. The demonic clan will hunt the top 10 strong practitioners of the human race sequence, occurring every 6 months. The closer the sequence number is to the top, the stronger the hunting group's power. This is a test and challenge that the top 10 strong practitioners of the human race sequence must face. Accordingly, for this situation, the permissions and benefits for the top 10 strong practitioners in the treasure land will also be greater. The first time Hanyue heard about the hunting plan was in the Red Stone Grand Hotel when Lin Haifeng mentioned it over the communicator. Now it was corroborated, confirming that Lin Haifeng had not lied to him about this. But the more Hanyue read, the more confused he became. This information would not have been an issue. Since the sovereign mentioned it in the manual, those hidden strong practitioners would surely contemplate whether it was worth risking being hunted for the sake of a mere title in the top 10 sequences. Perhaps the sovereign had some backup plan. Hanyue's mind began to wander. At the end of the manual was a list of sequence numbers provided by the sovereign. All sequence-level strong practitioners were listed. Sequence 1. Teng Heife mid-level 5 strength. Sequence 2, Hanyue peak level 5 strength. Sequence 3, KS mid-level 5 strength. Sequence 4, Chin Min early level 5 strength. Sequence 5, Arcade early level 5 strength. The top 8 sequences were all at level 5, while Hanyue's peak level 5 strength stood out conspicuously. Hanyue curled his lips. With this list, practitioners without sequence numbers could intuitively feel the authority of the strongest among the human race, while those ranked from 91 to 100 were all at mid-level 4 strength. This level was not high, revealing it would only give hidden strong practitioners more confidence in vying for a sequence title. It could be anticipated that the competition for sequence numbers this time would be exceptionally fierce. Moreover, when this sequence ranking battle concluded, the ambiguity of the rankings would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Simultaneously, the sequence numbers could reflect the relative strength between the human race sequences to some degree. Slowly closing the manual, Hanyue's gaze deepened, and he began to calculate his plans. He was quite satisfied with his ranking as Sequence 2. This treasure land would not issue extra rewards, merely a simple sequence ranking battle. Hanyue could not fathom why the military and Sequence 1 would initiate this treasure land, but facing Sequence 1 with 3 essence divine beast species, he really did not wish to expend the energy to compete for a mere title. He even contemplated whether to deliberately let things be a bit easier, allowing his sequence number to drop slightly, so that when faced with the demonic clan hunting group's actions, he could have a bit of ease. At this thought, an idea suddenly emerged in Hanyue's mind. Sequence 1 and Lin Haifeng opening this treasure land. Surely, they wouldn't be thinking along those lines, would they? While Hanyue was pondering this in his room, Yang Hong began to take action. First, he knocked on the door of Sequence 100, entered briefly, and after a while, Yang Hong came out with a calm expression, then knocked on the door of Sequence 99. This was also the result of Hanyue and Yang Hong's discussion. Yang Hong would play the role of a sociable practitioner, first connecting with the various sequences to discern who among them were military personnel. It was a clumsy method. Unfortunately, before entering the sequence ranking battle treasure land, the two really could not come up with a better plan. After Yang Hong finished talking with Sequence 96, he did not knock on any other sequence doors, but instead headed straight down the corridor. In no time, Yang Hong arrived at the end of the corridor. Looking at the door sign marked 2, Yang Hong directly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking echoed melodically in the empty corridor, adding a touch of vitality to the serene passage. Suddenly, a voice came from beside Yang Hong. Chapter text, P.S. There was a bit of a bug in yesterday's chapter. Thanks to the reminder from readers, it has been corrected. The specific content can be checked in the previous chapter. Essentially, even if a challenger fails, they won't be teleported out of the treasure land until the end, but they still only have one chance to fail the challenge. Sorry. I've been very busy these past 2 days and managed to create a little bug. I should be done with all the busy work by the day after tomorrow. I'll be updating more and hopefully have a big breakthrough. You're looking for Hanyue? Without any breath, heartbeat, or presence, if it weren't for the sudden voice, Yang Hong would have never noticed someone standing behind him. Turning around abruptly, he saw a figure leaning against door No. 1 smiling as he stared at Yang Hong. Sequence 1, Teng Heifei. Yang Hong swallowed hard and nodded slightly. Teng Heifei took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, "Let's go together." In the next moment the door opened, and Hanyue's figure appeared behind it. Inside the room, Yang Hong took the initiative to go to the kitchen to prepare some drinks, while Hanyue sat in a chair, flipping through the manual in his hands again. Meanwhile, Sequence 1, Teng Heifei, was holding a glass of freshly squeezed juice, sipping through a straw while casually evaluating Hanyue with his legs crossed. A slightly eerie atmosphere filled the entire room. 10 minutes later, Yang Hong still hadn't come out of the kitchen, and it was unclear what drinks would take so long to prepare. Eventually, it was Hanyue who could no longer withstand Teng Heifei's gaze. He threw his hands on the table and gestured to Teng Heifei. "What are you here for?" Teng Heifei shrugged. "Just bored and wanted to sit here. Besides, you're more welcoming than I expected. Otherwise, you wouldn't let me in." This treasure land had excellent safety measures in place. Even someone with the strength of a level 5 professional couldn't forcibly break in. The fact that Teng Heifei could leisurely drink juice in Hanyue's room was undoubtedly because Hanyue had allowed it. As for Hanyue's intention, he had none. In this treasure land, professionals couldn't attack each other, so there was no need to guard against any sneak attacks. Interacting with Sequence 1 could only be beneficial. Unfortunately, Hanyue underestimated one thing. Teng Heifei was clearly more uncouth than expected. Walking into Hanyue's room was like returning to his own home, constantly scrutinizing the owner of the room. He exuded an unmistakable air of arrogance. "Come on, what do you want from me?" "Nothing much, really. I was just bored in my room, so I came to check on you. By the way, little secretary, get me another glass of juice." "At your command, my lord." Hanyue's intelligent little secretary was also a completely shameless character. When faced with someone of a higher rank than Hanyue, he readily betrayed the master he had just acknowledged, perfectly occupying the nest. Hanyue suddenly regretted letting this guy in. Casually chatting with Teng Heifei, who was also good at conversation, no matter what Hanyue said, he could always pick up the thread, but he revealed not a shred of useful information. This made Hanyue deeply understand that this guy not only had terrifying strength, but also a quick wit. 10 minutes later, Yang Hong finally emerged from the kitchen, bringing drinks and snacks for both Hanyue and Teng Heifei. Then the television screen switched, and the challenge qualification battle began. The so-called Qualification challenge was a segment set up to eliminate a large number of weaklings. After all, if a level 4 or above professional could challenge sequences from 91 to 100, these 10 sequences would each have to fight tens of thousands of matches. Even though the sovereign would completely restore their physical state after each battle, the mental burden was not easy to shake off. Originally, the television screen was showing a panoramic view of the Sorin arena. At that moment, with a huge white light rising, countless level 4 professionals wandering in the Eternal Sky City received notifications. "Please proceed to the Sorin arena in the city center to participate in the challenge qualification battle." Then, the screen zoomed out to reveal the entire view of the Eternal Sky City. "Wow, the sovereign must have hired a professional cameraman. Look at this shot." Teng Heifei exclaimed, one hand holding juice and the other a biscuit, his mouth still chattering away. "By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Are you going to challenge me later? According to the rules, you are my gatekeeper." Teng Heifei seemed to casually say this without even glancing at Hanyue, his eyes glued to the television screen. Hanyue decisively shook his head. A sigh echoed softly. It was unclear what Teng Heifei was sighing about. Quickly, the screen changed. Under the panoramic view of the Eternal Sky City, countless professionals turned into dense little black dots, swarming toward the Sorin arena. Subsequently, the television screen rapidly switched to the interior of the Sorin arena. Countless large and small dimensional spaces were densely packed, dazzling Hanyue and the others. In each dimensional space, a battle was taking place. This was the reason the Sorin arena could accommodate 100,000 battles simultaneously. The little secretary kindly emitted a notification sound. "Would you like to switch to single battle observation mode?" "Yes." With Hanyue's command, the television screen swiftly changed, and in no time the camera zoomed in on one of the battles. On the rectangular arena, both sides preparing for battle were ready. One side was an ordinary-looking white man, and the little secretary kindly provided explanations for Hanyue and the others. Jack Howard, a level 4 initial professional. Standing opposite Jack was a 3-meter-tall, heavy armored puppet. Magic Puppet possesses 500 points of physical quality with skills. Iron Armor C-level passive skill. Significantly reduces physical damage received. Elemental Attack Protection Rune C-level passive skill. Significantly reduces elemental damage received. Magical Creation E-level passive skill. The body is a magical puppet, powered by magical energy, hence completely immune to mental attacks, but cannot grow. 3 skills with a physical quality at the peak of level 4. From this puppet, one could see the Sovereign's requirements for the current stage of sequences. I'm not asking much of your level, but you at least have to be able to handle a normal level 4 peak creature. Hanyue silently mourned for most professionals for 3 seconds. Then the battle began. In the footage, Jack's skill set was quite ordinary. He was just an average shooter, holding an AK and firing a barrage of bullets at the puppet. The skill effects attached to the bullets were decent enough to inflict some damage on the magic puppet. Then, the magic puppet quickly caught up to Jack, and with just one punch the protective shield was shattered. Battle over. The screen switched again, but Hanyue and the others had lost their appetite to watch. All 3 understood that an ordinary level 4 professional could not pass this level. Level, while significantly influencing a professional's combat power, was something that could easily be improved. That's why skills were fundamental. Differences in skill combinations and skill levels could even allow a level 3 professional to defeat a level 5 professional. This was not a joke but a fact. As a member of the human race sequence, if one couldn't take down an ordinary level 5 initial creature, that would truly be a joke. Unfortunately, for most level 4 professionals, this was an unattainable goal. 30 minutes later, the qualification battle ended. The little secretary very kindly provided the remaining number of participants in the sequence ranking battle treasure land. 15,742. Just a qualification battle eliminated over 99% of the professionals. And what's more frustrating was that, due to the differing time flow in this treasure land compared to the real world, their short battle actually equated to fighting for a whole day in reality. With the Sovereign announcing the conclusion of the qualification battle, the following 20+ hours would be free time. At this moment, Teng Heifei finally revealed his purpose for coming. Hanyue, Lin Heifeng wants to meet with you lone walkers. Leaving behind the time and place, Teng Heifei turned and left, leaving Hanyue and Yang Hong sitting in the room, speechless. Both were contemplating the significance of Lin Heifeng inviting the sequence-level experts. After a while, Hanyue spoke first to Yang Hong. No need to think about it. The time is in 3 hours. We can just go see it then. By the way, how's your inquiry about finding the lone sequence experts going? Yang Hong gently shook his head. Sequences 96 to 100 are all military personnel from various countries, and I haven't found the ones in front yet. Hanyue nodded. Lin Heifeng's invitation has made things easier for us. You can head back now. I'll come find you in 3 hours. Yang Hong nodded and got up to leave. Hanyue first took a look at the arrangement of the room, then washed up and groomed the fur and scales of One-Eyed and Star. Unfortunately, Victor's injuries weren't healed yet, and he was still lying in the Soul Realm space sleeping. Otherwise, Hanyue thought Victor would have a great time playing with One-Eyed. Cats and dogs have always been natural enemies. Who knows if evolution would change this biological instinct? After tidying up his skill system a bit, Hanyue contemplated for a moment and directly took out an item from the spatial ring. Skill Upgrade Scroll SS Level item. After use, it can elevate an S-level skill to SS level. This was Lin Heifeng's compensation. Ever since receiving this item, Hanyue had been considering how to use it. The best application would be to obtain an S-level light ability first, let the little soul beast learn it, and then use this item for an upgrade. This way, he could meet the prerequisite for awakening divine light directly. The difficulty of acquiring S-level skills and SS-level skills is like heaven and earth. The second best application would be to enhance the Destiny Fight for One-Eyed, or strengthen Dragon Flame for Star, or enhance the Void or Soul Strike for the little soul beast. After careful consideration, Hanyue decided to use this item to enhance the existing S-level skill. The demonic disaster was approaching, and Hanyue would also face the attacks from the hunting group. In Hanyue's eyes, withstanding the first wave of the demonic disaster and the hunting group was the biggest problem he had to face right now. At least, this was far more pressing than acquiring an SS-level light skill. Moreover, since he was currently in the sequence ranking Battle Treasure Land, facing challenges or being challenged could happen, so it was very necessary to boost his strength. As for who to give it to, Wen Yu had already made up his mind. The little soul beast was the first to be excluded. The effect of Soul Strike was becoming increasingly insignificant, and Wen Yu's current combat style had made Soul Strike completely irrelevant. If it weren't for the soul-shattering mirror, Wen Yu would even consider getting rid of Soul Strike. With the acquisition of the Darkness ability, the effect of Void was also diminishing. Star's Dragon Flame was worth enhancing, but Dragon Flame was not Star's main combat skill, so the effect of enhancing Dragon Flame wouldn't be significant. It would merely be a nice addition. One-Eyed was different. While nice additions are good, nothing compares to a timely assistance in the snowfall. One-Eyed, as Wen Yu's first soul pet, fought tirelessly for him in the early days of the apocalypse, playing a very important role. Currently, One-Eyed's combat power isn't bad, and comparing One-Eyed's combat ability with Simba's makes that evident. Simba was the absolute overlord of Mudanjiang in his last life, yet One-Eyed took him down in a few hits. If One-Eyed were to be put outside now, he could rule a territory. Unfortunately, with Wen Yu having acquired Star, Faceless, and now Victor, One-Eyed's combat power has become the weakest link in Wen Yu's lineup. Despite One-Eyed's nonchalant demeanor, deep down, he would never be content to be like a mascot, shrinking in Wen Yu's arms all day without being able to do anything. Destiny Fight, as One-Eyed's core skill, currently all of One-Eyed's skills are predicated on Destiny Fight. If the S-level Destiny Fight could be evolved, then One-Eyed's strength would undoubtedly see a substantial increase. When you didn't need One-Eyed to have combat power comparable to divine beast species. But the reality was that even a single S-level skill upgraded to SS level wouldn't turn an ordinary mutated beast into a monster on par with a divine beast species. But at least One-Eyed should be able to stand alone. As a lone walker, Wen Yu wouldn't become a leader of any faction in the future, so it's essential for him to often fight against multiple opponents. In fact, many times Wen Yu needs to achieve several strategic goals simultaneously, and in such cases, his soul pets would inevitably face situations where they had to fight alone. Wen Yu certainly didn't want his soul pets to be hiding in the soul realm space, merely a prop providing him with a skill buff during battle. Thinking of this, Wen Yu waved at One-Eyed, who came running over, and he tore open the skill upgrade